Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 42, Apples. The penthouse suite at the Fairmont Hotel overlooked the Chicago skyline, its floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of twinkling lights against the night sky. Inside, the room was bathed in the warm glow of candles, dozens of them, their flames unnaturally still despite the occasional breeze. Catherine Pierce reclined on silk sheets, dark hair spilling across white pillows. Her eyes were closed, lips parted slightly as gentle fingers traced patterns across her bare skin. "You're thinking too loud," she murmured, not opening her eyes. The figure beside her smiled, a young girl, appearing 16, with Lucien Winchester's features softened into feminine curves. Her skin held a subtle blue undertone visible only in certain light, her eyes flickering occasionally with azure flame. "Can't help it," Nura replied, leaning down to press her lips against Catherine's throat. "We're so close to having him." Catherine's eyes opened, dark and calculating as she studied her companion. "You're enjoying that form a little too much." Nura grinned, running her hands through hair that matched Lucien's shade perfectly. "You're not complaining." She shifted, straddling Catherine with ease. "Besides, it helps us visualize the goal." Catherine reached up, tracing the line of Nura's jaw, Lucien's jaw, reimagined as a teenage girl's. A pity to her really that Nura can't transform into males. And what a goal it is. "I can still feel it," Nura whispered, her voice dropping, becoming husky, "when you touched him, when you kissed his cheek in that roller coaster. It was, fuck, Cat, it was like nothing I've ever felt." "Better than this?" Catherine asked, arching an eyebrow as she ran her nails lightly down Nura's back. "Different." Nura closed her eyes, shivering slightly. "His energy, it's not just power. It's like touching a star that doesn't burn you." Catherine's expression shifted, calculation replacing pleasure. "And you're certain the apples will work?" Nura nodded, reluctantly moving off Catherine to lie beside her. Her Corinne's form flickered briefly, revealing her true nature, blue fire shaped into Catherine's mirror image, before settling back into the female Lucien appearance she'd adopted. Corinnes are doppelgangers, djinn versions of the human, made by God that they come into existence the moment the human is born. Iden's apples restore life force, Nura confirmed. "Your Winchester daddy lost decades to that spear. The apples will give them back. And then they'll have no choice but to let me close to Lucien," Catherine concluded, satisfaction evident in her tone. Nura's expression turned thoughtful. "You know, when we have him, this dash," she gestured between them, "probably ends. I know we don't go full way, since we, well, are into men. I'm a succubus after all, it's who I am," she stated like it was obvious. "He wouldn't like our closeness. Me touching you like this, kissing you, loving how your flesh feels against my fire. He wouldn't allow it." "Jealous?" Catherine asked, lips curving into a smirk. "Possessive," Nura corrected. "We've both felt what he is. He'll want exclusive rights." Catherine sat up, sheet pooling at her waist. "I've waited 5 centuries for Klaus to die. I can sacrifice this small pleasure for something greater." Nura laughed, the sound like tinkling glass. "We can enjoy it while we still have the time." She leaned closer, lips brushing Catherine's ear. "Besides, when he finally fucks us both, you won't even remember these little games." Catherine's eyebrow rose. "So certain he'll want us both?" "I felt what he is," Nura repeated, her Lucien-like features settling into a knowing smile. "Trust me, my queen, he'll consume us both, and we'll beg for it." Her hand traced patterns on Catherine's thigh. "The things I want him to do to us. God, just thinking about it makes me wet." "Focus," Catherine chided, though her pupils had dilated slightly. "We have a heist to plan." Nura pouted but nodded. "Fine. Business first, pleasure later." Catherine rose from the bed, moving with fluid grace to the ornate trunk at the foot of the bed. Her fingers traced the intricate lock mechanism before pressing in a complex pattern. The lock clicked open. "I've waited 3 centuries to use this," she said, removing a cloth-wrapped bundle. "Worth the wait to get close to our god," Nura replied, watching with interest as Catherine unwrapped the object. The helm of Hades gleamed dully in the candlelight, an ancient Greek helmet crafted from some dark metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Subtle engravings covered its surface, symbols older than human civilization. "I remember when you got this," Nura said, her voice softer now. "That Ifrit was so certain he'd tricked you." Catherine's lips curved into a smile as she held the helmet. "Men always underestimate me, even when they're made of fire." "You were brilliant," Nura agreed, her form shifting momentarily back to blue fire in her excitement before resuming a female Lucien form again, Jinn can shapeshift, but depending on their emotional state they can or can't control it, and shift into what they feel like. Finding that lamp in those ruins, figuring out what was inside. The Ifrit thought he was so clever, Catherine recalled, setting the helmet aside to retrieve a small oil lamp from the trunk, ancient bronze, tarnished with age, sealed with wax bearing Solomon's sigil. One wish in exchange for freedom. He never expected me to wish for the helm. Or to keep him trapped after he delivered, Nura added with a laugh. Catherine shrugged elegantly. Why waste a perfectly good Ifrit? He might be useful again someday. He still hates you, Nura noted, trailing her fingers along the lamp's surface. I can feel his rage even through the binding. He'll get over it. Eventually. Catherine set the lamp aside. You're certain about Asgard's defenses? Nura nodded, her expression turning serious. Thor's death hit them hard. Iblis dash, she spat the name like it tasted foul, killed him in Chicago 2 months ago. Odin's fallen into the Odin sleep before that already. Their defenses are at their weakest in millennia. Catherine watched her careen carefully. You still hate him? He lied to all of us, Nura replied, blue fire briefly flickering in her eyes. Told us we had no inner light, that we needed to feed on human negativity to survive. That sunlight and starlight would destroy us. Her voice hardened. Centuries I spent hiding inside you, whispering corruption, thinking I'd die if you were ever truly happy. Only reason having helped you before then, warning whispers about Klaus's intentions for you because I thought I'd die if you died in a pure form and went to heaven. Catherine reached out, running her fingers through Nura's hair. But you survived. Because of you, Nura acknowledged, leaning into the touch. You're probably the first human in history to free their careen. Catherine's expression softened momentarily, a rare glimpse of something genuine beneath. I remember the first time I truly felt like it wasn't my own thoughts, but guidance. I was 16, preparing to meet that merchant son my father wanted me to charm. I whispered such wicked suggestions, Nura recalled with a smile. And you listened to them, but didn't do it, such a pure girl you were then, her tone turning mocking. Catherine herself chuckled as she remembered how she was before everything, trying to remain devout while her father and mother wanted to use her, how simple those times were compared to now. I always knew something was influencing me, I believed even then in demons after all, Catherine continued. But it wasn't until after I turned that I found those grimoires in that warlock's collection. External magic, Nura nodded. Spells even vampires could use. Catherine's eyes grew distant with memory. That first ritual where I could finally see you. I was terrified, Nura admitted. No human had ever perceived their careen before. We were taught it was impossible, probably another lie. And then I took you into the sunlight, Catherine said softly. I was certain I would die, Nura whispered. All those centuries believing Iblis's lies about Jinn having no inner light, needing to feed on corruption to survive. She shook her head. When the sun touched me and I didn't burn. You've been mine ever since, Catherine concluded with satisfaction. Your loyal subject, Nura agreed with a mock bow, my queen. Catherine's expression shifted back to business. The ritual to reach Asgard, you're certain it will work? With the components we've gathered, yes. Nura rose from the bed, her form flickering between human appearance and blue fire as she moved to the table where various objects were arranged. The branch from Yggdrasil's earthly echo, the runestone carved by Norse hands, the blood of a warrior dedicated to their gods. Poor Viking reenactor, Catherine commented with mock sympathy. He really believed he was honoring Thor. He died for a worthy cause, Nura shrugged. His sacrifice will help us reach Asgard. Catherine lifted the helm again, studying its surface. And this will keep me hidden. Yep, from all form of senses, but the Norse still have their tricks and I doubt you can use the helm's full power since you aren't Hades, so you'll still need to be careful. Nura began arranging the ritual components in a precise pattern. Heimdall's senses are diminished with Thor's death and Odin's sleep, but he's still dangerous. Catherine nodded, retrieving a small vial of blood from the trunk. Let's begin. The ritual circle glowed with blue-white light, runes pulsing in rhythm like a heartbeat. Catherine stood at its center, the helm of Hades held in one hand, the vial of blood in the other. Nura moved around her, placing the final components at cardinal points. The path will open briefly, Nura explained, her form now fully blue fire, looking like a Jinn Catherine, with a pair of blue-white fire wings, and a tail, as she prepared to guide Catherine. I'll go first to ensure it's safe, then you'll follow physically. Catherine nodded, watching as Nura completed the circle. The careen began chanting in an ancient language, not Arabic or Enochian, but something different, the language of smokeless fire that predated human speech. The runes flared brighter, and the air in the center of the circle seemed to thin, revealing glimpses of another realm beyond, massive branches stretching into infinity, stars unlike any in Earth's sky. Nura's form dissolved into pure blue essence, flowing into the opening between worlds. Catherine waited precisely 3 heartbeats, then uncorked the vial and poured the warrior's blood over the helm. The ancient metal absorbed the offering instantly, a subtle darkness emanating from it that felt satisfying and beautiful. Catherine placed it on her head. The world around her shifted, perspectives altering as the helm's power enveloped her. She could still see herself, but knew she had vanished from all other perception. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the opening. Traveling through Yggdrasil's branches felt like being stretched in all directions simultaneously. Catherine's vampire body screamed in protest as cosmic forces pulled at her essence. Around her, massive branches stretched into infinity, connecting realms beyond common reach. Stars unlike any in Earth's sky burned in various colors. Creatures never described by human tongue in millennia moved between worlds. Keep moving, Nura's voice echoed in her mind. Follow my light. A blue flame flickered ahead, guiding Catherine along a specific branch. The journey seemed to last centuries before reality solidified around her once more. Catherine stumbled slightly as her feet touched solid ground. She found herself on the outskirts of what had once been a golden city. Asgard, realm of Norse gods, home to warriors and so-called deities. But the Asgard before her was diminished. The golden gleam of its towers had dulled. Black banners hung from every building, symbols of mourning for the fallen thunder god. The rainbow bridge that connected to other realms flickered. They mourn him deeply, Nura's voice whispered in Catherine's mind. Thor was beloved. Catherine nodded slightly, taking in her surroundings. The helm's power continued enveloping her, rendering her invisible to all perception. She could see Nura's form, blue fire shaped into a woman, floating beside her, also wrapped in the helm's power. The garden is there, Nura indicated, pointing toward a walled enclosure near the central palace. Iden's apples grow behind those golden gates. Catherine began moving, her vampire speed tempered by caution. She stuck to shadows despite her invisibility, old habits of survival. Asgardian guards patrolled the streets, their expressions grim. They wore armor that would have gleamed in better days but now seemed dull with neglect. Catherine slipped past them easily, using centuries' experience to move silently, and make use of their mourning. Careful, Nura warned as they approached the palace grounds. Heimdall may be diminished, but his senses remained sharp. Catherine slowed her pace, every movement calculated. She avoided loose stones, kept to the softest ground, and paused whenever guards passed nearby. The palace grounds were more heavily guarded than the city streets, warriors in ceremonial armor standing at rigid attention despite their obvious grief. The garden wall loomed before them, 12 feet of golden stone carved with runes of protection. A single gate stood at its center, guarded by 2 warriors whose armor marked them as elite protectors. There's another way, Nura guided, leading Catherine around the perimeter. A weakness in the wards where 2 protection spells overlap imperfectly. Catherine followed, moving with liquid grace along the garden wall until Nura stopped. The Korean pointed to a section of wall that appeared identical to the rest. Here. The spells create a blind spot. You can climb over undetected. Catherine assessed the wall, plotting her approach. With vampire strength and speed, scaling it would be simple. The challenge was doing so without affecting the wall in a way that would appear like someone is climbing it. She removed her boots, securing them to her belt before beginning her ascent. Her fingers found minute cracks between the golden stones, her toes wedging into nearly invisible seams. She climbed with the precision of a spider, testing each hold before committing her weight. At the top, she paused, surveying the garden within. Iden's sanctuary was a paradise of perpetual spring. Trees of every variety grew in perfect harmony, their branches heavy with fruit regardless of season. At the center stood a tree unlike the others, its trunk silver-white, its leaves golden, its branches bearing apples that gleamed like captured sunlight. That's it, Nura confirmed. Iden's tree. The apples restore youth and vitality, perfect for healing life force drain. Catherine dropped silently into the garden, landing in a crouch before straightening. The air here smelled sweeter, filled with the scent of blossoms and ripe fruit. She approached the central tree cautiously, senses alert for any sign of detection. The golden apples hung just beyond reach, their light pulsing gently like heartbeats. Catherine studied them, noting subtle differences between them, some brighter, some larger, some with patterns swirling beneath their golden skin. Choose carefully, Nura advised. The brightest ones hold the most power, but taking too many will be noticed immediately. Catherine reached up, her fingers hovering near a decently bright apple, but not too bright. She still wants John to be able to die, just when she chooses, alongside the important how. She selected it carefully, applying gentle pressure to the stem until it separated from the branch with a soft snap that seemed deafening in the quiet garden. She froze, listening for any reaction. When none came, she reached for a second apple, better take some for a rainy day, maybe for other deals, then a third, each chosen for its brightness and vitality, since she already got the one she wants John to take. As she plucked the third apple, a sound like distant thunder rolled across the sky. Catherine tensed, looking up through the branches. Heimdall, Nura warned. He senses something amiss. We must leave now. Catherine secured the apples in the pouch at her waist and turned toward the wall. Before she could move, heavy footsteps approached the garden gate. She pressed herself against the silver-white trunk, relying on the helm's power to keep her hidden. The gate swung open, revealing a towering figure in golden armor. Heimdall's eyes, set to see across all realms, scanned the garden slowly. Though diminished by Thor's death and Odin's sleep, his senses remained sharper than any being Catherine had encountered. His gaze passed over her position once, then returned, lingering uncomfortably close to where she stood. Catherine remained perfectly still, centuries of patience serving her well. He can't perceive you, not with the helm, and how weakened he already is, Nura reassured her. But he senses the disturbance in Iden's magic. We need a distraction. Nura's spirit form drifted toward the opposite side of the garden, where she concentrated her energy to knock a different apple from its branch. The sound was slight, but in the silent garden, it rang like a bell. Heimdall's head snapped toward the noise. He strode in that direction, golden armor gleaming even in Asgard's light. Catherine used the opportunity to slip away from the central tree, moving with fast toward the wall. She scaled it in seconds, dropping silently to the other side as alarms began to sound throughout the palace grounds. Apparently little Heimdall is the careful type. Catherine thought to herself as she bit her lip. Guards shouted orders, their footsteps pounding on stone as they rushed toward Iden's garden. Run, Nura urged. The pathway to all realms are closing. Catherine sprinted through the palace grounds, no longer concerned with stealth. Speed and reaching one of the paths she knew that lead to Earth were her priority now. Guards shouted as they sensed her passage, a blur of disturbed air. Intruder. The cry went up. Protect the relics. A spear whistled through the air where Catherine had been a moment before. She dodged without slowing. The helm's invisibility held, but Asgardian's senses were adjusting, tracking her changes to the surroundings rather than her appearance. Left here, Nura guided. The pathway is beginning to form. Catherine veered left, leaping over a low wall and landing in what appeared to be a ceremonial courtyard. At its center, reality itself seemed thin, the air shimmering like heat waves over desert sand. Behind her, the sounds of pursuit grew louder. A horn blared, 3 long notes that echoed across the realm. The palace defenses were fully activated now. Hurry! Nura's form was already dissolving into the shimmering air. The passage won't hold much longer. Catherine gathered herself and leaped into the distortion. The sensation of being pulled apart returned, more violent this time as Asgard itself seemed to resist her departure. She felt the apples in her pouch grow hot, their magic reacting to the journey between realms. Yggdrasil's branches flashed past, cosmic forces buffeting her from all sides. Something grabbed at her ankle, an Asgardian spell attempting to recall stolen property, but Catherine kicked free, pushing herself toward the blue flame that was Nura, guiding her home. The transition back to Earth was abrupt. One moment she was stretched across cosmic dimensions, the next, she crashed onto the hotel room floor, the ritual circle flaring once before going dark. Catherine lay still for a moment, catching unnecessary breath as her body readjusted to Earth's reality. The helm rolled from her head, its power temporarily exhausted by the journey. Nura's form coalesced beside her, shifting back to the female Lucien appearance she preferred. We did it, she breathed, excitement making her form flicker between human and fire. Catherine sat up, reaching for the pouch at her waist. The 3 golden apples gleamed inside, their light undimmed by the journey. Perfect, she murmured, lifting one to examine it more closely. Patterns swirled beneath its golden skin, constellations, seasons, the cycle of life itself captured in fruit form. Its scent was subtle but enticing, promising renewal, restoration, life. Will Asgard retaliate? Catherine asked, securing the apples in a spelled box designed to mask their energy. Nura shook her head. They're too weakened by Thor's death and Odin's sleep, having to keep their forces in case another pantheon attacks. By the time they recover enough to seek vengeance, we'll have our god's protection. Catherine's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Then it's time to prepare the ritual. She rose gracefully, moving to the table where components for a second spell were already arranged. How long until the apple we want to use is ready? They need to be prepared properly, Nura explained, following Catherine to the table. Sliced with a silver knife, soaked in mead mixed with specific herbs. The ritual will take about 6 hours. Perfect timing, Catherine noted, checking her watch. We'll arrive at the Salvatore boarding house tomorrow morning, concerned citizens bringing a miraculous cure. Nura laughed, wrapping her arms around Catherine from behind. And then we'll be one step closer to having him. Catherine turned in her embrace, studying the face that mirrored Lucien so perfectly. You're certain they'll accept our help? They won't have a choice, Nura replied confidently. John Winchester is dying. The dark spear drained decades from him. Without the apples, he'll be dead within a month. And Lucien will do anything to save his father, Catherine concluded with satisfaction. Exactly. Nura's expression turned hungry. I can't wait to feel him again. To have his energy flow through you and me. Her hands wandered suggestively. Do you think he'll be rough with us? God, I hope so. I want him to hold us down, to take what he wants. Catherine silenced her with a kiss. Focus. Ritual first, fantasies later. Nura pouted but nodded. Fine. But after. After, we can celebrate properly, Catherine agreed, turning her attention to the ritual preparations. As she arranged the components, Catherine allowed herself a moment of anticipation. 5 centuries of running, of looking over her shoulder for Klaus. 5 centuries of careful planning and patient waiting. And now, finally, she had found something, someone, powerful enough to protect her. A god walking in human form. All she needed was to get close to him. The apples were her key. Soon, she whispered, slicing the first golden apple with a silver knife. Its juice ran like liquid sunlight across the blade. Very soon. Beside her, Nura hummed in agreement. Catherine caught her reflection in the window, a 500-year-old predator preparing to approach her prey. But this time, the prey was something far more dangerous than she had ever encountered. The thought sent a thrill through her that was part fear, part excitement. Let the Winchesters and that Belmont try to refuse our help, she murmured, continuing the ritual preparations. They'll find I can be very persuasive. Nura laughed, the sound like breaking glass. That's why you're the queen. Do tell me how you found it. I found writing Catherine being close and having a partnership/friendship with her Kareen interesting. Since Nura was with her since her birth, and knows her better than anyone, and is the one who helped her against Klaus as much as she could. Catherine is the queen in their dynamic, final decision is hers, but Nura can be quite annoying and persuasive. Also, Bonnie's Kareen looks like a monster, because hers hates her situation, so it reflects that. I showed this with how Nura's emotions affected her, and the explanation of it affecting them, but for those who didn't recognize what that meant for Bonnie's, here is the direct explanation. Question is though, what about Lucien's Kareen? What's he like? Chapter 43, Normal. The steady beep of medical equipment punctuated the silence of the East Room at the Salvatore boarding house. Lucien sat beside his father's bed, watching John's chest rise and fall with labored breaths. The morning light filtering through the curtains did nothing to soften the reality before him. John looked decades older than he had just weeks ago, his once powerful frame now gaunt, skin ashen. Lucien closed his eyes, extending his awareness through the force. He could sense the damage to John's life force, a void where vitality should be, like a riverbed run dry. He reached out, trying to channel a bit of the force, trying just about anything, into that place where life was absent but it dissipated almost immediately. Like trying to fill a sieve with water, he muttered. Talking to yourself now. That's never a good sign. Lucien's eyes snapped open to find Dean in the doorway, 2 coffee mugs in hand. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, betraying another sleepless night. You're up early, Dean said, offering one of the mugs to Lucien. Couldn't sleep. Lucien accepted the coffee. Any change? Dean's gaze shifted to John. Doc came by at dawn. Said his kidney function is declining. The unspoken, along with everything else, hung in the air between them. Sam found another specialist, Dean continued, forcing optimism into his voice. Some Dr. Viziak who specializes in unusual cases. That's good, Lucien replied, though neither of them believed it. They'd already consulted 17 specialists, medical doctors, shamans, faith healers, witch doctors. None had answers for life force depletion caused by an ancient cursed weapon. Heavy footsteps in the hallway announced Sam's arrival. He carried a stack of leather-bound books, his tall frame stooping slightly under their weight. Morning, he greeted, setting the books on a side table. I've been researching Mesopotamian life transference rituals. There might be something dash. Dr. Viziak called back, Trevor's voice interrupted from the doorway. The Belmont hunter's expression said everything before his words did. She can't help. Says life force depletion is beyond even her expertise. Dean's fist slammed into the wall. Son of a bitch. The sound of John's phone ringing cut through the tension. Dean grabbed it from the nightstand, checking the display. It's Kate, he said, stepping into the hallway to answer. Lucien watched through the doorway as Dean paced, his free hand running through his hair. Yeah, we're trying everything. No change yet. I know, Kate. I know. Sam squeezed Lucien's shoulder. Let's get some breakfast. Zach's making pancakes. The kitchen smelled of coffee and maple syrup, a jarring normalcy against the crisis unfolding upstairs. Zach Salvatore was at the stove, flipping pancakes with ease. Coffee's fresh, he said without turning around. Orange juice in the fridge. Trevor sat at the table, ancient text spread before him. He barely looked up as Sam and Lucien entered, his finger tracing lines of text. The spear's mechanism seemed similar to a Babylonian artifact called the Rod of Aru, he was saying as Sam took a seat opposite him. It stored life force rather than simply destroying it. So Dad's life force could still exist somewhere? Sam asked, reaching for the coffee pot. Trevor shook his head. The spear consumed it. Converted it to power. Zack placed a stack of pancakes in front of Lucien, who stared at them without appetite. Dean entered, pocketing John's phone. That was Kate. She's worried. She should be, Trevor replied bluntly. Hey, Lou, Dean said, changing the subject. Don't forget you've got that study group at Elena's today. Lucien looked up sharply. I'm not going. Yes, you are, Dean countered. We agreed you'd try to maintain some normalcy. Dad's dying. Nothing's normal about that. You can't put your life on hold for me. All heads turned toward the doorway where John stood, one hand braced against the frame. He looked like a man twice his age, face deeply lined, hair almost completely gray. His breathing was labored from the short walk from his room. Dad, you should be in bed, Dean said, immediately moving to his father's side. John waved him off. Been in bed, too long. He shuffled toward the table, legs trembling with the effort. Lucien, go to your study group. That's an order. Before Lucien could argue, John's knees buckled. Dean lunged forward, catching him before he hit the floor. Damn it, Dad, he muttered, though there was no heat in it. Trevor moved to help, supporting John's other side. Let's get you back to bed. As they guided John from the kitchen, Sam and Lucien exchanged worried glances. He's getting worse, Lucien said quietly. Sam didn't bother denying it. Yeah. He is. The basement of the Salvatore boarding house had been converted into a training room, with weapons racks along one wall and open space in the center. Lucien stood in the middle, eyes closed in concentration as 3 knives hovered in the air before him, spinning slowly. Trevor leaned against the doorframe, watching with analytical interest. Your control is improving, he observed. Most psychics can't manipulate multiple objects simultaneously. Lucien opened his eyes, carefully maintaining the knives' positions. Is it safe for me to be around Bonnie? With that thing attached to her? Trevor pushed off from the doorway, approaching cautiously to avoid disrupting Lucien's concentration. The djinn. It should be. Koreans can't directly harm those they aren't bound to, it's one of their limitations. I check with a trusted source. He circled Lucien, studying the floating knives. They're parasites, attached to a specific host. Bonnie, in this case. But it reacted to me, Lucien pressed, rotating the knives in a complex pattern. Yes, that was unusual. Trevor rubbed his chin thoughtfully. From what I observed, it seemed afraid of you. Your psychic abilities likely create a natural barrier it can't penetrate. Lucien carefully lowered the knives to a nearby table, releasing his hold on the force. So it can't hurt me? Not directly, no. Some djinn can use magic, but this one hasn't demonstrated that capability, and it should have if it could, since you said how hateful it reacted to you, feeling powerless. Trevor crossed his arms. Still, maintain caution. These entities are unpredictable. Lucien nodded, wiping sweat from his forehead. The training had been more draining than he'd expected, or perhaps it was the cumulative effect of sleepless nights and constant worry. You're pushing yourself too hard, Trevor observed. I need to be stronger. For what purpose? Trevor's gaze was piercing. What exactly are you planning, Lucien? Before Lucien could answer, footsteps sounded on the stairs. Dean appeared, car keys in hand. Time to go, Lou. Girls are expecting you. The Impala's engine rumbled as Dean guided it through the streets of Mystic Falls. He had cranked the music up, Led Zeppelin blasting from the speakers in a transparent attempt at normalcy. So, study group, Dean said, tapping the steering wheel in time with the music. That's good. Normal kid stuff. First time for you, right? Lucien stared out the window, watching the town pass by. Mystic Falls looked like a postcard of small-town America, well-maintained buildings, neat sidewalks, American flags fluttering from lampposts. Why? Something about it felt off, like a stage set rather than a real place. You know, Dean continued when Lucien didn't respond, I never did the whole study group thing either. Always thought it was for nerds. He grinned. Guess that makes you a nerd, huh? When Lucien remained silent, Dean sighed and turned down the music. Look, I know this sucks. Dad's condition, being stuck in this weird town, all of it. But he's right, you can't put your life on hold. We've tried everything, Lucien said quietly. The specialists, the rituals, even that faith healer in Alabama. We'll keep trying, Dean insisted. There's always something else. Lucien thought of his own attempts to use the Force to help John, brief moments of success followed by crushing exhaustion as the damage proved too extensive for his current abilities. What if there isn't, he asked. Dean's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. There is. There has to be. They turned onto a residential street lined with large, well-maintained homes. Dean pulled up in front of a two-story colonial with a wide front porch. The Gilberts, he announced, forcing cheerfulness back into his voice. Nice place. Lucien gathered his backpack, hesitating before opening the door. I should be with Dad. Dad would want you to have a few normal hours, Dean countered. Besides, Sam and I are just a call away if anything changes. His expression softened slightly. Try to be a kid for a while, okay? God knows you haven't had much chance lately. Lucien nodded reluctantly. I'll call if anything feels wrong. That's my boy. Dean clapped him on the shoulder. I'll pick you up at 7. Elena Gilbert answered the door with a warm smile that immediately made Lucien's Force senses tingle. There was something about her, a resonance in the Force unlike anything he'd felt before. Not power exactly, but a warmth, a light. Hi Lucien, she said, stepping aside to let him in. Welcome to Study Group Chaos. Thanks for having me, he replied, entering the house. The Gilbert home felt lived in and comfortable, family photos on the walls, a jacket thrown over the banister, shoes lined up by the door. It was the kind of normal he hadn't experienced in a long while. Mom, Dad, Elena called, leading him toward the kitchen. Lucien's here. Grayson and Miranda Gilbert appeared from different directions, Miranda wiping her hands on a dish towel, Grayson closing a book he'd been reading. Welcome, Lucien, Miranda said warmly. We've heard you're staying with Zach Salvatore. Yes, ma'am. Family friends. Grayson studied him with interest. Winchester, right? Any relation to the gun manufacturers? No, sir. Different branch. Grayson's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were examining a specimen rather than greeting a child. Interesting. And your father is ill, I understand. Dad, Elena interrupted, don't interrogate him the second he walks in. Miranda laughed, the sound genuine and warm. You'll have to excuse my husband. Doctor's curiosity. She gestured toward the kitchen. The others are already set up. There are snacks on the counter. Elena led Lucien through to the kitchen where 3 teenagers were gathered around the table, books and papers spread across its surface. Caroline Forbes looked up first, her blonde hair perfectly styled despite the study session. Finally. We can start properly now. She immediately began reorganizing papers. I've created a study schedule with color-coded sections for each subject. Matt Donovan offered a friendly nod, his expression suggesting this was standard Caroline behavior. Hey, man. Good to see you again. Bonnie Bennett sat quietly at the far end of the table, dark circles under her eyes. Behind her, hovering like a grotesque shadow, was the djinn, its blue flame body shifting and writhing as it whispered into her ear. The creature noticed Lucien immediately, its hollow eye sockets fixing on him. It recoiled visibly, moving to Bonnie's other side as if seeking shelter from his presence. Hi, Bonnie said softly, wincing slightly as the djinn's whispers intensified. Okay, people. Caroline clapped her hands. We have 3 tests next week and I refuse to let anyone fail. Lucien, you're with me for algebra first. 2 hours into the study session, Lucien found himself actually enjoying the normalcy of it all. Caroline's price organization was oddly comforting, Matt's good-natured complaints provided comic relief, and Elena's intelligence reminded him of Sam. Only Bonnie's situation troubled him, the djinn constantly whispering, causing her to rub her temples every few minutes. They'd moved to the living room, sprawled across couches and the floor with textbooks open before them. Ugh, I cannot keep these dates straight, Matt groaned, flipping through his history book. Who cares when the Fell family built their stupid church anyway? It's on the test, so you care, Caroline replied without looking up from her notes. Elena nudged Lucien. How are you holding up? Caroline's study boot camps are intense. I'm good, he replied, surprised to find it wasn't entirely a lie. This is nice. Normal, you mean? Elena smiled knowingly. Sometimes normal is underrated. Lucien studied her, trying to place the unusual resonance he felt. It wasn't the Force, she didn't appear Force-sensitive, but something else, something familiar in some ways yet different in others. So, Elena continued, lowering her voice, you mentioned your dad's sick. I'm sorry. Lucien tensed slightly as he looked back down at his papers. Yeah. It's complicated. I can't imagine what you're going through, Elena said. I don't know what I would do if something bad happened to my parents. I don't know how I would even be able to cope. You'd fall in love with a Ripper vampire and have him fall in love with you, Lucien thought drly, trying to humor himself without looking up, failing. Bonnie suddenly gasped, dropping her pencil. The djinn's whispers had grown more intense, its form seeming to press closer to her. "You okay?" Elena asked immediately. "Just another headache," Bonnie murmured, rubbing her temples. "Can I really do nothing for her?" Lucien thought to himself, a bit frustrated, not liking watching a little girl being tormented by some abomination. He decided to try something. He reached subtly for the force, creating a barrier between Bonnie and the creature. Maybe it would protect her. The effect was immediate. Bonnie's expression relaxed, her shoulders dropping as the pressure eased. She instinctively looked at Lucien with confusion and gratitude, though she couldn't possibly know what he'd done. "Wow. I feel better," she murmured out loud, sounding surprised. Before Elena could question what she meant, the doorbell rang, interrupting the moment. Miranda's voice called from the hallway, "Bonnie, your grandmother's here." Bonnie gathered her books quickly. "Grams is early." Lucien followed the others to the foyer where Sheila Bennett stood in conversation with Miranda Gilbert. The older woman exuded power, something ancient and earthy that Lucien recognized as witch magic. Sheila's eyes found him immediately, her conversation faltering mid-sentence. Something flickered across her face, recognition. Concern. Before her expression smoothed into polite interest. "You must be Lucien," she said, her voice rich and warm. "Staying with the Salvatores, I hear." "Yes, ma'am," Lucien replied. The djinn hovered behind Bonnie, agitated by Sheila's presence but unable or unwilling to leave its host. "Ready to go, baby?" Sheila asked Bonnie, placing a protective hand on her granddaughter's shoulder. The djinn recoiled slightly from her touch. "Yeah, Grams." Bonnie turned to the group. "See you guys Monday." As they left, Sheila glanced back at Lucien, her eyes narrowing slightly as if trying to place something just beyond recognition. Then she was gone, guiding Bonnie to her car with a gentle but firm hand. "Sheila teaches occult studies at Whitmore," Elena explained after they'd left. "Half the town thinks she's a witch. The other half knows it," Caroline added with a laugh. "But she's nice. Scary sometimes, but nice." Matt checked his watch. "I should head out too. Got a shift at the grill in an hour." "But we haven't finished the history review," Caroline protested. "Some of us have to work, Matt replied good-naturedly, even though he himself is a kid. "Not all of us have founding family trust funds." Caroline huffed. "Fine. But you're doing double work tomorrow." As Matt gathered his things, Elena turned to Lucien. "Want to stay for dinner? Mom's making lasagna." Before Lucien could answer, his phone rang. Sam's number flashed on the screen. The conversation around him fell silent as he answered. "Hello." Sam's voice came through tight with panic. "You need to come home now. Dad's taken a turn." Lucien's heart dropped. "How bad?" "It's bad, Lucien. Really bad. Dean's on his way to get you." Lucien was already gathering his books. "I'll be ready." He ended the call, finding Elena and Caroline watching him with concern. "My dad," he explained simply. "I have to go." "Of course," Elena said immediately. "Is there anything we can do?" Caroline jumped in. "My mom's the sheriff, she could give you an escort if it's an emergency." "No, but thank you," Lucien replied, shouldering his backpack. "Dean's coming to get me." Elena walked him to the front door. "I'm sorry about your dad." "Thanks." The word felt like a lie, since he couldn't really care right now how anyone felt about the situation. They stepped onto the porch, the evening air cool against Lucien's face. Elena stood beside him, as they waited for Dean's arrival, being polite and empathetic like she always is. They both stayed in kind of awkward silence, Lucien too concerned to talk about anything, and Elena sensing that the boy is not in the mood for small talk at all. Headlights appeared at the end of the street, the Impala's distinctive rumble growing louder as it approached. "That's Dean," Lucien said unnecessarily. Elena pressed a scrap of paper into his hand. "Our house number. Call if you need anything." The Impala screeched to a halt at the curb. Dean's face was grim, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Gotta go," he called through the open window. "Now, Lou." Lucien turned to Elena, being polite. "Thanks for everything." Elena nodded. He jogged to the car, sliding into the passenger seat. Dean pulled away before the door was fully closed. "Dad's heart is failing," Dean explained, voice tight. "The doctor says his organs are shutting down." Lucien stared straight ahead, a cold determination settling over him. "How long?" "Hours. Maybe a day." Dean's voice cracked slightly. "They've done all they can." Lucien's hand closed around the paper Elena had given him, crumpling it slightly. As the Gilbert house disappeared behind them, he knew one thing with absolute certainty: he would not let his father die, no matter what it cost him. Do tell me how you found it. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 44, Forceful. The Impala's tires screeched against asphalt as Dean slammed to a halt in front of the Salvatore boarding house. Emergency lights pulsed against the darkened windows, casting the Victorian structure in alternating red and blue. Come on, Dean barked, already halfway out of the car before the engine died. Lucien scrambled after him, heart hammering against his ribs. Trevor Belmont met them on the porch, his face grim in the emergency lights. It's bad, Trevor said without preamble. His heart stopped once already. Through the open doorway, Lucien could see Sam pacing the foyer, hands raking through his hair again and again in desperation. The scene inside was chaos. Medical equipment crowded the east room, paramedics packing up supplies. A doctor, middle-aged, with salt and pepper hair and tired eyes, stood speaking quietly to Sam, shaking his head with the finality of someone delivering the worst possible news. Lucien felt the despair saturating the room like a physical weight, pressing against his senses. What's happening? Dean demanded, pushing past Trevor into the house. Dean, Sam's voice cracked. The doctor was just explaining dash. Mr. Winchester, the doctor interrupted, turning to Dean with practiced composure. I'm Dr. Feldman. I've been monitoring your father's condition. And? Dean's voice was razor-sharp. Dr. Feldman's expression remained professionally neutral. Multiple organ failure. His kidneys are shutting down, liver function severely compromised. Most concerning is his cardiac condition. We've had to resuscitate him once already. The beeping of medical equipment punctuated the silence that followed, each tone a countdown to the seeming inevitable. His heart is failing, Dr. Feldman continued, his tone gentle but clinical. Without life support, he has hours at most. Dean began pacing, a caged animal unable to accept captivity. That can't be right. There has to be something else you can do. We've administered the strongest medications available. The damage is simply too extensive. Dr. Feldman checked the monitors, adjusting a setting with practiced fingers. I'm sorry. We've done everything medically possible. Then you're useless to us, Dean snapped, his voice rising. Get out. Dr. Feldman stepped back, startled. Mr. Winchester dash. Dean, Sam intervened, placing a hand on his brother's shoulder. This isn't helping. I understand this is difficult, Dr. Feldman said quietly. I'll give you some privacy. Call when it's time. We can make him comfortable. Trevor moved forward, guiding the medical personnel toward the door. I'll show them out. Zach Salvatore hovered in the background, his face drawn with concern. If there's anything you need. Thank you, Sam replied automatically, his attention already back on his dad. The family gathered around John's bed, the hum of medical equipment a constant reminder of their father's fragility. John lay unconscious, aged beyond recognition, each breath a visible struggle. There has to be something, Dean muttered, resuming his pacing. Some spell, some deal. We've tried everything, Dean, Sam said, his voice hollow with exhaustion. Every contact, every ritual. Trevor returned, his expression grim. The Dark Spear's damage is extensive. It didn't just take years from him, it took his vital essence. Zach cleared his throat. I'll give you some privacy. I'll be downstairs if you need anything. As Zach's footsteps faded, Lucien stepped forward. I want to try something. All eyes turned to him. I think I can use my abilities to draw life energy from the surroundings, from plants, the earth, and transfer it to Dad. Sam and Dean exchanged quick, wary glances. Lucien knew they recognized what he was suggesting, using the dark side, the destructive aspect of the Force. Not evil, but dangerous nonetheless. Dean's reaction was immediate. No way, Lou. That's too dangerous, what if you mess up? Both you and Dad then would be in bad shape, what will we be doing then? Trevor listened intently, his brow furrowed. Life force transference, a rare and dangerous psychic ability. Didn't know you had it, kid. You're even stronger than I thought. Then I won't mess up, Lucien countered Dean. As Dean tried to open his mouth to retort, Sam interrupted. What exactly would you do, Lucien? He asked, his voice tight. How would it work? Lucien chose his words carefully, aware of Trevor's being there. He trusted the guy a lot, just not with this. I can pull energy from living things around us and channel it into Dad. It's something I've been practicing. Wait, is that what caused you to collapse a week ago, and become nearly as gray as a fucking corpse in a morgue? And you want us to let you do that again, this time even more dangerous, for both you and Dad? Hell no. I don't think we have any other options, Dean, Sam said suddenly. We can't let Dad die, he said, his gaze shifting between his brothers. We have to trust Lucien. It's risky for him, but it doesn't matter for Dad since he's already going to die if nothing is done. We just have no other option. The brothers stared at each other, a silent battle of wills. Finally, Dean's shoulders slumped. If anything goes wrong, you stop immediately, he said, his voice rough. Promise me. I don't know how I'd face Dad when I die, if I have to salt and burn you both today. Lucien nodded, understanding how Dean based his entire life and identity around taking care of his brothers, especially Sam, knowing though that he might have to break that promise. I need space. And quiet. Trevor helped arrange the room, moving equipment to create a clear area around John's bed. His expression had shifted from concern to watching Lucien with newfound interest. You've done this before, he asked, as he positioned a chair. Not really, Lucien answered. Sam positioned John's bed centrally, checking the medical monitors. He exchanged another quick glance with Dean. I need candles, Lucien said, removing his jacket. As many as you can find, fire has a lot of life in it. Trevor nodded. I'll get them. After a long moment of silence, Trevor returned with an armful of candles, placing them around the room at Lucien's direction. The family stepped back as Lucien took position beside John's bed, placing his hands above his father's chest, not quite touching. The room grew still as everyone held their breath. Lucien closed his eyes, reaching deep within himself for the dark side of the force. The sensation was immediate, cold, powerful, seductive, humming with immense potential. Unlike the light, which flowed gently, the dark side surged through him raw and intense. The air in the room grew heavy, temperature dropping drastically. The candle flames flickered wildly, stretching and contorting as if pulled by invisible hands. Lucien began drawing power from the surrounding life, from the fire and potted plants throughout the room. The plants visibly withered, their leaves curling, flowers drooping, color draining from them and the fire as the life force within was pulled away. Things began to die around him. Shadowy energy gathered around his hands, crackling. Sam and Dean exchanged worried glances. He's drawing from the entire neighborhood. Trevor muttered, impressed and alarmed. The medical equipment began to malfunction, readings going haywire before flatlining completely. Lucien's face showed immense strain, sweat beading on his forehead despite the frigid air. John's monitors, now dead, showed no change, but his breathing seemed to fluctuate wildly. Lucien pushed harder, drawing more power from the dying flora, till his nose and ears began to bleed. The life energy screeched in his mind, rejecting him, angry, attacking him at being stolen. Lou, you're pushing too hard. Dean shouted, stepping forward. Stop. Lucien ignored him, focused entirely on the task, his entire being locked onto the vast reservoir of energy he was trying to control. Come on, you stupid fucking spear, give up, Lucien muttered in his mind. The energy between his hands pulsed, unstable, crackling like black lightning. Sam held Dean back. Give him a chance, Dean. It's working. Suddenly a dark screech was heard in Lucien's mind, as with a sound like tearing fabric, the dark spear's life-draining soul contract with John was destroyed by Lucien. Finally. Lucien thought joyful. But the forceful destruction of something ruled as sacred by creation has consequences. On a cosmic scale. The power released from the contract's destruction rebounded against Lucien, throwing him backward against the distant wall faster than everyone's eyes could see. No, wait Lucien gasped, as God's rules tore into his body. Every light in the house simultaneously exploded, glass shattering as bulbs burst. Electronic equipment throughout the house failed, including John's life support. Fuck. Lucien thought to himself as he grit his teeth. I thought this may happen, but I didn't think it would be this fucking bad. Damn you Billy and your vague fucking explanations about cosmic consequences, and slid down from the cracked wall onto the ground. Complete, oppressive darkness has engulfed the house, thick and absolute. Lucien. Dean shouted, his voice raw with fear. For everyone else, a moment Lucien was there, and the next he completely disappeared and everything went dark. I can't find him. Sam called back, fumbling in the darkness. Dad's not breathing. Dean's voice was panicked as he reached John's bedside. Sam rushed to check John's pulse in the darkness. I can't feel it. Everyone stay calm. Trevor's voice, though steady, carried an edge of urgency. He moved carefully through the darkness, feeling his way along the wall. I brought an oil lamp just in case. All I need to do is find it. In the chaos, no one noticed the faint sound of Lucien dragging himself across the floor. Blood trickled from his nose, his ears, his mouth, injuries from the violent rebound. Come on, Dad, Dean was saying, the sounds of desperate CPR filling the room. Don't do this. Not now. Lucien reached the bedside, unnoticed by his brothers. I won't let you die, he whispered. But he knew that the situation was basically hopeless. He was in no state to force the world to give up its life with his powers. 6-year-old Lucien hid in his closet. He didn't want to see Dad today. Dad always looked sad when he looked at Lucien, and Lucien didn't want to make him sad anymore. Lucien. John's voice called, searching the house alongside Kate after her and Adam, talked for around 30 minutes since he arrived. Where are you, buddy? The closet door opened, light spilling in. John crouched down, his face puzzled. What are you doing in here? Nothing, Lucien mumbled, looking down. This is the second time you've hidden when I've come to visit, John said gently. Are you mad at me? Lucien shook his head. Then what is it? You get sad when you see me, Lucien whispered. I don't want to make you sad. You have more important things to do, right? John's face went down at what Lucien said. He knew what his son most likely was referring to, the internal sorrow at Mary being gone, and the guilt at being here, while not being with Sam and Dean. Keeping both sets of sons apart. See, that's what I mean, Lucien suddenly said. John, hearing this, immediately made sure to push that aside. He reached into the closet, gathering Lucien into his arms. You could never make me sad, Lucien, he said softly. You're important, more important than any job. It's a father's job to take care of his sons. As the memory flashed in his mind, Lucien was tired. He's for weeks been worrying about his dad dying. The dad who was there as much as he could be. The dad who always made sure he felt safe. Who accepted his son even after his transformation and the bringing of more problems than ever to their family. The dad who time and time again put his life on the line to protect his sons, even the son who caused the problem, evil magnet that he was, and is now nearly dying because he sacrificed his own life force to protect them. Lucien loves his dad. And that love made it so he couldn't accept this. The boy, who quietly was taking in breath and slowly releasing it, to regain as much energy as he could, placed his hands directly on his father's chest. He shifted from the dark side to the light. Reaching for something else, something warm and pure, not angry. Something his own. Well. If I die, I die. I'll figure something out later. I just got to bet on my importance. I know fate and I have quite the bitch of a relationship, but... Lucien thought to himself. He wasn't completely optimistic. Death said his continued existence was necessary. Nothing about him being alive being necessary. But like hell, that was going to stop him. He'll claw out of heaven or hell, or wherever if necessary later. For now, he can't let his dad's soul get into the hands of heaven, and most definitely not their archangels. No deal was getting that one back. Dad. Dad. 7-year-old Lucien raced down the stairs, nearly colliding with John in the hallway. You came. Mom said you might be too busy. John grinned, presenting a wrapped package. Miss my son's birthday. Not a chance. Lucien tore open the paper, revealing a baseball glove. Awesome. Thought we could play catch in the backyard, John suggested. Later, as they tossed the ball back and forth, Lucien noticed a flash of sadness cross his father's face when he mentioned how much fun it would be to play with friends. Dad. Who's missing? Lucien asked innocently. John's throw faltered, the ball landing short. Missing? What's missing? Sometimes you look sad when you look at me. Like you're missing someone. A faint golden glow formed between Lucien's hands, unseen in the darkness. The energy flowed from him into John, his own strength visibly diminishing. 8-year-old Lucien and John lay on a blanket in the backyard, stargazing. Adam had fallen asleep between them, his small chest rising and falling peacefully. See that one? John pointed. That's Orion. The hunter. Like you, Lucien said sleepily. John was quiet for a long moment. What do you wish for, Lucien? If you could have anything. Lucien thought about it. A dog, maybe. Mom says we can't have one 'cause of Adam's allergies. That's a good wish. John's voice was distant, his eyes reflecting starlight. What do you wish for, Dad? John's answer was so quiet Lucien barely heard it. For my whole family to be safe and together. Blood continued to trickle from Lucien's nose, his ears, his mouth, and other pores and wounds, unseen in the profound darkness. He grew weaker but pushed harder, determined. 7-year-old Lucien lay in bed, feverish and miserable. The phone rang, and he heard his mother answer. John. No, he's really sick. I know it's important, but, all right, I'll tell him. She appeared in the doorway. Your dad says he's sorry but he has to work. He'll try to visit next week instead. Lucien nodded, too sick to hide his disappointment. Hours later, he woke to find John sitting beside his bed, cool hand on his forehead. Dad. Thought you had work. Hunt with your friends. Nothing more important than this, John said, helping him sip water. Try to sleep, buddy. Lucien drifted off, his small hand in John's larger one. Sometime in the night, he half woke to hear John murmuring in his sleep. "Mary, boys. I'm sorry." The life force transfer accelerated, Lucien's breathing becoming labored. His legs weakened, dropping to his knees beside the bed to continue. Lucien's injuries from the rebound worsened as he pushed his limits. Blood pooled beneath him, still unseen in the darkness. The force changed everything. After that night, John became different, more distant, less the gentle father and more the drill sergeant. 12-year-old Lucien stood in Bobby's salvage yard, John circling him with critical eyes. Again, John ordered as Lucien completed the disassembly of a shotgun. Faster this time. No praise, no encouragement. Just expectations and corrections. John's color improved slightly in the darkness, his breathing steadying. Lucien's condition deteriorated rapidly, skin growing ashen. "You need to understand every weapon, every defense," John explained, arranging knives on the table. "The things that might come for you won't show mercy because you're young." Lucien nodded, absorbing the lesson. He was his true self now, having regained his first life's memories, but some part of him did miss the father who used to ruffle his hair and call him buddy. Sam noticed John's pulse strengthening under his fingers. "Dean. He's coming back." Lucien poured the last of his strength into the transfer. John gasped suddenly, his eyes flying open. "Mary," he called out, reaching toward something only he could see, as if she stood just beyond their sight, on the threshold between worlds. Lucien collapsed, his body giving out completely as the transfer completed. A warm glow suddenly illuminated the room as Trevor finally lit the oil lamp. And everything was to be seen. John Winchester, miraculously, impossibly awake and alert, his face restored, his breathing deep and even. Then they noticed the redness. As they looked down they saw Lucien laying crumpled on the floor beside the bed, his skin ashen, a dark, growing pool of crimson soaking the carpet beneath him. Everyone needed a moment to process, before Dean immediately went to action. "Lou," he snapped as his attention from his dad to his little brother, his voice a strangled gasp of horror. He lunged forward, dropping to his knees beside his younger brother. Trevor set the lamp safely on a nearby table, rushing to Lucien as well. He cradled the boy, his own eyes widening at the sight of the blood. His body is nearly empty. He's barely alive. "Oh my God, Lucien." Sam, who had been frantically checking John's pulse, looked up, his face a mask of shock and dawning horror. John, disoriented, pushed himself up in bed, his eyes clearing. He looked at his own restored hands, then at his healthy body, then at Lucien's pale, bloodied form. Lucien. What did he do? He was still groggy, tired, and confused, still processing. He used his abilities, Sam explained frantically, his own mind working to find out what happened. He most likely gave his own life energy to you. Dean cradled Lucien's head, his voice raw with desperate fear. "You stupid, stubborn kid. Why did you do this?" John stumbled from the bed, as he finally processed. He dropped to Lucien's side, his eyes filled with terror. No. This can't be happening. Sam rushed to find medical supplies. John took Lucien's limp hand in his own, his voice thick with emotion. "Hold on, son. Just hold on." The distant, unmistakable sound of the boarding house's front door bursting open cut through everything. Everyone froze, attention momentarily diverted from Lucien's crisis. Trevor's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his weapon, his eyes fixed on the doorway. Dean tightened his protective hold on Lucien, his gaze snapping towards the sound. Sam returned with medical supplies, stopping dead in the doorway, his eyes wide. John too focused on Lucien still bleeding in his arms, causing his white clothes to redden, couldn't even bother to look away from his pale, dying son. The rhythmic click of high heels on the hardwood floor began, approaching confidently, deliberately. "We have company," Trevor whispered, barely audible. "Not now," Dean growled, frustration and desperation filling his voice. "Whoever it is can wait." The footsteps stopped just outside the room. A moment of heavy, pregnant silence. Catherine Pierce appeared in the doorway. She took in the scene, John's restored form, the desperate faces of his sons, the pale, bloodied boy in Dean's arms. A slow, knowing, actually forced, smile spread across her face. She took one elegant step into the room, a small vial of golden liquid glinting in her hand under the lamp's light. "Well," Catherine said, her voice smooth as silk, "isn't this a touching family moment?" Her gaze flickered from John's recovered state to Lucien's dying body. "It seems I've arrived just in time. Do tell me how you found it." "So." Lucien's actions. "Yeah, life force drain and giving life force to someone else isn't the easiest, nor best idea, since that life force is full of rebellion and hatred, but in this case, that wasn't the big problem. It was the contract. The soul contract between John and the Dark Spear. In Supernatural Season 12 or 13, don't remember which exactly, Billy said that a deal bound in blood being forcefully broken has cosmic consequences. So well, this happened. Well, I hope you all enjoyed, and I hope to see you all later. Do tell me what you think Catherine's gonna ask for her help. Bye. Chapter 45, Blood Binds. Lightning tore across the sky like claws ripping through fabric, illuminating the Salvatore boarding house in stark bursts. The thunder that followed wasn't just heard but felt, a physical pressure that rattled windows and made the floorboards groan in protest. The storm had appeared from nowhere, clouds boiling into existence as if summoned, winds howling with insentient-like fury. Dean knelt beside Lucien's motionless form, blood soaking through his jeans where it pooled beneath his brother's pale body. "Come on, Lou," he muttered, pressing another cloth against wounds that wouldn't stop bleeding. "Don't you dare check out on us." Sam paced frantically, phone clutched in his hand. No signal. The storms knocked everything out. John Winchester, miraculously restored to health, sat on the edge of his bed, staring at his hands in disbelief. The transformation was astonishing, skin smoothed, color returned, strength flowing back into limbs that had been withered just minutes before. But his eyes remained fixed on Lucien. "My son," he whispered, voice breaking. "What have you done to yourself?" Trevor Belmont stood at the window, watching the storm with growing unease. "This isn't normal weather," he observed quietly. "The pattern is all wrong. It centered directly over us." The house shuddered as another tremor passed beneath it, picture frames tilting, books tumbling from shelves. The tremor wasn't like a normal earthquake, it felt deliberate, almost like a manifestation of distress. Not to mention there being an intruder who's most likely coming up right now. Trevor thought grim, while the Winchesters themselves were too focused on Lucien to even care. "We need to get him to a hospital," Dean said, desperation edging his voice. "No hospital can help him now, just like with John earlier." Trevor replied grimly. "This is life force depletion. Medical science has no answer for it." John tried to stand, his legs still unsteady beneath him. "There has to be something dash." The front door burst open with such force that it splintered against the wall. Cold wind howled through the house, extinguishing candles and sending papers swirling into the air. Footsteps echoed through the foyer, deliberate and unhurried despite the chaos. Catherine Pierce appeared in the doorway, silhouetted by lightning. Her expression shifted from triumph to alarm as she took in the scene, particularly Lucien's bloodied form on the floor. "Well," she said, a forced smile on her face, her voice carrying easily over the storm, "isn't this a touching family moment?" Dean was on his feet instantly, gun raised. "You. That bitch from the fair." Catherine's eyes never left Lucien's prone form, something like genuine concern flashing across her features. Her hand clenched around something hidden in her palm. "Put that away before you hurt yourself," she said dismissively to Dean. "I'm not here for you." Sam moved to block her view of Lucien. "How did you find us?" "Please." Catherine rolled her eyes. "I've been tracking you since my little carnival encounter with Lulu. You people are not exactly subtle, leaving a trail of monster corpses across 3 states." Trevor's hand tightened around the morning star at his hip, the weapon's chain links clinking softly. "Catherine Pierce," he said, recognition in his voice. "Your reputation precedes you." Catherine's smile was all teeth. "As does yours, last of the Belmonts." Her gaze returned to Lucien, and her casual demeanor slipped momentarily. "He's dying." "Get out," Dean growled, gun still trained on her. Catherine ignored him, stepping into the room. "Life force depletion," she observed clinically. "Impressive. Most humans would be dead already." John moved protectively toward Lucien. "What do you want?" Before Catherine could answer, a particularly violent tremor shook the house, plaster dust raining from the ceiling. The storm outside intensified, lightning striking so rapidly it created continuous illumination. Catherine's expression changed, her head tilting as if listening to something no one else could hear. A shiver ran through her body, and she hugged herself briefly, a look of almost ecstatic realization crossing her face. "He needs blood," she said suddenly, urgency replacing her usual normal demeanor. "Now." "We're not letting you anywhere near him," Dean spat. Catherine's eyes flashed with genuine anger. "He has minutes, maybe seconds left. My blood won't heal him, but it will stabilize him long enough for a real solution." Sam looked between Catherine and Lucien's increasingly pale form. "Why would you help him?" "Because I didn't track you across 3 states just to watch him die." Catherine snapped, "Now move, or lose him forever." John, who had been monitoring Lucien's pulse, looked up with grim resignation. "Do it, Dad." Dean protested. "Now, Dean," John ordered, the command in his voice brooking no argument. Catherine was beside Lucien in an instant, kneeling gracefully despite her heels. She bit into her own wrist without ceremony, blood welling immediately from the wound. With surprising gentleness, she cradled Lucien's head, bringing her bleeding wrist to his lips. "Drink, little one," she murmured, her voice soft. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, instinctively, Lucien's throat worked as the blood trickled into his mouth. Catherine's free hand stroked his hair gently as she helped him drink. A small, satisfied sigh escaped her lips, her eyes briefly fluttering closed in pleasure. The Winchesters exchanged disgusted glances, recognizing the disgusting reaction for what it was. "That's enough," Dean said sharply as color began returning to Lucien's cheeks. Catherine withdrew her wrist reluctantly, a small smile playing at her lips as she wiped blood from her skin. "That's just temporary," she explained, composure returning. "The real problem remains." He gave his life energy. That's not something vampire blood can just restore. She finally opened her hand, a smile slipping onto her face, revealing a small vial filled with liquid gold that seemed to glow from within. "This, however, can." Trevor's posture changed immediately, recognition flashing across his face. "Is that Dash?" "Very good, Hunter," Catherine smiled, holding the vial up to catch the lightning flashes. Not many would recognize divine essence. "What is it?" Sam asked, eyes fixed on the glowing liquid. "Essence from Iden's apples," Trevor explained, voice hushed with awe. "Norse mythology, the golden apples that keep the gods young and vital. One of my ancestors had a deal with Asgard, in exchange for a very long life." Catherine nodded. "Harvested at considerable personal risk, I might add." Trevor moved forward suddenly, hand outstretched. Catherine's fingers closed around the vial instantly, her expression hardening. "No, no, cowboy," she warned. "Unless you think you can hit me before I crush this." Trevor froze, the partially uncoiled morning star hanging at his side. "Even if you somehow took it from me," Catherine continued, "none of you knows how to properly administer it. Too little does nothing, too much." She shrugged dramatically, has its own complications. Outside, the storm had grown stronger. Lightning struck so close that the windows rattled in their frames. The floor trembled beneath them, books tumbling from shelves, pictures crashing to the floor. Catherine's eyes widened slightly, her head tilting again as if listening to an unheard voice. This time her shiver was visible as she hugged herself, momentarily lost in something that looked disturbingly like pleasure. "So deliciously powerful," she whispered, almost to herself. Dean's face contorted with disgust. "You're sick." Catherine's attention snapped back to the room. "I'm willing to save him," she said, all business now. "For a price, naturally." "What do you want?" John asked, voice tight with desperation. "A blood contract," Catherine replied. "Binding at the soul level." Trevor's expression darkened. "You can't be serious." "What's a blood contract?" Sam asked. "Ancient magic," Trevor explained reluctantly. "Unbreakable without mutual consent. Breaking it forcibly means death, not just physical death, but soul death. Completely gone from this reality." Catherine smiled, pleased by his knowledge. "Exactly. And what would this contract entail?" John asked, eyes flicking between Catherine and his dying son. "Simple terms," Catherine said smoothly. "I am allowed to provide protection for Lucien against Dracula and other supernatural threats that target him specifically whenever I wish, it being my choice whether to do so or not. In exchange, I'm granted regular visits with Lucien, say, 1 evening per month, privately." "Not happening," Dean immediately interjected. Catherine opened her hand slightly, letting the vial catch the light. "Perhaps I should take my offer elsewhere, then. And come back at a later date. After all, Lulu now has my blood in his system. If he dies now, he'll become a vampire anyway. Him being stuck at his current age is kind of an annoyance, but I can deal with it for a little while till I can find something that can age him to an adult. I'm sure something like that exists. It honestly may be fun in a way. He is quite cute like this," she stated as she licked her lips. "You fucking Dash," Dean began. He was interrupted as another tremor shook the house, more violent than before. Plaster cracked along the ceiling, a fine dust raining down on them. John moved closer to Lucien, checking his pulse again. "What else?" "Dad Dash," Dean began. "Shut up, Dean," John ordered as he turned his gaze back to Catherine, looking at her with a demand to continue. "We share relevant information about threats to Lucien's safety. None of you attempt to harm me unless I directly threaten Lucien's life. And..." She paused for effect. "Lucien and I exchange a small amount of blood quarterly to maintain our protective connection." "Absolutely not," Dean growled. "Dean," Sam warned, eyes on Lucien's increasingly labored breathing. "She invaded his dreams," Dean shouted. "She assaulted him while he was unconscious in a hospital bed." Catherine rolled her eyes. "Ancient history. Dreams are different. More fluid in their boundaries." She shrugged unapologetically. "The contract will explicitly forbid sexual contact in the physical world." That should satisfy your concerns. You expect us to trust you anywhere near him after what you did? John asked, barely containing his rage. Catherine glanced pointedly at Lucien's fading form. Trust has nothing to do with it. Necessity does. He's dying while you debate my character. Trevor stepped forward. We could add specific magical consequences for any violation of the contact clauses, in this world or in a dream, pain, immobilization, whatever would make you feel secure. Fine, Catherine said with exaggerated patience. Add whatever safeguards make you feel better. But the clock is ticking, and these negotiations are becoming tedious. Sam moved closer to his father. Dad, we need to consider this. Lucien's running out of time. John's expression was tortured, torn. We add a clause forbidding inappropriate contact of any kind. Define inappropriate, Catherine countered immediately. Anything we explicitly refuse, John clarified through gritted teeth. Fine, but without contradicting already established allowance of other aspects of the contract, her expression shifted to businesslike again. Especially I want no interference during the private sessions, this is absolutely non-negotiable, so long as I don't contradict the established clauses. Trust is built in privacy, not with watchdogs hovering. Her tone turned silky. And I will need to feed directly from him, the blood will create a bond that strengthens protection. Plus, I want physical affection rights, hugs, kisses to the cheek or head. Nothing inappropriate, of course. No way in hell are you feeding on him. Dean exploded. Catherine glanced pointedly at Lucien's still form, then at the vial. Time is running out. Each minute we debate, he slips further away. John suggested alternatives. Blood bags. You take his blood through medical equipment. Catherine scoffed. That defeats the purpose. The bond requires direct contact. Then, seeing their continued resistance, fine. Let's negotiate. How many direct feedings per month seems reasonable to you? None, Dean stated flatly. Weekly, Catherine countered. Blood bags only, John insisted. Twice monthly then, directly, Catherine offered. Once a month, supervised, Sam suggested. Catherine's patience was clearly wearing thin. Once a month, private. Final offer. Outside, the storm had reached apocalyptic proportions. The entire house shook continuously now, windows threatening to shatter with each lightning strike. John looked at Lucien, then at his other sons, then finally at Catherine. Once a month. Private. But if he's harmed in any way dash. He won't be, Catherine interrupted smoothly. I protect what's mine. The possessive statement made Dean's hands clench into fists, but he remained silent. Trevor produced a piece of ancient parchment made from the skin of a griffin from his coat. We'll need to formalize the terms. Catherine nodded. A proper blood contract. All parties must contribute willingly. Lucien can't consent, Sam pointed out. He's unconscious. If his soul trusts someone enough, John, in this case I believe is best, John will be able to consent for him, Trevor explained, his expression grim. But only if Lucien's soul truly trusts him. John's face paled slightly. And if it doesn't? Then no contract, Catherine said simply. And no essence for Lucien. The room fell silent save for the storm outside and Lucien's increasingly labored breathing. Let's do this, John finally said. Trevor spread the parchment on a nearby table, producing a silver knife with ancient runes etched into the blade. Each party must state their agreed terms aloud, then seal them with blood freely given. Catherine went first, slicing her palm without hesitation. I, Catherine Pierce, agree to provide protection for Lucien Winchester against Dracula and other supernatural threats that target him specifically whenever I choose to. I agree to share relevant information about threats to his safety. I agree to abstain from any sexual contact with him till this contract is finished or terminated. If I do near doing so, on accident or purposeful, I will experience immense pain, being forced to stop. I will be granted regular private visits with Lucien, 1 evening per month. I will be permitted to feed from him directly once monthly during these sessions. I may offer physical affection in the form of hugs and non-sexual kisses. None of the Winchesters or their allies will attempt to harm me unless I directly threaten theirs or Lucien's life, otherwise experience immense pain and be forced to stop. Her blood dripped onto the parchment, spreading across the surface in patterns that resembled writing, though in no human language. John stepped forward next, taking the knife. I, John Winchester, representing myself and my son Lucien Winchester, accept these terms. He cut his palm, blood joining Catherine's on the parchment. In exchange for Catherine's protection and the immediate administration of the healing essence she possesses. Sam and Dean followed, each adding their blood to the contract with visible reluctance. The blood pooled on the parchment, remaining inert for several heartbeats. The tension in the room was palpable as they waited to see if Lucien's soul would accept John's representation. Finally, the blood began to glow with a soft blue light, spreading across the parchment in intricate, arcane patterns. The contract was accepted. Catherine smiled with satisfaction. Lay him flat, she instructed, uncorking the vial. And step back. Why? Dean demanded suspiciously. The essence is powerful, Catherine explained. Too much raw life force would tear a human apart from the inside. I need to filter it through myself, taking in the excess. Can't feed it normally since he's a kid, and we agreed for immediate administration. Trevor frowned. I've never heard of that requirement. Oh, I'm sorry, Catherine said with exaggerated politeness. Have you administered Iden's essence before? No. I thought not. Trevor couldn't definitively refute her claim, his uncertainty visible. John gently laid Lucien on the floor, arranging his limbs carefully. He hesitated before stepping back, whispering something in Lucien's ear. Catherine knelt beside Lucien, uncorking the vial fully. The golden essence glowed more brightly when exposed to air, casting Catherine's face in an ethereal light. She raised the vial to her lips, taking the golden liquid into her mouth without swallowing. The Winchesters watched with helpless disgust as Catherine leaned down, pressing her lips to Lucien's in what was unmistakably a kiss rather than simple administration of medicine. Her hand cradled his face possessively, thumb stroking his cheek as she transferred the essence. A golden glow spread from the point of contact, flowing through Lucien's body like liquid light beneath his skin. Color returned to his face, the wounds on his body closing, the blood on the floor seeming to evaporate. Outside, the storm began to subside, the thunder receding, the tremors calming. Catherine lingered in the kiss, her hand caressing Lucien's face. Just as Dean was about to intervene, Lucien's eyes fluttered open, directly into Catherine's gaze, her lips still pressed against his. Confusion and alarm flashed across his face as he realized what was happening. Catherine finally pulled back, satisfaction evident in her expression. The last drops of golden essence gleamed on her lips as she smiled down at him. Welcome back, little god, she whispered. Cause, it's logical it would in this case, especially since Lucien is the one in danger instead of John. The Winchesters are cursed. It's a fact. Things won't go lucky for them, without there being something worse on the horizon, unless they are powerful enough that they won't get into such bad situations. Well, there is silver lining now, Catherine is going to help against Dracula. Lucien is going to now need to deal with Catherine, so that's gonna be interesting. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 46, Sister Dearest. The storm had passed, leaving behind a night sky of unusual clarity. Stars glittered like scattered diamonds above the Salvatore boarding house, their light filtering through the library windows where Lucien sat alone, surrounded by ancient texts. His fingers traced illustrations of golden apples in a worn leather volume on Norse mythology. The essence that had saved his life hours earlier remained a mystery worth solving, especially given the price they'd paid for it. Interesting reading, Lulu. Lucien didn't startle at Catherine's voice, he'd sensed her approach seconds before she spoke. She moved with grace, settling beside him on the leather couch, close enough that her thigh pressed against his. Research, he replied flatly, shifting away slightly. Catherine smiled, closing the distance he'd created. On the essence that saved your life? I could tell you everything about Iden's apples, you know. I did steal them from Asgard, after all. I prefer verifying information independently. Lucien kept his tone neutral, eyes on the book. So suspicious, Catherine purred, moving closer still. In one fluid motion, she slipped behind him, pulling him into her lap with ease. Her arms wrapped around his waist, chin resting on his shoulder. That's not very nice of you to your savior. Lucien stiffened. What are you doing? Getting comfortable, Catherine replied, pressing a kiss to his temple. Another followed on his cheek, then his neck, a bombardment of affection that made his skin crawl. Lucien tried to wiggle free, but her arms were like steel bands. Stop that. Why? Catherine's breath tickled his ear as she planted another kiss on his jaw. The contract allows for physical affection. Hugs, kisses to the cheek or head. I'm well within my rights. Of course she'd immediately test the boundaries, Lucien thought, gritting his teeth. If you don't stop, I'll throw you against that wall and pin you there. Catherine turned him in her lap to face her, eyes alight with excitement. I would love that, she whispered reverently. To feel your power firsthand, to be at the mercy of my little god. Lucien went silent, then sighed heavily, face-palming. Through his fingers, he muttered, okay, you made it weird. Why did you have to make it weird? A book suddenly flew across the room, aimed at Catherine's head. Lucien leaned slightly to avoid it as Catherine's hand shot up, catching it effortlessly. Rude, she commented, looking past Lucien to where Dean stood in the doorway, fury etched into every line of his face. Aren't you worried about the pain? Catherine asked, contract says you can't hurt me. Woman up, bitch. That wouldn't have hurt you, and you know it. Dean spat. Besides, there's no respect due to bitches who want to sleep with my 13-year-old brother. At this Catherine's smile froze for a moment, before she, both because she liked it and wanted to antagonize Dean further, stroked her fingers through Lucien's hair even more possessively than. Dean, Sam's voice cut through, before Dean could react, the tension as he entered the library. This isn't helping. Sam looked exhausted, hair disheveled from running his hands through it repeatedly. We have a more immediate problem. Dad's completely healthy now, younger than he's been in years. The doctors here were expecting him to be dead by now. We need a plan. The tense silence that followed was broken by Catherine's casual voice. I could compel everyone involved. Change memories, alter records, make it as if John's condition was never what it appeared. Trevor entered, expression grim. You'd do that. For a price, Catherine smiled, arms still wrapped around Lucien. John appeared in the doorway. Him and Trevor had been waiting outside when Dean arrived to see how things would go, looking decades younger than he had that morning. The transformation was remarkable, skin smooth, posture straight, eyes clear and alert. He studied Catherine with open suspicion. What price? Simple, Catherine replied. Since I'll be sticking around henceforth, I need a cover story. Her smile widened. I'll be your daughter, John. Lucien's older sister. Dean's reaction was immediate. No fucking way. Sam began. No. Dean cut him off. You said you'd help us against Dracula. That was part of the deal. We need Mystic Falls off our backs about Dad's miracle recovery, but this is too far. Catherine shrugged elegantly. The contract states I'll provide protection whenever I choose. Besides, John doesn't need to stay here. I'm more than capable of protecting Lucien myself. Her smile turned predatory. John can just leave town. Fake his death. Problem solved. That's not happening, John stated flatly, moving into the room. His eyes never left Catherine's hands on his son. She's brilliant, Lucien thought, watching Catherine work. Absolutely manipulative and dangerous, but brilliant. He mentally catalogued her moves like a chess master studying an opponent. She waited until we were desperate, Dad dying, and came to help. And when instead she found me bleeding out, she instantly adapted instead, and gained maximum advantage. Second, she'd structured the contract to appear reasonable on the surface while embedding loopholes she could exploit, whenever I choose, for protection, private visits, with minimal oversight. Having taken advantage of how emotional and desperate my family was. Third, she'd immediately established physical dominance through unwanted affection, testing boundaries, to see how far she could truly go, within the contract's boundaries. Fourth, she'd immediately adapted again to take advantage of a secondary problem, how to explain Dad's miraculous recovery, and offered the only solution, compulsion, at the cost of getting in between our family. This whole sister demand bullshit and suggesting Dad to leave. It wasn't just about embarrassing us or establishing a cover story. She, thinking me still just a kid, is trying to systematically isolate me, create dependency while removing other support structures. Antagonize Dean, make him have destructive behavior, and slowly but surely lash out more, that I, like any normal kid normally would, not want to be around the chaotic, aggressive, lashing out older brother. Not knowing I am no ignorant kid. She's probably thinking of what to do with Sam and the others too right now. She's not just playing chess, he thought while watching her smirk as Dean fumed. She's playing 5 moves ahead while making everyone think she's just being impulsive. We need time to discuss Sam began. Sister, Lucien interrupted, not wanting any more poison to drip from the snake's mouth anytime soon, the word itself tasting like ash in his mouth. All eyes turned to him in shock. Fine. You'll be my big sister. If that's what it takes. Catherine's smile was triumphant as she cupped his face. Smart boy, she purred, pressing a lingering kiss to his cheek before standing gracefully. I'll need files on everyone who knew about John's condition, she said, businesslike now that she'd won. Trevor reluctantly provided a folder. These are all the medical contacts. I'll handle it immediately, Catherine said, taking the information. With a final meaningful look at Lucien, she disappeared in a blur. What the hell, Lou? Dean demanded once she was gone. You can't seriously agree to this. We don't have a choice, Lucien replied, wiping his cheek where Catherine had kissed him. We need her help right now, and she knows it. John approached, placing a hand on Lucien's shoulder. We'll figure this out. Together. Lucien nodded, but the weight of the contract hung heavy in the air between them. Catherine slipped through Dr. Feldman's window, landing silently in his study. The doctor jumped at her sudden appearance. Who in the dash, he began. Don't bother asking questions, Catherine said, catching his gaze. You will forget John Winchester's condition dash. She frowned as her compulsion failed to take hold. The doctor, confused, but now worried, tried to reach for the alarm button before Catherine instantly grabbed his wrist and stopped him, causing the men to look confused, surprised, and afraid, like reality wasn't computing. Questioning who the hell this woman was, how she entered from his window, and how she was so fast. Am I hallucinating? Am I that sleep-deprived? Dr. Feldman muttered to himself, confused. Vervain, Catherine muttered, not caring to answer and correct the doctor. Of course Mystic Falls would be prepared. Probably laced into the drinking water or something. She produced an ornate pendant from her pocket, swinging it before the doctor's eyes. Look here, doctor. Focus on the light. The pendant glowed subtly as she whispered ancient words. The doctor's, who the pendant was in front of, resistance crumbled, his eyes glazing over. Much better, Catherine smiled. Now listen carefully. John Winchester didn't suffer from extreme age or organ failure. He experienced severe anemia and temporary kidney dysfunction due to an adverse reaction to experimental medication he was taking for Gulf War syndrome. The treatment appeared catastrophic initially, but his body adapted, and he made a remarkable, though not miraculous, recovery once the medication was discontinued and counteragents were administered. Recovery, not miraculous, counteragents, the doctor repeated dully. You will update all his medical records to reflect this diagnosis and treatment course, and destroy any that contradict this. Include gradual improvement markers over the past week, Catherine continued. Now, who else knows about John Winchester's original condition? Dr. Drake Hart consulted. Nurse Jenkins administered care. Sent blood samples to Whitmore College lab. Catherine nodded, mentally cataloging each name. Show me every record, file, email, and lab result related to John Winchester. She spent the next 40 minutes meticulously reviewing each document, instructing the doctor to modify or destroy records, composing replacement emails to colleagues, and creating a perfectly consistent medical narrative. And who outside the medical staff knows or wants to know about his condition, she pressed. Sheriff Forbes is inquiring, standard procedure for unusual cases. Catherine's eyes narrowed. The sheriff? Interesting. Council member, Nura whispered in her mind. Careful, my queen. They can be annoying. You'll tell the sheriff that tests confirmed an adverse medication reaction, Catherine instructed. Nothing supernatural, nothing unexplainable. 3 hours later, Catherine stood on the hospital roof, mentally checking off names from her list. The night air was cool against her skin as she gazed across Mystic Falls. You're magnificent when you work, Nura's voice filled her mind, warm with admiration. So thorough, so precise. I've had practice, Catherine replied aloud, feeling oddly light-hearted. Can't believe we finally have him, Nura continued, her excitement bubbling through their connection. After all the tracking, all the waiting. Day is ours now. Day. Whose day? Catherine questioned, a bit confused. Lucien, of course. I also wanted to give him a nickname. Lulu is your thing. So Day is mine. Nura answered, proud. Okay, but why Day? 'Cause he's like a star, Catherine. He lights up the night and it's like day to me. He's my day star, Day for short. Now stop asking me about my cute nickname preferences and tell me when we can have him finally take us. Nura continued, excited. Patience, Nura, patience, Catherine corrected, though she couldn't suppress her own thrill. We have but a foot in the door right now, darling. But soon we'll have more. Did you see his face? Nura's thoughts became almost breathless. When he called you sister. That reluctant step back while his mind was calculating every angle and how to take 2 steps forward. Catherine hummed, leaning back against a ventilation unit. So much defiance in such a small package. I can't wait to guide him. The way he felt against you, Nura continued, so much power humming beneath that skin. I want to taste every inch of him when he's ready. Catherine's breath quickened as Nura shared vivid images, Lucien pinning them against walls with the force, commanding them to their knees, his power washing over them in waves that left them gasping. I want him to bend us to his will, Nura whispered in her mind. I want him to use us completely, make us beg for mercy and more. Patience, Catherine this time reminded, this time actually more to herself, though her body responded to Nura's fantasies. We have to be careful. The contract has limits. For now, Nura agreed reluctantly. But I felt his potential. When he's fully grown, fully realized, he'll be unstoppable. And we'll be right there beside him. Catherine checked her mental list. 2 more doctors, then the lab technicians at Whitmore. And then back to our little god, Nura said eagerly. Back to playing our new role as the devoted sister, though she put quite the suggestions in her tone. Catherine laughed, feeling lighter than she had in decades. Who would have thought family could be so exciting? In more ways than one, Catherine thought as she bit her lip. Dawn was breaking as Catherine returned to the Salvatore boarding house. She entered silently, finding John waiting in the library, a glass of whiskey in hand despite the early hour. "It's done," she said, settling gracefully into a chair opposite him. "All records altered, all witnesses compelled. Your miraculous recovery is now a simple case of medication reaction and proper treatment." John studied her over the rim of his glass. "Thank you," he stated finally. "You're welcome, Dad." Her smile was all teeth. John's jaw tightened, but he didn't rise to the bait. "Is that all?" "For now." Catherine glanced around. "Where's my little brother?" "Sleeping," John replied tersely. "As you should be able to guess, nearly dying takes a lot out of a person." Catherine stood, smoothing her jeans. "I'd like to see him before I go." John hesitated, then nodded once. "I'll come with you." They moved silently through the house, up the stairs to Lucien's room. John opened the door carefully, revealing Lucien's sleeping form curled beneath a blanket. Catherine stepped inside, her expression softening as she approached the bed. She reached out, fingers going through Lucien's hair. She leaned down and gently kissed his forehead. "Sweet dreams, little god," she whispered. Finally, she turned around and left, vamp speed away, not bothering to acknowledging John or anyone else. "Do tell me how you found it. Before anything, I wish to clarify something. The blood contract isn't about name. It is about blood. Catherine's true name is Katerina, yet the contract still works because it's her blood with a piece of her soul energy in it, same with Lucien. Lucien's soul trusts his dad's, John, so John could act as his representative and agree. Lucien, after all, deep down always trusts his dad to keep him safe. Besides, Lucien is still a true name of, well, Lucien. It is a birth, reincarnation name, not a self-proclaimed on, like Catherine is for Katerina. One can have multiple names after all. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 47, Mark. Elena Gilbert's POV. I woke up screaming. Not out loud, I managed to trap it in my throat, but inside my head, the shriek was deafening. There, on my wrist, was a jaguar. Not a temporary tattoo or a drawing, but something that looked like it had been branded into my skin while I slept. It was intricate, detailed, a black jaguar with distinct spots, its body curled around my wrist, tail wrapping partially around the underside. "This isn't happening," I whispered, rubbing at the mark furiously. I'm not a girl who likes tattoos, I know about them, but find them all ugly, especially since my dad has also explicitly made his views clear on how much he hates tattoos many times when seeing movies together. I tried soap first, scrubbing until my skin turned red. The jaguar remained, watching me with unblinking eyes. Next came makeup remover, then hand sanitizer that stung like crazy. Nothing worked. The mark stayed, dark and perfect against my skin. Elena. "Breakfast." Mom called from downstairs. Great. Just what I needed, trying to explain a mysterious tattoo to my parents. Dad would go into full doctor mode, and Mom would give me that disappointed look she'd perfected over 13 years of parenting. I pulled on a long-sleeve shirt, then thought better of it. Maybe they'd know what this was. Dad was a doctor, after all. "Morning, honey," Mom said as I entered the kitchen. She was flipping pancakes, her hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. Normal morning, normal Mom. Everything so perfectly normal it made my stomach hurt. "Mom," I said, my voice shaking slightly as I extended my arm. "I woke up with this on my wrist. I can't get it off." Mom looked up, her forehead creasing with concern. She examined my outstretched wrist, tilting her head. "With what, sweetie?" "This." I pointed directly at the jaguar. Mom's expression shifted from concern to confusion. "Elena, there's nothing there." My heart skipped a beat. "What?" "No, it's right here." I traced the outline of the jaguar with my finger. A jaguar, curled around my wrist. Dad entered the kitchen, newspaper tucked under his arm. "Morning, family." "Grayson, look at Elena's wrist," Mom said. "She says there's a mark there." Dad set down his paper and took my wrist, examining it with clinical precision under the kitchen light. I watched his face carefully, waiting for recognition. For a moment, something flickered in his eyes. Was it fear? But then he shook his head. "Your skin looks perfectly normal to me, Elena." I pulled my arm back, staring at the jaguar that was so clearly visible. "You really can't see it? Either of you?" They exchanged a glance, the kind parents share when they're worried about their kid but don't want to show it. "Maybe you're just stressed," Mom suggested gently. "Founders' Day preparations, finals coming up." "I'm not hallucinating," I insisted, but even as I said it, doubt crept in. Could I be imagining this? "Eat your breakfast," Dad said, returning to his paper. "You'll be late for school." I picked at my pancakes, appetite gone. Something was very wrong, and my inner compass, what my dad called it, that feeling I'd had since I was little that warned me about bad situations, was spinning wildly. The school hallway buzzed with Monday morning chaos, lockers slamming, voices echoing off metal and linoleum. I scanned the crowd for Caroline's blonde hair. She was always by the bulletin board before first period, organizing her color-coded planner for the week. "Hey, have you seen Caroline?" I asked when Bonnie appeared beside me. "Dunno, maybe she's sick," Bonnie asked, adjusting her backpack. "Weird though, right? She was totally fine at Founders Day committee yesterday." That was definitely strange. Caroline Forbes had perfect attendance. She once came to school with a fever because she didn't want to miss a student council election. "Maybe I'll call her after school," I said, distracted by the jaguar on my wrist. "Hey, Bonnie, can you see anything here?" I extended my arm. Bonnie leaned closer, studying my wrist. "Like what? Anything unusual?" "A mark, maybe." She shook her head slowly. "No, should I?" My stomach sank further. If anyone would see something weird and believe me, it would be Bonnie. Her grandmother was always talking about supernatural stuff, and Bonnie had this weird sixth sense about things. "Never mind," I mumbled. "Must be the light." By lunchtime, I'd shown my wrist to 5 different people. Matt had looked genuinely concerned about my mental health. Tyler had rolled his eyes and walked away. Each time, the result was the same: no one saw what was plainly visible to me. I sat alone at a corner table, appetite gone, staring at the mark. It seemed to be getting more detailed. I could now see individual spots on the jaguar's coat that definitely weren't there this morning. Am I losing my mind? I whispered to myself. The bell rang, signaling 5th period, history with Mr. Tanner. I gathered my books and headed to class, keeping my wrist pressed against my side. Maybe if I stopped looking at it, it would disappear. I reached history early and found Bonnie already at her desk. "One more try," I said, perching on the edge of her desk. "Please, Bonnie. Look really carefully. It's right here, a jaguar mark, like a tattoo but not a tattoo." Bonnie leaned in, her forehead wrinkled in concentration. For a second, I thought I saw something flicker in her eyes, but then she winced and rubbed her temple, one of those headaches she'd been getting lately. "I'm sorry, Elena. There's nothing there," she said, sounding genuinely apologetic. "But it's right here," I insisted, pointing at the jaguar that was so clearly visible to me. "What's right where?" I hadn't noticed Lucien Winchester enter the classroom. He'd been absent for 4 days since his dad got sick, and now he was standing right beside us, looking at my outstretched wrist with curiosity. "When did you get that jaguar mark?" he asked casually. My head snapped up so fast I nearly gave myself whiplash. "You can see it." Lucien's eyes widened slightly at my reaction, then darted between me and Bonnie. "Wait, you can't see it?" he asked her. Bonnie shook her head, looking confused. "There's nothing there." The relief that flooded through me was so intense I nearly cried. I wasn't crazy. It was real. Someone else could see it. "Caroline's absent today," I said quickly, pointing to the empty seat next to mine. Would you mind sitting with me today?" I probably sounded desperate, but I didn't care. After a morning of questioning my sanity, finding someone who could see what I saw felt like finding water in a desert. Lucien glanced at Bonnie, who shrugged. "Sure," he said, sliding his backpack off his shoulder. "If you don't mind, Bonnie." "No problem," Bonnie replied, though she gave me a curious look. As Lucien took the seat next to me, Mr. Tanner walked in and started class. I immediately tore a piece of paper from my notebook and scribbled, "You really can see it." "I'm not crazy." Lucien wrote back, "It's definitely there." "How long have you had it?" "Just appeared this morning." "Nobody else can see it?" "Not my parents, not Bonnie, not Matt." "Has anyone acted strange when you showed them? Like they were pretending not to see it?" The question caught me off guard. I hadn't considered that possibility. "Not that I noticed." "Why? Do you know what this is?" "Not sure yet. Need to check something first." "Don't show anyone else until we talk." "Why not? What's going on?" His last note made my stomach drop. Some marks are only visible to certain people. Usually for a reason. I stared at the words, a chill running down my spine. Before I could write back, Mr. Tanner's voice cut through my thoughts. "Miss Gilbert, perhaps you'd like to share your note passing with the class." I quickly covered the paper with my textbook. "No, sir." "Sorry." "Then I suggest you pay attention. The Civil War wasn't just fought on famous battlefields, some of the most strategic engagements happened right here in Mystic Falls." I nodded, but my mind was miles away from local history. The moment the bell rang, I grabbed Lucien's arm and practically dragged him from the classroom. In here, I said, pulling him into the empty music room and closing the door. Okay, spill. What do you know about this? I thrust my wrist toward him. Lucien ran a hand through his hair, looking conflicted. I've seen something similar before. Not exactly the same, but similar. Where? In an old book. The mark looks like it might be connected to Aztec mythology, Tezcatlipoca, specifically. Tezhuatlipoca. Tezcatlipoca. The smoking mirror. Associated with jaguars, night, and... He hesitated. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. I repeated, my voice rising. Look, Lucien said, his voice calm and measured. I need to examine it more closely. May I? I hesitated, then extended my wrist. Fine. Lucien gently took my hand, turning it to examine the mark. The moment his fingers touched my skin, something impossible happened. A jolt like electricity shot through me. The world distorted like static. And Lucien. Lucien wasn't just a boy anymore, he seemed to be made of twilight itself, light and darkness swirling together in perfect balance. Behind him loomed a tall shadow figure, massive and imposing, with what looked like a helmet and cape. But that wasn't all. I could see something standing beside me too, a woman who looked strangely familiar, watching me with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. I yanked my hand away with a gasp, and the vision vanished instantly. But something remained, a tangible energy filling the room. It was overwhelming, like standing too close to a speaker at a concert, feeling the bass vibrate through your entire body. I took an instinctive step back, my heart racing. Elena. Lucien asked, looking concerned. Are you okay? I'm fine, I stammered, though I was anything but fine. Just static electricity or something. What I'd seen made no sense, but strangely, I wasn't afraid, at least not of Lucien himself, despite seeing that thing in his place moments ago. That gut feeling, my inner compass, was telling me two very clear things. The jaguar mark was bad news, but Lucien and that strange energy around him felt safe. Cold, but safe. Did something happen? Lucien asked carefully, studying my face. I almost told him about the strange things I saw moments ago, that made me feel even more crazy now than before, but something held me back. No, I lied. Just surprised me, that's all. Lucien didn't look convinced, but he didn't push. As I was saying, I think this mark might be connected to Aztec mythology. Specifically, a deity called Tezcatlipoca. So, I just wake up, and somehow I am marked, with the same mark that some fake ancient god-worshipping people used to mark sacrifices. Do you realize how crazy that sounds? Does it sound crazier than a mark only certain people can see? Lucien countered gently. I stared at him, unsure how to respond. Look, I'm not saying I know all that's happening, he continued. I need to check some things first. He hesitated for a moment. Would it be okay if I came by your house later today? I might have some books that could help us figure this out. The request caught me off guard. I'd have to ask my parents. They're pretty strict about visitors, especially on school nights. Especially strangers. I understand, Lucien nodded. Just let me know. But I still think there's a rational explanation for all of this, I insisted, needing to hold on to something normal. There is, it just might not be what people normally think rational. Lucien said, his expression serious. I opened my mouth to speak, but he interrupted me. Just, until we know for sure, don't show the mark to anyone else. Especially adults in this town. Why not? Because if I'm right about what this is, not everyone who can see it will have your best interests at heart. The warning bell rang, signaling we had 2 minutes to get to our next classes. I have to go, I said, gathering my books. Chemistry with Mr. Fell. Elena, Lucien called as I reached the door. Be careful, okay? I nodded, then hurried to class, my mind spinning with jaguars, ancient gods, and visions that couldn't possibly be real. During last period, I caught Mr. Lockwood, who was supposedly visiting to talk about Founders Day, staring at my wrist from the classroom doorway. When our eyes met, he smiled gently before he quickly looked away, but I was certain he was looking exactly where the jaguar mark was. Did he see it? I asked myself. As I did, Lucien's weird, cryptic warning flashed back in my mind, don't show the mark to anyone else. Especially adults in this town. Not everyone who can see it will have your best interests at heart. The thought was crazy to me, but... I don't know, maybe it is paranoia, but I've never felt good around Mr. Lockwood. It's why I always offer for any group projects with Tyler involved to be at my house. Tyler himself never protesting, being extremely eager for no one to visit his house for some reason. I decided to keep my wrist hidden beneath my desk for the rest of class. When the final bell rang, I gathered my things quickly, wanting nothing more than to get home and research this Tezcatlipoca thing. As I closed my locker, Tyler Lockwood appeared beside me. "My dad wants you and your parents to come to dinner tonight," he said without preamble, though I could sense a bit of tension in his voice. "What? Why?" Tyler shrugged, trying to make it casual, but it most certainly wasn't. "Something about the Founders' Day planning. Said it was important." A chill ran down my spine as I remembered Lucien's warning again. Before I could answer, I spotted Lucien across the hall, subtly shaking his head at me. "Sorry, can't tonight." "Family stuff," I told Tyler quickly. Tyler's expression was oddly blank for a moment before he shrugged again and walked away. I made my way to the school exit, trying to look casual while my heart hammered against my ribs. In the parking lot, I spotted Lucien with two people I assumed were his siblings, a tall guy, Dean, and a beautiful dark-haired woman who had to be Catherine, his older sister who'd recently arrived in town. Catherine had her hand on Lucien's head, stroking his hair in what should have been a normal gesture between siblings. But something about it made me uncomfortable. The way Lucien seemed to stiffen slightly under her touch, the possessive way her fingers lingered. My inner alarm bells were ringing again, not as loudly as with the jaguar mark, but definitely noticeable. I watched as Dean said something to Catherine, his expression carefully neutral. But even from a distance, I could sense the tension between them. Dean was good at hiding it, but there was something in his eyes when he looked at his sister, distrust, maybe even dislike. Catherine said something that made Lucien look in my direction. When our eyes met, she smiled, before finally the three got into the car with Dean driving away, leaving me to wait for my parents to pick me up, while my heart was hammering against my ribs. What the fuck was going on? Yeah. What the fuck indeed is going on? What do you guys think? How did Elena get that mark? Why does she have it? I'm interested in your thoughts. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 48, Katerina. The library at the Salvatore boarding house had become Lucien's sanctuary over the past weeks. Ancient leather-bound volumes lined the walls, their musty scent a comfort as he arranged the space for Catherine's visit. He adjusted the high-backed leather chair near the window, positioning another across from it at a careful distance. Not too close, boundaries were essential, but not so far that it would seem like fear. "This is bullshit," Dean declared from the doorway, arms crossed. "You shouldn't be alone with her." "Contract says otherwise," Lucien replied, not looking up as he arranged a notepad and pen on the side table. "Private visits. 1 evening per month." He really wasn't looking forward to this, wanted to focus more on researching about Elena's mark, but this came up the moment he arrived back home. Dean's jaw tightened. "Take this." He offered a glass of water. "It's got vervain." Lucien accepted it with a wry smile. "You know that amount doesn't work on her. She most definitely has built a great amount of immunity to it." "Yeah, well, it makes me feel better." Dean ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident in every movement. "Just, be careful, okay? Don't let your guard down." "I survived a mutant vampire, the Fates, and a near-apocalyptic wraith," Lucien reminded him. "I think I can handle her." Sam appeared behind Dean, his tall frame filling the doorway. "It's not about handling her physically. It's the mind games." "I know," Lucien said, his tone sharper than intended. John's heavy footsteps approached, his expression grim as he joined his sons. "She's here." The tension in the room thickened immediately. John placed a hand on Lucien's shoulder, his grip firm. "Anything goes wrong, anything at all dash. I'll call," Lucien promised. Trevor appeared last, offering a small silver object that resembled an antique coin. "Keep this in your pocket. If you're in danger, squeeze it 3 times. I'll know." Lucien pocketed the talisman with a nod, though irritation flickered across his features. For all his power, for saving John's life, they still treated him like a child who needed protection. Sure, the situation was wrong, but it wasn't that dangerous, not as dangerous as the situations before. The sound of heels on hardwood silenced further conversation. Catherine appeared in the hallway, dressed in dark jeans and a burgundy blouse that somehow managed to look both casual and elegant. Her smile was pleasant, practiced, the perfect picture of an older sister visiting her brother. "Am I interrupting a family meeting?" she asked, voice lilting with amusement. "We were just leaving," John replied tersely. He turned to Lucien one last time, eyes communicating what words couldn't. "Be safe." Dean's glare could have melted steel as he passed Catherine. Sam followed with a more measured but equally distrustful expression. Trevor gave a curt nod before disappearing down the hallway. John hesitated at the threshold. 2 hours. No more. "The contract doesn't specify time limits, just within this day," Catherine reminded him sweetly. 2 hours, John repeated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Catherine's smile never faltered. "Whatever you say, Dad." John's jaw tightened before he turned and walked away, footsteps heavy with reluctance. The door closed with a soft click, leaving Lucien alone with Catherine for the first time since their contract was formed. So protective, Catherine observed, moving into the library with fluid grace. It's sweet, really. Lucien remained standing, watching her movements carefully. I wonder why, he muttered sarcastically. Catherine ran her fingers along the spines of ancient books, her touch almost reverent. Because of what happened in the hospital. Ancient history. She turned, fixing him with a direct gaze. I've kept my end of the bargain, haven't I? No inappropriate contact, helpful information about your father's recovery, complete discretion with the town. So far, Lucien acknowledged. Catherine settled into one of the chairs, crossing her legs elegantly. I brought you something. She reached into her purse, producing a slim leather volume. A book from the 15th century, an account of Dracula's early years. Before he became the monster of legend. Lucien accepted the book cautiously, examining its worn cover. The text was in what appeared to be Romanian, the pages yellowed with age. It's authentic, Catherine assured him. I acquired it in 1652 from a monastery outside Bucharest. Lucien flipped through the pages, genuinely interested despite himself. You've encountered Dracula before? Not directly, Catherine admitted. But I've studied him extensively. Know thy enemy, as they say. And is he your enemy? Lucien asked, taking the seat opposite her. Catherine's smile turned calculating. Anyone that powerful is either an ally or an enemy. There's no neutral ground when you've lived as long as I have. For the next hour, their conversation remained surprisingly professional. Catherine detailed Dracula's known weaknesses. Sunlight affected him, though not as severely as lesser vampires, but that of course could be bypassed with certain items. She spoke of various things that were mere rumors, to ones that she believed were truth. Lucien took notes, maintaining his distance both physically and emotionally. Yet he couldn't deny the information was valuable. Catherine knew things about vampires that no hunter's journal had recorded. As the conversation progressed, Catherine gradually moved closer, her chair inching forward until their knees were almost touching. Lucien noticed but didn't comment, focused on extracting as much useful information as possible. There's one more thing you should know, Catherine said, her voice dropping to a more intimate tone. Dracula can sense fear and hate. He feeds on it as much as blood. Meaning when you face him, you must control your emotions completely. Her hand brushed his as she pointed to his notes. Fear and hate make him stronger. Lucien pulled his hand away subtly. I'll keep that in mind. A clock somewhere in the house chimed 9 times. Catherine's expression shifted, becoming more focused. Our time is half gone, she observed. And there's still the matter of feeding. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Lucien had been dreading this moment since she arrived. The contract specifies once monthly, Catherine continued, her voice carefully neutral. Direct feeding. Lucien set his notepad aside, jaw tightening. Let's get it over with. Catherine's eyes flashed with something, hurt? Amusement. It passed too quickly to identify. It doesn't have to be unpleasant, you know, she said, moving to stand behind his chair. Her fingers brushed his shoulder, light as feathers. Vampire bites can be quite the opposite, actually. Spare me the sales pitch, Lucien replied coldly. Catherine sighed. I'm trying to be considerate. The enzymes in vampire saliva can cause either pain or pleasure. I'm offering the latter. How thoughtful, Lucien said, voice dripping with sarcasm. Her hand settled on his shoulders, thumbs tracing small circles at the base of his neck. Relax. Tension makes it worse. Lucien forced himself to remain still as Catherine bent down, her breath cool against his skin. This won't hurt, she whispered. I promise. Her fangs pierced his neck. Lucien had braced for pain despite her words, but what followed was indeed as she said. A wave of pleasure washed through him, warm and intoxicating. His muscles relaxed involuntarily, head tilting to provide better access. What the hell? Alarm cut through the haze of pleasure. This wasn't right. This was manipulation, another form of control. She was trying to control him. No, she was controlling him right now. Controlling him. Rage bubbled up, cutting through the bliss. The force responded instantly, surging through him, cold and powerful. Catherine was torn away mid-feeding, her body flying across the room to slam against the far wall. Books tumbled from shelves as she hit, but she didn't fall. Instead, she remained pinned there by invisible pressure, her feet dangling several inches above the floor. Lucien stood, one hand pressed to his bleeding neck, the other extended toward Catherine. His eyes blazed with fury. What did you do to me? He demanded. Catherine's lips were stained red with his blood, her expression more surprised than frightened. I told you, vampire enzymes. It's not some nefarious plot, Lucien. I didn't want to hurt you. Bullshit. The force tightened around her, pressure increasing. You manipulated me. Made me feel. He couldn't finish the sentence. Catherine could have broken free if she'd used her full strength, they both knew it, but she remained pinned against the wall, allowing him this control. Lucien grit his teeth. What the hell does she want from me? Why is she doing this? Why? Why? Lucien demanded, his thoughts slipping onto his tongue as he advanced toward her. Why are you so fixated on me? Why force yourself into our lives? Why? His voice rose and caught, frustration mounting. Why, just why, he snapped. Why what? Catherine gently asked. Why? Lucien nearly bit his tongue. Why whenever I sense your heart, do I sense so much love from you? It doesn't make any fucking sense. The question hung in the air between them for a long, long moment. To both minutes, seconds, or hours could have passed, it wouldn't have mattered. Catherine's expression finally shifted, the practiced mask slipping to reveal something raw underneath. Because. Her voice was soft, almost monotone, as if she was trying desperately to contain her emotions. I'm scared. The admission was so unexpected, so contrary to everything he normally felt around Catherine that Lucien's concentration broke. The telekinetic hold vanished, and Catherine slid down the wall to sit on the floor, suddenly looking small and vulnerable. Scared. Lucien repeated, disbelief evident in his voice. Catherine didn't rise from her position on the floor. She looked up at him, then finally at the roof. My name wasn't always Catherine Pierce, you know, she said quietly. I was born Katerina Petrova in Bulgaria, 1473. Lucien remained standing, hand still pressed to his bleeding neck, but his anger had been replaced by wary curiosity. For 5 centuries, I've been hunted, Catherine, no, Katerina, continued. By a god. An evil, vengeful god who will never stop until he has me. Klaus he calls himself. Klaus, Lucien repeated, with a bit of recognition in his tone. Remembering him of course from his first life. Catherine's eyes widened slightly, since not many hunters even thought of Klaus as real. You know of him, she asked, able to literally feel Lucien's belief in Klaus's existence in his tone. I've read about him somewhat. He's a legend. An original vampire. Catherine nodded slowly. I became a vampire to escape him. I've been running ever since. Her gaze dropped to her hands. The library had grown darker as night fell, shadows deepening around them. Moonlight streamed through the windows, casting Catherine's face in silver and shadow. She was silent for minutes, just staring at her hands, not really knowing how to say any of this. She felt tongue-tied. She wasn't used to this. But she knew it was necessary. I tried to feel safe, she finally said, her voice hollow. By taking control of people's lives. Breaking them. Making them afraid like I've been afraid. Making them unable to live without me. A bitter smile crossed her lips. I thought if I controlled enough people, killed enough threats, destroyed enough enemies, I would finally feel safe. She looked up, meeting Lucien's gaze directly. It didn't work. No matter how many people I controlled or killed or destroyed, it never got better. His shadow was always there, following me. I knew that one day, he would catch me. It was just a matter of time. Lucien found himself lowering to one knee, bringing himself closer to her level, drawn in despite his wariness. I'm tired, Catherine admitted, the words seeming to cost her greatly. Tired of running. Tired of being afraid. No matter what pleasures I throw myself into, the fear always grips my heart, as her gaze went down and focused on Lucien. But then it happened. Then you met me, Lucien continued for her, beginning to understand. He knew Catherine well enough from his previous life, but he has never been fool enough to assume anything is the same or make any assumptions about anyone based only on past life knowledge. Catherine nodded, a humorless smile touching her lips. At first, I thought you were simply a boy with good psychic potential. Another pawn, another soldier, another shield against my vengeful god. She looked away, staring at the moonlight streaming through the window. But then I realized what you truly are. Not some psychic, but actually another god. And for the first time in 5 centuries, I actually felt hope. The last word was barely a whisper. Hope that things could get better. Lucien studied her, the force allowing him to sense the truth in her words. The emotions pouring from her were genuine, fear, exhaustion, and a desperate, almost religious hope centered entirely on him. You're falling back into the same patterns, he said finally. I may be a god to you, but you're still trying to control me, break me, isolate me from my family. That didn't work before. It didn't make you feel safe before. What makes you think this time will be different? Do you think I like this? She snapped suddenly, anger flashing before it melted into despair, taking Lucien a bit aback, but he didn't let it show. Do you think I like needing someone, anyone, to keep me alive? I've run so long I don't even know dash, her voice cracked, her breath shuddering out. I don't even know who I am without running. I dash, she cut herself off as she sighed, no, Lucien. You don't understand. I haven't been trying to control you. Then what do you call it? I've given up on control. The admission seemed to deflate her further. Control doesn't make me feel safe. Control means I'm the one pulling the strings, always, and I'm so damn tired of it. Tired of being clever, tired of running. She looked up at him, eyes shining with unshed tears. Don't you realize it? Realize what? Lucien asked, genuinely confused. I'm giving myself to you, Catherine said simply. I'm submitting to you. All my actions were worship for you, also that you could just love me. Love me enough to protect me. To take control and protect me. My dear God. Silence filled the library, broken only by the soft ticking of a distant clock. Lucien stared at Catherine, trying to process her words, the sincerity behind them, the desperation that had driven 5 centuries of survival. What if I refuse? He asked finally, voice quiet but firm. After all this, what if I don't want you? I never asked nor wanted your worship. I would worship you still, Catherine replied without hesitation. Love you still. Try to be at your side still. Give myself only to you still. Try to win your love still. I just can't be with anyone else. Even if you won't accept my touch, I will only seek yours. I will never feel safe with anyone else. Only through loving you alone, and being loved by you, will I be at peace. What if I hate you for this? Lucien pressed after a moment of taking her words in. What if I want you dead? What if I kill you, destroy you? Doesn't it occur to you that your actions could backfire? A tired, sad smile crossed Catherine's face. I'm willing to make that gamble. Dying by your hands would be better than falling into his. She looked down at her hands. I know I will one day end up in his hands if things continue as they are. Again, it's just a matter of time. And he will make me suffer more than anyone can imagine. Her voice dropped to a whisper. At least if you kill me, I will die peacefully. Dying at the hand of a god is an honor of its own. She looked up, meeting his gaze directly. You aren't evil. I can sense the kindness inside your heart, have from the moment I met you. At least you won't torture me. I would go wherever dying by your hand takes me, be it an existing afterlife or a new one contingent on you, as a new god. At least then, I would be far from the reaches of my evil god. The bleeding from Lucien's neck had slowed but not stopped. Throughout their conversation, he'd kept his hand pressed against the wound, blood seeping between his fingers. Catherine's eyes tracked the movement as he adjusted his position. Without a word, she slowly raised her wrist to her mouth and bit into it hard, till her blood welled up immediately, dark against her pale skin. She remained seated on the floor, looking up at Lucien as she extended her bleeding wrist like a supplicant offering a sacrifice to her god. The gesture was unmistakable, she was asking for a chance, begging him to at least let her try to make him accept her offering, her worship, her submission. Lucien stared at the offered wrist, weighing everything he knew about Catherine against what he'd just learned about Katerina. The manipulations against the genuine fear. The monstrous actions against the desperate hope. After what seemed an eternity, he knelt down fully, bringing himself to her level. He took her wrist gently and brought it to his lips. Vampire blood was different from human blood, richer, more potent. As it touched his tongue, he could feel the wound on his neck begin to heal, the tissue knitting together rapidly. When he'd taken enough, he lowered her wrist, his eyes meeting hers. Fine, Katerina, he said softly, deliberately using her true name. Her eyes widened at the use of her birth name, a single tear escaping to trail down her cheek. The tear caught the moonlight as it fell, looking like a tiny diamond. Lucien stood, offering his hand to help her up. She accepted it, rising gracefully to her feet. Neither spoke as they moved to sit in the chairs they'd occupied earlier, a respectful distance between them now. Tell me more about Klaus, Lucien said finally, breaking the silence. If you want me to protect you from him, I need to know everything before I decide on anything. Be it now or far in the future. Catherine, no, Katerina, nodded, a ghost of a smile touching her lips. For the first time since they'd met, the smile reached her eyes. It began in England, 1492, she started, her voice steady now. I was young, naive. I had no idea what awaited me when I caught the eye of a nobleman named Elijah Mikaelson. Do tell me how you found it. So, what do you think will happen? First off, Catherine was genuinely sincere here. I already put that in the chapter, but just for further emphasis I'm reiterating that. Now, don't worry. This doesn't mean Catherine is gonna be just forgiven or some bullshit like that, or that she is gonna be some good guy. She is still a villain, just one obsessed with Lucien still. Though character development of course is possible. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 49, Stand. Elena Gilbert stared at the jaguar mark on her wrist, tracing its outline with her finger. The black silhouette seemed to absorb the lamplight in her bedroom, remaining stubbornly distinct against her skin. Around her, books on Aztec mythology lay scattered across her bed, borrowed from the school library, printed internet articles, and a heavy encyclopedia open to Tezcatlipoca. The smoking mirror, she read aloud. Associated with jaguars, night, divination, and sacrifice. The last word made her stomach clench. She'd spent hours researching, but nothing explained why this mark had appeared on her skin or why only she and Lucien Winchester could see it. Her phone buzzed, a text from Bonnie. Still feeling awful. Headache won't stop. Dad working late again. Elena frowned, typing back, want me to ask Mom to come over? No. Going to try to sleep. Talk tomorrow. She set down her phone, concern for her friend momentarily overshadowing her own problems. Bonnie's headaches had been getting progressively worse. She tried Caroline again, straight to voicemail, just like the last 5 times. Caroline, it's me again. Call me back, okay? I'm getting worried. Elena returned to her research, but the words blurred together as fatigue set in. The jaguar mark seemed to pulse slightly, as if reminding her of its presence. What do you want from me? She whispered to it, feeling ridiculous for talking to her own wrist. The mark, unsurprisingly, offered no answers. In the old Bennett house on the eastern edge of town, Bonnie Bennett, alone in her home, father at work, grandmother not present, yet safe, home inside extreme magic protection, curled into a ball on her bed, hands pressed against her temples. The pain had become unbearable, white-hot needles stabbing behind her eyes, radiating outward until her entire skull felt like it might shatter. Please, she whimpered to the empty room. Please stop. The blue-skinned djinn hovered behind her, its elongated fingers resting on her shoulders. Its hollow eyes stared down at her with what might have been regret. Broken vessels are passed over, it whispered, its voice like static in her mind. The sacrifice requires wholeness. Your pain protects you. Bonnie couldn't hear the words, only feel their effect, another spike of agony that made her cry out. Between waves of pain, memories flickered through her consciousness, her mind on overdrive, trying to find a solution, anything that would end her pain. Sitting beside Lucien Winchester in history class, the pressure in her head suddenly erasing, passing him in the hallway, a moment of blessed relief. The pattern assembled itself in her pain-addled mind, Lucien's presence somehow kept the agony at bay. The djinn sensed her realization and intensified its efforts, clawed hands digging deeper. For your protection, it insisted, though she couldn't hear. The choosing spell must not find you. Bonnie stumbled to her feet, swaying as the room tilted around her. One thought crystallized through the fog of pain, get to Lucien. Get to the Salvatore boarding house. The jaguar symbolism is consistent with Tezcatlipoca, Lucien said, turning a page in the ancient tome before him. But that doesn't explain why Elena has the mark or why only we can see it. The Salvatore boarding house library was warm with lamplight, the windows dark with night. Lucien sat in a high-backed leather chair, surrounded by books and papers on Aztec mythology. Catherine perched on the arm of his chair, periodically leaning down to kiss his temple or stroke his hair. Ritual markings usually serve a purpose, Catherine observed, twirling a strand of Lucien's hair around her finger. Identification, selection, protection, or sacrifice. Dean cleaned his shotgun with unnecessary force at a nearby table. Could you maybe keep your hands off him for 5 minutes? Catherine smiled sweetly. These are merely sisterly affections, Dean. Nothing in our contract forbids them. She pressed another kiss to Lucien's forehead, making deliberate eye contact with Dean as she did so. Lucien allowed the contact, feeling Catherine's newfound stability and peace through the force. After their conversation yesterday, he understood the source of her behavior, genuine worship and desperate hope for protection. He couldn't bring himself to reject these non-sexual displays of affection that seemed to center her, despite the discomfort they caused his family. It kept her stable, and most importantly useful. Something very much important right now. Sam looked up from his own research. According to this, Tezcatlipoca's chosen sacrifices were young people of noble bloodlines. The Gilbert family is one of the founding families. Which makes Elena a perfect candidate, John concluded grimly, studying a map of Mystic Falls spread across another table. Trevor Belmont stood by the window, keeping watch as was his habit. The timing is concerning. Founders' Day approaches, and the town's energy has been shifting. Sacrificial rites often align with significant dates, Catherine noted. The ancient power in this town doesn't sleep, it merely cycles. Lucien frowned, turning to a page showing an illustration of a jaguar devouring a heart. We need to dash. He stopped mid-sentence, his entire body tensing. The force rippled around him, carrying a distant cry of pain that only he could perceive. Lucien? John asked sharply, immediately alert to the change in his son. Lucien stood abruptly, dislodging Catherine's hand from his hair. Someone's coming, he said, his voice distant as he focused on the disturbance. Bonnie. She's in pain, something's attacking her. Dean was on his feet instantly, shotgun in hand. What kind of something? A djinn, Lucien replied, already moving toward the door. A parasite attached to her. You won't be able to see it. Catherine followed closely, her own survival instincts triggered. A Kareen, she clarified. A corruption djinn. They attach to humans from birth. You know them? Sam asked, grabbing a silver knife from the table. Catherine's smile was enigmatic. I've had experiences with them. Lucien reached the front door first, throwing it open and scanning the darkness beyond. The force guided his perception to the edge of the property where a figure stumbled through the trees. Bonnie ran through the woods, the shortest route from her house to the Salvatore property, it being close, because Sheila wanted her family to be as far from the center of Mystic Falls as possible. Each step sent spikes of agony through her skull, but the desperate need to reach Lucien drove her forward. Branches caught at her clothes, roots seemed to rise up to trip her, but she pushed on. The djinn followed, increasingly frantic. Its plan was failing. Its charge was fleeing toward the very thing it had been trying to protect her from, discovery by those who could sense her power, who might mark her for sacrifice. Stop, it commanded, claws digging deeper into her mind. They must not find you whole. Bonnie gasped as a fresh wave of pain crashed over her, sending her to her knees. The lights of the Salvatore boarding house glimmered through the trees, so close yet impossibly far. She had almost reached the edge of the property when her father's, him having been called by his mother-in-law that Bonnie was no longer at his home. At first he didn't believe her, but he didn't wish to risk it, especially with how many times his mother-in-law had been right. His car pulled up beside her, headlights illuminating her crumpled form. He rushed out, face twisted with concern. Bonnie. What are you doing out here? He knelt beside her, reaching for her arm. You're burning up. We need to get you to a hospital. No, she managed, pulling away. Need to get to the house. You're not thinking clearly, her father insisted, gripping her shoulders. You're coming home right now. The djinn loomed larger, sensing interference with its mission. It poured more energy into Bonnie's mind, trying to make her appear unstable, unsuitable for selection. Something broke inside Bonnie, pain, fear, and desperation culminating in an instinctive surge of power. She raised her hand, and her father was thrown backward by an invisible force, landing hard against his car. Bonnie stared at her hands in horror and confusion, not knowing what she did or how, momentarily shocked out of her pain-induced haze. Dad. I'm sorry, I didn't dash. But the agony returned, stronger than before, and the desperate need to escape overwhelmed her guilt. She staggered to her feet and ran the final distance to the Salvatore property, the djinn pursuing with renewed determination. Just as she reached the edge of the property, her foot caught on a root and she crashed face first into the mud. The djinn loomed over her, its blue flame form growing larger as it prepared to deliver another wave of protective agony. Cannot be chosen if temporarily broken, it insisted, reaching for her with clawed hands. Pain saves you from worse fate. The front door of the Salvatore boarding house burst open. Lucien rushed out first, followed closely by Catherine, Dean, Sam, John, and Trevor. From the porch, Lucien spotted Bonnie's fallen form at the edge of the property and the looming djinn visible only to him. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, sending a wave of force energy toward her. The invisible shield wrapped around Bonnie, pushing the djinn back. I see her, John confirmed, squinting into the darkness. You see what's attacking her, not being able to see it. Yes, Lucien answered tersely, his focus unwavering. Without warning, Lucien took a running leap from the porch, a force-enhanced jump that carried him insanely far, landing him directly beside Bonnie's crumpled form. The Winchesters followed at a normal pace, weapons ready despite not seeing the threat. Lucien knelt beside Bonnie, pulling her into his arms as he strengthened the force barrier around them both. It's okay, he whispered as she stirred. You're safe now. Bonnie's eyes fluttered open, the pain receding completely for the first time in days. Her vision cleared and she gasped in horror as she saw the djinn, truly saw it, for the first time. The monstrous blue flame creature with hollow sockets and needle teeth, hovering just beyond Lucien's protective barrier. What is T, that T thing, she whispered, stammering, clutching Lucien's shirt. A djinn, Lucien answered grimly. It's been attached to you, causing your headaches. The djinn clawed at the invisible shield, its form flickering with rage and frustration. Must protect from selection, it hissed, though only Bonnie could hear it now. Sacrifice requires wholeness. Breaking saves. It says, it must, protect me, Bonnie said, confusion evident in her voice. From a sacrifice? It doesn't make sense. Catherine approached cautiously, her eyes scanning the area as if trying to sense something beyond normal perception. Koreans often believe they're helping their hosts, she explained. They're parasites that feed on negative emotions, but they can develop twisted protective instincts. Dean kept his shotgun raised, despite not seeing any target. Why can Bonnie suddenly see it? Maybe Lucien's power? Or because of how strongly it is acting towards her? Sam theorized. The djinn became increasingly agitated, its attempts to break through the barrier growing more frantic. Cannot protect if separated, it wailed. The choosing comes. The sacrifice approaches. Yeah, heard you, big guy, but I want you gone. But I don't know fucking how. Lucien thought to himself, as he grit his teeth, looking up at the looming threat. Suddenly as Bonnie and Lucien stared at the creature, the air behind Lucien began to distort. A deep, mechanical breathing sound filled the night air, a rhythmic, unmistakable respiration that sent chills down Bonnie's spine. The darkness behind Lucien seemed to solidify, taking shape. A towering figure materialized, 7 feet tall, clad in black armor, with a distinctive helmet and flowing cape. But unlike the movie character, this Darth Vader-like figure was composed of smokeless black-red flame, his armor gleaming with an otherworldly light. Only Bonnie and Lucien could see this manifestation. To the others, Lucien simply appeared to be holding Bonnie while staring intensely at empty air. What is that? Bonnie whispered, her eyes wide with terror as she looked from the blue djinn to the imposing Vader figure. Lucien himself appeared shocked, his mouth slightly open as he stared at the manifestation. I don't know, he admitted, though something deep within him recognized this figure as part of himself. Without warning, Vader strode forward, passing through Lucien as if he were mist. The sensation sent a shiver through Lucien's body, not unpleasant, but strange, like reconnecting with a part of himself he didn't know was missing. Vader reached the edge of the force barrier and passed through it effortlessly. The djinn, sensing this new threat, tried to retreat, but Vader moved like a blur. One black-gloved hand shot out, seizing the djinn by its throat. The blue creature struggled frantically as Vader lifted it off the ground, its flame dimming under his grip. An inhuman shriek filled the air as the djinn fought against Vader's grasp. Though only Bonnie and Lucien could see the entities, everyone present felt a sudden drop in temperature and heard a faint echo of the djinn's cry. What's happening? John demanded, sensing the change in the air. Lucien couldn't tear his eyes away from the scene unfolding before him. Something of mine is fighting the djinn. Vader turned his helmeted head toward Lucien, as if seeking approval or direction. In this moment, Lucien somehow understood, this was his Kareen, his own dark reflection, manifested to protect what he wished to protect. What are you? Bonnie whispered, her question directed at both Lucien and the dark figure that had come to her rescue. The mechanical breathing filled the night air as Vader's grip tightened on the struggling djinn, its blue flames flickering weakly in the darkness. So, Lucien's Kareen is something that looks like Vader. Does Lucien have a fucking stand? Well, I'm interested in your thoughts. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 50, Risk. The night air shuddered with power as Vader's gloved hand tightened around the djinn's throat. The blue flame creature struggled, its hollow eyes wide with terror as it faced something it had never encountered before, a Kareen that could harm another of its kind. What's happening? John demanded, sensing the shift in temperature though he couldn't see the battle. Lucien's eyes remained fixed on his Kareen. Something of mine is fighting the djinn. Bonnie stared in terrified fascination as the Vader-like figure turned its helmeted head toward Lucien, seeking direction. She opened her mouth to speak when a sound cut through the night, a low, resonant growl that silenced everything else. Everyone froze. Did you hear that? Dean whispered, hand instinctively on his gun. The growl came again, deeper this time, vibrating through the earth beneath their feet. From the darkness between the trees, 2 eyes gleamed, not reflecting light, but absorbing it. Points of absolute darkness against the night. Sam, Trevor said quietly, get Bonnie behind you. The djinn's struggles became frantic, its blue form writhing in Vader's grip. Coming. The choosing. Run, it screeched, the words only understandable to Bonnie. A massive shape detached itself from the shadows, padding silently toward them. It resembled a jaguar, but its body was formed of living darkness, wisps of shadow swirling and reforming with each powerful step. Do you see that? Sam asked, squinting into the darkness. See what? Dean replied, eyes scanning the area where everyone was looking. Lucien's gaze locked with Catherine's, then Trevor's. The recognition in their eyes confirmed what he suspected, only they could perceive the shadow jaguar. Though perhaps Sam to an extent, could too. The creature stalked forward, its attention fixed on Bonnie. The djinn's scream reached a fever pitch, no. Not her. Protected her. In that moment, Lucien understood. The pieces clicked together in his mind: Elena's mark, Bonnie's djinn, the ancient Aztec deity. This was the sacrifice marker, the key to understanding what was happening in Mystic Falls. A cold smile spread across Lucien's face. Perfect. What's perfect? Dean demanded, still seeing nothing. What the hell is going on? The jaguar crouched, muscles bunching beneath its shadow skin as it prepared to leap at Bonnie. Sam, catch! Lucien shouted, extending his hand toward Bonnie. With a powerful force push, he sent Bonnie flying toward Sam, strong enough to move her quickly but carefully modulated not to harm her. Sam caught her with a surprised grunt, staggering back a step. The jaguar, already mid-leap, couldn't stop, and redirected itself toward Lucien instead. Lucien! John shouted, seeing his son standing alone as if challenging an invisible enemy. The shadow jaguar slammed into Lucien, its massive jaws clamping onto his raised right arm. Blood welled immediately, spattering the ground as teeth pierced flesh and muscle. Catherine hissed, her eyes darkening but keeping calm, observing. Seeing what the boy has planned. Trevor reached for his whip, though uncertainty flickered across his face at fighting an enemy he could barely track. But Lucien remained calm, his expression curious rather than pained as he looked at the jaguar latched onto his arm. Interesting, he murmured. I can't feel it at all. But soon his focus turned towards the creature, as he grinned, and said. Let's play, little kitty, looking directly into its eyes, it being his very height. The boy instantly twisted his trapped arm, using the jaguar's grip against it. He dropped his weight suddenly, driving the creature into the ground, surprising it, its eyes blowing wide. His foot came down hard on its neck, pinning it as he maintained his grip on its head. Let's see what you can do, Lucien growled, planting his foot more firmly as he pulled upward with great strength. The sound that followed was like tearing silk magnified 1,000-fold. The jaguar roared in agony, as its head separated from its body in one clean motion, Lucien's arm still clamped in its jaws. The severed head roared even more strongly, a sound of primal rage and ancient power, before dissolving into wisps of shadow that faded into the night air. Silence fell over the group. Dean was at Lucien's side in an instant, grabbing him by the shoulders and turning him around to check for injuries. Jesus, Lou. Are you okay? Your arm dash. Lucien glanced down at his right arm, where blood had soaked his sleeve. But as he pushed the torn fabric aside, the skin beneath was unmarked, completely healed. Only then did he notice that the Koreans had vanished, both his Vader-like manifestation and Bonnie's tormenting djinn. Did none of you see that? Lucien asked, looking around at the confused faces. See what? Sam asked, still supporting a dazed Bonnie. Dean's eyes narrowed as he noticed something on Lucien's palm. What the hell is that? He grabbed Lucien's hand, turning it over to reveal a black jaguar mark identical to Elena's, but positioned in the center of his palm rather than around his wrist. It's a mark, Catherine said, strolling casually toward them. A selection mark, to be precise. The jaguar is the symbol of Tezcatlipoca, the smoking mirror. She examined Lucien's palm with interest. Our little god just redirected a sacrifice marker. Before anyone could respond, headlights cut through the darkness as a car skidded to a stop at the edge of the property. Bonnie's father burst out, his face contorted with worry and anger. Bonnie, he shouted, rushing toward them. What the hell is going on here? He gathered his daughter into his arms, checking her for injuries. Are you okay? What were you thinking, running off like that? Bonnie, free from the djinn's influence and the constant pain it had inflicted, blinked drowsily. Dad. I'm sorry. The headache's gone. Her voice trailed off as exhaustion overtook her. Mr. Hopkins looked up at the assembled group, his expression shifting from anger to concern as he noticed his daughter's condition. I don't know what happened here, but I'm taking her home. She needs rest. Of course, John said, stepping forward with a calm, we were concerned when she showed up disoriented. We were about to call you. Mr. Hopkins nodded stiffly. I appreciate that. I'm sorry about the intrusion. I'll have a talk with her when she's feeling better. He glanced down at his now sleeping daughter. I should get her home. John and Sam walked Mr. Hopkins back to his car, helping him settle Bonnie in the passenger seat. As the car pulled away, John turned to the others. Inside, he ordered. Now. The library of the Salvatore boarding house felt smaller with everyone crowded inside. Zach Salvatore leaned against a bookshelf, watching the proceedings with wary eyes. This was his home, after all, though he'd grown accustomed to the strange events that seemed to follow the Winchesters. So let me get this straight, Dean said, pacing the length of the room. A shadow jaguar that only some of you could see attacked, tried to bite Bonnie, bit you instead, and left that mark on your palm. That's about the size of it, Lucien replied, examining the mark with interest. Dean stopped pacing and rounded on Lucien. What the hell were you thinking? His voice rose with each word. You deliberately put yourself in the path of some supernatural thing that we don't understand. Lucien looked up, annoyance flashing across his face. I was thinking that now we have a direct link to whatever's happening in this town. Whoever or whatever is behind this will target me too now. Dean threw his hands up in exasperation. And that's supposed to be a good thing. Yes. Lucien snapped. It's called investigation, Dean. You know, the thing hunters do. Besides, I have my backups. Lucien thought to himself, though didn't voice this. As they say, to fool your enemy, first you must fool your close ones. Sam crouched down beside Lucien's chair, his expression concerned. Lucien, do you understand how much danger you put yourself in? We have no idea what this mark means or what it might do to you. Lucien rolled his eyes. When is this babying going to end? I killed a fucking dragon. I fought and killed a super werewolf knight. It was either this or letting Bonnie get marked. He leaned forward, eyes intense. Isn't this what hunting is about? Putting yourself in danger to find out the truth and protect innocent people from monsters. Catherine, seeing her opportunity, glided across the room, positioning herself behind Lucien's chair. She leaned forward, wrapping her arms around him from behind in a hug. It really seems that only I understand how powerful you are and can be, she purred, her chin resting on his head. Isn't that so, my dear little god? Dean's face darkened, but before he could respond, John stepped forward. Lucien has a point, he said, his voice measured. But hunters don't just put themselves in danger for no reason if there's another way. He fixed Lucien with a steady gaze. So I have one question for you, son. Could you have dealt with this jaguar curse without letting it mark you instead of Bonnie? Lucien fell silent, considering the question seriously. After a long moment, he shook his head. I don't think so. It was targeting Bonnie specifically. If it didn't have a sacrifice, I was worried it would go after her again. He looked up at his father. After it bit me, I felt Bonnie's aura shift. She's not targeted anymore. This could be temporary, but right now, Bonnie Bennett is free from whatever's causing this. John, after a moment of silence, nodded, approaching Lucien. He reached out and ruffled his son's hair gently. Good work, he said simply, then turned away. Dad. Dean called after him, disbelief in his voice. I'm going to make some food, John said without turning around. I'm hungry. I'm sure everyone else is too. Catherine immediately stepped forward. I'll come help, she offered with a smile. John turned, fixing her with a deadpan stare that clearly said, like hell I'm letting you anywhere near our food. Catherine placed a hand over her heart in mock offense. Come on, Dad, don't you trust me? No, John replied bluntly. Absolutely not. He turned and walked toward the kitchen without another word. Zach Salvatore cleared his throat. I'll, show you where everything is, he said, following John. Some of those cupboards stick. More an excuse really to get away from here, since John most definitely knows where things are. Dean stood in the center of the room, frustration radiating from every line of his body, wanting to nearly pull all his hair out. He opened his mouth to speak, but Sam placed a hand on his shoulder. Come on, Sam said quietly. Let's get some air. I could use a beer, Trevor added, moving toward Dean's other side. Maybe two. Dean shook his head. I'm not leaving Lou alone with her, he said, jerking his chin toward Catherine, who was still embracing Lucien from behind. You're not helping like this, Sam pointed out. You need to cool down. Trevor nodded in agreement. Beer helps with that. Trust me. After a moment of internal struggle, Dean relented, allowing Sam and Trevor to guide him from the room. His backward glance at Lucien was filled with concern and frustration in equal measure. As their footsteps receded, Catherine and Lucien were left alone, her arms still wrapped around him from behind. Aren't you going to comment on the mark? Lucien asked, breaking the silence. Catherine's lips curved into a smile against his hair. I'm not worried about it. That doesn't show the care you're trying to display, Lucien replied sarcastically. Catherine laughed, the sound rich and genuine. In one fluid motion, she scooped Lucien up into her arms. Put me down, Lucien warned, crossing his arms, or I'll break your neck. Catherine merely smiled, vampire speeding to the couch. She settled with Lucien in her lap, arms wrapped securely around him. This is getting old, Lucien sighed, making no real effort to escape, seeing it as pointless. Catherine tightened her hold slightly, inhaling his scent. It really isn't. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Besides, you can't tell me you don't like the affection, the feeling of being number one. You may act like you don't because it's coming from me, but you do. Her fingers traced patterns on his arm. You're quite starved for it, aren't you? It must be hard, constantly being able to feel how you're second place to everyone in your family if it came down to it. Lucien stiffened in her arms. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb, Catherine said gently. It doesn't suit you. I've been studying you and your family for years now. I know your dynamics quite well. By studying, you mean stalking, Lucien corrected. Catherine chuckled. Semantics. It gets the job done. Lucien turned slightly to look at her. After a moment of silence spoke. What makes you think you're any different? I know your character quite well. That heart-to-heart we had isn't blinding me to the fact that Catherine Pierce's number one is always gonna be Catherine Pierce. His eyes narrowed. How can you possibly expect me to love you, to protect you against someone like Klaus who can bring down mountains with a word, when I know that if danger came or someone stronger appeared, you'd jump ship? A long silence followed his question. Catherine's expression grew serious, contemplative. You really don't understand what I'm saying, do you? She finally said, turning him in her lap to face her directly. You are my final gamble. There are no backup plans, no jumping ship. Her eyes locked with his, intense and unwavering. I understand you better than anyone, better than your own family. You are a demanding god, one who cannot be second to anyone, and one incapable of being fooled. Meaning? Lucien asked, not acknowledging her claim of understanding him better than his family. A faint smirk tugged at her lips, her usual Catherine sass slipping back and even as her eyes betrayed something rawer. Meaning I'm going to open my heart to you, Catherine said, open my heart for the first time in 5 centuries. For the first time, allow Katerina Petrova, who finally sees the hopeful sun, to claw out of the dark cave she holed herself into out of fear. Lucien looked into her eyes, reaching out with the force to search her feelings. The truth he found there surprised him. A smirk formed on his lips as he tried to regain some control of the situation, since she was directing the conversation, and hitting so many spots. Ironic, he observed. In your desire for survival, safety, immortality, and love, you must give your heart to me. Meaning in the end, you would truly love me and be ready to die for me if it came down to it. His smirk widened. Quite the gamble, because you have no idea what the future of a god has in store, do you? Catherine's smirk was unwavering, though something deeper lurked in her eyes. I'm willing to risk that. The moment hung between them, silent. Food's ready. Sam suddenly called from the doorway, breaking the tension. Dad says to come while it's hot. Catherine's arms loosened reluctantly as Lucien slid from her lap. Their eyes met once more before they moved to join the others. So Lucien is marked, but it seems he has his plans. Do tell me what you think will happen. Also, Catherine is being sincere here, but can she keep this sincerity, is the question. Can she follow through? It is her final option for survival, but it most definitely is hard. I'm interested in your thoughts. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 51, Heard. Elena traced the jaguar mark on her wrist, the black silhouette seeming to absorb the morning light filtering through her bedroom window. No matter how hard she scrubbed still, it remained stubbornly distinct against her skin. Elena. You'll be late, her mother called from downstairs. Coming, she replied, quickly sliding a wide bracelet over the mark. As she gathered her backpack, her gaze fell on the stack of Aztec mythology books scattered across her desk. None had provided answers about why this mark had appeared on her skin or why only she and Lucien Winchester could see it. Her father's voice drifted up from below, his tone hushed but urgent. Selection process is proceeding. The council expects dash. He fell silent as Elena descended the stairs. Good morning, sweetheart, her father said, tucking his phone away with practiced casualness. Sleep well. Yeah, she lied, avoiding his eyes. I should go. Don't want to be late. Her father's gaze lingered on her wrist. That's a nice bracelet. Elena's heart skipped. Thanks. It's not new. Have a good day, her mother said, kissing her forehead. And don't forget, we're having company for dinner tonight. Company. I thought it would be nice to invite your new friend. The Winchester boy. Elena froze. Lucien. Your father is particularly interested in meeting him, her mother said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. And his father too, of course. You did ask for the boy over after all, and we decided to agree. I'll ask him, Elena managed, hurrying out the door before they could see the panic rising in her face. Mystic Falls Middle School buzzed with Monday morning chaos, lockers slamming, voices echoing off metal and linoleum. Lucien kept his right hand firmly in his pocket as he scanned the hallway. He spotted Elena by her locker, a wide bracelet conspicuously covering her wrist. Their eyes met across the hall. Before he could approach her, the first bell rang, forcing them to postpone their conversation. In history class, Mr. Tanner droned on about Mystic Falls' founding, ironically describing the peaceful establishment of the town. Lucien noticed Elena flinch when Tanner mentioned the necessary sacrifices of the founding families. The 5 families, Lockwood, Forbes, Fell, Gilbert, and Salvatore, established a community built on mutual protection and prosperity, Tanner explained. Their covenant remains the foundation of our town's success today. Lucien tried to pass a note to Elena, but she was called to read a passage from their textbook. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Bonnie Bennett slip quietly into class, looking physically better than she had in weeks but emotionally distant. She took a seat far from him, occasionally casting uncertain glances in his direction before quickly looking away. Winchester, Tanner called suddenly, perhaps you'd like to share what you know about the founding family's initial settlement. Lucien straightened, considering his response carefully. They arrived in 1860 and established the town charter, he said, deliberately omitting details he knew, to not draw attention from other kids. Kids were kids after all. If you're smart, they either want to be your friends, because they find you cool, hate on you because of jealousy, or not really care. The former two are more common though, and Lucien has no interest in dealing with that. A simplistic summary, Tanner replied with disappointment, moving on to another student. Between classes, Lucien walked down a crowded hallway, hand firmly in pocket. His heightened senses detected Tyler Lockwood approaching from behind, distracted by some message on his phone. Elena stood at her locker just a few feet away. Perfect timing. Lucien made a split-second decision. He slowed his pace and positioned himself directly in Tyler's path, ensuring the collision would happen exactly as he wanted. As Tyler bumped into him, Lucien deliberately used his marked hand to brace himself against the wall, making sure his palm was clearly visible. Sorry, man, Tyler began automatically, then froze as his eyes locked onto the jaguar mark on Lucien's palm. Tyler's face drained of color, his eyes widening in recognition and fear. His hand unconsciously went to his busted lip. He recognizes it. Interesting. Tyler was just a convenience to have the mark be shown so that whoever put it on me and Elena would know I have it, without me being obvious about it, as the son of a hunter. But it seems, perhaps he knows something. Lucien thought to himself. He has from the beginning of this situation suspected Mayor Lockwood, but he didn't think Tyler in any way would be connected to it. Reasoning that the mayor would keep whatever this is and his private life separate. Perhaps he's been wrong. Tyler without a word disappeared into the crowd, shoulders hunched protectively. Lucien turned to find Elena staring at his exposed palm, her eyes wide with shock. You have it too, she whispered, grabbing his wrist to examine the mark more closely. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? The warning bell rang before Lucien could answer. We need to talk about this, Elena insisted. Later, Lucien told her, withdrawing his hand and slipping it back into his pocket. Not here. Physical education was now what was at hand. Paired with Matt Donovan for laps around the track, Lucien carefully steered the conversation toward getting some info. Caroline's still out? Lucien asked casually, nodding toward an empty spot in the bleachers. Third day, Matt confirmed, concern evident in his voice. Her mom's been working crazy hours too. Still going on about extra security for Founders Day. When is that? A couple days from now, upcoming Saturday. Big ceremony at midnight. The founding families make a big deal of it every year. During a water break, Matt called out to Tyler. Hey, what happened to your face? Tyler's hand went to his busted lip. Got into it with some guys from the next town, he muttered unconvincingly. Matt clearly didn't believe him but didn't push. Lucien noticed how Tyler flinched when Coach blew his whistle nearby. Science class paired Lucien with Elena as lab partners, giving them the perfect opportunity to talk while mixing chemicals for their experiment. My parents are acting weird, Elena whispered, measuring sodium bicarbonate. Last night I found my dad burning papers in the fireplace at 3 in the morning. What kind of papers? Lucien asked, recording data in their lab notebook. I couldn't tell, but I saw drawings that looked like. She glanced at her wrist, like this. Lucien's eyes narrowed. Have you noticed anything about Caroline's absence? Her mom's always involved in town security around Founders Day, but this year it's more intense. The council meetings dash. Council. Town council. All the founding families are on it. They claim it's for historical preservation, but there's always been something off about it. Their conversation was interrupted when their experiment suddenly bubbled over. As they cleaned up the mess, Elena leaned closer. My parents want you to come to dinner tonight. They specifically asked for your dad to come too. And you think that's a good idea? Lucien asked, raising an eyebrow. I think it's happening whether I want it to or not, Elena replied. 7 p.m., 2104 Maple Street. Now, please Lucien, tell me, when did you get the mark on your palm, she added, her voice barely above a whisper. And why didn't you say you had it? Before Lucien could answer, again there was an interruption, as the teacher demanded attention, forcing them to turn silent. Between classes, Lucien spotted Bonnie at her locker and approached carefully. How are you feeling? He asked quietly. Bonnie tensed, closing her locker before turning to face him. The headaches are gone, she said, her voice tight. But I need time to process what happened. Bonnie dash. I can't talk about this right now, she interrupted, hugging her books to her chest. That blue thing, the jaguar. I just can't. Please. After a moment of silence, Lucien slowly nodded. I understand, he said gently. When you're ready, as he turned around and started walking away. My Grams was so relieved, Bonnie suddenly added, almost to herself, causing Lucien to stop. When I told her what happened, she just kept saying, thank the spirits it passed you by. She looked up at Lucien, who had turned to face her. She knows something, but she won't tell me what. The warning bell rang, and Bonnie hurried away, leaving Lucien watching her retreat. Lunch period found Lucien alone in the cafeteria. Elena had been called to the office for a phone call from her mother, and Bonnie sat with other friends, carefully avoiding his gaze. Across the room, Tyler watched him with wary eyes, flinching whenever anyone sat too close to him. Lucien used the opportunity to observe the social dynamics of Mystic Falls students. He noticed how the children of founding families tended to cluster together, a subtle separation that probably went unnoticed by most but was obvious to his trained eye. When Elena returned, her expression was tense. My mom called to remind me about dinner, she said, sliding onto the bench across from him. She said that you and your dad really should come. I'll tell him, Lucien replied, watching her carefully. Are you okay? No, Elena admitted. Everything is just weird. My parents are acting creepy, and you have the same mark, and you just don't want to tell me, she said, her voice raising a little, before she put her hand on her mouth, a bit embarrassed. Lucien couldn't help but internally sigh. Sometimes she's crazy mature, like number 13-year-old little girl is, making me almost forget that fact, but at other times she's like this. It's complicated, Lucien said, keeping his voice low. And not something we should discuss here. Then when? Elena demanded. Because I'm sick of it, Lucien, I want to know. When the time is right, Elena, Lucien promised. I still don't know everything. The afternoon classes dragged. The jaguar mark on Lucien's palm pulsed occasionally, like a beacon. He thought about texting Dean to warn that something felt off, but decided against it, since Dean would probably storm here, which he didn't want. The school day was about to end anyway. Finally the final bell rang. About damn time, Lucien thought to himself. He honestly hated the school days, only reason he tolerated them was because it was relevant at least to the jaguar mark, able to keep an eye on Elena, Bonnie, and the other founder kids. Lucien soon enough got out walking to the exit. When he got out, he was surprised to see Sam there instead of Dean. Where's Dean? Lucien asked as he approached the Impala, subtly scanning the area for anyone watching them. Had to help Dad with something, Sam replied, opening the passenger door. I've got chauffeur duty today. Lucien slid into the familiar leather seat, the scent of gunpowder, leather, and Dean's aftershave filling his nostrils. The Impala was home in a way few places have been. He spent a lot of time in it since he began hunting, and once inside, you almost knew for sure you were safe, because of all the protections inside. Sam started the engine, which rumbled to life with a growl. But instead of turning right toward the Salvatore boarding house, he turned left, heading away from town. Lucien immediately took notice. We're going the wrong way. Not wrong, Sam replied, eyes fixed on the road. Just different. They drove in silence for several minutes, houses giving way to trees, the road narrowing as they left civilization behind. Lucien extended his senses, searching for threats, traps, anything that might explain Sam's unusual behavior. But all he felt was his brother, Sam's familiar presence, tinged with nervousness and determination. Not fear or worry though, so not threatened. You're not possessed, Lucien finally said. You're not mind-controlled. You're not being coerced either. So what's this about? Sam's hands tightened on the steering wheel. We need to talk. Just us. No Dad, no Dean, no Catherine. No one else. What's this about? Lucien thought curious about his big brother's behavior. The Impala turned onto a dirt road that wound through dense forest before opening onto a small clearing overlooking a lake. Sam parked, killed the engine, and silence descended like a physical weight. Neither spoke. Birds called in the distance. Water lapped gently at the shore below. Lucien opened his mouth to break the uncomfortable silence, but Sam spoke first. I heard you, Sam said quietly, still staring straight ahead through the windshield. Yesterday. With Catherine. Do tell me how you found it. So, what exactly did Sam hear, and why is he wanting a conversation about it? What do you guys think? Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 52, Second Place. Well, enjoy. The Impala sat silent at the edge of the lake, its black metal gleaming in the afternoon sun. Inside, Neither Winchester spoke, the only sound the occasional creak of leather as Sam shifted his grip on the steering wheel. Lucien stared out the passenger window, watching a hawk circle lazily above the tree line. His fingers absently tucked a strand of hair behind his ear, then untucked it, then tucked it again, a nervous habit he developed since letting his hair grow longer in his first life. Sam's knuckles were white against the wheel, though the car wasn't moving. He'd driven them to this isolated spot with purpose, but now that they'd arrived, words seemed to fail him. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken thoughts. "I heard you," Sam finally said, his voice quiet but firm, eyes fixed on the lake beyond the windshield. "Yesterday. With Catherine." Lucien turned slightly, his expression carefully neutral. "Heard what?" "Don't." Sam's response was immediate, cutting through Lucien's attempt at casualness. "You didn't deny it, Lucien." "Deny what?" Lucien asked, eyes darting away from Sam. Sam finally turned, meeting his brother's gaze directly. "You know." Lucien held the stare for a moment before sighing deeply. He put his face in his palm, looking at Sam through splayed fingers. "I don't know what you want me to say, Sam. How about you start with why?" Sam asked, his voice strained. "Why do you feel that way?" The last word seemed difficult for him to form, as if they tasted bitter on his tongue. Lucien gave a humorless chuckle, dropping his hand to his lap. "You don't want this, Sam. You don't want to start this." He gestured vaguely between them. "How about we just forget this thing ever began and go home?" "No." Sam's response was immediate, his jaw set with determination. "I do want this. I want to know why my little brother feels that a fucking vampire cares more about him than his own family." "I never said that." Lucien snapped, straightening in his seat. "Don't put words in my mouth." "I know what I heard," Sam countered, his voice calm voice, a stark contrast to Lucien's outburst. "And I heard no denial." Frustration flashed across Lucien's face. He threw his hands up. "What the fuck do you want me to say, Sam? That it isn't true?" His voice rose with each word. "Do you think I'm blind? Have you forgotten I can sense your damn emotions? Do you think I don't know how dash?" He cut himself off abruptly, taking a deep breath. His fingers curled into fists, then slowly relaxed as he forced himself to calm down. Damn Catherine, he thought bitterly. She must have heard Sam's heartbeat outside the door. She knew he was listening when she brought this up. She's trying to force this confrontation, trying to prove that only she truly cares about me above all others. "Just please drop this," Lucien said, his voice quieter now. "It isn't like I doubt you all love me or something. Every one of us is willing to die for one another. That's enough for me. There's no need to go further about this." Sam shook his head, his expression resolute. "There is a need. You're my little brother, and I'll be damned before I let you think that some monster cares more about you than your family." He paused, letting his words sink in. "Now, we can stay here all day, with Dean and Dad eventually coming looking for us, in which case this will be heard by them then as well, or you can just tell me the truth. What this is even about. Why you think this?" "No," Lucien muttered, looking away. "What?" "No," Lucien repeated, louder this time, turning back to face Sam. "I don't just think this. I know this." The emphasis hung in the air between them, transforming the atmosphere inside the car. Sam's shoulders sagged slightly, but his gaze remained steady. "I feel your emotions," Lucien began, his voice low. "You can't hide what you feel toward me. Do you think I don't realize that deep down, there's a bit of fear and resentment toward me from you?" "What?" "That's dash," Sam started to protest. "I know you want a normal life," Lucien interrupted, the words flowing now that the dam had broken. "It isn't hard, with me being able to feel how you feel toward hunting. Not wanting this to be your life, not being able to actually live like a normal person, and pursue your own dreams and career, and create your own family." His voice softened slightly. "Not wanting to die in some ditch somewhere because of a monster and bad luck." Sam's hand moved to his hair, pushing it back, the same nervous habit. "And how you now feel more doubt than ever about doing this," Lucien continued, "because since I've come around, the threats have just become bigger." He met Sam's eyes directly. "You're afraid if you do leave, and get out, one day on the news you'll hear about Dean's death, it being said to be an animal attack, or some mugging or whatever." The color drained from Sam's face, his eyes widening slightly. "And Sam, deep down, you resent me for that." Lucien's voice was gentle now, almost apologetic. "You may feel guilty for that, but don't you understand, that the mere fact that you feel guilty, and hate yourself when you feel this way, that makes me feel guilty too?" Lucien looked down at his hands. "You didn't ask for this. Didn't ask for some half-brother to show up and just turn your whole world upside down, mess up your life." He looked back up at Sam, his expression resigned. "So, no, I don't blame you one bit that you love Dean and Dad more than me. I can't even think that your life would be worse without me, since this world isn't the show I know. I could be making things worse or better in the future, who knows? All I know is right now, I'm making things worse. And that hurts. Because I truly love you all. You're my family. Lucien thought to himself. A heavy silence fell between them. Sam's breathing had become shallow, his eyes fixed on some invisible point beyond the windshield. Lucien turned away, looking out at the lake again, giving his brother space to process. We should go home, Lucien finally said, breaking the silence. No, Sam's voice was rough. Keep going. What about Dean? Dad? Everyone else? Lucien looked at Sam in confusion, then understanding dawned on his face. Why do you want to hear any more of this? He snapped, then after a moment his expression shifted to one of realization. You're punishing yourself because you can't deny what I'm saying. He gritted his teeth, shaking his head firmly. No. I'm done. I won't help you in doing some sick, self-punishment. Either we finish this now, or we finish it with Dad and Dean, Sam said, his voice steady despite the pain clear in his eyes. Frustration flashed across Lucien's face, but after a moment of internal struggle, he relented. Dean loves you more than anything in the world, he began, his tone matter of fact. More than his own life, or anyone's life. Doesn't matter who he has to sacrifice if it came down between you and them. Dean raised you, it may not be said out loud, but I've heard enough to know that. Sam's jaw tightened, but he didn't interrupt. Dean doesn't resent me for the danger I'm putting you all in, and I'm grateful for that. Lucien's fingers traced an invisible pattern on the door panel. It is what it is, though. Dean would let the world burn for you. He shifted in his seat, gathering his thoughts before continuing. Dad is different. Dad is who I've known longest of the three of you. Dad has, even before our lives were turned upside down, always felt guilty when he was visiting us. Guilty that he wasn't with you and Dean, keeping us separate from our siblings. Lucien's voice grew quieter. Guilty that he was enjoying a bit of a normal life after your mom died, and her killer, the yellow-eyed demon, still hasn't been punished for it. Feeling like he was betraying her and you by loving us. Sam's expression softened slightly, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. And this did get somewhat better when finally everyone got together, Lucien continued, but then the problem became fundamentally me. He gestured to himself. Again, I brought danger. How many times has everyone nearly died since I've come into this hunting world? He leaned back against the seat, eyes fixed on the ceiling. Before that, you and Dean were only on the most basic of hunts, ghosts and the like. And were only on other ones with strict supervision by Dad, who made sure nothing bad could happen. Lucien's voice took on a bitter edge. But since I've come around, even a normal ghost could end up a fucking apocalyptic threat if not dealt with, where everyone nearly died. Force drain ghost ring a bell. Dad recently also nearly died, sacrificing all his life force to some cursed spear for power to protect his family, because I drew in Dracula. He ran a hand through his hair, getting more frustrated. Now we also have to deal with Catherine getting between our family, and it's just all circling back to me. Dad loves me, I have no doubt about it, but if it came down to it. Of course he would choose the rest of the family, me being at the literal bottom. Lucien's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. I'm even getting in the way of Dad finally getting peace by getting revenge against the yellow-eyed demon. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped him. I couldn't even save Dad right, giving my life force to him, and it still got us Catherine for the trouble. Sam remained silent for a long moment, his breathing uneven. When he finally spoke, his voice was choked. Keep going. Lucien looked at his brother, really looked at him, and saw the unshed tears, the guilt and sorrow etched into every line of Sam's face. He shook his head firmly. I'm done. I'm tired. Lucien Sam began. Do you like torturing me? Lucien asked suddenly, his voice cold with forced harshness. Does opening fresh wounds make you feel better? Is that it? His words came faster now, more desperate. Does making me hurt, making me claw my own heart out, make you feel better? He turned away, unable to maintain the harsh facade while looking at his brother. Go ahead, tell Dean and Dad, but all you'll do is make my life more miserable, because then I can't ignore it. At least with the Force, I can make it so I stop sensing your emotions and not think about it. Lucien's voice cracked slightly. If you tell them, then it will be at the forefront. I'll see it on their faces too. Do you want to make my life a literal hell? The silence that followed was deafening. Neither brother moved, the only sound their harsh breathing in the car. Finally, Sam put his face in his hands, wiping away tears before they could fall. Without a word, he started the car, the familiar rumble of the Impala's engine filling the silence between them. As they began to drive away from the lake, Sam softly said, I'm sorry. Lucien, looking out the passenger window at the receding shoreline, replied equally softly, I'm sorry too. So. Yeah. I don't want to make Lucien an emo or something. He doesn't want this conversation. He loves his family. He accepts this as natural. It is just the way it is, because of who he himself is. And well, Catherine knows that. Damn woman wanted to drive it even harder home, that she compared to them would always put him first, that she will give her heart and love him enough to even give her life. What do you think though, has she succeeded? I'm interested in your thoughts. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 53, I Know You're. The Impala's engine rumbled to a stop outside the Salvatore boarding house, the silence that followed almost deafening. Neither Winchester spoke as they sat in the gathering dusk, the dashboard clock's soft ticking the only sound breaking the tension. Lucien stared straight ahead, watching shadows lengthen across the boarding house's weathered facade. His fingers absently traced the jaguar mark on his palm, the black silhouette seeming to absorb what little light remained in the car. Sam, he finally said, voice small but determined. Before we go in. Sam turned, his expression guarded, exhaustion evident in the shadows beneath his eyes. Yeah. Lucien met his brother's gaze directly, swallowing hard before continuing. I need you to forget everything we talked about. All of it. Lucien dash. Please, Lucien cut him off, his tone shifting from request to plea. It won't help anyone to dwell on it. Let's just go back to normal. Sam's face nearly crumbled, a complex mixture of emotions washing across his features, guilt, sorrow, frustration, before settling into a mask of forced neutrality. His hands tightened on the steering wheel, then slowly relaxed. Is that really what you want? He asked quietly. Yes, Lucien answered without hesitation. Trust me, it's better this way. A heavy silence stretched between them, filled with all the things neither wanted to say. Finally, Sam nodded once, a short, jerky motion that spoke volumes about his internal conflict. Okay, he said, reaching for the door handle. Okay. The boarding house's main room was buzzing with activity as they entered. John and Dean hunched over a map spread across the antique table, while Trevor examined a collection of weapons laid out with methodical precision. There you are, John said, looking up as the door closed behind them. His eyes narrowed slightly, fatherly instincts immediately detecting the tension between his sons. Everything all right? Fine, Lucien replied too quickly, moving to put physical distance between himself and Sam. He positioned himself near the fireplace, casually examining a book left open on the mantelpiece. Elena's parents want to meet you, Dad. Dean's head snapped up, his attention momentarily diverted from whatever he'd been discussing with John. What? Her parents invited us to dinner tonight, Lucien explained, grateful for the change of subject. Me and Dad specifically. John straightened, his posture shifting subtly into hunter mode. When? 7 o'clock, Lucien replied, watching his father's expression harden. At their house. And this came out of nowhere? Dean asked, his tone suspicious. He glanced at Sam, who had moved to the far corner of the room, his back half turned as he pretended to examine a bookshelf. Not exactly, Lucien continued, carefully keeping his voice casual. Elena mentioned her dad's been acting weird. Burning papers with jaguar symbols in the middle of the night. Trevor approached, his expression thoughtful. The Gilberts are one of the founding families, he noted. If anyone knows about these marks, they would. John nodded slowly, his mind clearly working through the implications. Could be a trap, he mused. Could also be our best chance at getting information. Sam. Dean called, finally addressing his brother's unusual silence. You okay over there? Sam turned, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Yeah, just tired. Long day. Dean looked between Sam and Lucien, suspicion clear in his narrowed gaze. What happened with you two? Nothing, Lucien answered smoothly. We just drove around town a bit. Sam showed me some of the local landmarks. Not a lie, but not the full truth either. John watched the exchange silently, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he seemed to make a decision. We'll accept the invitation, he declared, effectively ending Dean's interrogation. Could be our best lead on what's happening in this town. Lucien nodded, relief washing through him as the focus shifted away from him and Sam. I'm going to rest before dinner, he announced, already moving toward the stairs. Been a long day. He felt their eyes on his back as he climbed the stairs, Sam's gaze the heaviest of all. The moment the door closed behind Lucien, Dean rounded on Sam. All right, what the hell happened, he demanded, green eyes flashing with concern barely masked as irritation. Sam busied himself with a book he'd pulled randomly from the shelf. Nothing happened, Dean. Bullshit, Dean shot back. You two look like someone died. What dash? Drop it, Sam interrupted, his voice uncharacteristically sharp. Please. John watched the exchange silently, his gaze moving between his sons. Trevor remained by the weapons table, pretending not to listen while catching every word. Sam, Dean persisted, stepping closer. If something's wrong with Lou Dash. I said drop it. Sam snapped, slamming the book closed. The sound echoed through the room, followed by a heavy silence. John finally intervened, his voice calm but commanding. Dean, help me clean these weapons. We need to be prepared for tonight. He turned to Sam. Check our supply of silver bullets. And vervain extract. Sam nodded gratefully at the distraction, moving toward their duffel bags. Lucien entered his room with a heavy sigh, closing the door and leaning back against it. He rubbed his eyes, the weight of the day pressing down on him like a physical burden. Rough day. The voice jolted him from his exhaustion. Catherine lounged on his bed, one arm propped behind her head, watching him with a mixture of smugness and genuine concern. Lucien silently cursed himself for not sensing her presence. He'd been so focused on blocking out emotions that he'd left himself blind to her. What are you doing here? He asked coldly, not moving from the door. Catherine smiled, stretching languidly against his pillows. Waiting for you, of course. Lucien's jaw tightened, already knowing what she did. You set it up, he accused, voice low with anger. You knew Sam was listening yesterday. You orchestrated the whole thing. Yes, Catherine admitted without hesitation or remorse, her directness catching Lucien off guard. He'd expected denial, manipulation, not simple acknowledgement. She twisted on the bed, exaggerating her comfort with a soft moan. Isn't it better to have things out in the open? No more pretending. Before Lucien could respond, he felt a strange tugging sensation, like invisible hands pulling him forward. The air around him shifted, currents forming where none should exist indoors. Catherine made a subtle gesture with her fingers, and the air current strengthened, drawing him toward the bed. Lucien could have resisted, the force would easily counter her wind manipulation, but curiosity overrode his anger. This was an ability he hadn't seen her use before. In his moment of allowance, Catherine pulled him onto the bed, catching him against her chest in a possessive embrace. Her fingers immediately found his hair, stroking it with gentleness. Surprised, she asked, her lips brushing against the top of his head. 500 years gives you time to develop all sorts of talents. Lucien stiffened in her arms. Let me go. Why? Catherine countered, continuing her gentle caresses. Because I showed you the truth. Because I didn't lie to you. You're manipulating me, Lucien accused, though he made no real effort to break free. Catherine chuckled softly. Did you expect anything else? But manipulation doesn't mean what I'm saying isn't true. Her arms tightened slightly around him. I'll never lie to you, Lucien. Always and forever. Lucien scoffed. You lied to me at the fair. You lied in that dream at the hospital. True, Catherine conceded, pressing a kiss to his hair. And I'm sorry for that. But things are different now. I promise you, from this moment forward, always and forever, I will never lie to you again. Hesitantly, exhausted from emotional barriers already strained to breaking, Lucien reached out with the force, probing Catherine's emotions. What he found surprised him, absolute sincerity pulsed from her, a core of truth he couldn't deny. I can't put you above my family, Lucien muttered after a long silence against her chest, the words muffled but clear enough to her hearing. Catherine continued rubbing gentle circles on his back. Why not? She asked softly. Why can't you put the one who loves you above all else above those who would discard you compared to others if it truly came down to it? Lucien pulled back slightly, looking up at her. It's not that simple, Dash. But it is, Catherine interrupted. Her expression shifted, becoming thoughtful. Though that's not what I'm asking of you. Confusion flickered across Lucien's face as he adjusted his position to see her better. Then what are you asking? Catherine reached out, gently taking a strand of his hair between her fingers. She brought it to her lips, kissing it with reverence. All I want, she said, her voice soft but intense, is for you, my dear little god, to grow up and become strong. As strong as you possibly can. Her eyes gleamed with something like religious fervor. I can feel it inside my heart, I don't know how, but it's like instinct, that if you do, none in creation will be able to equal you. She traced a finger along his jawline, her touch feather light. And if you love me then, it doesn't matter if you care about others more than me. Because you'll be able to keep me and them all safe and happy anyway. Lucien studied her face and her emotions, searching for deception but finding only that same core of belief. I see right through what she's doing, Lucien thought, watching Catherine play with his hair. This whole, I'll wait for you to grow up, and, it's okay to love others more than me, thing is such an obvious play. She's not demanding loyalty now, just setting herself up as the one person who believes in me when I'm feeling like crap about my place in the family. Classic Manipulation 101. He shifted slightly in the hug, uncomfortable with the thought of how comfortable it felt, the embrace of a monster. I know she's playing me, but I just don't even care right now. Because yeah, she's manipulating me, but I can feel through the force that she's not lying about the important part. She really would put me first. She actually does believe I could become something insanely powerful. She does believe that if I become strong enough it would be okay, but prefers that I do put her first. A sigh escaped him as he acknowledged the truth to himself. After that car ride with Sam. After having all that stuff out in the open. Catherine's whole act is like finding an oasis in the desert. I know it's Catherine fucking Pierce, but damn it, she's right. She's absolutely right about everything, and that's what makes her so dangerous, and why I can't bring myself to push her away right now. Before he could respond, a wave of exhaustion crashed over him, the emotional toll of the day finally catching up. His eyelids suddenly felt immensely heavy. Catherine noticed immediately, her expression softening. You're exhausted, she observed, pulling him closer. Sleep. I'll protect you, keep the nightmares away. How? Lucien mumbled, fighting to keep his eyes open. Vampire trick, Catherine explained, her voice a soothing murmur. I can guard dreams, keep the bad ones at bay. Her fingers resumed their gentle stroking of his hair. I'll wake you when it's time for you and your dad to go to Elena's. Just rest now. Lucien knew he should resist, should push her away and maintain boundaries. But the comfort she offered was too tempting after the day he'd had. With a sigh of surrender, he allowed himself to relax against her, his body going limp as sleep claimed him. Catherine adjusted her position slightly, cradling him more comfortably against her. Her expression held triumph mixed with genuine protectiveness as she watched him drift into darkness. My beloved little god, she whispered as his breathing deepened, her fingers still gently stroking his hair. Do tell me how you found it. So. Look, I pride myself on my writing being logical, it is why Catherine is. Well, making this happen. How I've written Catherine is I've taken her canon self, and put it here, with some adjustments to the past, to fit the upscaled, different world. Her desires, personality, and the like though are like in canon. It's why survival is her goal, and when finding out Lucien is the key she is willing to do all this. It is also why, that precisely because of that desire for survival, that she can do fucked absolute disgusting up things, like having tried to force herself on Lucien in that dream, despite being attracted not to Lucien's body as a kid, but the concept of Lucien, a god who can be her protector. Catherine can do a lot for survival. She is. I don't know if the comparison is completely correct, but kind of in a sense like Feng Yuan. For immortality, Feng Yuan doesn't care what he does so long as it gets him, well, he still has his pride, so nothing too humiliating, but still. If being a demon will get him immortality he will become the greatest of all demons. If being a saint is what gets him immortality he will be the greatest of the saints. Catherine is similar in that, for survival, safety, love, immortality and love. If it means that by becoming someone Lucien loves, likes, she is willing to change enough about herself, that, she gets that. Like putting Lucien first, loving him more than life itself, being willing to die for him, and the like. Question is, can she succeed? Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 54, Question and Explanation. Hello everyone. I hope you all are enjoying the story. I just wish to ask a question and give an explanation about something. Do please read it and answer if you can. My question is, have a lot of people dropped this FIC or are just silently reading? I was gone for a month or so it is to be expected that not all former readers are reading again. Perhaps some dropped it or it's too low in their library. I'm asking cause amount of comments primarily are what motivate me to write is all. Now, onto my explanation. Catherine, first things foremost, the way I have written her in recent chapters does not absolve, emphasis not yelling, her of any of her former, absurdly disgusting actions. We know them, so no need to name them. I personally for the longest time have hated Catherine with a passion, my comments from earlier chapters, around a month ago show that evidently. But I've recently begun thinking of challenging myself as an author. Can I in a way that is logical and completely in character for Catherine Pierce, write her in a way that she at least can become somewhat of a better person? If yes, then I'll make a poll to you guys to suggest what to do with her. Whether she ends up with Lucien will still end up with Elena, or only remains his worshipper/best friend, who will always seek only him, and just decide to wait for as long as she can, since she has immortality. If no, she dies. Straight up. Lucien fries her with force lightning. I have given explanations why Catherine is the way she is. Essentially it all boils down to survival and love. Catherine wants to survive to enjoy life and her primary thing she desires more than all else is being loved and being I in love. Catherine sees Lucien as the key to both. How I've written Catherine is I've taken her canon self and put it here, with some adjustments to the past, to fit the upscaled, different world. Her desires, personality, and the like though are like in canon. It's why survival is her goal, and when finding out Lucien is the key she is willing to do all this. It is also why, that precisely because of that desire for survival, that she can do fucked absolute disgusting up things, like having tried to force herself on Lucien in that dream, despite being attracted not to Lucien's body as a kid, but the concept of Lucien, a god who can be her protector. Yes, she is not attracted to Lucien, as a kid's body, since again, Catherine is primarily her canon self with minor adjustments to fit the world. In canon, Catherine wasn't interested in kids, right? Anyway, Catherine can do a lot for survival. She is. I don't know if the comparison is completely correct, but kind of in a sense like Feng Yuan. For immortality, Feng Yuan doesn't care what he does so long as it gets him it, well, he still has his pride, so nothing too humiliating, but still. If being a demon will get him immortality, he will become the greatest of all demons. If being a saint is what gets him immortality, he will be the greatest of the saints. Catherine is similar in that, for survival, safety, love, immortality and love. If it means that by becoming someone Lucien loves, likes, she is willing to change enough about herself, that, she gets that. Like. 1. Putting Lucien first. 2. Loving him more than life itself. 3. Being willing to die for him. 4. Never lying to him. 5. Being absolutely loyal to him, and worshipping him as a god. 6. Actually falling in love with him. Etc. She is willing, emphasis on willing, to do all that. Question, as always is, can she succeed though? And that's what will base her survival in this FIC. Well, I hope you all read this and I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 55, 1-Up. The throne room of Castle Dracula reeked of death. Hundreds of bodies lay scattered across the ancient stone floor, drained husks that had once been women. Their glassy eyes stared at nothing, frozen in final moments of terror. Blood pooled between the flagstones, forming patterns like a macabre mosaic. In the center of this carnage knelt Stefan Salvatore, his mouth latched onto the throat of a young woman whose struggles had long since ceased. His once proud shoulders were hunched in submission, his body bearing scars that should have been impossible on a vampire of his age. For decades of captivity had broken something fundamental in him, the self-righteous Salvatore brother now little more than an animal performing for his master. On the obsidian throne above this tableau sat Dracula himself. Though weakened, his presence dominated the chamber, a dark gravity that bent everything toward him. His pale features retained their aristocratic beauty, but his eyes burned with hunger that centuries had not diminished. Enough, Dracula commanded, his voice soft yet filling the vast chamber. Stefan immediately released the woman, who crumpled lifelessly to the floor. Blood stained his chin and shirt, his eyes wild with the Ripper's frenzy but tempered by fear of his master. Come, Dracula beckoned with a single-finger gesture. Stefan crawled forward on hands and knees, leaving bloody handprints on the stone floor. Once he reached the foot of the throne, he raised his wrist in offering, head bowed in submission. Dracula took the offered limb with deceptive gentleness, examining the blue veins beneath pale skin. You have served me well today, Ripper, he murmured, before sinking elongated fangs into Stefan's flesh. Stefan trembled but made no sound as Dracula fed, drawing blood that still carried echoes of the doppelganger lineage. The ancient vampire drank deeply, nearly to the point of desiccation, before releasing Stefan with casual disregard. The younger vampire collapsed to the floor, barely conscious. Remove him, Dracula ordered the shadowy spirits that haunted his castle's corners. And bring more for when he wakes. The Ripper must feed to provide what I need. As the spirits dragged Stefan's limp form away, Dracula wiped a single drop of blood from his lip, studying its color with dissatisfaction. Doppelganger blood, he whispered to himself, rising from his throne to approach a window overlooking the Carpathian Mountains. Nature's echo of the immortal Silas, once so potent, now merely sustaining. For 4 decades, he had kept Stefan as his personal blood source, a living connection to the Salvatore doppelganger bloodline. The doppelganger blood had helped him recover from his battle with Klaus, what the Norse had called Fenrir, the wolf that devoured gods, but it was not enough to restore him fully. A memory surfaced, Stefan's initial defiance when Dracula had first captured him in 1960. The younger vampire had spat in his face, declaring that his brother Damon would come or that he will get out and rip him apart. Dracula had simply smiled then, beginning the long process of breaking Stefan Salvatore. Sometimes he would treat Stefan with fatherly affection, teaching him ancient knowledge, sharing stories of history Stefan had only read about. He would heal Stefan's wounds with his own blood, speak to him with respect, treat him as a valued companion. Then, without warning or pattern, he would shift to brutal torture, flaying Stefan's skin with silver, forcing him to watch as innocent humans were slaughtered, starving him for weeks before offering blood mixed with vervain. There was never any rhyme or reason to when kindness would become cruelty. The same action might earn praise one day and punishment the next. Sometimes the shifts would happen multiple times within hours, sometimes one approach would last for months before suddenly changing. Stefan had tried to maintain his sense of self at first, clinging to memories of his brother, of his best friend Lexi, of his humanity. But those anchors had gradually eroded under the cognitive dissonance of Dracula's treatment. After a decade, Stefan's fight weakened. After 2, he'd stopped mentioning Damon. After 3, he'd begun crawling to Dracula's feet without being commanded. Dracula's fist clenched, cracking the stone windowsill beneath his hand. I need something more. And he had found it. The boy in Mystic Falls, Lucien Winchester. Dracula had worked with God's prophets before. He had seen angels in their glory, had once even stood before the archangel Michael himself. But this child, when Dracula's night had glimpsed him through their connection, the boy's essence had blazed brighter than any angel. The vessel of God, Dracula murmured, the words half reverent, half hungry. Not merely touched by divinity, but containing it. It's the only possible explanation. The son, reborn. The irony was not lost on him. Once God's champion, now he sought to drain the blood of God's vessel. But such was the path of revenge, a road that had led him from heaven's general to hell's prince. His contemplation was interrupted by a sudden drop in temperature. Frost formed on the windows, spreading in delicate patterns across the glass. The blood on the floor began to freeze, cracking like thin ice. Dracula turned, power gathering around him despite his weakened state. Few beings could enter his domain uninvited, and fewer still would dare. The air in the center of the throne room shimmered, reality folding in on itself. A tall female figure stepped through the distortion, one half of her beautiful beyond measure, the other half a decaying corpse. Her mismatched eyes, one vibrant green, one milky white, fixed on him. Hela, Dracula acknowledged, inclining his head slightly, a courtesy, not submission. Daughter of Loki. What brings the goddess of Niflheim to my humble abode? Humble. Hela's questioned, her tone near monotone, but unable to hide the hint of bewildered amusement within. She gestured at the carnage surrounding them. Your reputation for understatement remains intact, dragon. She moved forward, her living half smiling while her dead half remained frozen in eternal rictus. I've come with a proposition that might interest you, concerning a certain boy in Mystic Falls. Dracula's eyes narrowed. How do you know of that? The death of Thor has created ripples through the divine realms, Hela explained, examining the bodies around her with interest. When a god dies, especially one as powerful as the Thunderer, secrets become exposed. Barriers thin. She turned her full attention to Dracula. I know you seek the Winchester boy. I know you cannot reach him because Klaus's essence permeates all of Virginia. And I know you grow weaker despite your... She glanced at Stefan's blood on the floor, livestock. Choose your next words carefully, Dracula warned, darkness gathering around him like a cloak. Even weakened, I remain beyond your power. Hela laughed, the sound like ice breaking. Perhaps. But I'm not here to fight you, dragon. I'm here to help you. And why would the daughter of Loki offer help to me? Because Asgard falters, she replied, her living eye flashing with ambition. Odin sleeps, Thor is dead for now, and my father is, occupied with other matters. The Norse realms stand vulnerable. She moved closer, frost spreading wherever her corpse foot touched. I need worshippers. Power. The old ways are fading, and with them, gods like me. And how does this concern me? Dracula asked, though he had already begun to see her design. I can reach Mystic Falls, Hela stated simply. Klaus's power, or Fenris's, as we once know him, doesn't affect me as much as it does you. Death goes where it wishes. Fenris, Dracula repeated, the ancient name bitter on his tongue. The wolf that devoured gods. Yes, Hela confirmed, her gaze raising a bit, becoming distant, looking back. I suppose that name does open old wounds. You were there, weren't you? You witnessed it as well. How Klaus fought the original Fenris centuries ago, a battle that split the earth and shook the stars above. He devoured my kinsman's flesh and essence, absorbing his power, trying to use it as an alternative to break his curse, and free his own wolf side, failing in the end still. They were compatible, you see, both apex predators, both associated with terror and destruction, both betrayed by family. She traced a pattern in the frozen blood with her living hand. Now, Klaus carries Fenris's essence, has become Fenris in this age. That is why his energy affects you so severely. Your wounds from your battle with him will never fully heal while you remain undernourished. Dracula's crushed the stone windswell he held. Spare me. I'm no ignorant child. I need no explanation. I know my predicament quite well. After a moment of silence, both gazing at one another, Dracula broke it. You offer to retrieve the boy for me. More statement rather than question. Yes. In exchange for a portion of your subjects' worship, Hela replied. You have followers across continents, humans who whisper your name in fear, vampires who revere you as progenitor. I want a tithe of their devotion. Does she know the boy's true nature? Dracula questioned himself. He looked considering. And how do I know you won't simply take the boy for yourself? Because I cannot use him as you can, Hela admitted. He is. Life. The last word came out like a sigh. Ideal in death. It is your kind that devours life, not mine. All I take is death. She approached the throne, standing before him. Do we have an agreement, dragon? Dracula studied her, weighing options in a mind that had calculated for millennia. Finally, he nodded once. Bring me Lucien Winchester, he commanded, and 1/10 of my followers shall know your name. Hellas Living half smiled. Prepare your chamber of restoration, dragon. Soon you shall have what you seek in your grasp. As she turned to leave, Dracula called after her, Daughter of Loki, remember this, betray me, and not even Niflheim will hide you from my wrath. I would expect nothing less, Hela replied, stepping back through the shimmer in reality. As the distortion closed behind her, her voice echoed in the chamber, the boy will be yours before the full moon is gone again. Alone once more, Dracula leaned back on his throne, contemplating the future. Soon, the blood of God's vessel would flow through his veins. Soon, he would be restored to his full power, no go even beyond it. And then, perhaps, he would finally be strong enough to breach heaven itself and reclaim what had been taken from him so long ago. Marie, he whispered to the empty room, the name like a prayer on the lips of the damned. Wait for me, beloved. Just a little longer. Trevor Belmont leaned against the doorframe of Lucien's bedroom at the Salvatore boarding house, arms crossed as he observed the scene before him. Catherine Pierce lay on the bed beside the sleeping Lucien, one arm wrapped possessively around the boy. Her fingers stroked through his hair with gentleness, occasionally pausing to press a kiss to his temple or inhale his scent with closed eyes. Her expression was one of pure reverence, completely absorbed in her worship. She didn't acknowledge Trevor's presence, didn't even glance his way, her focus entirely on Lucien's sleeping form. Trevor cleared his throat pointedly. Catherine continued as if she hadn't heard, pressing another kiss to Lucien's forehead, whispering something inaudible against his skin. Interesting bedtime routine, Trevor finally said, his voice low enough not to disturb the sleeping boy. Catherine didn't look up, her fingers still moving through Lucien's hair. Did you need something? She asked lazily, her attention never wavering from her task. Trevor studied her, noting how her body curved protectively around Lucien, how her eyes never left his face even when speaking to someone else. He'd seen that look before, in the eyes of pilgrims at holy sites, in zealots before their sacrifices, in the devoted as they whispered prayers. It was the look of absolute worship, and it made his skin crawl to see it on a vampire's face. I'm curious, Trevor said, pushing off from the doorframe and stepping into the room. How do you endure it? Endure what? Catherine asked, still not looking at him as she pressed another kiss to Lucien's hair. Trevor moved to the edge of the bed, placing his palm on the mattress near Lucien's head. He leaned forward until his face was level with Catherine's, hovering above her where she lay. Being so close to him, Trevor clarified, his eyes missing nothing. I can see how much you love him. And when a vampire loves, it's in their nature to want to drink their blood and feed them their own. Yet here you are, so close, but unable to do either because of the contract. His head tilted slightly. It must be torture. Yet you seem completely unaffected. Catherine finally glanced at him, her expression bored despite their proximity. Perhaps I simply have excellent self-control. Trevor chuckled, leaning even closer. No, I don't buy that. This isn't something control can help against. Just like your kind of vampires can't truly become immune to vervain, you can't go against that instinct. It's in your nature. What exactly are you trying to get at? Catherine asked, her fingers never pausing in their gentle stroking of Lucien's hair. Trevor was silent for a long moment, then straightened, taking a step back from the bed. I have a theory, actually, he said, gesturing as if giving a presentation. A theory that fills in this blank. Catherine's expression shifted to one of mild amusement and curiosity. And what would that be? To offset this hunger, Trevor began, his hands moving to emphasize his points, you've somehow found a way to direct it to something else that gives equal amounts of pleasure. I have no idea how you managed it, but it would explain why you're so touchy. He paced a few steps, warming to his subject. Vampires are beings of extremely heightened emotion. When they fear, they experience absolute terror. When they love. He paused, looking directly at Catherine, they truly love, deeply. And you're an extreme of your own with your worship of the boy. Trevor's voice took on a clinical tone. You have to touch him, hug him, kiss him. If you don't, you might claw your own eyes out, tear your own flesh apart to feel anything besides that need. His expression hardened. Believe me, I've seen it. I've caused quite a few vampires to go mad myself. Captured them, kept them chained and hungry, while keeping the image of their desire in front of them. It's quite an effective torture method. He finished with a smirk. Catherine looked bored. Is that supposed to scare me? What's the point you're trying to get at? I'm getting to that, Trevor assured her. See, that pleasure that vampires get is. He paused meaningfully, orgasmic. Meaning, it could be interpreted as sexual. The moment the word sexual left his lips, Catherine's eyes widened and her body instantly contorted in agony. Iya! She screamed, thrashing on the bed, her face transforming as veins darkened beneath her eyes and fangs extended in pain. Trevor moved fast, scooping Lucien away from the thrashing vampire. The boy had woken instantly from Catherine's scream, eyes wide and alert despite being pulled from sleep. What's happening? Lucien demanded, looking between Trevor and the writhing Catherine. Trevor ignored him momentarily, watching as Catherine's pain began to subside. Her vampire features remained visible as she growled at him from the bed, fury replacing pain in her eyes. I'm quite surprised your pain stopped so quickly, Trevor remarked. But it seems I was right. What is going on? Lucien repeated more forcefully, twisting in Trevor's grip to face him. Before Trevor could answer, John, Dean, and Sam burst into the room, weapons drawn, responding to Catherine's scream. What happened? John demanded, eyes scanning for threats. Trevor set Lucien down carefully. I've made an interesting discovery about our contract with Miss Pierce, he explained to the room at large. The clause preventing sexual contact with Lucien depends on what both parties interpret as sexual. Since I'm part of the contract, when both Catherine and I interpreted the pleasure she gains from physical contact with Lucien as part of the word sexual, the contract activated. He looked genuinely intrigued. Something new, I hadn't known this was possible, but I thought it worth a try. 20 minutes later, they had all relocated to the kitchen table downstairs. Catherine sat as far from Trevor as possible, her posture rigid with anger. John checked his watch repeatedly, aware that he and Lucien needed to leave for Elena's house within the hour. So let me get this straight, Dean said, unable to keep both the smugness and disgust from his voice. You get some kind of orgasmic pleasure from touching my little brother. Dean, Sam warned, glancing at Lucien, who sat stiffly, but still sleepy in his chair, expression closed. Catherine's jaw tightened. Yes, she admitted reluctantly. I experience pleasure when in contact with Lucien. And how exactly does that work? John asked, his voice cold. That's not something I'm obligated to explain, Catherine replied. It's an ability I've developed, a contingency for situations like this. That's all you need to know. Dean's grin widened. Well, looks like your creepy touching days are over. Contract says no sexual contact, and now we all know what you're getting out of it. Catherine's frustration was evident, but after a moment, her expression shifted to a forced smirk. If you think you've won, you're dead wrong. Before anyone could react, she moved with vampire speed, plucking Lucien from his chair and settling him on her lap. Her arms wrapped around him as she pressed a kiss to the top of his head, all without showing any sign of pain. What the hell? Dean exclaimed, half rising from his seat. Catherine's smirk widened at their shocked expressions. It all depends on interpretation of the English word's definition of sexual contact, remember. In that moment, Trevor Belmont convinced me of his interpretation being part of the definition of the word, but it isn't, therefore this form of contact isn't sexual. Her fingers stroked Lucien's arm possessively. The feeling may be sexual in level of pleasure, but it isn't a sexual feeling itself. Pleasure is pleasure, sexual pleasure is pleasure from a sexual act. This act is not sexual. That's bullshit semantics, Dean snapped. No, Trevor interjected, looking annoyed but impressed. It's truth. It's how magical contracts work. Words' linguistic definitions, interpretation, and intent matter. She's found the loophole within the loophole. John's expression darkened. This discussion is over. Catherine, put my son down. Now. Or what? Catherine challenged, tightening her hold on Lucien. The contract dash. She never finished her sentence. With a frustrated growl, Lucien extended his hand, sending a force push that separated him from Catherine's grasp. The vampire was thrown back several feet, her chair toppling as she caught herself. Enough. Lucien shouted, standing in the center of the kitchen. I've had it with all of you. The room fell silent, everyone staring at him in surprise. Lucien's face was flushed with anger as he stalked to the cupboard, yanked it open, and grabbed a bag of chips. Can't even sleep peacefully around here. Shocking me awake. Thought there was a fucking attack. He muttered under his breath, angry. He turned back to the assembled adults, his expression a mixture of frustration and bone-deep exhaustion. None of you bother me until it's time to leave, he said flatly. Except Dad, when it's time to go to Elena's. Without waiting for a response, he stormed out of the kitchen and up the stairs. The slam of his bedroom door echoed through the house, leaving an uncomfortable silence in his wake. Dean was the first to break it. Way to go, Catherine, he muttered. You've really outdone yourself this time. Catherine didn't respond, her eyes fixed on the doorway where Lucien had disappeared, an unreadable expression on her face. John stood, his chair scraping against the floor. I need to get ready, he said, his voice tight with controlled anger. We leave in 45 minutes. Do tell me how you found it. I thought it time for Dracula to be present directly for the first time in this FIC. Do tell me what you think of him having enslaved Stefan. Also, yeah, Trevor hasn't just been twiddling his thumbs. He has been working, trying to help and all that, but Catherine is a 5 centuries-year-old vampire, so she won't be caught easily. Well, anyways, hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 56, Guilt. The porch light of the Gilbert house cast a warm glow against the gathering dusk. John Winchester adjusted his collar, an unconscious gesture that betrayed his discomfort with social calls that weren't strictly hunting-related. Beside him, Lucien stood perfectly still, his posture relaxed but alert, eyes taking in every detail of the 2-story colonial home he'd visited once before for a study group. Remember, John said quietly, we're here for information. Keep your eyes open, but don't reveal anything unless absolutely necessary. Lucien nodded. I know, Dad. Through the force, he could sense his father's concern radiating like heat from sun-warmed metal, not just the usual protective instincts, but something sharper. John had developed keen instincts over decades of hunting, and those instincts were clearly on edge tonight. Before his father could respond, the front door swung open, revealing a woman in her early 40s with warm eyes that didn't quite match her tense smile. Lucien, good to see you again, she said with practiced warmth before turning to John. And you must be Mr. Winchester. I'm Miranda Gilbert. Please, come in. Lucien noticed the slight tremor in her fingers as she gestured them inside, the way her eyes darted past them to scan the street before closing the door. Small tells that might have been invisible to most, but screamed caution to trained hunters. The interior of the Gilbert home was familiar to Lucien from his previous visit, but he noticed details he'd missed before, then too worried about his dad dying. The barely visible protective symbols carved into the doorframe, the arrangement of mirrors that allowed views of all entry points, the strategic placement of iron decorative pieces. Grayson is in the kitchen finishing up dinner, Miranda explained, leading them through a hallway lined with family photographs. Elena. Jeremy. Dinner's ready. Footsteps sounded on the stairs, and 2 teenagers descended. Elena moved with natural grace, offering Lucien a smile, barely hiding the nervousness within, since she is worried about her parents' intentions. Jeremy followed with the typical slouch of a preteen who would rather be anywhere else. Hey, Lucien, good to see you again, Elena said. Hi, Elena, good to see you too. Lucien replied, able to sense what she is feeling through the force. Jeremy merely nodded, eyes already drifting toward what was presumably the direction of food. Dinner's ready, called a male voice from deeper in the house. Come on in before it gets cold. The dining room table had been set with careful precision, proper plates, folded napkins, water glasses filled exactly 3/4 full. Dr. Grayson Gilbert stood at the head of the table, carving knife poised over a roast that looked like it belonged in a magazine spread. John Winchester, he said, setting down the knife to extend his hand. I've heard good things about your hunting skills. John's handshake was firm. And I've heard you're one of the best doctors in the county. Please, have a seat, Grayson gestured to the empty chairs. Miranda makes a pot roast that puts the diner to shame. Lucien took the seat across from Elena, noting how Grayson's smile tightened almost imperceptibly when their eyes met. So, Miranda said as she passed a bowl of mashed potatoes, how are you finding Mystic Falls? It must be quite different from your travels. It's interesting, John replied diplomatically. Lot of history for such a small town. Grayson nodded, his knife slicing through the meat with surgical precision. The founding families took great care to preserve our heritage. Some traditions have continued uninterrupted since 1860. The Founders' Day celebration is this Saturday, Miranda added. The whole town comes out for it. Yeah, with boring speeches and people in old-timey costumes, Jeremy muttered, earning a sharp look from his mother. It's not boring, Elena countered, though Lucien noticed she didn't sound particularly enthusiastic. The lantern ceremony is actually pretty beautiful. Lantern ceremony? John asked, accepting the plate Grayson passed him. Yes, at midnight, Grayson explained, his voice suddenly strained. We light paper lanterns and release them from Founders Hall. It symbolizes the. Lucien watched with fascination as Grayson's face reddened, the words seeming to physically catch in his throat. The doctor took a quick sip of water, his hand trembling slightly. It symbolizes the town's hopes for the coming year, Miranda finished smoothly. The tradition dates back to the original founding. The council takes the ceremony very seriously, Grayson managed to add. John's eyes narrowed slightly. The council. The Founders' Council, Miranda explained quickly. Historical Preservation Society, essentially. Grayson serves as the medical consultant. Lucien caught Elena studying his palm when she thought he wasn't looking. Her eyes held questions she couldn't voice, her fingers absently rubbing her covered wrist beneath the table. Elena, Miranda said, clearly eager to change subjects, how was the study session with Bonnie yesterday? Fine, Elena replied, her voice carefully neutral. Caroline couldn't make it, though. The mention of Caroline caused a flicker of concern across Miranda's face. I heard she's been out sick the past few days. Is she feeling better? I don't know, Elena admitted. She hasn't been answering texts. The conversation shifted to safer topics, but Lucien remained acutely aware of the undercurrents flowing beneath the polite dinner talk. Grayson barely touched his food, his gaze frequently drifting to Elena with an expression of poorly concealed anguish. After dinner, the family moved to the living room for coffee and the apple pie Miranda had prepared. Jeremy immediately claimed the armchair nearest the television, while Elena perched on the couch beside her mother. Grayson remained standing, coffee cup clutched in hands that couldn't quite stay steady. John, he said after an awkward silence, I understand from Lucien that you've traveled extensively with your work. You must have encountered some unusual situations. John set his coffee down carefully. You could say that. Some matters in town require specialized perspectives, Grayson continued, each word seemingly chosen with painful care. His eyes darted toward Lucien, then back to John. Miranda touched her husband's arm gently. Perhaps Elena could show John that collection of historical documents in the study. The ones from her grandfather's collection. The request hung in the air, its true meaning transparent. Grayson wanted to speak to Lucien alone. John didn't like it. His eyes met Lucien's, a silent conversation passing between them. Lucien gave an almost imperceptible nod, I can handle this. John's jaw tightened, knowing that whatever information they came for this may be their best bet. After a moment, he returned the nod, deciding to trust his son, especially because of what he knows of his capabilities. 15 minutes, no more. I'd be interested to see that, John said, rising from his seat. History was always more Sam's thing than mine, but I've picked up a few things over the years. Great, Miranda said, relief evident in her voice. Elena, Jeremy, why don't you show Mr. Winchester your grandfather's collection? But I was going to play my new game, Jeremy protested. Jeremy, Miranda's tone left no room for argument. The boy sighed dramatically but stood. Fine. Elena hesitated, her eyes meeting Lucien's with clear concern. Unlike her brother, she understood something was happening. It's okay, Lucien said quietly. We'll talk later. She nodded reluctantly and followed her mother and brother from the room. John paused in the doorway, positioning himself where he could still hear if trouble started. I'll be right down the hall if you need anything, he said, the words carrying clear meaning to Lucien. Then they were gone, footsteps receding up the stairs, leaving Lucien alone with Grayson Gilbert. The moment John Winchester's footsteps faded, Grayson Gilbert's entire demeanor transformed. His shoulders dropped as if released from invisible restraints, his hand flying to his throat as he drew a deep, shuddering breath. He looked like a man who had been underwater for minutes and finally surfaced. It's dash, he tested, voice hoarse. The council, the rituals, the sacrifices. Each forbidden word seemed to amaze him as it passed his lips without resistance. Lucien remained standing, alert and watchful as Grayson sank onto the couch, overwhelmed. Whatever you are, Grayson said, staring at Lucien with a mixture of fear and hope, you're not a normal human, that's for sure. Not vampire, witch, werewolf, god, demon, or any other thing I know of. The binding spell doesn't account for you in it. I don't even know what to think of that. Lucien tilted his head slightly, revealing nothing. What binding spell? Grayson laughed, a sound edged with hysteria. The one that's kept me silent for 20 years. The one that physically prevents anyone in this town who knows from speaking about what really happens here to those who don't already know. He leaned forward, urgency radiating from every movement. Founders' Day is Saturday, 2 days from now. The full moon rises at 11:17 p.m. Do you understand what I'm telling you? We have less than 48 hours. Before what? Lucien asked, his voice carefully neutral. Before they sacrifice my daughter. Grayson's voice broke on the last word, his composure crumbling. After a long moment of silence, the two staring down one another, Lucien moved to sit in the armchair opposite Grayson, his eyes never leaving the man's face. Tell me everything, starting from the beginning. Grayson took another deep breath. I don't know if there is some fail-safe, or if there is a specific amount of time I have, so I'm gonna explain as much as I can in as little time possible. Make sure to keep up, understand? At Lucien's careful nod, Grayson continued. Mystic Falls wasn't founded in 1860 like the official history claims. There was an earlier settlement in the 1790s, the true founding. But something happened, something terrible. His hands trembled as he continued. The 5 founding families, Lockwood, Forbes, Fell, Gilbert, and Salvatore, they made a covenant. A sacrifice for prosperity and protection. It worked. The town thrived while others failed. And they've continued this covenant, Lucien prompted. Grayson nodded. Every year on Founder's Day, under the full moon, someone bearing the mark is offered. He swallowed hard. The jaguar is the symbol of Tezcatlipoca, the smoking mirror. An Aztec deity the original settlers somehow contacted. And Richard Lockwood? Lucien asked, remembering the odd feeling the mayor gave him. He's not just our mayor, Grayson's voice hardened. In the ritual hierarchy, he's the high priest. The Lockwood bloodline has always led the ceremonies, they have the werewolf gene in their family, it makes them especially attuned to lunar cycles. Lucien leaned forward. And the selection process? How are victims chosen? The mark appears on those chosen by the entity they worship. Usually, outsiders, travelers passing through. The council makes sure the disappearances don't raise alarms. Grayson's face contorted with self-loathing. I've signed death certificates listing accidents, animal attacks, overdoses, whatever story would close the case quickest. But Elena is different, Lucien observed. She's not an outsider. No. Grayson's voice was barely audible. She's not. That's what makes this so he broke off, reaching beneath his shirt collar with trembling hands. He pulled out a strange egg-shaped black pendant on a chain. They call it a beherit. It's Syriac for Satan. Lucien barely could keep his face controlled. Okay, what the actual fuck? Hey. I'm not about to deal with a fucking eclipse situation, am I? Every founding family has one, Grayson continued. The ritual doesn't just take a life, it changes the recipient. His voice dropped to a whisper. They believe it turns them into gods. And you? Lucien asked carefully, deciding to keep himself focused on the situation, take all the information and process what it all means later. I've only ever observed. My father forced me to watch when I was 16. Grayson's voice broke. I've never participated. I couldn't. But watching was bad enough. He looked up, eyes haunted. My father was not human by the end. Not in any way that mattered. I never felt safe in my own home. The things he could do. He shuddered at the memory. When he died, this passed to me, he continued, touching the pendant with obvious revulsion. I've managed to delay my own ascension 4 years. Making excuses, finding loopholes. Until now, Lucien concluded. Last week, Richard told me to prepare for my ascension on Founder's Day. That something I can't have back will be forfeited, like all of them did as well. Grayson's voice hollowed with horror. Then 2 nights ago, I saw him in Elena's room. When I found the mark on her wrist the next morning, I understood. Your irreplaceable sacrifice, Lucien said softly. Grayson nodded, his eyes watering for a moment till he rubbed them with his fingers. I don't even know the full ritual. They only reveal that to you when it's your turn. All I know is that no marked sacrifice has ever returned. Lucien processed this information, his mind working through implications and possibilities. The ritual requires multiple sacrifices, doesn't it? Grayson looked up, surprised. Yes. How did you dash? It's logical, Lucien replied smoothly. A transformation of that magnitude would require significant power. The primary sacrifice, the thing most dear to the person, is for the initiate's transformation, Grayson confirmed. But there are others. The ritual requires additional sacrifices, fuel, they call it, to power the transformation. And these additional sacrifices, Lucien asked carefully, how are they marked? They bear the mark on their palm instead of their wrist, if the primary sacrifice is a person that is. Lesser sacrifices. Grayson ran a hand through his hair. I don't know how many. It varies based on the power they're trying to achieve. Lucien subtly adjusted his position, keeping his marked palm out of sight. What happens if one of these fuel sacrifices isn't available? I don't know, Grayson admitted. The ritual has never failed in living memory. Both turned silent for a long moment. Lucien taking in all that was said, while Grayson forced himself to keep it together, as when he met Lucien for the first time he felt towards someone the absence of that binding. He knows Lucien's family are hunters, as the Kusel themselves are supposed to be vampire hunters, this is his only hope. And what have you done to stop it? Lucien suddenly asked, his voice taking on an edge. Grayson flinched. What could I do? The binding spell prevents direct action. Anyone who's tried to interfere in the past. He trailed off. What happened to them? Lucien pressed. They disappeared. Their families too. Grayson's hands clenched into fists. The Fells lost their youngest son in 1987 when they threatened to expose everything. Lucien rose from his chair, beginning to pace the room. So you've done nothing. For years, you've watched as people were sacrificed. I've delayed my participation, Grayson defended weakly. I've found excuses, created medical emergencies that required my attention elsewhere before the time of rituals. But you never tried to stop it, Lucien countered, moving behind Grayson's chair. You never warned the victims. Never reached out for help. The binding spell is clearly not infallible. No creation of a limited being is, whether they call themselves a god or not. Lucien cut him off, his hand suddenly gripping Grayson's shoulders from behind. The pressure was carefully calibrated, painful enough to make a point without causing injury. You're speaking freely now, aren't you? Grayson winced but didn't try to break free. Yes. For years, you watched other people's children die, Lucien said, his voice low and intense. And only now, when it's your daughter, do you suddenly find the courage to seek help? Yes, Grayson admitted, his voice cracking. I was a coward. I still am. His shoulders slumped under Lucien's grip. I've been telling myself there was nothing I could do. That fighting back would only make things worse. A bitter laugh escaped him. But seeing that mark on my daughter, I can't hide anymore. Lucien felt the truth in Grayson's words through the force, the genuine remorse, the desperate fear for his daughter, the self-loathing that had been building for decades. Slowly, he released his grip and moved around to face the doctor. You did what you thought was necessary to protect your family, Lucien said, his tone softening slightly. But now we need to do more than just delay. Grayson looked up, surprise flickering across his features at the understanding rather than condemnation. Elena won't be sacrificed on Saturday, Lucien stated with quiet certainty. Neither will anyone else. How can you possibly stop something generations of founding families couldn't? Grayson asked, disbelief battling with desperate hope. Did all of them try to stop it? Or were most of them willing participants? Lucien questioned with a raised eyebrow. At this Grayson fell silent. Lucien, with a sigh, extended his hand. Grayson hesitated, knowing that it meant to trust the boy, despite the fact that it was he who called him here. In the end, he gathered his courage, and took the offered hand. Lucien covered it with his other one in a gesture of reassurance. We're gonna stop this, be sure of that, Mr. Gilbert. Lucien gently reassured. Grayson nodded absent-mindedly as their hands unlocked, before his eyes widened in shock. You're Mark II, he whispered, staring at the jaguar symbol on Lucien's palm. A single tear tracked down his cheek suddenly. Seeing that he this time around not only was acting to save his daughter, but finally for the first time, was warning one of the ones supposed to be victims, there was relief. Relief at finally acting. He reached for Lucien's hand again, holding it again, desperately this time. I'm sorry, he whispered, I'm so sorry. Do tell me how you found it. So yeah, what do you think is going to happen? Can Lucien actually handle this situation? Or is it too big, and they need to flee, or perhaps even die? Who knows? I'm interested in your thoughts. Well, hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 57, The Eve. The first light of dawn painted the Salvatore boarding house in shades of amber and gold, casting long shadows across the hardwood floors. Lucien stood at his bedroom window, palm upturned, eyes focused on the jaguar mark. Something felt wrong in the force today, a distant disturbance, like ripples spreading across still water from an unseen stone. He closed his eyes, trying to pinpoint the source, but it remained elusive, just beyond his perception. A soft knock interrupted his concentration. Come in, he called, lowering his hand. Sam appeared in the doorway, dark circles beneath his eyes suggesting he'd slept as little as Lucien had. Hey, Sam said, his voice carrying the faint awkwardness that had lingered between them since their conversation in the Impala. Everyone's gathering downstairs. We need to figure out our plan for tomorrow. Lucien nodded. I'll be right there. Sam hesitated, clearly wanting to say more, but instead just nodded and turned to leave. Sam, Lucien called after him. When his brother paused, Lucien was silent for a moment, before he scratched the back of his head and simply said, thanks. Sam offered a small sad smile before disappearing down the hallway. Lucien took one last look at the mark on his palm before following. The boarding house's main room had been transformed into a war council. Maps of Mystic Falls covered every available surface, the town square and Founders Hall marked with red circles. Weapons were laid out on side tables, guns with consecrated iron rounds, silver knives, vials of holy water and salt. John Winchester stood at the center of it all, his posture military straight despite having been up most of the night. Dean was methodically cleaning a shotgun, his movements practiced and precise. Trevor sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by leather-bound journals that he has with him from his family's collection, occasionally making notes in a small notebook. Zach Salvatore occupied an armchair in the corner, looking pale and shell-shocked. It seems he's still processing. Lucien thought to himself, remembering their conversation yesterday when they told Zach the facts. Lucien at first was hesitant, but after long reasoning about it, Zach did not give off any feeling or anything about either being complicit with the council out of his own desires or fear like Grayson. He, despite being a vampire hunter, was the most normal out of any council member Lucien met. He remembered how off Mayor Lockwood felt when he was around him. Zack, since they arrived here, was in no way like that. He treated them really well actually. I suppose that's what happens when you learn that your family had participated in ritual sacrifice for generations. There you are, John said as Lucien and Sam entered. We need to dash. Before he could finish, Catherine materialized beside Lucien, her arm sliding around his shoulders with practiced familiarity. Good morning, my little god, she murmured, pressing a kiss to his temple. Sleep well. Dean's jaw tightened visibly, but he said nothing, focusing instead on reassembling the shotgun with perhaps more force than necessary. Enough. It's time to focus, John said sharply, to everyone, but his tone was and gaze showed how it was directed especially towards Catherine and Dean. He gestured to the largest map spread across the coffee table. Based on what Grayson told Lucien, the ritual will take place at midnight during the lantern ceremony. Elena is the primary sacrifice, with others dash, his eyes flicked briefly to Lucien's marked palm, serving as fuel. The ceremony happens at Founders Hall, Zack added, his voice hollow. All 5 founding families gather there after the public celebration. I always thought it was just tradition. He laughed bitterly. Turns out traditions in this town have teeth. And blood, Trevor muttered, not looking up from his journal. What exactly are we up against? Sam asked, leaning against the doorframe. Grayson mentioned an Aztec deity, but we need to know what that actually means. Trevor flipped through his notebook. The Belmont records mention Tezcatlipoca, the smoking mirror. A god of night, sorcery, and judgment. Associated with jaguars. He looked up. But nothing about rituals in Virginia. This shouldn't be here. The original settlers must have brought it somehow, John reasoned. Or made contact after they arrived. The question is how we stop it, Dean interjected, setting the reassembled shotgun aside. Silver bullets. Exorcism. Ritual reversal. We need to understand the spell first, Sam said. Otherwise, we can't even think about stopping this, since no myth says anything about Tezcatlipoca dying or even how. Doesn't matter, anything with a beginning is capable of having an end. Lucien said. We just have to find what can bring it, and if there isn't anything particular, then we're going old school, just hitting the bastard real hard. All eyes turned to him for a moment, taking in what Lucien said, Catherine humming to herself a bit, particularly delighted by Lucien's words, when finally John broke the silence. We need to be inside that ceremony, he suddenly said. Which is where you come in, Zack. All eyes turned to the last Salvatore, who straightened slightly under the attention. As a founding family member, I can bring guests, he confirmed. It's expected, actually. The council will be suspicious if I don't, especially with you guys living here at the moment. So we attend as Zack's guests, disrupt the ritual, kill the monsters that get in our, and get Elena and Lucien out, Dean summarized. Simple enough. When has anything ever been that simple for us? Sam asked dryly. The planning continued, growing increasingly detailed and grim. Contingencies were mapped, escape routes memorized, weapons assigned. This is all very doom and gloom, Catherine suddenly announced, breaking a momentary silence. She rose gracefully from where she'd been perched. But we're forgetting something crucial. John looked up from the town map he'd been studying. What's that? Appearances, Catherine said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. We need to blend in at the Founders' Day celebration. Which means dash, a smile spread across her face as she rose, her hand pointing upward, shopping trip. Dean rolled his eyes. Seriously? We're about to crash a satanic fucking ritual run by a town's founding families, and you're worried about what we're wearing. Catherine moved with vampire speed, suddenly appearing behind the couch where Lucien sat. She wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her chin on his head. Of course I am, she said, pressing a kiss to his temple. I can't wait to dress you up. You'd look absolutely adorable in a proper suit. Her fingers played with his hair as she added, maybe navy blue to bring out your eyes. Lucien remained still in her embrace, his expression carefully neutral despite the affection. There's no need for that, Dean said flatly. We have our own suits. FBI grade. Catherine gave him a bored look, her eyebrow arching elegantly. Yes, those polyester nightmares you call formal wear. Tell me, Dean, do you buy them in bulk from the Discount Federal Agent catalog, or do you just grab whatever smells least offensive from the motel Lost and Found? Lucien shifted in Catherine's embrace, looking up at her. I don't want to owe you for clothes, he said cautiously. I'm not interested in being in your debt. Catherine's expression shifted from playful to genuinely surprised. For a moment, she simply stared at him, then burst into laughter, hugging him tighter against her. Oh, my darling little god, she said, her voice warm with affection. You think you'd need to pay me back? This is an offering. She pressed another kiss to his hair. Besides, do you have any idea how much money I have? A few $1,000s for clothes is like. She waved her hand dismissively, pocket change. Sam, who had been leaning against the wall watching this exchange with a complicated expression, part discomfort, part guilt as he recalled his conversation with Lucien in the Impala, since he knew Catherine was constantly showing how Lucien is number one for her, finally spoke up. Just how rich are you, Catherine? He asked, his tone deliberately casual, actually a bit interested. Catherine smiled proudly, settling herself more comfortably behind Lucien, her arms still draped possessively around him. There's no point in counting it anymore, she replied, a hint of smugness in her voice. I've accumulated wealth across centuries, spread across continents. Properties, investments, art collections, offshore accounts. She shrugged elegantly. I'm richer than the richest person known to the world. Kings would envy my fortune. Her fingers traced patterns on Lucien's shoulder as she added, any immortal worth their salt never has problems with money. It's just a matter of planning and patience. Dean's expression was a mixture of disgust and, though he'd never admit it, a flicker of impressed surprise. Right, he scoffed. I'm sure you earned every penny legitimately. Nothing to do with compelling people or stealing. Catherine's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by cool irritation. Get off your high horse, Winchester. I know exactly how hunters finance their little crusades. Her eyes narrowed. Credit card fraud, pool hustling, poker scams. Mine is just on a grander scale. She tilted her head, studying him. Hypocrisy doesn't suit you, Dean. The tension in the room thickened as Dean opened his mouth to retort, but John cut him off. Enough, he said firmly. If Catherine wants to buy clothes to help us blend in, fine. We need every advantage tomorrow. Catherine's triumphant smile returned as she rested her chin atop Lucien's head once more, the picture of contentment despite the dangerous mission ahead. Perfect, she purred. I know just the boutique in Richmond. They'll open after hours for the right price. The boutique was all polished wood and soft lighting, mannequins draped in fabrics that cost more than most people made in a month. The owner, a petite woman with silver-streaked hair, hovered nervously as Catherine swept through the racks. The burgundy silk for Mr. Winchester, she instructed, pulling out a dress shirt. And the charcoal suit, yes, that one. John stood stiffly as the tailor took measurements, his expression making it clear that he'd rather be facing a Wendigo than enduring this. Is this really necessary? He muttered as Catherine circled him critically. Absolutely, she replied, adjusting his collar. The council will notice every detail. Founding families and their guests are expected to look the part. Across the store, Dean was having a similar experience, scowling as a young woman measured his inseam. Easy there, he warned as the measuring tape came dangerously close to sensitive areas. Sam, surprisingly, seemed the most at ease, his height and build fitting naturally into the formal wear Catherine had selected. Trevor, meanwhile, stood awkwardly in a tailored suit that transformed him from scruffy hunter to something approaching aristocratic, a shadow of his Belmont heritage showing through. But it was Lucien who received Catherine's most devoted attention. She flitted around him like a hummingbird, adjusting sleeves, evaluating colors, tilting his chin to see how fabrics complemented his eyes. Perfect, she breathed when he emerged in a black suit that had been expertly altered in record time. Her fingers brushed his shoulders, smoothing non-existent wrinkles. You look like royalty. Lucien studied his reflection. It'll work as a cover, he acknowledged pragmatically. Catherine smiled, a genuine expression that reached her eyes. For a fleeting moment, she looked almost human, a teenage girl excited about fashion rather than a centuries-old predator. The illusion shattered when she leaned down to whisper in his ear, every god needs proper vestments, her lips brushing his skin in a way that made Dean clear his throat loudly from across the room. Ice cream, Catherine announced as they exited the boutique, shopping bags in hand. She pointed across the street to a small parlor with a striped awning. When was the last time any of you had proper gelato? Without waiting for an answer, she grabbed Lucien's hand and pulled him toward the shop, her movements suddenly youthful and eager. Is she serious? Dean muttered, watching them go. Apparently, John replied, his expression unreadable as he followed. The scene inside the ice cream parlor was surreal, hunters, a vampire, and whatever Lucien could be called, seated at colorful tables under cheerful lighting. Catherine ordered a sample of nearly every flavor, her eyes closing in pleasure as she tasted each one. The pistachio is divine, she declared, offering her spoon to Lucien. Try it. Lucien hesitated, then accepted the taste, aware of the hunter's watchful eyes. It's good, he agreed, reaching for his own cup of chocolate. An unusual quiet settled over their table as they ate, the normalcy of the moment creating its own tension, since none of them were used to this, and were wondering what Catherine's angle was. Lucien though was the one who guessed it best, she's trying to lighten the mood before battle, helping us relax a bit, to focus tomorrow. More importantly though, she is trying to not only tell about Katerina, the girl she is deep down, but actually show me, and while at it all, enjoy herself. You know, Catherine said, breaking the silence as she savored another spoonful, this reminds me of the first time I tasted gelato in Italy. So much better than what passed for frozen treats in my human days. She smiled at the memory, twirling her spoon thoughtfully. I've seen so many changes over the centuries. Foods, fashions, empires rising and falling. Her expression grew distant. Some experiences stand out more than others, though. Her eyes refocused on Lucien. Like Vienna, 1793, she continued, setting her spoon down. There was this particularly unpleasant count who took an interest in me. The kind of man who thought his title gave him ownership rights over everyone beneath him. Her voice took on a storyteller's cadence, her hands moving expressively as she described the count's misdeeds. He forced the baker to knead bread for 12 hours straight without so much as a sip of water, she said, rolling her eyes. The stable boys were whipped for daring to let a single horse wander out of line. And the maids, oh, the maids, he believed that their smiles were property, insisting they curtsy before breakfast and serenade him while he dined. She leaned closer to Lucien, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. And, of course, he thought that his title allowed him to take liberties with any young lady in his household, or anyone who crossed his path, really. So what did you do? Trevor asked despite himself, drawn into the tale. Catherine's smile turned sharp. I paid him a midnight visit and compelled him to indulge his worst vices until his heart gave out. 3 days later, they found him surrounded by empty wine bottles, remnants of opium, and 4 of his favorite mistresses, all of them quite exhausted but very well compensated. Let me guess, Lucien said dryly, your intervention was out of the pure goodness of your heart. Catherine laughed, genuine amusement lighting her features as she leaned down to kiss his cheek. You know me so well, she admitted. The truth is, he was becoming inconvenient. His obsession was nearing me, and making it difficult for me to move freely in Viennese society. She launched into another tale, outwitting witch hunters in Salem, stealing a famous painting for the thrill, encountering Mozart at a Vienna opera house. Her stories though were carefully curated, avoiding mentions of innocent victims or the darker aspects of her past, not wanting to make her Lulu have a bad outlook toward her. Throughout her storytelling, the hunters exchanged glances, surprised by how she was acting, so relaxed, at ease, excited, and in a way that didn't give them the creeps, completely different from the vampire they knew. Catherine noticed this but didn't care, her focus was on Lucien, and whether he admitted it or not, he was genuinely actually beginning to enjoy himself as a slight smile had appeared on his face, actually interested in the history she was describing. Trevor occasionally though challenged details based on his family's historical records, creating brief moments of tension that Catherine deflected with practiced charm. You weren't there, she reminded him after one such correction. I was. My family has kept accurate records for centuries, Trevor countered, a bit annoyed at her even hinting at his family having recorded it wrongly. Catherine's smile was condescending. History is written by the survivors, little Belmont. And I've survived a very long time. Evening had fallen by the time they returned to the Salvatore boarding house, arms laden with shopping bags. Zach greeted them at the door, his expression grave. I've been going through old family journals, and by old, I mean very old, looking for anything about the ritual. I had to turn the whole place upside down to find these, he said without preamble. Find anything useful? John asked, setting down his bags. Zach nodded grimly. Descriptions, not really detailed, but enough of past ceremonies. It's worse than I imagined. Get some rest, John finally ordered as midnight approached. Tomorrow we'll test all of us. Miles away though, at the border of Virginia, something else was going on. A tall blonde woman stood facing an invisible boundary. Skogul, Valkyrie of Hellas Court, observed the thick miasma of power that marked Klaus's echoes. Her modern clothing couldn't disguise her warrior's bearing. She hesitated at the boundary, hand hovering at the edge of the miasma. Her expression revealed conflict. Crossing this line meant possibly alerting and thereby challenging one who had devoured gods. The memory of Queen Hela's command though echoed in her mind, bring me the boy marked by life. The one who brings light where there was none. With determination hardening her features, Skogul stepped forward into the miasma. The barrier swirled around her like hungry smoke, but she continued walking. Finally she passed it, as behind her, the boundary sealed itself once more. Ahead now lay Mystic Falls, the boy her queen desired, and the event called Founders Day. So, next chapter finally Founders Day will begin. But that's not all, apparently a Valkyrie is on the way too. Do tell me how you think that's gonna end. Also, how did you find Catherine this chapter? I found this in character for her trying to show Lucien more of herself, beyond the survivor. Did I do a good job at that or not? I'm not completely sure, it's new territory when it comes to writing her for me. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 58, Red. The sleek black limousine glided through Mystic Falls streets like a shark through dark water, its polished exterior reflecting the golden glow of street lamps. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with tension despite the vehicle's luxury. John Winchester adjusted his burgundy tie for the third time, his discomfort and formal wear evident in every movement. Let's go over it once more. We identify the ritual site, locate Elena, disrupt the ritual and extract her before midnight. While maintaining our cover as Zach's guests, Dean added, tugging at his own collar. Unlike his father, whose discomfort manifested as stillness, Dean couldn't stop fidgeting. I still say we should just grab the girl and run. And alert the entire council. Trevor countered, surprisingly at ease in his tailored suit. The last Belmont sat with perfect posture, they'd locked down the town before we reached the border. Lucien remained silent, his eyes drawn to Catherine, who sat beside him. Her black dress was a masterpiece of elegance, conservative enough to be appropriate yet designed to accentuate her natural beauty, another form of taking into account Lucien's possessiveness, despite him never having completely accepted her. The fabric seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating an almost otherworldly effect. She's beautiful, Lucien thought before he could stop himself. The admission came reluctantly, but he couldn't deny the objective truth. Catherine caught his gaze and smiled, her eyes warming with genuine pleasure at him noticing. See something you like, she whispered, just low enough that only he could hear. Lucien looked away, refusing to give her the satisfaction of a response. But the slight flush on his cheeks told her everything she needed to know. Zach Salvatore cleared his throat, his complexion ashen in the dim interior light. Before we arrive, I need to remind you all of the rules. His voice trembled slightly, every guest must submit to the blessing at the entrance. It's tradition, though now that I know, it's most likely part of the ritual just disguised, a council member will mark your hand with ceremonial oil. As I already said before, nothing harmful is in the oil, Zach assured him. It's meant to track outsiders, not harm them. But refusing would draw immediate suspicion. Remember also that non-founding families must wear identification markers, subtle pins they'll provide at the entrance. Zach's fingers tapped nervously against his knee. No one leaves the celebration grounds between sunset and midnight. It's enforced by security disguised as event staff. And the most important rule, Trevor interjected, visitors must be personally vouched for by a founding family member at all times. Which is where I come in, Zach nodded. I'll introduce you as friends from out of town interested in Mystic Falls history. The limousine slowed as they approached Founders Hall, an imposing Greek Revival building illuminated by strategically placed spotlights that made the white columns glow against the night sky. A stream of elegantly dressed attendees flowed up the marble steps. Remember, John said as the vehicle came to a stop, stick to the plan. Time to play dress up, Dean muttered, straightening his jacket as the chauffeur opened the door. Founders Hall hummed with activity, a symphony of clinking glasses, polite laughter, and the string quartet playing in the corner. Lucien stood beside Catherine near the refreshment table, his senses extended through the force. The ambient energy of the place felt wrong, a subtle distortion beneath the veneer of normalcy, like static on an otherwise clear radio frequency. Smile, Catherine murmured, her lips barely moving. You look like you're at a funeral rather than a celebration. Maybe I am, Lucien replied quietly, his eyes tracking Elena across the room. She stood with Bonnie and, surprisingly, Caroline Forbes, who had mysteriously returned after her unexplained absence. Caroline looked pale but otherwise normal, too normal, considering her recent disappearance. How can I fucking smile when we found nothing after hours of searching? Nothing that could even look like the ritual setup. Nothing that gives even a hint on how to stop it. Maybe Dean was right. Maybe we should have taken the chance and tried to run with Elena out of Mystic Falls, power through anything that would stop us. He thought to himself. Catherine's hand brushed against his, a fleeting touch that appeared accidental to any observer. Your father is speaking with Sheriff Forbes. Dean is by the east exit. Sam is charming information out of Dr. Fell. Everyone is in position. And you? Lucien asked, finally looking at her. What's your position in all this? Catherine's smile was enigmatic. Right where I need to be. Protecting my dear God. Before Lucien could respond, Zach approached with a middle-aged couple. And here's the youngest son of my friend from out of town, he said smoothly. Lucien, meet Mr. and Mrs. Peterson. They're on the Historical Preservation Committee. Lucien slipped effortlessly into his role, extending his hand. It's a pleasure. The architecture here is remarkable. As Lucien engaged in mundane conversation, with them complimenting his manners and speech at such a young age, his four senses remained alert. The mark on his palm remained dormant, but he could feel Elena's anxiety from across the room, a bright point of fear amid the dull hum of the party. The minutes ticked by, each one bringing them closer to midnight. The grandfather clock in the main hall chimed, marking 10 minutes until midnight. The sound cut through the party chatter like a knife, causing a subtle but noticeable shift in the room's energy. Council members exchanged glances. Servers began discreetly directing guests toward the main ballroom for the lantern ceremony. Suddenly, Catherine stiffened beside Lucien. Her head tilted slightly, like a predator catching a distant scent. Her previously relaxed posture transformed in an instant, back straight, muscles tensed, eyes sharp and focused. "What is it?" Lucien asked, immediately alert. Catherine's hand gripped his arm, her fingers tightening with unusual urgency. She leaned down, her lips brushing his ear. "I have to go," she whispered, her voice taut. "There's another danger coming. One I know." Lucien's first instinct was skepticism. Was she abandoning them? Running from danger while claiming to be confronting another? He reached out through the force, probing her emotions, and was surprised to find no deception, only grim determination and a flash of what might have been fear. More dangerous than this, he questioned, eyes darting to Richard Lockwood, who was now making his way toward John. "I don't know exactly how dangerous this is," Catherine replied, her voice a low growl. "But I know that one. And if I'm right about why it's here, we're in a world of trouble if it isn't taken care of." Something in her tone convinced him. Lucien himself knew that he had gotten a lot stronger since he first arrived at Mystic Falls. He grows stronger and stronger by the day, for each day, the force stabilizes more, and isn't as volatile. Finally, after a moment's hesitation, Lucien nodded. "Go." Catherine vanished in a blur too fast for human eyes to track, her exit covered by the increasing activity as guests moved toward the ballroom. Lucien immediately began making his way toward Elena, keeping sure his movements looked casual. At the edge of Mystic Falls, Catherine Pierce materialized on a deserted stretch of road. The night air crackled with energy, cold and ancient. Catherine's eyes narrowed as a tall, blonde woman stepped from the shadows. The woman's modern clothing couldn't disguise who she truly was to the vampire. "You," Catherine said, recognition flashing in her eyes, fear threading through her voice despite her attempt to hide it. "What are you doing here?" "Katerina." The Valkyries blurted out in surprise, before it melted into cruel delight, her lips curving into a smile. "How fortunate to find you here." "Answer me," Catherine demanded, her body tense, ready to flee. "What does Klaus want from Mystic Falls?" Skogul laughed, the sound like ice cracking. "My allegiances have shifted. I serve Queen Hela once more now. She didn't like how her brother treated us after we were punished because of you running." Her eyes flashed with anger for a moment. "You should understand. Fenris was very angry with us Valkyries. And the wolf isn't known for his control over his temper." Catherine, focusing only on the important parts, circled slowly, processing this information. "Hela. What does the goddess of death want with this town?" "My queen seeks the boy marked by life," Skogul replied, her own stance mirroring Catherine's movements. "The one who brings light where there was none." Catherine's expression hardened, her fangs dropping instinctively. "Lucien. So you know of him," Skogul observed, looking genuinely intrigued. "How interesting." She tilted her head, studying Catherine silently for a long moment. "In consideration of being on a mission, I'll give you one chance. Step aside, vampire. This is far, far beyond your concern. Though to be honest, please don't step aside. I really want you to not step aside." "Well, today then you're getting what you want today, bitch. Everything about that boy is my concern. And you're not getting anywhere near him." At this Skogul couldn't help but grin. "Good. Resist me. Please. I want to feel you break." The Valkyrie's hand moved to her side, where her jacket concealed a weapon. 5 centuries I've waited to repay you for my punishment," she said, eyes glowing with anticipation. "I had hoped to receive permission to hunt you after completing this mission, but this is too perfect to pass up." "You hoped wrong," Catherine snarled, launching herself forward in a blur. The grandfather clock chimed again, marking 5 minutes until midnight. Lucien felt it immediately, a deep, rhythmic pulsing from the jaguar mark on his palm. The sensation wasn't painful, but insistent, like a heartbeat not his own. Richard Lockwood stood before John Winchester, his politician's smile firmly in place. "John, I've been meaning to ask about your restoration work on classic cars. Zach mentioned you're quite the expert." Lucien watched as his father engaged in the conversation, keeping calm in front of the true danger standing before him. The moment the mark began to pulse, Richard's eyes flicked toward him, the smile never wavering. And then it happened. For a split second, reality distorted. Richard's human form flickered, replaced by a monstrous, jaguar-headed shadow. Obsidian mirrors embedded in its skin reflected 1,000 tiny horrors, and its eyes, ancient, cruel, hungry, fixed directly on Lucien. The vision lasted only a moment before Richard's human appearance reasserted itself, but it was enough. Lucien knew it was happening. "I have to get to Elena, now. Dad." Lucien called out sharply. John's head snapped toward his son, instantly alert to the urgency in his voice. Before John could respond, Lucien was moving, shoving past Richard Lockwood, desperate. Richard made no move to stop him. His smile remained fixed, his eyes tracking Lucien's movement with amused interest, like a cat watching a mouse run toward a waiting trap. Lucien sprinted through the crowd, his focus entirely on Elena. She stood near the ballroom entrance, her face contorted in panic as she clutched her wrist where the jaguar mark pulsed also, in the same rhythm as his own. The world around them began to shimmer, reality distorting like heat waves rising from summer asphalt. Elena! Lucien shouted, lunging the final distance between them. Just as her scream began to escape, his fingers clamped around her wrist. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second, mutual terror reflected, before the world dissolved into a blinding flash of crimson light. One moment they stood in Founders Hall. The next, they were gone. The transition was violent and disorienting. The best comparison would be like being torn apart and reassembled in an instant. Lucien and Elena crashed to their knees with a wet, squelching sound. Lucien's head snapped up, vision swimming before clarity returned strong and painful. They knelt in an ocean of blood. The viscous, metallic-smelling liquid lapped at his knees, soaking his suit and Elena's dress. "Oh my God," Elena choked, almost beginning to cry, her voice thin with terror. "What is this? Where are we?" Above them, the sky was a sickly, oppressive yellow. A massive, bloated red sun hung low on the horizon, casting everything in a lurid, bloody hue. In the distance, Lucien could make out the twisted, grotesque parody of Mystic Falls, familiar buildings warped and decaying, like reflections in a broken mirror. Some kind of mirror world, Lucien managed, fighting to keep his voice steady. A parallel dimension for the ritual. Elena's breathing came in short, panicked gasps. "The ritual? You mean dash?" Her words died as a colossal shadow fell over them, plunging them into momentary darkness. Instinctively, they both looked up. Looming above them, stretching impossibly high into the yellow sky, was a monstrous statue in the form of a gigantic hand. It was carved from dark, obsidian-like stone, its surface etched with writhing symbols that seemed to move in the crimson light. The hand reached upward, fingers splayed as if grasping for the red sun itself. And perched atop each massive finger, silhouetted against the lurid sky, were 5 towering figures. On the thumb stood Richard Lockwood, his human form now fully merged with Tezcatlipoca, a jaguar-headed entity of swirling shadows and obsidian mirrors. His eyes reflected 1,000 tiny versions of Lucien and Elena kneeling below. The index finger held Bill Forbes, Caroline's father, transformed by Sekhmet into a blazing lioness-headed figure of golden light. His eyes burned with solar fire, fixed on Elena with cold, righteous fury. Margaret Fell occupied the middle finger, her frail human form barely visible beneath the forearmed, blue-skinned Callie, adorned with a necklace of whispering skulls. On the ring finger stood a man Elena recognized with a strangled cry, her grandfather, Howard Gilbert, supposedly dead for years. His distinguished figure was consumed by the serpentine shadow of Apophis, coiling around him with red eyes. The little finger held Victoria Salvatore, elegant and poised, her form overlaid by the triple-faced shadow of Hecate, holding a torch that burned with black flame. But it was the figure in the center of the hand's palm that drew their attention most. Kneeling in the pooling blood, hunched and contorted in agony, was Grayson Gilbert. Unlike the others, he wasn't proudly displaying his transformation. Instead, he fought against it, hands pressed against his ears as if blocking out whispers, mouth open in a silent scream. The skeletal shadow of Apuk loomed over him, gradually consuming his form. "Dad!" Elena screamed, her voice breaking with horror and desperation. Lucien stared upward at the impossible tableau, his mind reeling. "Fuck me, since when am I in berserk?" Lucien thought to himself with a hysterical chuckle. The 5 gods gazed down at them with ancient, hungry eyes, predators regarding their prey with patience and anticipation. The ritual had begun. "Do tell me how you found it." "So. The ritual has begun. What do you think? Could the Winchesters and co. have stopped it before it begun, or was it just destined given the circumstances? Also, how do you think Lucien will deal with all this? Will he win? Will he save Elena? Or will she die, and him have to escape? Or will he die too? I'm interested in your thoughts. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 59, Do you guys want a mass release or nah? Hello everyone, hope you guys are enjoying the FIC. See, I basically have the next 4-5 chapters mapped out in my head, and I therefore wanted to ask, do you guys want a mass release of me releasing all 4 to 5 chapters when I'm done with them, or do you guys want a release of each chapter when I've written it? I will say though, in situations where I have the chapters all planned out in my head, it won't take me too long to have all of it written, probably a couple of hours, 3 to 5 hours at most, if nothing unexpected happens. But, I do want a deal though if I do a mass release. Do please try to comment on each chapter. Comments are basically one of my favorite things about writing, it plus Power Stones are what motivate me to write, since they are the easiest ways for me to see people like what I'm writing. Well, I'm interested in heeding what you guys want. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 60, Blood, Mass Release Begin. The ocean of blood lapped at Lucien's knees, its viscous warmth seeping through his once pristine suit pants. The coppery smell filled his nostrils, so thick he could taste it with every breath. Beside him, Elena trembled, her elegant dress now a sodden crimson mess clinging to her legs. Above them, perched atop the colossal obsidian hand that reached toward the bloated red sun, 5 figures loomed like ancient deities judging the damned. Their human forms had merged with their divine shadows, creating monstrous hybrids that radiated power. Richard Lockwood, his body now half consumed by Tezcatlipoca's jaguar-headed shadow, raised his arms. The obsidian mirrors embedded in his skin caught the red sunlight, reflecting it in dizzying patterns across the blood ocean. Behold the culmination of generations. Tezcatlipoca's voice boomed, simultaneously coming from everywhere. Tonight, the Covenant renews. Tonight, we ascend beyond the veil of mortality. Elena's fingers dug into Lucien's arm, her nails drawing blood that mixed indistinguishably with the ocean surrounding them. Her eyes were fixed not on Tezcatlipoca, but on the hunched figure in the center of the giant hand's palm, her father, fighting against the skeletal shadow of Apuk that threatened to consume him. "Dad," she screamed, her voice small and swallowed by the vastness of this twisted realm. Lucien's eyes darted between the 5 figures, assessing, calculating. The mark on his palm burned like fire, pulsing in perfect rhythm with the identical symbol on Elena's wrist. He could feel the connection between them, a tether that bound them to this place, to this ritual. Tezcatlipoca continued his speech, his voice growing more fervent with each proclamation. "The sacrifices have been marked. The worthy shall transcend, and the fuel shall burn." Lucien didn't wait to hear more. Without warning, he scooped Elena into his arms, lifting her in a princess carry. Her surprised gasp was lost as he immediately channeled the force into his legs and took off running, blood spraying in his wake. "What dash?" Elena began, clinging to his neck. "No time," Lucien cut her off, his eyes focused on the warped landscape ahead, a twisted mirror version of Mystic Falls where familiar buildings sagged and decayed like rotting corpses. Behind them, Tezcatlipoca's speech faltered, then transformed into mocking laughter that echoed across the blood-soaked realm. "Ruhahaha. Run, little sacrifice. It only makes the offering sweeter." Lucien pushed harder, the force flowing through him, enhancing each stride. Blood splashed around him as he navigated the nightmare version of streets he'd come to know during his time in Mystic Falls. Elena's weight was nothing to him in this state, but the drag of moving through the knee-deep blood slowed him more than he liked. "Oh gee, God," Elena whimpered, looking over his shoulder. What is that?" Lucien didn't need to look back. He could feel them, dozens, perhaps hundreds of entities rising from the blood behind them. The ripples against his legs confirmed their approach, growing stronger with each passing second. "Don't look," he instructed, adjusting his grip on Elena to keep her secure. "Focus on me." A shape bubbled up from the blood directly in their path, a vaguely humanoid form with too many limbs and no discernible face, just a gaping maw lined with needle-like teeth. Without breaking stride, Lucien gathered the force and leaped, sailing over the creature with Elena clutched tightly to his chest. They landed with a splash 20 feet beyond, immediately resuming their desperate flight. More shapes emerged around them, some crawling on all fours with elongated, spider-like limbs, others slithering like serpents through the crimson depths, still others lumbering like bears with multiple heads. All seemed formed from the blood itself, their bodies semi-liquid and constantly shifting. "What are those things?" Elena sobbed, burying her face against Lucien's shoulder. "Doesn't matter," Lucien replied, his voice steady despite their situation. "Just manifestations." "Not real," he lied. But they were real, and Lucien knew that, especially as one lunged at his back, claws extended. Lucien sensed the attack through the force, ducking and pivoting without looking. The demon's claws missed by inches, slicing through empty air where his head had been a split second earlier. Lucien recognized what should have been the town square ahead, though in this twisted realm it had become a vast, open expanse of deeper blood. He changed direction, heading instead toward what would be the clock tower in the Real Mystic Falls. Perhaps height would give them an advantage. A wall of demons suddenly materialized before them, blocking their path. Lucien skidded to a halt, blood spraying in a crimson arc around them. He turned to find another route, but they were surrounded. Dozens of blood creatures circled them, closing in with deliberate slowness, as if savoring their fear. "Hold tight," Lucien warned Elena, channeling more force into his legs. He leaped, soaring 20 feet into the air. For a brief moment, they had a clear view of this hellish dimension, the giant hand in the distance, the ocean of blood stretching to the horizon, and thousands more demons rising from the depths. They landed atop what remained of a building, the structure groaning beneath their weight. Lucien set Elena down carefully, positioning himself between her and the edge where the blood creatures had already begun to climb. "The marks," Elena whispered, holding up her wrist where the jaguar symbol pulsed with fiery light. "They're getting brighter." Lucien glanced at his own palm, seeing the identical mark burning like a miniature sun. "They're tracking us through these," he realized. We can't outrun them. The first demon reached the rooftop, pulling itself over the edge with elongated limbs. Lucien extended his hand and pushed with the force, sending the creature flying backward into several of its companions. But for each one he repelled, 3 more took its place. Stay behind me, he instructed Elena, settling into a defensive stance as the demons closed in from all sides. The first wave attacked, they moved like a single organism with multiple bodies. They approached from different angles, clearly trying to divide Lucien's attention. Lucien, though, wasn't going to be outmaneuvered by these fucking creatures. As the first demon lunged, he pivoted on his right foot, torso rotating away from the attack. His left arm swept up in a fluid arc, deflecting the creature's clawed hand while his right palm drove forward in a powerful strike. He channeled the force through the blow, and the demon's semi-liquid form compressed from the impact before exploding outward in a spray of blood. 2 more attacked simultaneously from opposite sides. Lucien dropped into a low stance, weight-centered, then pushed off with explosive force. He somersaulted over one demon while using telekinesis to slam the other into the roof surface with enough force to splatter it temporarily. Landing in a crouch, he immediately transitioned into a spinning kick that caught a 4th demon across what passed for its face. The creatures had distorted from the impact, then began reforming almost immediately. They reform, Lucien muttered to himself, grimly. He already guessed, but he hoped he was wrong. His gaze turned towards Elena, who had backed herself against a chimney stack, before focusing back on the monsters. Changing tactics, he extended both hands and concentrated. 5 approaching demons suddenly froze in place, caught in his telekinetic grip. With a sharp gesture, he sent them flying over the edge of the roof. The brief respite allowed him to reassess their situation. The building trembled beneath them as more demons climbed its sides. The structure wouldn't hold much longer under the assault. Lucien glanced around, spotting another rooftop about 15 feet away. Elena, we need to jump, he shouted, backing toward her while keeping the demons at bay with short force pushes. I can't make that, she cried, eyes wide with terror as she saw the gap. You don't have to, Lucien replied, grabbing her hand and pulling her close again. Hold tight. As the demons converged and the roof began to collapse, Lucien channeled the force into his legs once more. With Elena secured in his arms, he launched them toward the adjacent building. They sailed through the air as the structure behind them crumbled, demons falling with it into the blood ocean below. They landed hard, Lucien absorbing most of the impact by rolling with Elena protected in his embrace. The movement drove the air from his lungs and sent pain shooting through his shoulder, but he pushed through it, regaining his feet quickly. This rooftop seemed momentarily clear of demons, giving them a brief respite. Lucien's breathing was labored, sweat mixing with blood spatter on his face. Elena looked up at him with a mixture of awe and terror. How are you doing this? She asked. Before Lucien could answer, a sound like thunder drew their attention to the distance. The giant hand had shifted position, fingers curling slightly as if preparing to grasp something. We need to keep moving, Lucien said, helping Elena to her feet. They're most likely controlling the ritual somehow through that structure. They made their way across several more rooftops, Lucien using the force to help them jump the gaps. Each landing took its toll, his muscles burning with exertion. He was pushing his limits, and they both knew it. This realm itself was pressuring him, like it was sapping his energy. As they paused on a particularly stable roof, Lucien suddenly froze, his eyes widening. What is it? Elena asked, seeing his expression change. One of them is gone, he whispered, pointing to the giant hand in the distance. Where 5 figures had stood on the fingers, now only 4 remained. The night air crackled with tension as Catherine Pierce faced off against Skogul on the outskirts of Mystic Falls. Catherine's first strike was a feint, a right hook that pulled back at the last second as her left leg swept up in a devastating roundhouse kick aimed at Skogul's head. The Valkyrie blocked with her forearm, the impact creating a shockwave that disturbed nearby trees. Skogul countered immediately. She drove a punch toward Catherine's sternum with enough force to shatter concrete. Catherine twisted away, the blow grazing her ribs instead of landing squarely. Even that glancing contact though was enough to send pain shooting through her side. You're faster than I remember, Catherine taunted, circling again. She wiped a drop of blood from the corner of her mouth with her thumb, then licked it clean. But still predictable. Skogul's expression remained stoic as she drew a short sword that gleamed with ancient runes. 5 centuries I've waited for this moment, she replied, her voice cold as winter. Your head will make a fine trophy for my queen. They clashed again, Catherine using her superior agility to avoid the blade's edge. She vaulted over Skogul, attempting to attack from behind, but the Valkyrie anticipated the move. She pivoted, her blade singing through the air where Catherine's neck had been a split second earlier. Catherine landed in a crouch, then sprang forward again, driving her shoulder into Skogul's midsection. The impact sent them both crashing into a tree trunk, splintering the wood. Catherine followed up with a flurry of punches, her fists blurring with how fast they were going. Skogul blocked most of the blows, but several connected with her face and torso. She responded by headbutting Catherine with enough force to momentarily stun the vampire, then kicked her away with a boot to the stomach. Catherine flew backward 20 feet before catching herself mid-air and landing on her feet. Blood trickled from her nose, and she could feel bruises forming on her ribs, bruises that weren't healing as quickly as they should. "Your weapons," Catherine observed, spitting blood. "They're not ordinary steel." "You metal," Skogul replied, twirling her blade. "Forged in the heart of a dying star. Even your kind finds it problematic." The fight intensified, both combatants moving with superhuman speed. Catherine landed several solid blows, but Skogul's warrior training gave her an edge in technique. The Valkyrie drove Catherine back with a relentless series of attacks, her blade coming closer to its mark with each swing. Catherine found herself on the defensive, blood flowing from several shallow cuts across her arms and torso. Skogul had her backed against a tree, sword poised for a killing thrust. The Valkyrie couldn't help but grin, full of teeth, a murderous look on her face. "Now," she began, "you will die," as she Thursday stead. The world itself felt like it slowed down for Catherine, as death was nearing. But Catherine Pierce has always been a survivor. And she is anything but weak. Her face took her vampiric visage, black veins appearing around her eyes, as she used the most potent ability vampires had, yet were too ignorant to use to its full potential. "Away," she suddenly commanded. Skogul's eyes widened as suddenly, the air seemed to crack like glass, and a wave of force emanated from Catherine in all directions. Trees splintered, the ground fractured, and Skogul was forced to abandon her attack and leap backward to avoid being caught in the wave. The Valkyrie's expression showed shock and a flicker of fear as she retreated into the darkness, temporarily driven back. Catherine collapsed to one knee, blood dripping from her nose and ears. Using compulsion at that level had consequences, even for one as old as she was no original after all. But she had saved herself at least, for now that is. Back in the mirror realm, Lucien's instinct screamed danger. Without warning, he tightened his grip on Elena and leaped with all his strength. They barely cleared the rooftop when a massive impact obliterated the spot where they had been standing. Blood erupted like a geyser from the point of impact, spraying in all directions. Lucien twisted in midair to shield Elena from the crimson deluge, his back and hair soaked in seconds. They landed hard on an adjacent roof, Lucien's knees buckling slightly from the awkward landing. Before he could regain his balance, a blur of golden light materialized before them. Bill Forbes stood transformed, his human appearance barely visible beneath Sekhmet's lioness-headed form. Solar flames danced across his skin, and his eyes burned with righteous fury. "The sacrifice will proceed," Sekhmet declared, voice a disturbing blend of Bill Forbes' human tones and a feline roar. "Your resistance only makes the offering sweeter." Lucien pushed Elena behind him, mind racing for something, anything he could do. Sekhmet was too fast, too powerful for a direct confrontation. The freak disappeared and reappeared in an instant from that giant fucking hand to hear. He needed time, space to think. "You're not touching her," Lucien declared, trying to keep his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. Sekhmet laughed, the sound like crackling flames. Bold words from prey. Without warning, he lunged forward, hand extended to grab Lucien. Time seemed to slow as Lucien realized he couldn't dodge, couldn't move fast enough to escape. Elena screamed behind him. In this fraction of a second, Lucien knew he was about to die or be captured. The ritual will continue. He will lose. No, he can't lose. Elena will die. Then his dad. Then Sam. Then Dean, followed by Trevor. Finally Catherine would too. No, 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 no. Suddenly, Sekhmet's arm began to fall. The god's eyes could only blow wide, as before everyone's eyes, for some reason his arm was no longer a part of his body. Aha! He howled in pain and rage, stumbling backward as golden ichor poured from the wound. Though, as Lucien looked, he saw in his peripheral vision something dark. As the monster's voice suddenly felt like background noise, Lucien could hear, breathing. When he turned his gaze from the roaring monster, he saw, standing between the god and him was a towering figure in black armor. Vader, Lucien's Kareen, standing in defense, red lightsaber ignited. Chapter 61, Shadow. The night air crackled with tension as Catherine wiped blood from her nose, her body still trembling from the massive compulsion she'd unleashed. The trees around her stood fractured and broken from the power she used moments ago. "Impressive," came a cold voice from the darkness. "I didn't know you had developed such interesting abilities." Skogul emerged from the shadows, her tall form cutting an imposing silhouette against the night sky. Moonlight gleamed off her blonde braids, each interwoven with small bone fragments, trophies from past kills. Catherine straightened, masking her exhaustion with practiced nonchalance. "I've had 5 centuries to evolve. What's your excuse for still being Klaus's errand girl?" Skogul's eyes flashed with emerald fire. "As I said before, I serve Hela once more." My time with the wolf was educational. Educational. Catherine laughed, circling slowly to buy time for recovery. Is that what you call being his punching bag for 5 centuries? Tell me, did he make you beg before each beating, or did you learn to anticipate his moods? Skogul's jaw tightened, a muscle twitching beneath her skin. You know nothing of my suffering. Suffering you caused when you ran. Always someone else's fault, isn't it? Catherine taunted, her fingers elongating into claws as she spoke. First Odin's, then Klaus's, now mine. Poor little Valkyrie, never responsible for her own failures. With a primal scream, Skogul lunged forward, her body becoming a blur. Catherine pivoted on her back foot, torso twisting away from the attack. The Valkyrie's fist cracked the tree behind where Catherine had stood, sending splinters exploding outward. Catherine countered immediately, claws slashing across Skogul's back. The Valkyrie hissed but seemed to relish the pain, her lips curling into a disturbing smile as blood seeped through her clothing. First blood to you, Skogul acknowledged, rolling her shoulders. It's been too long since I've tasted my own. Emerald light began to shimmer around her body, coalescing into segments of armor that materialized piece by piece, greaves, breastplate, vambraces, each appearing with a flash of green energy until she stood fully armored, her form radiating malevolent light. How theatrical, Catherine commented dryly, though her eyes betrayed concern. Compensating for something. Skogul's only response was attacking, a devastating combination of strikes that forced Catherine into defense. The vampire weaved between blows, using her agility to avoid direct hits, but the sheer power behind each of Skogul's attacks made even near misses dangerous. Catherine feinted left, then dropped low, sweeping her leg in an arc that should have taken Skogul's feet from under her. Instead, the Valkyrie leapt over the attack and countered with a downward strike that Catherine barely avoided. You run well, Skogul observed, her armor glowing brighter with her excitement. 5 centuries of practice, I suppose. Always fleeing, never standing your ground. Catherine's eyes darkened, veins appearing beneath them. I'm still alive, aren't I? More than I can say for those who stood against Klaus. Alive. Skogul laughed, the sound like breaking glass. You call this living? Scurrying from shadow to shadow, latching onto one thing after another for protection. She advanced steadily, her movements becoming more predatory. I've know you, Katerina. You've probably decided to latch onto the boy as well, the minute you caught sight of him. Little whore that you are. Catherine's composure cracked momentarily, just enough for Skogul to exploit. The Valkyrie surged forward, her armored fist connecting with Catherine's sternum, causing Catherine to spit out blood, the impact sending her hurtling backward, crashing through 3 trees before coming to rest in a crater of her own making. Pain blossomed across Catherine's chest as she struggled to rise, spitting more blood onto the forest floor. Her ribs had shattered on impact and were slowly knitting back together, each second of healing an agony of its own. Skogul approached leisurely, savoring the moment. When I bring your head to my queen, I'll tell her how you begged at the end. How the great survivor finally ran out of places to hide. Speaking of your queen, Catherine rasped, buying time as her body healed. Hela. How is the half-rotted bitch these days? Still bitter about being daddy's least favorite. Emerald energy flared around Skogul's clenched fists. You dare dash. I dare many things, Catherine interrupted, her strength returning. Including asking why Hela wants Lucien. What use does the goddess of death have for a child? The boy is marked by life, Skogul replied, circling Catherine like a predator. He brings light where there was none. My queen has interests in such power. Catherine laughed, the sound deliberately provocative. So she sends her lapdog to fetch him. Tell me, did Klaus make you wear a collar too? Did you whimper when he pulled the leash? With a roar of rage, Skogul abandoned restraint. She charged forward, emerald energy forming whips and blades around her armored form. Catherine was ready this time, using her wind manipulation to create swirling currents that disrupted Skogul's approach. The vampire danced backward, leading the Valkyrie into denser forest where the close-set trees would hamper her larger opponent's movements. Catherine used her environment strategically, vaulting over fallen logs that Skogul had to smash through, ducking under low branches that forced the Valkyrie to slow her pursuit. Coward. Skogul bellowed, her frustration mounting as Catherine remained just out of reach. Stand and fight. Why? Catherine called back, her tone mockingly reasonable. Because it would be more convenient for you. Sorry, darling, I don't take requests. Catherine's taunts had their intended effect. Skogul's attacks became more ferocious but less controlled, her emerald energy lashing out wildly and destroying everything in its path. The forest around them was being systematically demolished, trees splintering and earth cratering under the force of the Valkyrie's rage. But Skogul was no fool. After several minutes of fruitless pursuit, she stopped abruptly, her breathing controlled despite the exertion. Her eyes narrowed as she studied Catherine's movements, analyzing the pattern of evasion. Clever girl, she said, her voice suddenly calmer. Leading me into terrain that favors your agility. But what happens when I change the battlefield entirely? Before Catherine could respond, Skogul raised her head and whistled, a piercing sound that seemed to tear the very fabric of the night. The whistle echoed impossibly, growing rather than fading, until it reverberated through the forest like thunder. The air above them shimmered, reality distorting as something massive pushed through from elsewhere. With a sound like tearing silk, Rimfaxi materialized, a nightmare-given flesh in the form of a winged horse. Its coat was midnight black, its eyes wept blood, and its teeth were daggers rather than normal equine dentition. Skogul leapt upward with inhuman grace, landing astride her steed in a single fluid motion. Rimfaxi reared, hooves striking the air as emerald fire trailed from its nostrils. Let's see how well you run now, Skogul called down, her voice carrying a note of triumph. Catherine assessed her options rapidly. On the ground, she was vulnerable to aerial attacks. Well, that's fucking annoying. Catherine muttered to herself, before she yelled out, "Don't worry, wolf pet, I'll get there in a moment." With a grimace of concentration, she forced her body to change, her shoulder blades extending painfully as leathery wings erupted from her back, tearing through her clothing. The transformation was not instantaneous though, like for example her shift to bats, requiring instead conscious reshaping of her physical form. By the time her wings were fully manifested, 12-foot spans of midnight membrane, Skogul with an enraged roar had already directed Rimfaxi into a diving attack. Aha! The Valkyrie roared. Catherine launched herself skyward, powerful downstrokes carrying her above the tree line just as Rimfaxi's hooves cratered the earth where she had stood. The night air was cold against her face as she climbed higher, wings straining against gravity. Skogul wheeled her mount around, emerald eyes tracking Catherine's ascent. You cannot escape me in the air, vampire. This is my domain. As if to prove her point, Skogul urged Rimfaxi forward. The winged horse moved with immense speed, closing the distance between them in seconds. Catherine banked sharply, using her smaller size and greater maneuverability to avoid Skogul's sword thrust. The aerial battle became a deadly dance above Mystic Falls, Catherine's agility against Rimfaxi's raw power and speed. The vampire created wind vortexes to disrupt the horse's flight pattern, while Skogul rained down emerald energy attacks that Catherine was forced to dodge midair. Far below, a few townspeople might have glimpsed strange lights in the sky or heard distant sounds of combat, but the battle moved too quickly for human eyes to track properly. Catherine soon realized she was at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. Rimfaxi's speed matched her own, and Skogul's reach with her sword exceeded Catherine's claws. She needed a different strategy. She began using hit-and-run tactics, striking quickly before retreating out of range. Each approach was calculated, a slash at Rimfaxi's flank, a swipe at Skogul's exposed arm, then immediate withdrawal before they could counter. Fight properly, you coward. Skogul shouted after several minutes of this frustrating exchange. Or are you only brave when your victims are helpless? Patience was never your virtue, Catherine called back, circling at a safe distance. No wonder Klaus found you disappointing. All that potential, so little control. Catherine's words struck deeper than her claws had. Skogul's expression contorted with rage, her emerald armor flaring brighter. You know nothing of what passed between us. I know enough, Catherine replied, voice dripping with false sympathy. The mighty Valkyrie, reduced to a plaything. Did he at least remember your name when he was finished with you? With a scream of pure hatred, Skogul drove Rimfaxi forward in a reckless charge. Catherine had anticipated this, timing her evasion perfectly. As horse and rider shot past, Catherine executed a mid-air twist that brought her talons across Rimfaxi's left wing. The winged horse screamed, a sound that shattered windows in buildings far below, as Catherine's claws tore through membrane and muscle. Rimfaxi's flight faltered, its wounded wing struggling to maintain lift. The look Skogul gave Catherine was one of pure murder. Her connection to her steed was clearly deeper than master and mount, the pain in her eyes reflected genuine attachment. You will suffer for that, Skogul promised, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. The Valkyrie's eyes began to glow with intense emerald fire, and she started chanting in ancient Norse, words that seemed to distort reality around her. The air became heavy, pressing against Catherine's wings and making flight increasingly difficult. Skogul's emerald armor began to change, growing more elaborate and dangerous. Spikes extended from the joints, and the green glow intensified until it hurt to look at directly. Catherine realized Skogul was tapping into her full Valkyrie powers. She needed to interrupt the transformation before it completed. Gathering her remaining strength, Catherine attempted her most powerful ability, reality-bending compulsion. Stop, she commanded, her voice carrying supernatural weight as she focused her will on the air surrounding Skogul. Become solid. Blood vessels burst in Catherine's eyes from the strain, crimson tears streaming down her face as she forced reality to bend to her will. The air around Skogul visibly thickened, becoming gelatinous as it compressed around the Valkyrie. For a moment, Skogul struggled, her chanting interrupted as she fought against the suddenly solid atmosphere. But her emerald energy flared in response, shattering Catherine's compulsion with a backlash that sent the vampire tumbling backward through the air. Catherine's wings failed momentarily from the magical rebound, and she plummeted several hundred feet before regaining control. By then, Skogul had completed her transformation, her armor now a full-body carapace of emerald energy that extended to her Mfaxi as well, healing the mount's injured wing. The Valkyrie dove after Catherine, her sword extended for a killing blow. Catherine knew she couldn't outrun or outfight Skogul in her current state. She had one chance, a final, desperate gambit. Catherine turned to face her pursuer, claws fully extended. She gathered the last of her strength, creating the most powerful wind manipulation she could manage. The air currents became visible around her, swirling vortexes of condensation that twisted into near-solid barriers. Skogul and her Mfaxi pushed through the windstorm, their momentum barely slowed by Catherine's desperate defense. The distance between them closed rapidly, 50 feet, 30, 10. Catherine and Skogul met in midair, claws against sword. The impact created a shockwave that rippled through the clouds around them. Their faces were inches apart, muscles straining as each fought for advantage. "He will never be yours," Skogul whispered, her eyes boring into Catherine's. "When Dracula is finished with him, there will be nothing left to use." In the mirror realm, the ocean of blood rippled beneath Lucien's feet as Vader stood protectively before him and Elena. The towering black figure's lightsaber hummed, its crimson glow illuminating Sekhmet's shocked expression as he clutched his severed arm, golden ichor pouring from the wound. "Aha!" Sekhmet howled in pain and rage, stumbling backward. Bill Forbes's voice emerged from the monstrous form, confused and terrified. What is this thing?" Sekhmet's lion head snarled in response to Bill's internal question. "A Kareen," the god hissed. "The boy's shadow self, a djinn. But how it manifests as this abomination, I cannot fathom." Vader gave Sekhmet no time for further contemplation. The dark figure advanced fast and precise, lightsaber carving crimson arcs through the air. Sekhmet backpedaled, his remaining hand summoning solar flames that engulfed Vader's form. The flames parted around Vader like water around stone, the dark side of the Force creating an impenetrable barrier. Sekhmet's eyes widened in disbelief as his primary weapon proved ineffective. Behind them, Elena clung to Lucien's arm, her body trembling with terror and confusion. Is that Darth Vader?" she whispered, her voice cracking. "What the hell is happening?" "It's my Kareen," Lucien explained, watching as Vader pressed his advantage against the wounded god. "My shadow self, you could say. A manifestation of my darker aspects." "Kareen. Darker aspects. None of this makes sense." Elena's voice rose in pitch as hysteria threatened to overwhelm her. "It doesn't matter right now," Lucien replied, his eyes never leaving the battle before them. "What matters is that he's giving us an opportunity, and we need to take it." Lucien's mind raced as he watched Vader's fight. He remembered his battle with the Fates, that moment in the realm of possibilities where the dark side had been just so strong. He had been trying to replicate that connection for years, with limited success. But this mirror realm, it had similar properties. He could feel the dark side calling to him, stronger than ever before. The trick was pulling the Force in the surroundings into a concentrated domain, making it far more potent. Making things a lot more possible. He couldn't ever get it right for long. But here. It may not be as strong as the realm of Fates, but with his experience, the time Vader is buying and what is already here. He can make it work. Sekhmet managed to create distance between himself and Vader, his one-handed defenses proving inadequate against the relentless assault. "You cannot stop what has been set in motion," the lion-headed god growled. "The ritual continues. The covenant will be fulfilled." Vader remained silent, his only response the continued advance of his glowing blade. Suddenly, the air shimmered as another massive figure appeared. A serpentine form coiled through the blood ocean, rising behind Vader with frightening speed, Apophis, its snake form dwarfing even Vader's imposing height. Howard Gilbert's human features were barely visible beneath the snake god's form. Without warning, Apophis struck, massive coils wrapping around Vader's body. The lightsaber was pinned against the dark figure's side, unable to cut through the divine coils. "Yes," Apophis hissed, its voice a disturbing blend of Howard Gilbert's human tones and something ancient and cold. "The shadow creature is strong, but not divine. It cannot stand against two gods." Sekhmet laughed triumphantly, approaching the immobilized Vader. "I don't know what kind of shit stain you are," he addressed Vader, "but you will learn the price of standing against us." Vader struggled against the coils but could not break free. Apophis tightened its grip, forcing a mechanical wheeze from Vader's respirator. Apophis was preparing to crush Vader completely when a blinding flash of blue-white light illuminated the entire realm. Force lightning struck the serpent god, causing it to scream in agony. Its coils reflexively loosened around Vader, allowing the dark figure to break free. All eyes turned toward the source of the lightning. Lucien hovered above the blood ocean, Elena clinging to his back in wide-eyed terror. His hair floated as if underwater, eyes glowing with power. The red aura surrounding him pulsed with his heartbeat, and the very air seemed to bend around his form. Apophis retreated to Sekhmet's side, both gods regarding this new threat with wary eyes. Lucien descended slowly until he stood beside Vader, his expression transformed into a battle-hungry smirk completely unlike his normal look. "You take care of the one-handed freak," Lucien said to Vader without looking at him. "I'll handle the snake." Force lightning continued to crackle around Lucien's hands as he stepped forward, the blood ocean parting before each footfall. For the first time since the ritual began, he felt strong. Unlimited power in fucking deed, Palpatine. Lucien thought to himself with a grin. Chapter 62, Wrath, Mass Release End. The blood ocean parted with each of Lucien's steps as he advanced toward Apophis, crimson droplets hovering around him like suspended rubies. "You know," Lucien began conversationally, as force lightning continued to crackle between his fingertips, "I've always wondered what it would be like to kill one of you so-called gods." Apophis reared back, its massive serpentine form coiling defensively. Howard Gilbert's human features contorted beneath the snake deity's shadow, eyes wide with disbelief. "Impossible," the snake god hissed. "You are merely fuel. Sacrifice. Nothing more." Lucien's laugh was cold, echoing unnaturally across the blood sea. "And yet here I am, walking on your precious ocean like it's afraid to touch me." He tilted his head, studying the massive serpent with clinical detachment. "I wonder if you bleed differently than humans. Shall we find out?" Without warning, Lucien launched himself forward, propelled by the force so fast that he became a blur. His right hand extended, fingers splayed as he channeled a concentrated burst of telekinetic energy directly at Apophis's throat. The snake god attempted to dodge, its massive body surprisingly agile despite its size. But Lucien had anticipated this, adjusting his trajectory mid-flight with a subtle shift of his weight. His attack connected, the invisible force slamming into Apophis with enough power to send ripples through its scaled form. Apophis shrieked, the sound piercing and inhuman. It retaliated immediately, its massive jaws snapping at Lucien with frightening speed. Lucien twisted in the air, narrowly avoiding the venomous fangs. He used the momentum of his evasion to position himself above the serpent, both hands now crackling with intensifying force lightning. "Too slow," Lucien taunted, unleashing a torrent of blue-white energy directly onto Apophis's head. The lightning connected and it was devastating. Apophis convulsed as electricity coursed through its divine form, scales smoking where the energy made contact. Howard Gilbert's voice emerged from the creature, a human scream of agony layered beneath the god's inhuman wail. Behind them, Vader engaged Sekhmet. The dark figure moved with grace, lightsaber humming as it carved crimson arcs through the air. Sekhmet, still adjusting to the loss of his arm, struggled to counter Vader's relentless assault. "What manner of demon are you?" Sekhmet growled, solar flames erupting from his remaining hand in a desperate attempt to create distance. Vader remained silent, his only response the continued advance of his glowing blade. The flames like before parted around him, Sekhmet's attacks useless. Lucien, still airborne, redirected his attention as Apophis recovered from the lightning attack. The snake god's movements were slower now, its scales charred in places. But its eyes burned with hatred as it prepared another strike. "You think yourself powerful, boy?" Apophis hissed, its voice distorted with pain and rage. "You are nothing. A flicker of light in endless darkness. We have devoured stars and consumed civilizations before your kind even crawled from the mud." Lucien responded with a smirk, hovering just out of striking range. Big talk from someone who's hiding inside a doctor from Virginia. "Tell me, does it hurt knowing you need human vessels? That for all your supposed divinity, you're just parasites." Apophis's rage was palpable, the air around it shimmering with malevolent power. It struck with renewed fury, its massive body launching upward fast. This time, Lucien didn't dodge. Instead, he extended both hands, channeling the force into a barrier directly in front of him. The collision was spectacular, divine serpent against force shield. For a moment, they remained suspended in perfect stalemate, Apophis's jaws inches from Lucien's face, separated only by the invisible barrier that shimmered with strain. "You know what your problem is?" Lucien asked through gritted teeth, the effort of maintaining the shield evident in his trembling arms. "You've been worshipped so long you've forgotten what it's like to fear." With a sharp twist of his wrists, Lucien inverted the energy of his shield, transforming it from defensive to offensive in a heartbeat. The force rippled outward, catching Apophis directly in its throat. The impact sent the serpent god crashing back into the blood ocean, creating a tsunami of crimson that washed over the twisted landscape. Lucien didn't waste the opportunity. He dove after Apophis, hands extended as he manipulated the blood itself, forcing it to swirl around the serpent in a constricting vortex. The blood hardened at his command, forming chains that bound Apophis's massive form. "Let me remind you," Lucien whispered, hovering over the trapped deity. He reached out with the force, probing for weaknesses in the divine form. Finding what he sought, Lucien clenched his fist sharply. The effect was immediate and horrifying. Scales began to crack along Apophis' length, golden ichor seeping from the wounds. The serpent's scream was deafening, a sound of such primal agony that it seemed to shake the very foundations of the mirror realm. Lucien. Elena's terrified voice cut through his concentration. She clung to his back, her arms wrapped desperately around his waist. Behind you. Lucien spun just in time to see Margaret fell, or rather, the four-armed, blue-skinned form of Kali that had consumed her, materializing from the blood mist. The goddess's multiple arms moved in hypnotic patterns, space itself distorting around her as she prepared to attack. The boy plays with powers beyond his understanding, Kali said, her voice a disturbing blend of an elderly woman's tone and something ancient and terrible. How amusing. Oh, I understand perfectly, Lucien replied, shifting his stance to keep both Apophis and Kali in view. Your parasites feeding on fear and sacrifice. Nothing more. Kali laughed, the sound like breaking glass. We are the old gods, child. We were ancient when this world was young. Yet still, and I will always remind you morons of this, here you are, Lucien countered, hiding in the bodies of small-town council members, performing rituals in secret. Doesn't sound very godlike to me. Kali's expression darkened. Insolent child. You will learn respect. She moved with immense speed, all four arms striking simultaneously from different angles. Lucien dropped beneath the attack, using the force to propel himself in a low arc that carried him behind the goddess. As he passed, he lashed out with a concentrated burst of force lightning, targeting the junction where Margaret Fell's human form merged with Kali's divine shadow. The goddess screamed, her form flickering momentarily as the lightning disrupted the connection between vessel and deity. Lucien pressed his advantage, rising quickly and extending both hands. With a sharp gesture, he telekinetically seized two blood demons that had been circling the battle, their semi-liquid forms solidifying under his control. Let me introduce you to some friends, Lucien said, hurling the demons directly at Kali. The creatures shrieked as they were weaponized, their bodies compressing into projectiles under Lucien's power. They struck Kali with enough force to send her tumbling backward, her multiple arms flailing as she struggled to regain balance. Nearby, Vader was now engaged with both Sekhmet and the partially recovered Apophis. The dark figure moved without wasting a single movement, lightsaber ablur as he alternated between opponents. But even Vader's considerable power was being tested by fighting against two gods at the same time. Lucien sensed the shift in momentum. He needed to end this quickly before they were overwhelmed by numbers. Time to change the game, he muttered, rising higher into the air. With Elena still clinging to his back, Lucien extended his awareness through the force, sensing the ebb and flow of energy throughout the mirror realm. He reached out with both hands, fingers splayed as he connected with the very fabric of this twisted reality. The blood ocean below began to churn and rise, massive tendrils of crimson liquid forming at Lucien's command. With precise gestures, he directed these tendrils toward the battling gods, transforming the very environment into a weapon. You want blood? Lucien called down, then drown in it. The tendrils struck with great force, wrapping around divine limbs and constricting with crushing pressure. Kali's four arms were pinned to her sides, while Sekhmet found himself entangled in a cocoon of hardening blood. Apophis, more experienced and wary, managed to evade the initial attack, its serpentine form weaving between the tendrils. Your parlor tricks cannot contain divinity, boy, the serpent god hissed, lunging upward toward Lucien. Lucien didn't bother dodging. Instead, he waited until Apophis was fully committed to its attack, then simply vanished. The serpent god's massive jaws snapped shut on empty air as Lucien reappeared behind it, simply too fast. Parlor tricks? Lucien asked, his voice dangerously soft. Let me show you what real power looks like. He raised his right hand, fingers curved as if grasping something invisible. Through the force, he seized Apophis's very essence. Then he began to pull. The effect was instant and horrifying. Apophis's form began to separate, the serpent shadow peeling away from Howard Gilbert's human body like skin being flayed. The god's scream transcended sound, becoming a psychic wave of agony that rippled through the mirror realm. Stop. Howard Gilbert's human voice broke through the divine shriek, his eyes clearing momentarily from divine possession. Please. Spare my granddaughter Dash. The plea caught Lucien off guard, his concentration faltering for a single moment. A crucial one. It was all Apophis needed. The serpent god reasserted control, its shadow snapping back into place around Howard's form with such violence that it created a shockwave of displaced air. Before Lucien could recover, something massive struck him from behind, Sekhmet, having broken free of the blood restraints, his remaining fist connecting with Lucien's head. The impact sent Lucien tumbling through the air, Elena's scream of terror, Lucien protecting her still with a force shield, ringing in his ears as they plummeted toward the blood ocean below. At the last moment, Lucien managed to regain control, using the force to arrest their fall mere feet above the crimson surface. Are you okay? He asked Elena, feeling her trembling against his back. No, she whispered, her voice breaking. But don't stop. Lucien nodded grimly, turning to face the three gods now converging on their position. Vader was nowhere to be seen, having been driven back by the combined divine assault. 3 against 1, Lucien observed, a cold smile spreading across his face. Still not fair, for you. He launched himself forward, drawing deeply on the dark side of the Force. The red aura surrounding him intensified. As he flew toward the gods, Lucien extended both hands, unleashing a barrage of Force lightning more intense than anything he had generated before. The lightning forked and multiplied, striking all three gods simultaneously. They howled in unified agony, their divine forms convulsing as the energy coursed through them. Lucien didn't relent, pouring more power into the attack until the very air crackled with electricity. You call yourselves gods, he shouted over the thunder of his assault. You're nothing. Parasites feeding on fear and ignorance. The gods retreated under the onslaught, their divine forms smoking and charred where the lightning had struck. Lucien pressed his advantage, rising higher into the air as he prepared to deliver a final, devastating attack. Then he heard it, a human scream, distinct from the inhuman wails of the gods and demons. Lucien's head snapped toward the sound. Below, scattered across the nightmarish landscape, were humans, dozens of them, trapped in this mirror realm and being hunted by the blood demons. A young woman ran desperately through the blood ocean, crimson waves slowing her progress as 3 demons pursued her. Nearby, a young man fought futilely as a demon sank fangs into his shoulder, tearing away flesh in bloody chunks. Most horrifying of all, a child, no more than 7 or 8, huddled atop a half-submerged car, surrounded by circling demons that approached with methodical patience, knowing their prey had nowhere to run. No, Lucien whispered, horror replacing battle rage. No. He abandoned his attack on the gods, diving toward the child with desperation. Elena clung tighter to his back, her own cry of dismay joining his as they witnessed the carnage below. Before Lucien could reach the child, a new figure materialized in his path, Victoria Salvatore, her elegant form overlaid by the triple-faced shadow of Hecate. She hovered in the air, black flames dancing around her hands as she blocked Lucien's path. Get out of my way, Lucien growled, force lightning crackling around his clenched fists. Hecate smiled, the expression identical across all 3 faces. Such concern for these extras. Did you think we'd create a ritual space without appropriate ambience? The closer one was to the founders' party the sooner they arrived. With a scream of rage, Lucien attacked, force lightning erupting from both hands in a concentrated blast aimed directly at Hecate's central face. The goddess deflected the attack with casual ease, black flames consuming the lightning as if it were nothing more than static electricity. Temper, she chided, wagging a finger at him. You have potential, I'll grant you that. But you're still a child playing with powers you barely understand. Below them, the child's scream intensified as the demons closed in, their clawed hands reaching for small limbs. Lucien tried to dive past Hecate, but the goddess anticipated his move, materializing directly in his path no matter which direction he turned. Please, Elena begged from Lucien's back, her voice breaking. That's a kid. Indeed, like you my dear, Hecate agreed, her 3 faces showing identical expressions of mild interest. Children make the most exquisite sacrifices. Their fear is so pure. To demonstrate her point, Hecate gestured toward another part of the blood ocean, where the young man was still struggling against his demonic attacker. With a casual flick of her wrist, she pulled the victim toward them, his body flying through the air until he hovered beside her, suspended by her magic. The young man, perhaps 19 or 20, was already grievously wounded, his shoulder a mass of torn flesh and exposed bone where the demon had been feeding. His eyes were wide with terror as he looked at Lucien, silently pleading for help. You see, Hecate continued conversationally, fear has flavors. Textures. The fear of a child is sweet, innocent. But the fear of a young man in his prime. She turned to the suspended victim, stroking his cheek almost tenderly. That has depth. Before Lucien could move, Hecate's 3 faces lunged forward in perfect synchronization, 3 sets of teeth sinking into the young man's neck from different angles. Blood sprayed in an arterial fountain as she tore away flesh, the victim's scream cutting off in a wet gurgle. Lucien watched in horror as Hecate consumed the young man's throat, blood running down her triple chins as she fed. The victim's eyes remained locked on Lucien's, silently begging for help that wouldn't come, until the light in them dimmed and faded entirely. Delicious, Hecate commented, casually wiping blood from her lips. Would you like a taste? Something broke inside Lucien at that moment. The rage he had been channeling grew even more, giving way to pure, unbridled fury. The red aura surrounding him deepened to crimson black, pulsing with such intensity that it distorted the very air around him. I'm going to destroy you, he promised, his voice eerily calm despite the storm of power building around him. Not just defeat you. Not just kill you. I'm going to erase every trace of your existence from this reality. Catherine's eyes widened in horror as Skogul's words registered. When Dracula is finished with him, there will be nothing left to use. The meaning was clear. Skogul was here on behalf of Dracula. Hela was working with Dracula to get Lucien for him. Before Catherine could respond, Skogul pressed her advantage, using their locked position to drive her sword forward. The blade slipped past Catherine's claws, slicing a shallow but painful gash across her collarbone. Catherine hissed in pain, disengaging with a powerful downstroke of her wings that carried her beyond Skogul's reach. Blood seeped from the wound, staining her already tattered clothing. Touched a nerve, did I? Skogul taunted, urging Hrimfaxi to pursue. Does it hurt to know your new toy will serve my master instead? Catherine's eyes darkened, veins appearing beneath them as her vampire nature surged to the surface. He's not serving anyone, she snarled. Especially not your corpse lord. Skogul laughed, the sound carrying across the night sky. Such devotion. The elusive Catherine Pierce, finally found after centuries of whispers and rumors, now playing the protective guardian. You know nothing about me, Catherine replied, her voice dangerously soft. I know what I need to, Skogul countered, circling on Hrimfaxi's back. I know you've been running from Klaus for centuries. I know you've somehow attached yourself to this boy. And I know when my master offers you a deal to save yourself in exchange for the boy, you'll take it without hesitation. Catherine's expression hardened. You're wrong. Am I? Skogul's emerald eyes gleamed with cruel amusement. 500 years of survival at any cost, and suddenly you've developed principles. Please. With a scream of rage, Catherine launched herself at Skogul, claws extended for a killing strike. The Valkyrie anticipated the frontal assault, raising her sword to parry. But at the last moment, Catherine vanished, transforming into a swarm of bats that scattered in all directions, surrounding Skogul and Hrimfaxi in a living cloud of beating wings and shrieking cries. Skogul slashed wildly at the bats, her sword passing harmlessly through the swarm as they darted and weaved around her. Hrimfaxi whinnied in distress, the horse's movements becoming erratic as bats flew into its face and tangled in its mane. From every direction, Catherine's voice seemed to echo, "You think you know me? You know nothing." The bats converged suddenly behind Skogul, reforming into Catherine in an instant. Before the Valkyrie could turn, Catherine's claws sank deep into her back, tearing through emerald armor and the flesh beneath. Skogul screamed, arching in agony as Catherine dragged her claws downward, leaving bloody furrows from shoulder to hip. The Valkyrie twisted violently, dislodging Catherine's grip and nearly unseating herself from Hrimfaxi in the process. I'll kill you for that, Skogul growled, blood seeping through her damaged armor. Many have tried, Catherine replied, circling at a safe distance. Yet here I stand. With a roar of fury, Skogul charged, directing Hrimfaxi into a full-speed attack. The winged horse's hooves left trails of emerald fire as it galloped through the air, bearing down on Catherine with terrifying speed. Catherine waited until the last possible moment before diving sharply, tucking her wings against her body to increase her speed. Skogul and Hrimfaxi shot past overhead, unable to adjust their trajectory quickly enough to follow. As she plummeted toward the earth, Catherine spotted a small lake below, one of many that dotted the countryside around Mystic Falls. She angled her descent toward it, an idea forming. Skogul wheeled Hrimfaxi around, diving after Catherine with sword extended. Running again, she called. How predictable. Catherine didn't bother responding, focusing instead on her timing. She continued her dive until she was mere feet above the lake's surface, then snapped her wings open, using the sudden drag to arrest her descent while simultaneously altering her course. Skogul, committed to her diving attack, couldn't adjust in time. As Catherine veered sharply to the side, the Valkyrie and her mount plunged directly into the lake with a massive splash. Catherine circled above the disturbed water, watching as bubbles rose to the surface. She knew the lake wouldn't kill Skogul, the Valkyrie was far too powerful to be defeated by simple immersion, but it would disorient her and neutralize her aerial advantage temporarily. Sure enough, Skogul burst from the water moments later, her emerald armor dripping and her blonde braids plastered to her head. Hrimfaxi was nowhere to be seen, presumably dismissed to whatever realm it had been summoned from. The Valkyrie rose into the air under her own power, emerald energy crackling around her waterlogged form. Her eyes blazed with murder as she located Catherine circling above. I will wear your entrails as a belt, Skogul promised, ascending rapidly. Catherine waited until Skogul had nearly reached her altitude before making her move. Drawing on her deepest reserves, she focused her will on the reality around them. Stop, she commanded. The air around Skogul visibly thickened, becoming solid as stone. The Valkyrie's ascent halted abruptly as she found herself encased in a prison of solidified atmosphere, unable to move or even fully expand her chest to breathe. Blood vessels burst in Catherine's body from the strain, crimson blood spurting from her. This level of power should have been beyond her, even with her considerable age and strength. But desperation and something deeper, something she wasn't ready to acknowledge even to herself, drove her beyond her normal limitations. Skogul struggled against the invisible prison, her emerald energy flaring as she attempted to break free. For several seconds, they remained locked in stalemate, Catherine's will against Skogul's strength. Then, with a sound like shattering glass, Skogul broke through the compulsion. The backlash hit Catherine like a physical blow, sending her tumbling backward through the air as her concentration shattered. Impossible, Skogul gasped, breathing heavily from her exertion. No mere vampire should be able to use and maintain that much compulsion. Only an original could do that. Catherine stabilized herself, blood still streaming from her eyes and nose. Despite the obvious toll, she smiled, a grin that promised violence. "Want to see what else I can do?" she asked, her voice ragged but determined. Before Skogul could respond, Catherine struck again. She closed the distance between them faster than even Skogul's perception could track, claws raking across the Valkyrie's face before she could raise a defense. Skogul howled in pain, blood spraying from 4 parallel gashes that ran from forehead to chin. She lashed out blindly, her fist connecting with Catherine's ribs with bone-crushing force. The impact sent Catherine hurtling toward the ground, her wings momentarily failing as pain exploded across her torso. She managed to recover just before impact, pulling up sharply and skimming the surface of the lake before rising again. Skogul pursued, one hand pressed to her ruined face as she flew. "How?" she demanded, genuine confusion mixing with her rage. "How are you using so much power without burning out?" Catherine climbed higher, drawing Skogul away from the lake and back toward the forest. When she had reached sufficient altitude, she turned to face her pursuer. "Because I'm not just any vampire," Catherine replied, her voice carrying despite the distance between them. "I'm a doppelganger." Understanding dawned in Skogul's eyes, the one not covered in blood, at least. "Petrova," she whispered. "The shadow self of Dash." "Amara," Catherine confirmed, her smile widening. "The immortal woman. The temptress who brought nature's first son, Silas, to fall deep into the earth." With immense speed, Catherine closed the distance between them again. This time, Skogul was prepared, raising her arms in a defensive crossblock. But Catherine had anticipated this, dropping at the last moment and coming up underneath the Valkyrie's guard. She seized Skogul by the hair, yanking her head back with brutal force. "My blood is more potent than you can imagine," Catherine hissed into her ear. Using her grip on Skogul's hair as leverage, Catherine drove the Valkyrie's face downward while simultaneously bringing her knee up. The impact was devastating, blood spraying as Skogul's nose shattered. Before the Valkyrie could recover, Catherine spun her around and drove her downward, using her full strength combined with gravity. They plummeted toward the earth, Skogul struggling futilely as Catherine maintained her iron grip. Seconds before impact, Catherine released Skogul, arresting her own descent with a powerful wing stroke. The Valkyrie had no such opportunity, crashing into the forest floor with enough force to create a small crater. Catherine landed beside the impact site, retracting her wings as she approached the edge of the crater. Skogul lay at its center, her emerald armor cracked and her body broken. Yet even as Catherine watched, the Valkyrie began to heal, bones audibly snapping back into place. Still alive, Catherine observed, sliding down the crater's slope. Impressive. Skogul tried to rise, only to collapse again as her legs gave way beneath her. What are you going to do?" she asked, blood bubbling from her lips. Catherine crouched beside her, running a claw gently along Skogul's ruined cheek. "I'm going to use every bit of power I have," she whispered, "to murder the fuck out of you." With that promise, Catherine seized Skogul by the throat, lifting the Valkyrie's broken body with one hand. "This is for threatening him," she said, her voice cold with finality. Her other hand plunged forward, claws aimed directly at Skogul's heart. Hecate's expression flickered, the first sign of uncertainty she had shown. Bold words from a child. Lucien didn't bother responding. Instead, he shot upward with explosive force, carrying Elena higher into the mirror realm's sickly yellow sky. When they had reached sufficient altitude, he paused, hovering as he surveyed the nightmarish landscape below. The gods had regrouped, Sekhmet, Apophis, Kali, and Hecate now forming a defensive circle as they tracked his movements. Vader had reappeared, engaging a swarm of blood demons that threatened to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. And everywhere, humans ran and died and suffered, their screams forming a cacophony of agony that echoed across the twisted realm. Lucien made his decision. "Hold tight," he instructed Elena, feeling her arms tighten around his waist in response. Then he began to gather power. Force lightning crackled around his body, starting as small arcs between his fingertips before growing in intensity. The lightning spread up his arms, across his chest, down his legs, until his entire body was a conduit for raw energy, it turning red. The air around him ionized, the smell of ozone becoming overwhelming as electricity built to insane levels. Below, the gods sensed the building power. They began to move, attempting to reach Lucien before he could release whatever attack he was preparing. But they were too slow. With a primal scream that contained all his rage and horror, Lucien thrust both arms toward the sky, then brought them down. The lightning followed his command, erupting from his body in a devastating cascade that rained down upon the mirror realm. The attack was indiscriminate in its fury, forked lightning striking gods, demons, and the blood ocean itself. Where it touched the gods, their divine forms convulsed and burned, golden ichor spraying from wounds that refused to heal. Demons caught in the barrage simply disintegrated, their semi-liquid bodies vaporizing on contact. The gods screamed in unified agony, their divine power no defense against Lucien's wrath. Sekhmet fell to his knees, solar flames extinguished as lightning coursed through his lion-headed form. Apophis thrashed in blind agony, its massive coils tearing furrows in the blood ocean as electricity burned it from within. Callie's forearms flailed uselessly as her blue skin charred and peeled away from Margaret Fell's human form. Hecate alone managed to maintain some semblance of defense, her black flames forming a barrier that partially deflected the lightning. But even she was driven backward, her triple faces contorted in pain and disbelief. Lucien didn't stop. He poured more power into the attack, drawing deeply on the dark side until the lightning became a continuous storm that engulfed the entire mirror realm. His body should have been unable to channel such energy, but in this place, empowered by rage and the dark side, he transcended his limitations. The gods were being systematically destroyed, their divine forms unable to withstand the sustained assault. Victory was within reach, Lucien could feel it, taste it in the power-charged air. Then a single word cut through the thunder of his attack. Enough. The voice came from above, impossibly loud yet perfectly controlled. Before Lucien could react, something seized him by the head, a hand large enough to engulf his entire skull, fingers digging into his scalp. With casual strength, another hand ripped Elena from his back, her scream of terror cutting off abruptly as she was torn away. Then Lucien was falling, hurled downward with such violence that he couldn't stop it. He struck the blood ocean with bone-shattering force, the impact driving him deep beneath the crimson surface. Blood filled his mouth, his nose, his lungs as he sank into the viscous depths. Pain exploded across his body, ribs fractured, shoulder dislocated, consciousness threatening to flee. Through sheer force of will, Lucien fought his way back to the surface, using the force to propel himself upward through the clinging red depths. He broke through with a desperate gasp, coughing blood, both his and the ocean's, as he treaded the crimson waves. Above him, hovering in the sickly yellow sky, was Richard Lockwood, or rather, Tezcatlipoca. The jaguar-headed god held Elena by her hair, her feet dangling helplessly as she sobbed in terror. Obsidian mirrors embedded in Tezcatlipoca's skin reflected Lucien's battered form 1,000 times over, each reflection showing a different angle of his defeat. Enough, Tezcatlipoca repeated, his voice resonating with ancient power. Your tantrum ends now, child. You have caused quite enough disruption to our ceremony. Lucien tried to gather his power for another attack, but his body betrayed him, pain and exhaustion overwhelming his connection to the force. He could only watch helplessly as Tezcatlipoca regarded him with cold amusement. Did you truly believe you could challenge gods in their own realm? The jaguar-headed deity asked. How adorable. Maybe in a couple hours later, I'll write more. I'm gonna go eat. I hope you guys enjoyed. Do tell me how you found these 3 chapters, and whether you think Lucien can get out of this or not alive. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 63, Something Important. Hello everyone, hope you guys are enjoying the story. I just need to address something. Some people are dissatisfied with Lucien constantly being on the losing end or even losing, but well, sorry, but I'm following the premise I already established. I never promised Lucien would be overpowered from the get-go, and it doesn't even fit with how the Force works. Anakin was the chosen one, and even he could get beaten by Palpatine or Obi-Wan simply because they had more knowledge of the Force and experience, because that's what decides how powerful you are in it. Plus, he is a kid. A kid fighting against gods, nearly destroying them all if they didn't gang up on him. Lucien is just going up against people who are millions of years older than him, and have had a lot more time to hone their powers and gain strength. Lucien hasn't been aware of who he was in his first life and gained his powers more than 4 years at most. It is kind of absurd to expect him to win easily or win at all in some situations. So I'm sorry if you dislike him being able to lose a lot, but well, it is what it is. It's logical, and I can't bring myself to write something that blatantly isn't. Well, I hope to see you all next chapter. Bye. Chapter 64, Sacrifice. The blood ocean lapped at Lucien's body, its metallic scent filling his nostrils as he struggled to stay afloat. Each breath sent shards of pain through his chest where at least 3 ribs had cracked on impact. His right shoulder hung at an unnatural angle, dislocated and useless. Blood, both his own and that of the Crimson Sea, filled his mouth with its coppery taste. Above him, Tezcatlipoca hovered like a malevolent god, obsidian mirrors embedded in his jaguar-headed form reflecting Lucien's broken body from 1,000 angles. Elena dangled from his grip, suspended by her hair, tears streaming down her face as she whimpered in pain. Did you think yourself the honored of the heavens and earth, boy? Did you think you could take on the gods, because of your psychic gift? Tezcatlipoca's voice rumbled like distant thunder. How disappointing. Lucien tried to summon the force, to gather his power for another attack, but his concentration slipped away like water through fingers. The overuse of force lightning had burned through his muscles, leaving them trembling and weak. His head throbbed from the impact with the blood ocean, vision blurring around the edges. One by one, the other gods rose from the crimson depths, their divine forms bearing the marks of Lucien's earlier assault. Sekhmet's golden fur still smoked where lightning had struck, patches burned away to reveal raw flesh beneath. Kali's forearms hung at odd angles, blue skin blistered and peeling. Apophis's serpentine scales flaked away in patches, golden ichor seeping from countless wounds. Hecate's triple faces were raw and burned, her black flames diminished to flickering embers. Despite their injuries, they surrounded Tezcatlipoca in a circle of power, their eyes fixed on Lucien with cold hatred. In the distance, Vader battled against an endless tide of blood demons. His lightsaber carved crimson arcs through their liquid forms, but for each one he destroyed, 3 more rose to take its place. The dark figure was gradually being overwhelmed, pushed farther away by the sheer number of attackers. I can't win this, Lucien thought, his consciousness beginning to slip. Maybe death isn't so bad. What's the point of fighting anymore? The thought was seductive in its simplicity. Just let go. Stop struggling. Accept the inevitable. But, where would I go? Heaven? Hell? Or would I become one of these monsters? As the thought formed, he felt something grab his legs beneath the blood. Looking down, Lucien saw hands, familiar hands, pulling at him. Dean's face emerged from the crimson depths, features contorted in a demonic grin, eyes black and soulless. Beside him, John's hollow-eyed visage stared accusingly. Sam's fingers had elongated into claws that dug into Lucien's flesh. Trevor's mouth was filled with needle-like teeth, snapping hungrily. And Catherine, her beautiful face melted away to reveal something evil and terrible beneath. Lucien's heart raced with primal fear, until Elena's scream cut through his hallucination. Tezcatlipoca had tightened his grip on her hair, causing her to cry out in renewed agony. The sound triggered something deep within Lucien, rage, protectiveness, a determination that burned through his exhaustion like wildfire. No. Not like this. With a roar of defiance, Lucien kicked violently at the hallucinations, channeling what little force energy he could muster into a powerful push that launched him from the blood ocean. Blood streamed from his clothes as he rose, his dislocated shoulder screaming in protest as he forced his body to obey his will. Tezcatlipoca watched with evident amusement as Lucien hovered unsteadily before him, swaying slightly in the air. What drives you to such futile resistance, little sacrifice? The jaguar-headed god asked, head tilting in curiosity. Is it merely the animal instinct for survival that all prey share? Lucien spat blood from his mouth, a crimson arc that dissipated before reaching the god. A bit of that, he managed through gritted teeth, a bit of this, and a whole lot of hatred for sons of bitches like you. Tezcatlipoca's laughter echoed across the realm, the sound both beautiful and terrible. Such spirit. It will make your breaking all the more satisfying. Without warning, the god hurled Elena toward the distant giant hand. She screamed as she flew through the air, arms and legs flailing helplessly. Elena. Lucien cried, his body instinctively turning to pursue her. The momentary distraction was all Tezcatlipoca needed. The god materialized before Lucien with insane speed, driving his knee into the boy's abdomen with great force. The impact folded Lucien in half, air exploding from his lungs in a violent exhale as blood sprayed from his mouth. Before he could recover, Tezcatlipoca seized him by the throat, holding him at arm's length. You will learn respect, the god growled, squeezing just enough to restrict Lucien's breathing without cutting it off completely. You are nothing. Less than nothing. A brief flicker in the eternal darkness. Despite the pain, despite the growing darkness at the edges of his vision, Lucien refused to submit. He clawed at the god's arm with his good hand, kicked at his torso, attempted to channel force lightning with his remaining strength. The energy sputtered weakly around his fingertips, barely enough to singe Tezcatlipoca's fur. The god's eyes narrowed, frustration building as Lucien continued to struggle. Why won't you accept your place? Your defeat is inevitable. With a surge of desperate strength, Lucien swung his legs up, planting his feet against Tezcatlipoca's chest for leverage. He pushed with everything he had left, simultaneously twisting to break the god's grip on his throat. The maneuver worked, partially. Lucien broke free, but his awkward landing sent fresh waves of agony through his dislocated shoulder. He stumbled, barely maintaining his hover above the blood ocean. Tezcatlipoca was on him again in an instant, fists and claws raining down in a flurry of strikes. Lucien blocked what he could, the force providing just enough enhancement to his reflexes to avoid the most devastating blows. But he was weakening rapidly, each movement slower than the last. In a final, desperate move, Lucien gathered the last dregs of his strength and lunged forward, driving his fist directly into Tezcatlipoca's face. The punch connected with surprising force, snapping the god's head back. For a moment, silence fell across the mirror realm. Even the distant sounds of battle seemed to fade as Tezcatlipoca slowly turned his gaze back to Lucien, golden eyes blazing with cold fury. "You dare," the god whispered, the quiet more terrifying than any roar. "You dare strike a god?" Before Lucien could react, Tezcatlipoca seized his left wrist in an iron grip. With deliberate slowness, the god raised Lucien's hand to his jaguar muzzle, examining it as one might a curious insect. "This hand," Tezcatlipoca mused, "that dared to touch divinity. It offends me." Lucien realized what was about to happen a split second before it did. He tried to pull away, but his strength was gone, his body betraying him in his moment of greatest need. Tezcatlipoca's jaws opened wide, revealing rows of gleaming teeth. Then they snapped shut around Lucien's left hand. The pain was beyond anything Lucien had ever experienced, a white-hot explosion that consumed his entire being. He felt bones crunch, tendons tear, flesh rend as the god's teeth severed his hand at the wrist. A primal scream tore from his throat, echoing across the mirror realm as blood fountained from the stump. Tezcatlipoca chewed deliberately, swallowing Lucien's hand with evident satisfaction. "Now you are truly marked as sacrifice," he said, blood dripping from his muzzle. "In every way." Catherine's hand remained buried in Skogul's chest, the Valkyrie's emerald armor cracked and blood pouring from the wound. Despite her imminent death, Skogul began to laugh, a wet, gurgling sound that nonetheless carried triumphant malice. "You've won nothing," the Valkyrie choked out, emerald eyes still gleaming with defiance. "This is far from over. With my failure, Dracula will come himself." Blood bubbled from her lips as she continued, "He'll burn this continent to ash to claim the boy." "Let him try," Catherine snarled, twisting her hand before withdrawing it from Skogul's chest. The Valkyrie's body collapsed to the ground, emerald light fading from her eyes. Catherine staggered back, her own body trembling with exhaustion. She fell to her knees beside the corpse, wings hanging limply from her back, blood still streaming from numerous wounds that refused to heal properly. Suddenly, a sharp pain lanced through her chest. Catherine gasped, eyes widening with horrified realization. Through their blood bond and the contract, she could sense Lucien's life force weakening dramatically, flickering like a candle in a strong wind. She turned toward Mystic Falls, attempting to stand but stumbling from fatigue. Her rational mind assessed the situation with cold clarity. She was too weak to help, the overwhelming darkness enveloping the town was beyond anything she'd faced in centuries, and intervention would likely result in her death. The logical choice was clear: flee, abandon Lucien, escape the continent before Dracula arrived. It was what she'd always done. Survival at any cost. It was how she'd lived for 500 years. Yet as she considered leaving, an unexpected ache gripped her chest, far more intense than her physical injuries. A hysterical laugh bubbled up from her throat, growing in volume until it echoed through the night. 500 years, she said aloud to herself, voice cracking. 5 centuries of running, and I choose now to make a stand. For a kid. She laughed again, the sound edged with something like wonder. I truly have lost my mind. Images of Lucien flashed through her mind, his intelligence, his kindness despite his circumstances, the way his presence made everything around him feel brighter and safer. For the first time in centuries, Catherine had felt at peace. Protected. Not because Lucien actively shielded her from harm, but because his very existence promised something better than eternal running. I meant it, she muttered, speaking to the night air. I meant my promise to open my heart to him. Her hand pressed against her chest, feeling the unfamiliar ache there. She stood there for a long moment in silence, the winding passing by her, causing her hair to move freely in the breeze, just thinking. Love. I promised to open my heart, and well. It seems this is what I get for it. Suddenly, Catherine reached for Skogul's divine sword, still embedded in the ground where it had fallen. The weapon hummed with power as her fingers closed around the hilt, recognizing her as its new wielder by right of combat. Hold on, little god, she whispered, dragging herself toward Mystic Falls. I'm coming. Elena hurtled through the air, wind whipping past her as she flew toward the giant hand. Terror gripped her heart, certain death awaiting at the end of her trajectory. Then, inexplicably, her fall slowed. Her body gently descended to the palm of the giant hand, landing with barely a sound. Standing before her was her father, Grayson Gilbert, still locked in visible struggle with the skeletal form of Apuk. Veins bulged in his neck, face contorted with effort as he fought against the possession. The skeletal shadow flickered and wavered, sometimes merging with Grayson's form, sometimes appearing as a separate entity looming behind him. Dad. Elena cried, scrambling to her feet and running toward him. Elena, no. Grayson gasped, raising a trembling hand to ward her off. Run. Get away from me. I can't. I can't hold him much longer. I'm not leaving you. Elena reached him, grabbing his outstretched hand. Tears streamed down her face as she looked into his tortured eyes. Fight him, Dad. You can do it. He's too strong, Grayson moaned, his body shuddering with the effort of resistance. I've been fighting him for so long. I'm tired, Elena. So tired. Please, Dad. Elena begged, clutching his hand tighter. I need you. I love you. You have to keep fighting. I'm scared. I don't know what to do, please, Daddy. After a long moment of silence that only Elena's sobs broke, something shifted in Grayson's expression, the tension easing, his features softening. Tears welled in his eyes as they focused on her face with recognition. Elena, he whispered, his voice his own again, the shadow disappearing. Relief flooded through her. Dad. You did it. You fought him off. Grayson's lips curved into a smile, his hand reaching up to touch her cheek tenderly. My beautiful daughter, he murmured. Then pain exploded in Elena's abdomen, sharp, burning agony that stole her breath. She looked down in shock to see her father's other hand holding a bone dagger, now buried to the hilt in her stomach. Grayson's smile widened, transforming into something cruel and alien. His eyes darkened, the last traces of humanity draining away as Apuk took complete control. Was my performance convincing? The god asked, using Grayson's voice but inflecting it with malice. Your father is still in here, watching everything. It took considerable persuasion, but he eventually saw the benefits of our arrangement. Daddy. Elena whispered, her voice small and broken as she collapsed, blood spreading across her dress. Her hand reached up toward him, fingers trembling. Apuk looked down at her with cold amusement. The sacrifice requires what you love most, he explained casually. Your father chose power over you. In the end, he was too weak to resist. They all are. After all, what is one daughter? We can always start again. Make other kids. Lucien suddenly crashed onto the giant hand, Tezcatlipoca landing atop him with crushing force. The god's knee pressed between his shoulder blades, grinding his face against the surface. Blood poured from the stump of his left wrist, forming a growing puddle beneath him. With his head turned sideways, Lucien had a clear view of Elena lying just feet away, blood spreading from the wound in her abdomen. Her eyes met his, filled with pain and fading awareness. Elena, he screamed, struggling despite his grievous injuries. The effort sent fresh waves of agony through his body, but he didn't care. Nothing mattered except reaching her, saving the innocent little girl he had fought so long for. Tezcatlipoca increased the pressure, forcing Lucien's face harder against the hand's surface. Watch, little sacrifice, the god commanded, voice thick with satisfaction. Watch as she dies. The ritual nears completion. The four other gods landed in a circle around them, their laughter mingling with Lucien's desperate cries. He could feel Elena's life force weakening by the second, slipping away like water through cupped hands. With her remaining strength, Elena turned her head toward him. I'm sorry. Lucien, she whispered, tears mixing with blood on her pale face. This is my fault. I'm so sorry. Her eyes lost focus, glazing over as her final breath left her body. Lucien felt the exact moment her life extinguished, a candle snuffed out in a dark room. Something broke inside him then, something fundamental and irreplaceable. Tears streamed down his face as he went limp beneath Tezcatlipoca's weight, the will to fight draining from him like blood from his severed wrist. The giant hand began to move, fingers slowly curling inward as if grasping for the bloated red sun above. The mirror realm trembled with growing power, the ritual reaching its culmination. The sacrifice is complete, Tezcatlipoca declared, triumph resonating in every syllable. Our ascension begins. Then the impossible happened. The blood-red sun above the mirror realm suddenly fractured, cracks spreading across its surface like spiderwebs on glass. The gods looked up in confusion as the sun shattered completely, fragments dissolving into the sickly yellow sky. From the broken sun, a figure descended, wings spread wide, sword clutched in bloodied hands. Catherine Pierce plummeted toward them like an avenging angel, her face a mask of determined fury. Get away from him, she screamed, the divine sword in her hands glowing with emerald fire. Tezcatlipoca had just enough time to look up before Catherine struck, driving Skogul's blade deep into his chest. Golden ichor sprayed from the wound, splattering across Catherine's face and arms. The god roared in pain and rage, his jaws snapping reflexively. They closed around Catherine's wrist with crushing force, bones shattering beneath his teeth. She screamed but didn't hesitate, using her momentum to kick Tezcatlipoca away from Lucien with enough force to dislodge the god from his position. Despite her own grievous injury, Catherine immediately scooped up both Lucien and Elena's body with her one good arm. Her wings beat frantically as she rose into the air, carrying her double burden. The gods moved to pursue, but Tezcatlipoca halted them with a raised hand, golden ichor still streaming from the wound in his chest. Let them go, he commanded, his voice carrying an undercurrent of dark amusement despite his pain. As Catherine fled with her precious cargo, Tezcatlipoca began laughing. His laughter followed them, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. You bear our mark, boy, the god called after them. Branded as sacrifice, cursed until death. Monsters will never let you know peace. Catherine pushed herself to her limits, wings straining as she carried Lucien and Elena through the mirror realm. The boundary between worlds appeared ahead, a shimmering distortion in reality that promised escape. With a final surge of effort, Catherine broke through. Do tell me how you found it. So. Elena is dead. Is she really? If so, is it permanent? Honestly, those who read my comments and have read my wording of Elena's appearance for the first couple times in this FIC already know the answer to that. Find out next time in Oh Wrong Thing. Find out in the coming chapter. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 65, Life. The mirror realm shattered like glass as Catherine burst through its boundaries, wings straining against the weight of her burdens. Her body trembled with exhaustion, every beat of her leathery appendages sending fresh waves of agony through her wounded body. With a final desperate surge, she crashed into reality, materializing 6 feet above a moonlit clearing in the Mystic Falls forest. Her landing was more controlled fall than graceful descent, her legs buckling as they hit solid ground. Lucien tumbled from her grasp, rolling across dew-dampened leaves with a groan of pain. Blood still poured from the stump where his left hand had been, leaving a crimson trail across the forest floor. Elena's body landed more gently, Catherine having used the last of her strength to ensure the girl's corpse remained intact. Catherine's wings folded against her back with an audible crack before dissolving into mist. She collapsed to her knees, one arm hanging uselessly at her side, shattered where Tezcatlipoca's jaws had crushed it. Blood trickled from countless wounds across her body, but her eyes remained fixed on Lucien. We made it, she rasped, her voice barely audible over the night sounds of the forest. Lucien's eyes fluttered open, consciousness returning in painful waves. The first sensation was agony, his missing hand, dislocated shoulder, broken ribs, each competing for dominance in a symphony of pain. The second was awareness of the blood-soaked weight that had landed beside him. Elena. Despite his injuries, Lucien forced himself to move. His right arm trembled as he pushed himself up, breath hissing through clenched teeth as broken ribs shifted beneath his skin. Every movement was torture, but he dragged himself toward Elena's motionless form. Elena, he gasped, the name emerging as little more than a whisper. Catherine watched silently as Lucien crawled to the girl, leaving a trail of his own blood in his wake. She could have told him it was pointless, she'd felt the absence of life from Elena's body, but something in his desperate determination stopped her. Lucien reached Elena's side, his remaining hand shaking as he pressed fingers against her neck, searching for a pulse. Nothing. He tried her wrist, then leaned his ear against her chest, straining to hear a heartbeat that wasn't there. No, he murmured, voice cracking. No, no, no. He tried again, pressing harder against her carotid artery, as if his determination alone could force her heart to beat. The girl's skin was already cooling, her eyes fixed and glassy, staring sightlessly at the star-filled sky above. Come on, Elena, Lucien pleaded, his voice rising. Don't do this. Don't be dead. Please. The realization crashed over him in waves, each attempt to find signs of life confirming what he already knew but couldn't accept. Elena was gone. He'd failed to protect her. An innocent child was dead because he wasn't strong enough, fast enough, clever enough. A sound escaped him then, not quite a sob, not quite a scream, something broken that seemed to tear itself from his very soul. His body curled forward, forehead pressing against Elena's still chest as tears began to flow. The grief quickly transformed, crystallizing into rage, not at the gods who'd taken her life, but at himself. With a howl of anguish, Lucien slammed his fist into the ground beside Elena's body. Again. Again. The impact split his knuckles, blood spattering across fallen leaves, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the agony in his chest. Lucien, stop, Catherine called, her voice stronger now as she forced herself to move toward him. You'll break your hand more than it already is. He ignored her, continuing to punish the earth and himself with each blow. Catherine reached him just as his fist descended again, catching his wrist in her good hand. Let go, he snarled, yanking away from her with such violence that he nearly toppled backward. Catherine released him instantly, recognizing the dangerous edge in his voice. Lucien stumbled away from both of them, collapsing against the trunk of an ancient oak. He slid down until he sat with knees drawn to his chest, his bloodied hand and severed wrist covering his face as sobs racked his body. I couldn't save her, he choked out between ragged breaths. What kind of hunter am I? What kind of anything? I'm pathetic. Useless. All this power and I couldn't protect one kid. Catherine settled herself on the ground nearby, giving him space while catching her own labored breath. The bite on her wrist throbbed painfully, black veins spreading slowly up her arm. She watched Lucien with an expression few had ever seen on her face, genuine concern, unmarred by calculation. For several minutes, the only sounds were Lucien's diminishing sobs and the whisper of wind through the trees. Eventually, his breathing steadied, though tears still tracked silently down his blood-smeared cheeks. With visible effort, Lucien pushed himself away from the tree and crawled back to Elena's body. His movements were gentler now, tender, as he brushed strands of hair from her face. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice hoarse from crying. "I'm so sorry, Elena. You didn't deserve this. None of this should have happened to you." Tears and blood from his injuries fell onto her pale face as he caressed her cheek with his remaining hand. "I'll find your brother," he promised softly. "I'll make sure he's safe. I'll tell him. I'll tell him how brave you were." Catherine watched the scene with uncharacteristic empathy. In 5 centuries, she'd seen countless deaths, caused many herself, but something about this moment struck deeper than she'd expected. Lucien continued his quiet litany of promises to the dead girl, his tears falling more freely now, mingling with the blood already staining Elena's face. "I should have been stronger," he murmured, his voice breaking. "I should have found another way. I'm sorry, Elena. I'm so sorry." As his tears landed on her face, something shifted in the air around them, a subtle disturbance in the force that made Lucien freeze. He held his breath, unsure if what he'd felt was real or not. Then it happened again, stronger this time. A faint glow began to emanate from within Elena's body, pulsing like a heartbeat. "Catherine," Lucien said sharply, not taking his eyes off Elena. "Do you see that?" Catherine leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "The light?" "Yes." The glow intensified, growing brighter with each pulse. Lucien felt a familiar sensation wash over him, the same presence he'd experienced in that hospital dream when something had driven Catherine from his mind. "Shield your eyes," he shouted suddenly, recognition dawning. "Now." Catherine threw her good arm across her face just as the light exploded outward. A blinding column of pure white energy erupted from Elena's body, shooting skyward with such intensity that the trees around them bent away from its force. The light washed over Lucien like a physical wave, warm and electric. Where it touched his injuries, pain vanished, his ribs knitting together, shoulder sliding back into place, and most incredibly, his left hand reforming from nothing, flesh and bone materializing as if they'd never been severed. When the light finally faded, Lucien lowered his arm from his eyes, blinking away spots from his vision. The first thing he noticed was his restored hand, flexing his fingers in disbelief. The second was the sound of breathing, Elena's breathing. Her chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, color returning to her previously ashen cheeks. As Lucien watched in stunned silence, her eyes fluttered open, confusion evident in their depths. Elena gasped suddenly, sitting bolt upright as she sucked in a desperate breath. Her eyes darted wildly around the clearing, disoriented and panicked. "Elena!" Lucien exclaimed, joy overwhelming his confusion. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a tight embrace. "You're alive. You're okay." For a moment, Elena remained stiff in his arms, her mind struggling to process what was happening. Then memory returned in a violent rush, the ritual, her father's betrayal, the knife in her stomach. She screamed, the sound piercing the night air as her hands clutched at her abdomen where the wound should have been. Lucien immediately pulled back, holding her by the shoulders. "Elena, it's okay. You're safe now. We escaped. We're back in Mystic Falls." "He stabbed me," she cried, her voice high with panic. "My dad, he stabbed me. I felt it. I was dying." "I know," Lucien said, keeping his voice calm despite the turmoil in his own mind. "But you're okay now. Look." He gently moved her hands from her stomach. "No wound. You're healed. You're alive." Elena stared down at her unmarked stomach, touching the spot where the knife had entered. Her breathing gradually slowed as the reality of her situation sank in. "How?" she whispered. I was dead. I know I was." "I don't know," Lucien admitted. "But you're back now. That's all that matters." Elena's eyes filled with fresh tears as the full emotional weight crashed down on her. Without warning, she threw her arms around Lucien, burying her face against his shoulder. "I thought I was gonna die," she sobbed, her words muffled against his shirt. "It hurt so bad. And my dad, why did he do that? Why would he hurt me?" Lucien returned the embrace, one hand gently stroking her hair. "That wasn't your dad, not really. It was the thing controlling him." "You saved me," Elena said, her voice thick with tears. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Lucien didn't correct her, though he knew he hadn't been the one to bring her back. Relief flooded through him, he hadn't failed after all. Somehow, miraculously, Elena was alive. A heavy thud interrupted the moment. Lucien turned to see Catherine collapsed on the forest floor, her body convulsing slightly. For a moment, he could only but watch, confused, before he sprung into action. "Catherine." He gently disengaged from Elena and rushed to the vampire's side, kneeling beside her. What's wrong? Catherine's normally perfect features were contorted with pain, blood seeping from wounds that should have already begun healing. Unlike Lucien and Elena, the mysterious light had left her injuries untouched. Why aren't you healing? Lucien asked, confusion evident in his voice. Catherine managed a weak smile. The girl's miracle wasn't for me, she gasped. Not that I expected it to be. Lucien immediately extended his wrist toward her mouth. Drink. You need blood to heal. Catherine weakly turned her head away, refusing. Won't help. What are you talking about? Of course it will help. Vampire, remember. Blood heals you. Instead of answering, Catherine raised her arm with visible effort. The bite mark from totalities stood out against her pale skin, angry and inflamed, with black veins spreading outward like poisonous roots. Lucien stared at the wound. For a moment he didn't understand what she meant, but then he realized. The jaguar god. Totalities, his vessel is Richard Lockwood. Werewolf, Catherine confirmed with a grimace. Seems this is the end of the road for me. No, Lucien said firmly. No way. Not happening. Catherine's laugh turned into a pained cough. Always so stubborn. It's actually one of the things I like about you. She shifted slightly, trying to find a position that hurt less. I did what I said. I opened my heart. And it seems it cost me everything. A strange smile played across her lips. But I don't regret it. For once. I chose something besides survival. Tears formed in Lucien's eyes as he listened, refusing to accept her words as final. I've lived 5 centuries, Catherine continued, her voice growing weaker. Always running, always alone. But I'm not alone now, am I? You're not, Lucien confirmed, taking her uninjured hand in his. I'm right here. Catherine's eyes softened in a way few had ever seen. Thank you for that. For letting me be something more than the monster everyone believes me to be. Before Lucien could respond, the sound of approaching footsteps and voices broke through the clearing. John, Sam, Dean, and Trevor burst through the trees, weapons drawn. In Trevor's arms was the unconscious form of Jeremy Gilbert. John's eyes found Lucien immediately, widening with disbelief and relief at seeing his son whole and apparently uninjured. He rushed forward, dropping to his knees and pulling Lucien into a fierce embrace. You're okay, John breathed, his voice rough with emotion as he pulled back to examine Lucien. You're actually okay. Lucien allowed the brief embrace before gently extracting himself. Dad, Catherine needs help, he said. The group's attention shifted to the vampire, who lay pale and trembling on the forest floor. We followed the light, Trevor explained, adjusting his grip on Jeremy. Thought it might be you using some new psychic ability. What the hell happened to her? Dean asked, eyeing Catherine with suspicion even in her weakened state. Catherine managed a wet chuckle. Your wet dream coming true, Dino, watching me die. Dean's brow furrowed in confusion. What are you talking about? Werewolf bite, Catherine explained, holding up her wrist to display the blackened wound. Fatal to vampires. Understanding dawned on everyone's faces. Even Dean, who clearly had no love for Catherine, winced slightly at the sight of the wound. Lucien suddenly fast, reaching for the knife in John's jacket. Before anyone could stop him, he drew the blade across his palm, opening a deep gash. Lucien. Elena yelped in surprise. What the hell are you doing? Sam demanded. Ignoring them, Lucien pressed his bleeding palm to Catherine's mouth. Drink, he commanded. Now. Catherine's eyes widened in surprise, but instinct took over. Her fangs extended as she latched onto his hand, drinking deeply. Almost immediately, color began returning to her face, the trembling in her limbs subsiding. After several long moments, Lucien gently pulled his hand away. Better. Catherine nodded, genuine surprise evident in her expression. How? My blood is special, I suppose, Lucien explained, though this in itself was a gamble anyway. That it actually helped was something he was deeply grateful for. It should keep the venom at bay temporarily. There's no cure for a werewolf bite, Catherine said, though her voice was stronger now. I don't believe that, Lucien replied firmly. And even if it's true now, we'll find one. John placed a hand on Lucien's shoulder. Son, if there's no cure dash. There is, Lucien interrupted, his expression hardening with determination. And I will get it. Immediately he could think of one being guaranteed in the right circumstances to have it, Klaus Mikaelson, the original hybrid whose blood was the cure to werewolf venom. We need to get back to Bobby's, John said after a moment, recognizing the look in his son's eyes. Figure out our next move. Trevor shifted Jeremy in his arms. The boy needs medical attention too. Nothing serious, just knocked out when everything went crazy at Founders Hall. Elena's attention snapped to her brother. Jeremy. Is he okay? He'll be fine, Sam assured her. Just a bump on the head. As the group prepared to move, Lucien helped Catherine to her feet. She swayed slightly but remained standing, the immediate effects of the werewolf venom temporarily abetted by Lucien's blood. This isn't over, Lucien told her quietly. I'm not letting you die. Catherine studied his face, searching for deception and finding none. Why, she asked, genuine confusion in her voice. After everything I've done. Because you came back for me, Lucien answered simply. You could have run, saved yourself. But you didn't. Because I believe you. A complex emotion flickered across Catherine's face, something between gratitude and disbelief. Before she could respond, John called for them to move out. As they made their way through the moonlit forest, Elena stayed close to Lucien's side, occasionally glancing back at her unconscious brother in Trevor's arms. The events of the night had left her shaken to her core, but one question burned brighter than the others. Lucien, she whispered, making sure only he could hear. What happened to me? How am I alive? Lucien looked down at her, noting the faint glow that still seemed to emanate from within her, visible only through his force-enhanced perception. I think, he said carefully, there's more to you than anyone knew, Elena. Even yourself. Do tell me how you found it. So, Elena is alive. Also, Lucien's hand being back, I hope you guys don't think of that as plot armor, I based it on how Elena's power made happen what she wanted, and Lucien being unscathed being part of it. He still has got the mark though. He is cursed. Until he kills all 5 of the gods. I think that's enough for this arc. What do you guys think though? Am I wrong or am I right? Also, final question, how did you find this arc? And are you excited for the next one? Believe me I am, can't wait to have to deal with Dracula while also finding Klaus and trying to somehow get the cure from him. Well, I'm going to sleep. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 66, The Healer. And the mark on his palm continues to bleed, though it does not seem to weaken him physically, Ramil concluded, standing rigidly before the ornate desk of emerald and sapphire. Raphael sat perfectly still, his form an adult version of Lucien Winchester, tall, with refined features that carried the same vertical scar beside his right eye. On his palm, the black jaguar mark existed the same as his vessel's, but merely as an appearance rather than the true curse, though either way none could see it beneath his folded hands. The human girl's resurrection remains unexplained, Ramil continued. The vessels were able to escape with her and the boy before the ritual completed. You've said enough, Raphael finally spoke, leave me. Ramil bowed deeply, backing away several steps before turning to exit the chamber. Only when the doors sealed shut did Raphael's perfect composure fracture. His fingers dug into the marble desk, creating deep fissures in the stone. False gods, he whispered, the words like venom on his tongue. Parasites playing at divinity while my father's creation crumbles. Rising in a fluid motion, Raphael moved to the vast window overlooking heaven's expanse. The reflection that greeted him was Lucien as he would be, a man of presence and power, if he survived to maturity. I could take a temporary vessel, Raphael mused, pacing the chamber. It would last mere seconds before combusting, but that would be sufficient to obliterate these presumptuous creatures and their town from existence. The air around him crackled with energy, small objects rising from surfaces and beginning to disintegrate. A crystal decanter shattered, its fragments suspended in midair before turning to dust. Raphael caught himself, taking a deliberate breath as he straightened his immaculate white toga. No, he said to the empty room. The grand plan requires patience. The path to paradise demands adherence to the script. His fingers moved unconsciously through his hair in a gesture of frustration identical to one Lucien often made, though Raphael didn't recognize the similarity. Moving to a private altar in his chambers, Raphael knelt before an empty pedestal where God once communicated with his archangels. The silence that greeted him was familiar, the same silence that had persisted since his father's departure. You left us with a plan, he whispered in Enochian, the language making the air vibrate with power. I will see it fulfilled, whatever the cost. Rising, Raphael approached a mirror-like surface that showed Lucien's current state, sleeping fitfully in a motel bed hundreds of miles from Mystic Falls. The jaguar mark on the boy's palm leaked blood onto the white sheets. Raphael's expression softened imperceptibly as he touched the image. The connection is unfortunate, he admitted to himself. Vessel and archangel, 2 halves of a whole. He recalled long ago when vessels were merely something father had recently explained, Michael's immediate warnings, dutiful soldier that he is, about becoming too attached to one's vessel, about maintaining proper distance. Yet something about this boy, his vessel, stirred protective instincts that were both foreign and disturbing to the archangel. This is merely protecting an investment, Raphael rationalized aloud. A necessary component for what is to come. Even as the words left his lips, he recognized their partial falsehood. The truth was more complex, more uncomfortable. Turning away from the image, Raphael made his decision. Minor intervention is justified, he declared to the empty chamber. The jaguar mark threatens the vessel's survival, which would inconvenience the plan. His theory about Lucien's abilities had crystallized over recent observations. When God died, Raphael's mistaken belief, the power meant for John Winchester as a vessel had somehow transferred to Lucien. This, combined with the boy's natural role as his vessel, made him fit be a prophet, which explained the unusual abilities he demonstrated. There can be no other explanation, Raphael stated with archangelic certainty. The boy is simply manifesting powers meant for his father, filtered through his own psychic ones. With his course decided, Raphael exited his chambers and walked through heaven's corridors. Lesser angels scattered before him, bowing deeply and averting their gazes from his radiance. None dared question where he went or why, his authority absolute below only Michael's, and Michael himself has long since been distant, and locking himself up in God's throne room, making Raphael heaven's highest authority at this time. As he walked, heaven itself responded to his passage, columns of light rising and falling, pathways rearranging themselves, the very substance of the realm parting before him like water before a ship's prow. He reached the gates of heaven, the massive structures of light and power. The guardian angels stationed there knelt immediately, not daring to look up as he approached. "Open," Raphael commanded, the single word carrying the weight of creation itself. The gates swung wide, revealing the vast expanse between heaven and earth, the veil that separated mortal and celestial realms. Without hesitation, Raphael stepped through, his form changing as he descended, becoming pure light and purpose. His journey through the layers of creation bent reality around his passage. Lesser spirits fled before him, recognizing power beyond their comprehension. His descent was like a comet, brilliant and terrible, though invisible to mortal eyes. As he approached Earth's atmosphere, he adjusted his trajectory toward a small motel in western Tennessee, where the Winchesters had stopped after fleeing Mystic Falls. He could sense Lucien's presence like a beacon, the connection between vessel and archangel allowing him to locate the boy precisely. Raphael passed through the motel's roof and walls as if they were mist, his celestial form unhindered by physical barriers. He entered the room where Lucien slept, observing the scene with detached interest. John Winchester slumped in a chair by the window, gun in his lap even in sleep. Dean and Sam shared the other bed, their breathing deep and even. Catherine Pierce was nowhere to be seen, having taken another room to recover from the werewolf venom. Focusing on Lucien, Raphael saw beyond this reality to the boy's dreamscape. What he observed caused his expression to harden. Shadowy creatures with razor beaks and talons circled a protective dome of energy that surrounded the sleeping child's consciousness. These were rocks, ancient dream predators that fed on fear and trauma, attracted by the bleeding jaguar mark on Lucien's palm. The mark pulsed with malevolent energy even in sleep, leaking blood that formed a pool beneath Lucien's dreaming form. The rocks dive-bombed the force shield repeatedly, causing it to flicker and waver with each impact. Inside, Lucien relived moments from the ritual, Elena's death, his hand being severed, the gods' mocking laughter, in an endless loop of trauma. "Parasites," Raphael said coldly. With his mere gaze, he unleashed his power, brilliant emerald sapphire light that incinerating the dream predators instantly. The rocks shrieked as they burned, their forms disintegrating into ash that scattered across the dreamscape. Once the threats were eliminated, Raphael approached the force shield surrounding Lucien's consciousness. He studied it with interest, recognizing it as something unfamiliar yet undeniably powerful, one of Father's protections for his prophet, most likely. Rather than forcing his way through, he communicated his non-threatening intentions through a gentle touch, a request rather than a demand. To his mild surprise, the shield responded, recognizing something in him that resonated with Lucien. It parted like a curtain, allowing him entry to the boy's inner dreamscape. Inside, Raphael found Lucien huddled in a recreation of Bobby Singer's panic room, clutching his bleeding palm to his chest. The archangel approached slowly, studying his vessel with clinical detachment that occasionally slipped to reveal something closer to concern. "You cannot hear me," Raphael began, his voice echoing strangely in the dreamscape. "Yet I find myself compelled to speak nonetheless." He circled Lucien's huddled form, observing from different angles like a scientist with a particularly interesting specimen. "Humans fundamentally misunderstand archangels," he continued. "They see Michael as calm, but he is coldly righteous. They believe Lucifer is simply destructive, but he is beautifully corrupting. They imagine Gabriel as completely sure and righteous, when he desperately sought for justice in an unjust world." Raphael paused, standing directly before Lucien now. "And me? They call me the healer, as if that implies gentleness." A cold smile touched his lips. "They forget that after Michael slays the dragon, it is I who will destroy this world with a blast from my horn. And with a second blast, resurrect all souls, and reform the world anew into true paradise." He knelt to Lucien's level, studying the boy's face, his own face, in many ways. "Creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin," he explained to the unhearing child. "True healing sometimes requires complete demolition first. To rebuild, one must first tear down what is broken. Raphael's hand moved as if to touch Lucien's hair in a gesture of comfort but stopped mid-motion. The archangel stared at his own hand with confusion, visibly conflicted by the impulse. We are alike, you and I, he continued after a moment. Both capable of unmaking and remaking reality itself. That is our purpose, our design. Two halves of a whole. Rising to his feet, Raphael circled the panic room, examining the details of Lucien's mental construction. Together, as vessel and archangel united, we would be the most destructive force in creation, he said, almost reverently. Capable of raising the universe to its foundations and building anew from the ashes. Returning to Lucien's side, Raphael knelt once more. I will not awaken your healing abilities, he explained. Such power might interfere with what must come. One Winchester must die, another must go to hell to break the first seal. If you could prevent death, you might disrupt the carefully orchestrated steps toward paradise. After a long moment of silence, of merely observing the boy, Raphael continued. Instead, I will awaken the destructive aspect of grace already present in your soul, a power that once you learn to use and control it, will allow you to defend yourself against these gods and other threats, for it would be an inconvenience if I have to constantly revive you or send another angel to heal you. Raphael placed 2 fingers against Lucien's forehead. Grace typically requires centuries of knowledge and experience to control, he acknowledged. But you should adapt quickly. You have already demonstrated unusual capabilities. Power began to flow between them, emerald sapphire light spreading from the archangel's fingers and sinking beneath Lucien's skin. The dreamscape around them began to fracture as Raphael's power interacted with the force already present in Lucien. The archangel's expression showed momentary surprise. This reaction was stronger than anticipated, suggesting something unexpected in Lucien's makeup. Rather than withdrawing, Raphael intensified the connection, determined to complete what he started. The light grew blinding, consuming both figures as reality itself seemed to bend around them. In nomine patris, Raphael intoned, ancient power flowing through the words. Excito potentium. Susciter virtutum. Evigilare destructionem. In the name of the Father, I awaken power. I raise up strength. I rouse destruction. The dreamscape shattered completely, fragments of memory and imagination scattering like glass before reforming into light, full of potential. Within this light, Lucien's essence glowed even brighter than before, threads of golden light weaving through his being, integrating with the force that already defined him. With his task complete, Raphael withdrew from Lucien's dreamscape. He paused to observe the sleeping boy one final time, noting subtle changes already manifesting, a faint luminescence beneath the skin, the jaguar mark having stopped bleeding. Satisfied, Raphael turned to leave but hesitated. In a moment of uncharacteristic sentiment, he placed his hand briefly on Lucien's head in a gesture almost like a blessing. You will need this power soon enough, he said quietly. The path ahead is darker than you know. The archangel's form began to dissolve, returning to pure energy as he prepared to ascend back to heaven. Before he completely departed, he cast one final glance around the motel room, his gaze lingering briefly on John Winchester. Something like pity crossed Raphael's features before his expression hardened once more into archangelic detachment. So much sacrifice, he murmured. But in the end they will know it was for something worthy. I give my word, I will make sure paradise arrives for us all. In a flash of light invisible to mortal eyes, Raphael departed, leaving no trace of his presence save for the changes wrought within Lucien's very being. So, Raphael decided to actually do something, huh? Also, this whole vessel having power thing, I kind of hinted at it, in I think chapter 17, with Sam when tapping into the dark side, his eyes glowing with red light like Lucifer, tapping into a bit of that power within him, against the force-devouring ghost. But yeah, do tell me what you think of this, and how you liked Raphael this chapter. Also, grace, just like with the Force, needs knowledge to use properly. Jack, Lucifer's son, was literally born stronger than Lucifer, and still, he couldn't do half the shit Lucifer could, because he had absolutely no idea how. So yeah, do keep that in mind. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 67, Can you guys do something for me? Hello guys, I hope you guys are enjoying the FIC. I'm currently in the process of writing the next chapter, should be out soon enough, but before that, could you guys do something for me, please? Could you guys review the fanfic if you liked it? Just, also, before I forget, do click the spoiler button if part of your review includes a spoiler. From what I know, the more reviews the more seen a FIC. I would very much appreciate it. The more readers after all, the more motivation for me to write chapters. I like writing for you guys after all, interacting with readers and having made their day more enjoyable just makes me satisfied, I suppose. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 68, Aftermath. Sam woke to the sound of rustling fabric. Through bleary eyes, he saw Lucien hunched over his bed, stripping bloodied sheets. Lucien. Sam pushed himself up on his elbows, glancing at the digital clock, 5:17 a.m. What are you doing? Lucien startled slightly, then continued his task without looking up. Just cleaning. As Lucien bundled the sheets, Sam noticed the dark stains saturating the fabric. Blood. A lot of it. Jesus, Lucien. Sam was fully awake now, crossing the room in 2 strides. What happened? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Lucien replied, finally meeting Sam's eyes. But we need to burn these. Now. Burn them. Why? Lucien glanced toward the adjoining room where John and Dean still slept. My blood, it can be used for tracking, for rituals. We can't risk anyone getting hold of it. Something in his tone stopped Sam from asking further questions. Instead, he pulled on his jeans and grabbed his jacket. There's a dumpster behind the motel. We can use it. They slipped out silently, carrying the bundled sheets between them. The pre-dawn air was crisp, their breath forming small clouds in the darkness. Sam gathered kindling while Lucien retrieved salt and accelerant from the Impala's trunk. As flames consumed the bloodied fabric, Sam studied his brother's face in the flickering light. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, evidence of a sleepless night. You want to tell me what's going on? Sam asked quietly. Lucien flexed his left hand, the same hand that was missing yesterday, still surreal to him that it was back, when he remembered so vividly how it was bitten off and eaten in front of his very eyes. Later. When everyone's awake. His eyes remained fixed on the burning sheets. We should head back. As they turned to leave, Sam caught Lucien's arm. Hey. Whatever this is, we'll figure it out. Together. Lucien offered a tired smile that didn't reach his eyes. Yeah. Back in the motel, Lucien paused outside Catherine's door. He glanced at Sam. I need to check on her. The werewolf venom. Sam nodded, understanding. I'll cover for you if Dad or Dean wakes up. Once Sam disappeared into their room, Lucien produced a key card from his pocket, one Catherine had given him earlier. He entered quietly, finding the room uncomfortably hot despite the air conditioning. Catherine lay on the bed, her normally perfect appearance disheveled. Dark veins spread from the bite on her neck, creeping upward like poisonous roots. Her eyes fluttered open at his approach. My little god comes to visit, she murmured, her voice weaker than he'd ever heard it. Lucien moved to the mini-fridge and retrieved a glass vial of dark red liquid. I collected this yesterday, he explained, uncapping it. I want to see if stored blood works as well as fresh. Catherine's eyebrow arched slightly. Experimenting on me? How? Scientific. Just drink it. She complied, downing the contents in one swallow. For a moment, color returned to her cheeks, the black veins receding slightly before advancing again. Catherine grimaced. Not enough, Lucien observed, reaching for his pocket knife. Catherine moved with surprising speed for someone so ill, grabbing his wrist before he could open the blade. No. Don't be ridiculous, Lucien snapped. You need blood, my blood, or you'll die. I'm aware of the prognosis, she replied, still gripping his wrist with surprising strength. Then why won't you take it? What about our contract? The monthly feeding. Catherine's lips curved into a weak smile. That was before all this. Besides, just as there's no clause preventing you from offering, there's no clause against me simply declining. What is wrong with you? Lucien demanded, frustration boiling over. Do you not realize that without drinking my blood daily, you're going to die? Catherine chuckled, the sound alarmingly light, causing Lucien's eyebrows to furrow. Are you drunk? Maybe. Werewolf venom does cause hallucinations. Delirium. Catherine answered. Catherine, focus. You need to drink. She looked up at him, eyes glassy but somehow more vulnerable than he'd ever seen them. I don't want you to be hurt, she said, her voice small and pouty. I don't like it when you're hurt. This shocked Lucien. What the hell is wrong with her? Is this really the same woman who has taken every advantageous opportunity that came in front of her and milked it dry for the best chance at survival? Lucien pinched the bridge of his nose. You will fucking die if you don't take my blood. You're a survivor, isn't that who you're supposed to be? So survive now, for God's sake, and drink my fucking blood. Catherine's grip remained firm on his wrist, her head turning away each time he tried to bring his hand to her mouth, to incur her instinct to bite. I'm not sure, she whispered. I'm not sure why, but, despite this, I feel great. A dreamy smile spread across her face. I feel so happy. I think I feel love. The word hung in the air between them. I love you, she continued, wonder in her voice. For the first time in centuries, I feel love again, and it just feels so good. I don't care how I am, just that you're safe and happy. Lucien's expression softened. For a long moment he stood silently looking into her eyes, not knowing what to say, before he leaned down and pressed his lips gently against her cheek, shocking her into stillness. Then at least, he pleaded softly, if you don't want to hurt me while drinking, use whatever that enzyme thing was, so that it doesn't hurt. I'll drink your blood too, so the injury closes quickly. Because you hurting right is hurting me. Catherine's eyes filled with tears she'd never normally allow. Okay, she whispered, finally relenting. Okay. She took his wrist, her fangs extending. Her bite was gentle, almost tender. Lucien felt the initial sting give way to a warm, pleasant sensation as her enzymes dulled the pain and pleasure came. After several long moments, she withdrew, blood staining her lips. She then with her fingernail, made a small cut against her neck, leaning it to the side, offering. Lucien didn't hesitate. He leaned forward and pressed his mouth to the small cut on her neck, taking just enough of her blood to heal his wrist. Rest, he told her, helping her lie back against the pillows. I'll check on you later. When Lucien returned to the main room, he found Elena kneeling beside Jeremy, who sat against the wall in a catatonic state. Her face was streaked with dried tears, hands shaking as she touched her brother's shoulder. Jeremy, please, she was saying, voice cracking. Talk to me. Are you okay? Jeremy remained motionless, eyes fixed on some distant point. Lucien approached cautiously, kneeling beside Elena. Has he said anything? He asked quietly. Elena shook her head. Nothing. He's been like this since Dash. He killed her, Jeremy whispered suddenly, the words barely audible. Elena froze. What? Who killed who? He killed her. He killed her. He killed her. Jeremy's voice grew louder with each repetition, his body beginning to tremble. Jeremy, please Dash. Dad. The word exploded from him, his entire body convulsing. Dad killed Mom. She was asking where you were and he just Dash, his voice cracked, tears streaming down his face, fist clenching as he began rocking, curling even more into himself. He stabbed her. Right through her heart. And he smiled, Elena. He smiled while he did it. Elena went perfectly still, her face draining of color. Her breathing grew shallow, coming in quick, panicked gasps. Elena. Lucien touched her arm gently. For a long moment she was simply still. In shock. Almost catatonic. Then, finally, she turned to him, eyes wide with shock. Without warning, she collapsed against his chest, fingers clutching desperately at his shirt. Her body trembled violently, but no tears came, only shallow breaths, like she had trouble doing so. Turning to the one person and place she currently at all felt safe around. Lucien, seeing this, awkwardly wrapped his arms around her. Breathe, Elena, breathe. I've got you. Take a deep breath, and exhale slowly. He told her softly and gently. He wasn't used to offering comfort, but instinct guided him to hold her tightly, one hand moving to stroke her hair. I've got you, he whispered again, the words still feeling inadequate even as he spoke them. I've got you. As he held Elena, Lucien felt the jaguar mark on his palm begin to bleed once. He shifted his position to hide the blood from her, catching Sam's concerned gaze across the room. John approached, his face grim. We need to talk. All of us. An hour later, they gathered in the motel room. Catherine had joined them, looking marginally better after feeding but still visibly ill. Elena sat beside Jeremy on one bed, both siblings shell-shocked and silent. Dean leaned against the wall while Sam sat at the small table with his laptop open. Trevor stood by the window, keeping watch. All right, John said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. We need to understand what we're dealing with. What happened after you two disappeared from Founders Hall? Lucien glanced at Elena, who gave a small nod, granting him permission to speak for both of them. We were transported to some kind of mirror dimension, Lucien began, his voice steady despite the horror in his eyes. The sky was this sickly yellow color, with a bloated red sun. And there was blood, an ocean of it, up to our knees. Jesus, Dean muttered. Above us was this hand. A gigantic obsidian hand reaching toward the sky. Lucien's fingers traced the shape in the air. And on each finger stood one of the gods. Lockwood, Forbes, Fell, Gilbert, Elena's grandfather, not her father, and some Salvatore woman. In the center of the palm was Grayson, fighting against his transformation. He was the only one who seemed to be resisting. Elena's breath hitched at the mention of her father, but she remained silent, her eyes fixed on Lucien. I tried to get Elena away, but they were too powerful. My Kareen Dash, he paused, glancing at the confused faces. My shadow self, it manifested physically for the first time. Like Vader, from Star Wars. It fought alongside me, but even together we couldn't. His voice trailed off as he looked at Elena, pain etched across his features. Couldn't what? John pressed. Couldn't save her, Lucien whispered. I failed. Elena died in that place. The room fell silent. All eyes turned to Elena, very much alive and breathing. Wait, Sam said slowly. If Elena died, then how? I don't know, Lucien admitted. One moment she was gone, the next there was this blinding light, and she was breathing again. My hand was restored too. Your hand was restored? What do you mean? Dean suddenly interrupted. Lucien was silent for a moment, the memory flashing before his eyes, fresh, making him flex his left hand. Tezcatlipoca, that god, Richard Lockwood was bonded to had bitten off. But that doesn't matter right now, that isn't the focus. He said before Dean or anyone could react. Could it be some healing thing you just did in the moment? Dean asked, forcing himself to focus on the matter at hand, like Lucien wanted, rather than react and ask him all the details and if he was okay. Controlling himself from wanting to storm outside, and drive back to Mystic Falls, and rip that motherfucker's head off, no matter how stupid and suicidal such an action may be. Lucien shook his head firmly. No. It wasn't me. Then what was it? John demanded. I don't know, Lucien repeated. But that's not our only problem. He extended his palm, showing the jaguar mark that had begun to bleed again. The jaguar mark it has, evolved is the best way to put it, I think. This is why the sheets were soaked. Lucien said as his gaze turned towards Sam. It bleeds constantly. What is it for? Sam asked, leaning closer, since the sacrifice should be done to their knowledge. Grayson and Richard made a testament of that when they reappeared. It's Tezcatlipoca's parting gift, Lucien said bitterly. His exact words were, you bear our mark, boy, branded as sacrifice, cursed until death. Monsters will never let you know peace. The room fell silent as the implication sank in. So you're saying, John clarified, that this mark will draw monsters to you? Like a beacon, Lucien confirmed. I'm cursed to be hunted until I die, or until I kill all 5 gods who marked me. Is that even possible? Sam asked, looking to Trevor. The hunter's expression was grim. These aren't just powerful creatures, they're actual gods. Killing one would be nearly impossible, let alone all 5. The curse is already working, Catherine added, drawing everyone's attention. I can feel it, pulling at me. Creating hunger specifically for him. She nodded toward Lucien. I'm able to resist because she hesitated, because I choose to. But weaker creatures, or those with particular hatred for humans, would be more susceptible. Great, Dean muttered. So Lucien's basically monster bait now. And speaking of monsters, John turned to Catherine, where exactly were you while we were fighting for our lives at Founders Hall? Catherine's eyes narrowed. Saving your son's life, actually. By conveniently disappearing when the trouble started. Dean challenged. I was fighting a Valkyrie, Catherine snapped, straightening despite her weakness. Skogul. She serves Hela, the Norse goddess of death. A Valkyrie. Trevor's attention sharpened. Here. Catherine nodded. She was sent to capture Lucien. Apparently, Hela has allied herself with Dracula. Great. Just fucking great. For a moment, I forgot about that fucker. Dean muttered flatly. You killed a Valkyrie? Trevor asked, clearly skeptical. I did, Catherine replied, not elaborating on how. Before she died, she revealed that Dracula will act even more aggressively now. In her words, he'll burn the continent to ash, to get to him. John paced the small room, processing this information. So we have 5 gods who want Lucien dead, Dracula who we already had after us, who is going to act most likely himself now going after him, and every monster in the area being drawn to his curse mark. Plus Catherine's dying from werewolf venom, Sam added grimly. And we can't go back to Mystic Falls, Dean continued. Not with the gods controlling the town now. What happened after we disappeared? Elena asked suddenly, her voice small but determined. How did you escape? John exchanged a look with Dean before answering. After you two vanished, something changed in the crowd. People started acting strange, engaging in behavior they normally wouldn't, regardless of who was watching. It was like mass hysteria. Or a ritual effect, Trevor suggested. The gods drawing power from human excess. Those who weren't affected, us, mainly, for some reason, probably since we are mentally strong, were targeted by guards, Dean continued. Weird shadow things that reformed their heads when we cut them off. Umbra, Catherine supplied. Shadow servants created by ancient deities. Trevor's whip was the only thing that worked against them, Sam added. It ignited with some kind of fire when it hit them. The Morning Star, Trevor explained, touching the whip at his side. It's been in my family for generations, specifically for fighting creatures of the night. We were fighting our way out when Grayson and Richard reappeared, John continued, his voice gentler as he glanced at Elena. They were changed. Well, Grayson was. Richard the First believe was always like that. Both entirely human. Elena swallowed hard. And my mom. John's expression said everything. She confronted Grayson, demanded to know where you were. He told her he'd sacrificed you, and then he. John trailed off. He killed her, Jeremy whispered, speaking for the first time since his breakdown. Right in front of me. Elena reached for her brother's hand, squeezing it tightly. We grabbed Jeremy and ran, Dean finished. Lockwood let us go, said it would be more amusing than killing us outright. But Zach couldn't leave, Sam added. Lockwood said he was part of the family and had to stay. A heavy silence fell over the room. Lucien stared at his bleeding palm, watching as drops fell to the carpet in a steady rhythm. The weight of everything they'd learned settled heavily on his shoulders. So what now? Dean finally asked, breaking the silence. John ran a hand over his face, exhaustion evident in every line of his body. We need to regroup. Find somewhere safe to lay low while we figure this out. There's the werewolf cure to find, Sam pointed out, glancing at Catherine who was leaning against the wall. And Elena and Jeremy need protection, Trevor added. Somewhere the gods can't reach them. Plus we need to research this curse, Sam continued, nodding toward Lucien's bleeding palm. Lucien had been silent, watching the exchange. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet but firm. We need to split up. All eyes turned to him. What? John asked. You heard me. Lucien stood, his small frame somehow commanding the room's attention. You all aren't safe with me around. The longer we stay together, the more danger you're in. Lucien Sam began. No, Lucien cut him off. You saw what happened to the sheets. This mark won't stop bleeding. It's calling every monster within miles to us right now. He looked around the room, meeting each person's eyes. I'm a beacon for death, and I won't be responsible for any of you getting killed because of me. The silence that followed was deafening. So. Lucien wants to split up. Tell me, is the idea wise? Do you think the others will agree or nah? Also, how did you find the moment between Catherine and Lucien? Werewolf venom in TVD has quite the effects on the person. Making them relive their life's greatest hits and gain more perspective, I suppose, is the word for it. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 69, Ways. The motel room fell into heavy silence following Lucien's declaration. 5 words, we need to split up, still hung in the air like a physical presence, reshaping the atmosphere around them. Dean was the first to break the silence, pushing away from the wall with a forceful movement. Absolutely not, he said, not happening. Dean's right, John added, his voice final, we stick together. That's how this family operates. Lucien's gaze moved from his father to Dean, then to Sam, who was already frowning in thought. The jaguar mark on his palm throbbed, blood dripping steadily onto the carpet below. This isn't negotiable, Lucien replied, his voice quiet but firm. Look around you. This mark is bleeding constantly. It's calling every supernatural creature within miles to our location. So we'll deal with them, Dean countered, stepping closer. We're hunters. It's what we do. It's not just about the monsters, Lucien argued, gesturing toward Elena and Jeremy, who sat huddled together on one of the beds. We have 2 traumatized kids who need protection. Kids who just lost their mother and whose father actually sacrificed one of them to ancient gods. Elena flinched at his words, her arm tightening around Jeremy's shoulders. All the more reason to stay together, Sam interjected, leaning forward in his chair. More protection for everyone. Lucien shook his head. You don't understand. This mark doesn't just attract normal monsters. It calls everything, vampires, werewolves, gods, demons. Things we can't fight, not all at once. We've faced worse odds, John said, crossing his arms. Have you? Lucien challenged, meeting his father's gaze directly. Have you faced 5 gods simultaneously? Or Dracula? Or a Valkyrie sent by Hela? Because I have fought only one of those things, and I nearly fucking died. Catherine, who had been leaning against the wall near the connecting door to her room, finally spoke. He's right. The mark is pulling. Creating hunger specifically for him. She looked at John. I'm still, of course, ignoring and destroying it because I choose to. Weaker creatures, like I already said, won't have that control. Dean's lip curled. Of course you'd agree with splitting up. You get Lucien all to yourself. Catherine's eyes flashed dangerously. I'm dying of werewolf venom, Winchester. My priorities have shifted somewhat. Enough, John commanded, silencing the brewing argument. He turned to Lucien. We'll go to Bobby's. Figure this out together. No, Lucien said firmly. I won't bring this curse to Mom and Adam. I won't put them in danger. Then we'll find somewhere else, Sam suggested. A safe house, somewhere remote. Trevor, who had been observing silently from his position by the window, finally spoke. There's no such thing as remote from this kind of curse. It doesn't work that way. So what's your solution? Dean demanded, turning to Lucien. You and Catherine just wander off alone. A 13-year-old kid and a dying vampire against the world. Better than putting all of you at risk, Lucien replied. Catherine needs specialized care for the werewolf venom. You need to protect Elena and Jeremy. And who protects you? John asked, his voice softer now. Lucien's hand flexed, blood dripping faster as his emotions intensified. I can protect myself. Like you did in Mystic Falls. Dean challenged. When your hand got bitten off. Lucien's expression hardened. Low blow, Dean. But true, Dean pressed. You're not invincible, Lou. None of us are. That's why we stick together. Dean's right, Sam added. We can research this curse, find a way to break it or contain it. And how many of you die while we're researching? Lucien countered. How many monsters break through our defenses? How many innocent people get caught in the crossfire? The debate continued, voices rising and falling as each person presented their arguments. Lucien listened, his patience visibly thinning with each passing minute. Occasionally, he glanced at his watch, a detail that didn't escape John's notice. You're waiting for something, John observed during a momentary lull. What is it? Lucien met his father's eyes steadily. A taxi. It'll be here at 8:30. The revelation landed like a physical blow. Dean's expression darkened with betrayal. You already planned this. Before even talking to us. Because I knew this is how you'd react, Lucien replied, gesturing to the room at large. Of course this is how we'd react. Dean exploded. You're our brother. You don't get to just walk away. I'm not walking away, Lucien said, his voice rising to match Dean's. I'm trying to keep you alive. By running off with a vampire we barely trust. Dean shot back. Catherine straightened at this, her eyes narrowing, angered. I saved his life in that mirror realm, and got this to show for it, rolling up her sleeve, showing the bite. Where were you? Catherine, Lucien warned, sensing the conversation spiraling out of control. Sam tried a different approach. Lucien, we understand, okay. We get it. I'd probably want to do the same if I were you right now, but there have to be other options we haven't explored. Bobby might know something about breaking curses like this. Please, Lucy. Lucien remained silent for a long moment, before his non-bloodied hand went through his hair in frustration. I don't think you guys are getting it. I'm not just a danger because of the monsters, he began, causing Sam's brows to furrow, in confusion. I'm not safe from hunters either. Lucien finished. What? Dean asked, incredulous. Lucien's gaze turned towards him. How many hunters will come after me when they learn what's on me? Lucien asked quietly. How long before someone decides I'm too dangerous to live? Don't you realize how insane it is, that wherever I am, monsters will swarm like moths to a fire? A heavy silence followed this question. We wouldn't let that happen, John said firmly. You can't stop it, Lucien replied, his voice tinged with resignation. Not forever. Elena suddenly spoke up, her voice small but determined. What if I left instead? This is my fault anyway. If we hadn't been in Mystic Falls feeling immense guilt, not knowing what to do. No, Lucien interrupted gently. None of this is your fault, Elena. You and Jeremy need protection more than anyone. Besides, it won't fix this anyway. Which is why we all stay together, John insisted, his tone making it clear the discussion was over. Lucien checked his watch again. 8:25 a.m. He looked around the room at his family, seeing that no matter what, they weren't budging. His expression shifted from frustration to resignation. I'm sorry, he said quietly, but you're not giving me a choice. Before anyone could react, Lucien raised one of his hands. The air in the room seemed to ripple, and suddenly John, Dean, Sam, and Trevor froze in place, expressions of shock forming on their faces. Lucien's hand shook with not the effort of holding four grown men immobile with the force, that was the easy part, but with using his powers against his own family. He moved quickly, trying not to think about it, to his bag, retrieving coils of rope he'd prepared earlier. Help me, he said to Catherine, who immediately moved to assist, her own weakness momentarily forgotten in the face of necessity. Elena gasped, pulling Jeremy behind her protectively. What are you doing? What I have to, Lucien answered, his voice strained as he began binding John's hands and feet. Dean's eyes blazed with fury as Lucien approached him next, but he couldn't break free from the force hold. Lucien, don't do this, he managed through clenched teeth. I'm sorry, Dean, Lucien said, genuinely regretful as he secured the knots. I really am. Sam was next, his expression more hurt than angry. There's another way, he insisted as Lucien tied him. We can figure this out together. Not this time, Lucien replied softly. As he moved to Trevor, the Belmont spoke calmly despite his predicament. The boy has guts, I'll give him that. Lucien finished securing Trevor and gradually released his force hold on all four men, allowing them to speak freely while remaining bound. You've lost your mind, Dean growled, straining against his restraints. Untie us right now. This isn't helping anyone, Lucien, Sam added more reasonably. You're just putting yourself in more danger. John remained ominously quiet, studying his son with an unreadable expression that somehow cut deeper than Dean's anger or Sam's disappointment. Trevor cleared his throat. If you're determined to go, at least take me with you, he said, his voice carrying unexpected emotion. I joined you all to kill Dracula, anyway. I'm not part of the family, kid, you don't need to protect me. Lucien approached Trevor, his expression softening. You haven't realized it yet, have you? He asked gently. Despite how short you've been with us, you've already risked your life, and helped us time and time again, without asking for anything back. You've already become part of this family. Something flickered in Trevor's stoic expression at these words. I'm not leaving you behind because I don't think you can handle yourself, Lucien continued. I just won't be responsible for your death. That's my choice to make, Trevor argued. Not today, Lucien replied firmly. Elena stepped forward hesitantly, tears forming in her eyes. Please don't go, she pleaded, a great part for the Winchesters, while another because she can no longer imagine safety after what happened without him around. Not because of us. We can figure something out. Lucien turned to her, his expression gentle despite his resolve. Elena, you're not safe with me, he said, raising his bleeding palm. Not as long as I have this. The sight of the jaguar and blood made Elena instantly flinch and look away, as bad memories returned. Lucien internally grimaced at this, despite this being why he did it, but using her trauma against her to have her accept and look past her feeling of safety with him was necessary. I don't understand, she whispered. You saved me. I didn't. Lucien countered softly. I failed. And I'm not going to fail again. John finally broke his silence. You're making a mistake, he said simply, his voice quiet but carrying immense weight. Lucien met his father's gaze steadily. Maybe. But it's my mistake to make. Catherine checked her watch and nodded subtly to Lucien. She then did something unexpected, moving to her bag and retrieving a credit card, phone, and hotel stationery. The room quieted as she wrote something down and placed the items on the table. This card accesses an untraceable account with several $1 million, she explained matter-of-factly. The paper contains instructions for reaching one of my safe houses and contacts for legal documents. She nodded toward Elena and Jeremy. For the children. They'll need new identities. Dean's expression shifted from anger to confusion at this uncharacteristic generosity. Why would you help them? He asked suspiciously. Catherine met his gaze briefly. Consider it an investment in goodwill. Lucien checked his watch again, 8:29 a.m., and shouldered his backpack. He turned back to them. Take care of each other, he instructed gently. Follow Catherine's notes. The safe house will protect you both until this is over. And when will that be? Elena asked, her voice small. I don't know, Lucien admitted. But I promise I'll find a way to end this curse. He moved toward the door, Catherine following close behind. He paused, hand on the doorknob, and looked back at his bound family. This isn't goodbye, he said, his voice steady despite the emotion in his eyes. Just necessary distance. Lucien, John called, a note of desperation creeping into his normally controlled voice. Son, please reconsider. For a moment, Lucien hesitated, the weight of his father's plea evident in his expression. Then he straightened his shoulders and opened the door. I'll contact you when it's safe, he promised. Not before. Catherine paused in the doorway, looking back at the unusual tableau. I'll keep him safe, she said, surprising everyone with her sincerity. Like you kept yourself safe. Dean shot back, unable to help himself. Dean, Sam warned. How will you find the werewolf cure? Sam asked, concern evident in his voice despite everything. We have ideas, Lucien answered vaguely, avoiding details that might be traced. Trevor made one final plea. Take me with you, he said, his voice betraying more emotion than intended. You need someone who knows what they're doing. Lucien shook his head, a sad smile crossing his features. Take care of my family, he said instead, before he and Catherine stepped through the doorway. The door closed behind them with a soft click that somehow felt as final as a thunderclap. Outside, the early morning air was cool and crisp, the parking lot nearly empty. Lucien took a deep breath, feeling the weight of what he'd just done settling on his shoulders. Catherine studied his face, noting the toll the confrontation had taken. "Where are we going?" she asked, her voice unusually gentle. Lucien shrugged, his exhaustion finally showing now that they were alone. "As far away from here as possible." "That's not a plan," Catherine observed, raising an eyebrow. "Do you actually have one beyond dramatic exits?" After a long silence, Lucien nodded slowly. "Yes. But I need you to trust me." Something in Catherine's expression softened unexpectedly. She leaned down, pressing a kiss to the top of his head. "I always will, my dear little god," she said with surprising tenderness. Lucien looked away, flustered but hiding it well except for a slight coloring of his cheeks. A taxi pulled up precisely at 8:30 a.m., confirming Lucien's advance planning. They slid into the back seat, Catherine moving gracefully despite her weakened state. "Where to?" the driver asked, glancing at them in the rearview mirror. Catherine provided an address without hesitation, surprising Lucien. As the taxi pulled away from the motel, he gave her a questioning look. "It's a decent hotel far enough away to plan our next move properly," she explained. "Since you didn't plan this thing with me." Lucien nodded, looking slightly abashed. "Sorry about that." Catherine's lips curved into a genuine smile. "It's all right, I suppose. You are the leader after all. Just listen to me when you don't know something." "Of course," Lucien answered, "I'm neither arrogant nor stupid enough to think I know everything," he said, his brows furrowing for a moment, as he put his chin on his palm, elbow against the window. As the taxi turned onto the main road, Lucien looked back at the motel room window where his family remained. The taxi turned a corner, and the motel disappeared from view. Inside the room, John Winchester worked methodically at the ropes binding his wrists, his expression grim with determination. "How long?" Dean asked through clenched teeth. 10 minutes, John answered. "Maybe less." Sam looked toward the door, conflict evident in his eyes. "And then what?" John met his son's gaze, his voice resolute. "Then we find them. Both of them." Trevor nodded in agreement, already planning their next move. "The kid's smart, but he's still that, a kid. They'll leave traces." "They better," Dean muttered. "Because when I find them When we find them," John corrected, "we're going to help them. Whether they want it or not. Do tell me how you found it." "So, Catherine and Lucien are now going separate. Do tell me what you think Lucien's plan is. How will he get away from Dracula and get Klaus to not only give him his blood, but also have Klaus's curse broken? Since so long Klaus's hybrid side is sealed, his blood is useless. Will it all eventually come crashing down and Catherine just dying? I'm interested in your thoughts. I hope to see you all later. Bye." Chapter 70, Passengers. The taxi pulled up to the Westlake Hotel, a 3-story structure with faded brick facade and a flickering neon sign missing its final L. Not luxurious by any measure, but anonymous, exactly what they needed. Catherine's hand trembled slightly as she reached for the door handle, the black veins from the werewolf venom now risen up her arm. She masked her weakness with practiced grace, sliding from the back seat with fluid movement that betrayed nothing of her condition to casual observers. Lucien followed, keeping his bleeding palm pressed against his jacket. The mark had slowed its bleeding during their journey, but crimson still seeped through his makeshift bandage of napkins and tape. "Keep the change," Catherine told the driver, handing him several bills without meeting his eyes. The man nodded, clearly eager to be on his way. As the taxi pulled away, Catherine swayed slightly. Lucien stepped closer, offering his arm for support without comment. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted, her fingers curling around his forearm. "I don't need help," she murmured, even as she leaned against him. "I know," Lucien replied simply. The hotel lobby smelled of industrial cleaner and stale cigarettes. A bored clerk with thinning hair glanced up from his magazine as they approached the front desk, his eyes narrowing at the sight of a beautiful woman accompanied by a boy who couldn't possibly be of legal age. "Can I help you?" he asked, suspicion evident in his tone. Catherine straightened, releasing Lucien's arm and approaching the desk with confident strides. Her eyes dilated as she caught the clerk's gaze. "You're going to give us your best available room," she said, her voice taking on a hypnotic quality. 2 queen beds. Ground floor if possible." The clerk's expression went slack. "Best available room. 2 queens. Ground floor. We'll pay cash," Catherine continued, placing several $100 bills on the counter. "My name is Deborah Morgan, and this is my little brother, Dexter. You won't remember our faces after we leave, just that a woman and her brother checked in without incident. Cash payment. Deborah and Dexter Morgan." "Won't remember faces," the clerk repeated mechanically. Lucien raised an eyebrow at the alias choice, but remained silent until Catherine completed the transaction and received their key cards. "Room 114, she announced as they walked away from the desk. "End of the hall, near the emergency exit." Dexter Morgan. Lucien finally asked once they were out of earshot. Catherine's lips curved into a knowing smirk. What can I say? We're both cursed with our own dark passengers, aren't we? Lucien's eyebrows rose, a curious expression crossing his face. Unseen to Lucien, behind Catherine, a blue-skinned feminine figure composed of smokeless azure flame materialized, her white fire hair flowing as if underwater. Noura's eyes, intense blue-white orbs, watched Lucien with immense interest. Beside Lucien himself, was towering at 7 feet tall, the black-armored form of his own Kareen, Vader's mechanical breathing echoing softly in this liminal space. The two shadow selves regarded each other across the metaphysical divide, Noura with curiosity, Vader with protective vigilance. Neither Catherine nor Lucien acknowledged these manifestations directly, yet both seemed to walk with the awareness of being perpetually accompanied. The elevator doors slid open with a soft chime, reality snapping back to normal as they stepped inside. Room 114, Catherine said, examining the key card. Let's hope it has decent water pressure. I need a shower after everything that's happened. The room was modest but clean, 2 queen beds with floral comforters, a small table with 2 chairs by the window, and a television that had probably been cutting edge during the Clinton administration. Lucien sat down heavily on the edge of one bed, exhaustion finally catching up to him. The adrenaline that had carried him through the confrontation with his family was fading, leaving bone-deep weariness in its place. Behind him, he heard the rustle of fabric as Catherine began to undress. Without turning, he closed his eyes and kept them firmly shut. You can look, you know, Catherine teased, her voice light despite her condition. It wouldn't be considered a violation of our contract if we both agree. I'm good, thanks, Lucien replied dryly, eyes still closed. He felt the air shift as she moved past him toward the bathroom, the door clicking shut behind her. Only then did he open his eyes, throwing himself backward onto the bed with a heavy sigh. He crossed his arms behind his head, staring up at the water-stained ceiling. The bleeding from his palm had mercifully stopped for the moment. And the taxi, he'd had to press a wadded-up napkin against it constantly, changing it twice to avoid dripping blood onto the upholstery. The last thing they needed was to leave a literal blood trail for his family to follow, or worse, for something supernatural to track. The shower started with a metallic groan of old pipes. A moment later, Catherine began humming to herself, the melody gradually transforming into full singing. I put a spell on you, because you're mine, her voice carried through the door, the Nina Simone classic delivered with richness. You better stop the things you do. I ain't lying. Lucien sighed, shaking his head. Even dying of werewolf venom, Catherine Pierce couldn't help herself. Despite their contract, despite everything, she was still teasing him for her own amusement. Yet somehow, he found himself smiling faintly at the ceiling. His mind drifted to his family. By now, they would have freed themselves from the ropes. John would be organizing the search, Dean would be furious, Sam would be trying to understand his motivations. And Trevor. Trevor would be tracking them, using skills honed over generations of Belmont hunters. But even Trevor couldn't track what he couldn't find. Lucien had been careful, paying cash, using Catherine's compulsion to cover their tracks, choosing a hotel far from any logical destination. They had time, if not much. The question was what to do with it. Finding Klaus wouldn't be easy. The original hybrid was notoriously elusive, appearing and disappearing across continents at will. Even Catherine, who had spent centuries running from him, didn't know his exact location. But Lucien did have an idea on how to catch his attention. He just needed to do it right. The shower shut off, silence replacing Catherine's singing. Lucien continued staring at the ceiling, mentally mapping their next moves. They needed supplies, weapons, allies. They needed. The bathroom door opened, releasing a cloud of steam. Catherine emerged wrapped in a black hotel bathrobe, her dark hair wet and slicked back from her face. Without hesitation, she crossed to Lucien's bed and threw herself down beside him, propping herself up on one elbow to study his face. Lucien continued staring at the ceiling, though he was acutely aware of her presence beside him. After a long, long moment of silence, of Lucien ignoring her, he finally turned his head slightly to meet her gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked. Catherine's expression was unusually soft, almost vulnerable. You're still so distant, she said quietly. So distant. Lucien's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? He asked, turning onto his side to face her fully. Despite how dedicated you are to curing me, saving my life, Catherine explained, her fingers tracing patterns on the bedspread between them, you still keep such a distance from me. Lucien remained silent for a long moment before looking back at the ceiling. Of course, he finally said. You're Catherine Pierce, after all. What's that supposed to mean? Catherine asked, an edge entering her voice. Lucien was silent again, gathering his thoughts. Despite you, loving me as you say right now, and me feeling that love from you, for how long will that really last? He exhaled slowly. He was silent for a moment before he continued. You no longer need to do this whole worship thing, or taking me as number one, you know. You saved my very soul that night. I was going to be sacrificed and probably trapped with those demons, and you prevented that, at the cost of now dying yourself. He turned his head to meet her eyes again. I'm not an ungrateful person. I'll save you from this, and I'll make sure Klaus won't go after you as well. I promise you that. Catherine's expression shifted to dissatisfaction. With fluid grace, she moved to position herself above him, hands placed on either side of his head. Lucien's arms remained crossed behind his head, but now Catherine's face hovered directly above his own. Do you really think that little of me? She asked, genuine hurt threading through her voice. Don't you get it? I've already opened and given my heart to you. I love you. Lucien smiled gently. For a long moment both just looked into each other's eyes before he moved, extracting one hand from behind his head to raise his palm to her cheek. I know, he said softly, and that's why I'm giving you a chance. A chance to take it back. A chance to save yourself. Save myself from who? Catherine questioned, leaning slightly into his touch, closing her eyes. From me, Lucien whispered, his palm sliding from her cheek to gently cup her chin, drawing her face slightly closer. I'm keeping my heart closed from you, not letting you in because if I do, and in the future you, in your Catherine Pierce fashion, try to leave, no longer want to be with me, or even, betray me, then you will kill me, Catherine completed for him after a moment of silence, her voice dropping to a reverent murmur. Destroy me, for you are a jealous god. Yes. Lucien hissed, the sound almost serpentine in its release, relief evident in his tone at her understanding. The moment hung between them. Catherine's eyes remained locked with his, neither backing away nor pressing closer. Then she stiffened suddenly, nostrils flaring. Blood, she whispered, eyes darting to Lucien's hand still cupping her chin. Lucien felt it then, the warm droplet sliding down his wrist, falling onto his chest. The jaguar mark had begun bleeding again. Before either could react, the door exploded inward, wood splintering as it flew across the room. Two figures burst through, one a massive man with yellowing teeth and elongated fingernails, the other a woman whose features shifted and rippled like liquid. Werewolf. Shapeshifter. Lucien didn't hesitate. Still lying beneath Catherine, he raised his free hand and twisted his wrist sharply. Twin cracks echoed through the room as both creatures' necks snapped simultaneously, their bodies crumpling to the floor in ungainly heaps. Catherine rolled off him in a fluid motion, landing in a defensive crouch beside the bed. Lucien swung his legs over the edge, rising to his feet as the sound of multiple footsteps thundered down the hallway outside. More coming, Catherine warned unnecessarily, the black veins on her neck pulsing as her vampire instincts heightened. Lucien stepped over the fallen monsters and into the hallway. The corridor stretched before him, filled with a nightmarish parade of creatures rushing toward their room. Vampires with blood-smeared mouths, werewolves in partial transformation, wraiths with hollow eyes, and things he couldn't even name, all drawn by the scent of his bleeding mark. Planting his feet shoulder-width apart, Lucien extended both arms outward. He inhaled deeply, drawing on his connection to the force. Power surged through him, crackling at his fingertips as he channeled his fear and anger into energy. Lightning erupted from his hands, brilliant blue-white arcs that filled the narrow hallway from wall to wall. The monster's charge became a chaotic scramble as the front line was engulfed in electric fire. Their screams echoed off the walls, high-pitched wails of agony as flesh charred and bones blackened. Lucien maintained the lightning storm, his face illuminated by the harsh blue glow. Bodies piled up, some still twitching as the electricity coursed through them, others completely still, reduced to little more than ash and bone. The attack lasted nearly 30 seconds before Lucien finally lowered his hands, the lightning fading. The hallway was filled with smoke and the acrid smell of burned flesh. Blackened corpses littered the carpet, some still recognizable as once human, others clearly monstrous even in death. Behind him, Catherine had turned to the window. She pulled back the curtain, peering out into the night. Her sharp intake of breath made Lucien turn. What is it? He asked, stepping back into the room. Catherine's expression had lost its usual confidence, genuine concern etching lines around her eyes. They're all coming, she said simply, nodding toward the window. Lucien joined her, looking out at the parking lot below. What he saw made his blood run cold. The street was filled with monsters, dozens, perhaps hundreds of them, converging on the hotel from all directions. Vampires scaled the walls with inhuman speed. Werewolves loped across the parking lot on all fours. Wraiths and spirits floated above the ground, their translucent forms glowing in the moonlight. All of them drawn by the blood dripping from his palm. All of them coming for him. Catherine's eyes met his, the gravity of their situation reflected in her gaze. Well, she said with forced lightness, I guess we know the curse actually works. Do tell me how you found it. I especially liked writing the Catherine and Lucien moment, found it the most fun, as Lucien for the first time, to someone besides himself and his children, verbally acknowledged his possessiveness and all that. Also yeah, monster wave. How do you think Lucien and Catherine will deal with all of them? Besides that, will Catherine take Lucien's warning? Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 71, Message. The monsters continued to converge on the hotel, their numbers growing by the second. The parking lot seethed with supernatural creatures, vampires scaling walls with inhuman speed, werewolves loping across asphalt, wraiths floating eerily above the ground. Lucien observed the scene with calculated calm, his mind already formulating a response. Step aside, he told Catherine quietly, moving toward the balcony. Catherine's eyebrows rose. You can't be serious. There are hundreds of them. I know, Lucien replied, sliding the glass door open. That's why I need you to step aside. Something in his tone made Catherine comply without further argument. She moved back into the room, watching as Lucien stepped onto the small balcony overlooking the chaotic scene below. The creatures noticed him immediately, their frenzy intensifying at the sight of their prey. Howls, snarls, and inhuman shrieks filled the night air as they surged forward, climbing over one another in their desperation to reach him. Lucien stood perfectly still, watching the tide of monsters approach. Then, he took a deep breath, drawing the force around him like armor. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper, yet it carried across the entire parking lot, each syllable infused with the force. Stop. The effect was immediate and absolute. Every creature froze mid-motion, vampires clinging to walls, werewolves suspended mid-leap, wraiths hovering motionless. Confusion rippled through the horde, their bodies immobilized but minds still active, eyes darting wildly in panic. Lucien's gaze swept over the frozen tableau, assessing the threat with detachment. Without looking away from the monsters, he extended his hand backward. A knife flew from inside the hotel room, slapping into his palm with a metallic sound. He examined the blade almost casually before releasing it to hover in the air before him. Lucien took a soft breath in and out of his nose, time to make an example, he thought to himself. Without a word, with a simple subtle gesture of his fingers, the knife transformed into a blur. It shot forward, faster than sound itself, carving through the frozen monsters. The blade sliced through vampire throats, pierced werewolf hearts, and severed limbs with machine-like efficiency. Blood sprayed in arterial fountains as the knife weaved an intricate path of destruction through the horde. Bodies collapsed in heaps, yet the knife never slowed, never hesitated. Consider this mercy, Lucien stated, his tone conversational as the carnage unfolded. I could have made it last. A vampire's head separated from its body, eyes still blinking in confusion as it fell. A werewolf's chest cavity exploded outward as the knife punched through its sternum and out its back, only to curve immediately into the skull of a ghoul behind it. This is what happens to those who hunt what they don't understand. The knife returned to hover before him, now coated in blood and viscera. Dozens of bodies littered the ground, but Lucien did not forget the spiritual entities, wraiths and ghosts, that are unaffected by normal physical attacks. He raised his hand toward the night sky, his face illuminated by the light of his burning bright like fire bleeding mark. So long as something exists, he stated, voice resonating with power, there is nothing I cannot tame. Dark clouds gathered overhead with unnatural speed, swirling into a vortex above the hotel. Lightning flashed within the clouds, building in intensity as Lucien's will through force telekinesis converged the clouds and what they contained. Catherine watched from inside, her legs weakening at the display of raw power. Her hand gripped the doorframe for support, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and desire. Lucien's eyes glowed slight gold as he drew the lightning downward. A massive bolt struck his raised hand, electricity coursing through his body without harm. The force and lightning merged, creating tendrils of energy that Lucien directed toward the spiritual entities. The parking lot was illuminated in stark relief by the lightning, revealing the carnage below. Bodies of monsters lay scattered across the asphalt, blood pooling beneath them. A few creatures at the periphery attempted to flee but were struck down by lightning bolts that left nothing but ash in their wake. As the storm subsided, an eerie silence fell over the scene. Lucien lowered his hand, the slight gold disappearing, as he surveyed the destruction he had wrought. Catherine stepped onto the balcony beside him, her expression a mixture of awe and calculation. She scanned the devastation, then pointed to a single vampire cowering against a car, trembling violently. You missed one, she observed, her voice slightly breathless from the display she'd witnessed. No, Lucien replied calmly. That one has a purpose. With a casual gesture, he telekinetically lifted the vampire into the air. The creature floated toward the balcony, terror evident in its bloodshot eyes. Blood stained its mouth, evidence of recent feeding, and dark stains spread across its pants where it had soiled itself in fear. Catherine wrinkled her nose in disgust as the pathetic creature hovered before them, tears streaming down its face. Lucien turned to her, his expression softening slightly. Katerina, he said, using her birth name with deliberate gentleness. Catherine stiffened, surprise flickering across her features at the use of her original name. I need you to close your eyes and cover your ears, Lucien continued. Don't open them until I tell you. She hesitated, confusion evident in her expression. Why would I dash? Please, Lucien added, his tone serious enough that Catherine complied without further question. She closed her eyes and placed her hands over her ears, turning away slightly. Once she had done so, Lucien positioned the vampire on the balcony, forcing it to kneel with its back to him. The creature whimpered, its entire body shaking with terror. If the stories I've heard about you are true, Lucien began, his tone shifting to something more formal, if you're as smart, paranoid, and cunning as they say. He paused, reaching into his backpack and removing something. If you're anything like me, this should work. Otherwise, I'm giving you too much credit. He tossed a wooden stake onto the ground before the vampire. It landed with a soft clatter, innocuous looking despite its significance. White oak, Lucien said simply. The only thing that can kill you. The vampire's demeanor instantly changed. Its body language shifted from terrified victim to alert predator, muscles tensing as it attempted to turn its head. Lucien grabbed it firmly by the hair, forcing it to face forward. Ah. No cheating, he chided. It seems I was right, isn't it, Mr. Klaus? The vampire's body went rigid, then relaxed into a different posture altogether, more confident, almost regal despite its kneeling position. So I was right, Lucien thought with a smirk, though sweat beaded his forehead, as he sensed the immense aura permeating from the vampire now. He put a spell on his own bloodline. I recognized the same magic inside Catherine as in this one, that when certain conditions are met, he can see through them. Even possess them. Well, the vampire said, its voice now carrying a British accent that hadn't been there moments before. This is certainly unexpected. A child who knows my name and possesses white oak. Color me intrigued. Lucien maintained his grip on the vampire's hair, keeping its gaze away from him. I have an offer for you, Klaus. Beyond this stake that can kill you, I possess a way to give you true freedom. Freedom from your curse. A low chuckle emanated from the vampire. Bold claims from someone hiding behind a compelled servant. Show yourself, boy. Let me see the face of such audacity. That's not how this works, Lucien replied coolly. You'll meet me at a location of my choosing. On my terms. And why would I agree to such an arrangement? Klaus's borrowed voice asked, amusement evident in his tone. Because you're interested. No one would be foolish enough to provoke you like this, without being able to back up their talk, Lucien answered. And because you've spent 1,000 years trying to break your curse. I'm offering you what you've always wanted. A tense silence followed, broken only by the distant wail of police sirens responding to the chaos. You have my attention, Klaus finally conceded. Name your terms. I'll contact you, Lucien said. Until then, consider this a demonstration of my sincerity. Without warning, Lucien's hand tightened on the vampire's hair and, with a single powerful motion, tore its head clean from its shoulders. Blood fountained from the severed neck as the head itself was crushed in Lucien's grip, eyeballs bursting outward under the pressure. Not a single drop of blood reached him or Catherine, the force shield between them and the gore was absolute, invisible but impenetrable. Lucien gently tapped Catherine's shoulder, signaling for her to open her eyes. She blinked, taking in the scene, the headless vampire, the carnage below, with widening eyes. We should go, Lucien said with a gentle smile, as if he hadn't just decimated hundreds of monsters. Catherine stared at him, not even knowing what to say. What just happened? Do tell me how you found it. So. Lucien contacted Klaus. Now, is this wise or not? Or is he just putting more problems onto his plate? Or does he have a plan? I'm interested in your thoughts. Hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 72, Blood Calls. The warehouse was silent save for the occasional drip of water from the leaking ceiling. Lucien sat alone on a metal folding chair, the only furniture in the vast, empty space, watching the unconscious vampire chained to a support beam. Heavy iron shackles bound her wrists and ankles, reinforced with sigils he'd carefully etched into the metal. The vampire's head hung forward, dark hair obscuring her face, but Lucien knew exactly what she was. What made her special? He had sensed it immediately like the previous one, the connection to Klaus's bloodline. The jaguar mark on his palm throbbed beneath its bandages. A small crimson stain had begun to seep through the white gauze, a constant reminder of the curse that had started all this. Lucien flexed his fingers, wincing slightly at the persistent ache. He checked his watch. Catherine should have returned by now. Rising from his chair, Lucien approached the vampire, circling her with measured steps. Her breathing was steady, her body occasionally twitching as if caught in some unpleasant dream. Good. The herbs he'd used would keep her under until he was ready. The heavy metal door creaked open, sending echoes through the cavernous space. Catherine entered, removing her rain-spattered jacket and shaking droplets from her hair. Despite days on the run, she still managed to look immaculate, leather jacket, fitted jeans, hair falling in perfect waves. "Did you bring it?" Lucien asked without preamble, not taking his eyes off the captive. Catherine nodded, reaching into her jacket to produce an ancient-looking parchment, yellowed with age and emanating subtle power. "Yes. The soul contract parchment, as requested. From my Prague safe house." She held it up, letting it catch what little light filtered through the grimy windows. "Same type as our contract." Lucien finally turned to her, relief washing over his features. He stood and extended his hand. "Thank you." Catherine didn't move to give it to him. Instead, she crossed her arms, the parchment still firmly in her grasp. Lucien's eyebrows furrowed. "What's wrong?" "We agreed you're the leader in our little partnership," Catherine began, her tone carefully controlled. "But you, Lulu, haven't told me a single thing about what we're doing. After running from our hotel, changing locations 3 times in 48 hours, you suddenly wanted to capture this specific vampire." She gestured toward the unconscious figure. "Then you sent me flying halfway across the world for 8 hours straight to get this." She held up the parchment. "I think I deserve an explanation." Lucien was silent for a long moment, his eyes not meeting hers but fixed on the captive vampire. Finally, he sighed, rising from his chair. "Follow me outside," he said quietly. "We can talk there." The sky outside was heavy with gray clouds, raining. The abandoned warehouse stood isolated in an industrial wasteland, not another soul for miles. Perfect for what Lucien had planned. Catherine watched him expectantly, arms still crossed. "I'm listening." Lucien looked away, gathering his thoughts, before his eyes shifted back to her. "I'm making a call." "A call?" Catherine asked, confusion evident in her voice. "To who?" Silence stretched between them for a heartbeat before Lucien answered. "Klaus." Catherine went rigid, her body tensing as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened, mouth opening to unleash what promised to be an explosion of fear and rage. "Klaus has the cure," Lucien interrupted quickly. The words stopped Catherine cold, her prepared tirade dying on her lips. She stared at him, momentarily speechless. Taking her silence as permission to continue, Lucien pressed on. "Klaus is a hybrid, the original hybrid, werewolf and vampire combined. His blood contains something unique, something that keeps 2 opposing forces in balance, even enhancing each other. That's the cure for werewolf venom." He began pacing, words flowing faster now. "His hybrid side is sealed away, as you told me. I can free him from that curse. In exchange, I'll make the deal that he'll give us the cure and sign a soul contract never to harm either of us in any capacity." Lucien's eyes lit up with conviction. "You'll finally be free from him, Catherine. After 5 centuries. Lucien stopped pacing, turning to face her directly. "Don't worry, though. I don't expect you to be here when it happens. You can go somewhere far away until it's done. You'll be safe, you'll be free. Catherine's hand shot up, aiming for his face with vampire speed. Lucien caught her wrist midair, his reflexes enhanced by the force. He stared at her in shock, confusion written across his features. "What the hell was that for?" he demanded. "Are you an idiot?" Catherine hissed, breathless, her face flushed with rage and worry. "That's the stupidest thing I have ever heard. Klaus is a monster, a god of evil. He will eat you alive." Her free hand gesticulated wildly. "And what the hell are you saying about me fleeing somewhere far away and leaving you alone with Klaus? Are you insane?" The drops of rain began to fall harder, pattering softly around them. "What the hell do you want from me?" Lucien snapped, his own frustration boiling over. "This is the way to save your life." Catherine wrenched her hand from his grip, him releasing it rather than truly restraining her, and grabbed his shoulders, fingers digging into his flesh. "How many times do I need to say it?" she yelled, her composure completely shattered. "I don't want you to be hurt. And dealing with Klaus, it's asking for far worse than being hurt. I'm not going to allow you to ruin yourself like that." Lucien gritted his teeth, swiping her hands away in frustration. "This is what you've wanted for 5 centuries, he shouted back, rain continuing to soak through his clothes. "This is what you approached me for. This is the end of your fears, your terror, your nightmares. Why should you even care if it's dangerous for me? I'm paying back my debt for you saving my soul. That's all there is to it. You should be happy." The rain intensified even more, as if responding to their emotions, quickly becoming even more of a downpour completely drenching them both. Catherine's frustration erupted as she kicked the ground, the concrete cracking under the force of her blow. She began pacing frantically, hands running through her wet hair as she tried to calm herself. "Catherine." Lucien called, his anger melting into concern as he watched her unusual behavior. She stopped suddenly, looking up at the sky, letting the rain wash over her face. Her palm pressed against her chest as she laughed, a broken, almost hysterical sound that echoed across the empty lot. When she turned to face him, her expression bore a tearful, sad smile that caught Lucien completely off guard. "Why? Why are you doing this to me?" she asked, her voice barely audible above the rain. This is the first time I've truly opened my heart completely. No one else has managed to make me do that." She took a step toward him, rain streaming down her face. "No one has made me feel safe since my very birth besides you. First it was my own parents and their desire to use me. Then it was Klaus who wanted to sacrifice me on an altar. Then it was running for 500 years from him, my vengeful god. Never knowing peace, never being able to escape the nightmares. The fear, the trauma. And then I find you. My final ray of hope. My chance at salvation. At peace. Don't you understand that you gave me the one thing I never had? Don't you understand what that does to someone, did to me? I love you, I'm in love with you." Lucien stood frozen, rain plastering his hair to his forehead, as Catherine continued. "I want to be with you," she said, her voice growing stronger. "I want to spend my eternal life with you, together." She moved closer, her eyes never leaving his. "You see through all my manipulations without punishing me for them. You offer me protection without demanding ownership. Your smile." Her voice softened. "Your smile makes me feel human again." Another step closer. "You're possessive in a way that feels like I've been chosen, not claimed. An honor. You give me freedom within boundaries, something I've never had before." Catherine was directly before him now, close enough that he could see the raindrops clinging to her eyelashes. "You see all of me, the monster and the human, and you don't flinch. Do you have any idea how rare that is?" Her voice broke slightly. "For the first time in my life, I love something more than my own survival. You. And you're asking me to leave you alone with the creature that has haunted my nightmares for centuries." Lucien stood speechless, the rain streaming down his face. The weight of her confession hung between them, heavier than the storm clouds above. After what felt like an eternity, he moved toward her, his steps slow and deliberate. He raised his hand to her face, the back of his fingers brushing her cheek with unexpected gentleness. Catherine closed her eyes, leaning into his touch. Lucien began, his voice soft. "I don't know what it's like to be in love with anyone. I've never experienced that." His eyes met hers, unwavering despite the rain. "But I do know that I care for you. I don't want to lose you, so you have to trust me. Just please, trust me this once." Catherine sank to her knees before him, the gesture so unexpected from the proud vampire that Lucien almost stepped back. She took his hand from her face, bringing it to her lips and kissing the back of it while maintaining eye contact. "Of course I trust you, I already told you, I always will, my dear beloved god," she whispered against his skin. "How can I not? I love you. But I fear for you." Lucien smiled gently, leaning down to kiss her brow. "Don't worry," he murmured against her skin. "I won't lose." For a long moment, they remained like that, eyes locked in silent communication. Then Lucien gently dislodged his hand and reached into Catherine's jacket. She didn't resist as he retrieved the parchment, her posture showing acceptance despite her fears. Lucien turned back toward the warehouse, the rain beginning to lighten. At the door, he paused to give her one final look. Catherine remained kneeling in the rain, her hands actually clasped in prayer, a gesture so uncharacteristic it momentarily stunned him. "Lucien," she called, his name both a prayer and a plea. He disappeared into the warehouse, the heavy door closing behind him with a definitive clang. Inside, Lucien moved with renewed purpose. He opened his backpack, retrieving and tossing a white oak stake onto the ground before the vampire. It landed with a soft clatter that echoed in the empty space. Circling behind the vampire, he kicked the back of her head, the impact jolting her awake. "Wake up," he commanded, his voice cold and authoritative. "I have business with your sire." The vampire stirred, head lifting groggily. Her eyes focused first on the white oak stake in front of her, widening in recognition before turning a deep crimson red. She struggled to turn, to see who held her captive, but Lucien's foot pressed firmly against the back of her head, keeping her facing forward. "No cheating," he said softly, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "It's time to call Klaus." The vampire went rigid beneath his foot, understanding dawning in the sudden stillness of her body. Outside, the rain continued to fall as Catherine remained kneeling, her lips moving in a silent prayer to the only God she had ever truly believed in. I hope you guys aren't getting tired of Catherine and Lucien focused chapters, but I found it necessary for this one, since well, we're seeing the big bad wolf soon. I hope you guys are excited. Klaus is literally my favorite TVD character, so I can't wait to write him and Lucien's dynamic. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 73, Broken Glass. The knock on Bobby Singer's door came just after sunset, 3 sharp raps that carried an urgency even through solid oak. Bobby set aside the ancient text he'd been studying, marked with symbols even he couldn't yet fully decipher, and moved to answer. He'd been expecting them, of course. John's terse phone call 2 hours earlier had warned him they were coming, but not why. Just that they needed a safe place, and fast. When he swung the door open, the sight that greeted him wasn't what he'd expected. John, Dean, Sam, and Trevor stood on his porch, alongside 2 kids behind them, exhaustion etched into their faces like weathered stone. But it wasn't their fatigue that made Bobby's stomach drop, it was the absence of the small figure he knew who should have been among them. "Where's the boy?" Bobby asked immediately, eyes scanning the darkness behind them as if Lucien might materialize from the shadows. John's jaw tightened, the only visible reaction to the question. "Inside," he said, voice rough with weariness. "We need to talk." From the kitchen came the sound of a chair scraping against linoleum. Kate appeared in the hallway, Adam half hidden behind her. Her expression shifted from welcome to confusion as she took in the group. "John," she asked, her eyes moving from face to face, searching for her son. "Where's Lucien?" John stepped inside, removing his jacket with mechanical precision. The others followed, no one quite meeting Kate's eyes. "He left with Catherine Pierce 2 days ago," John finally said, his voice carefully controlled. Kate stood frozen, her mind struggling to process his words. Catherine Pierce, the vampire who had been stalking her son, who had invaded his dreams in the hospital. The name alone was enough to send ice through her veins. "What?" she whispered, her face draining of color. That's not possible." Adam tugged at her sleeve. "Mom. Where's Lulu?" Kate couldn't answer, her eyes fixed on John as if waiting for him to retract his statement, to reveal this was some kind of terrible joke. "Kate," John began, taking a step toward her. She backed away, shaking her head. No. No, he wouldn't go with her. Not willingly. She must have taken him, or dash. "He chose to leave," Dean said quietly. "Tied us up first so we couldn't stop him." Kate's legs suddenly seemed unable to support her weight. She sank into the nearest chair, her breathing shallow and rapid. Bobby moved quickly, guiding Adam toward the kitchen. "Hey, kiddo, how about you help me find those cookies I've been hiding? Your mom and dad need to talk." Adam looked reluctant, his worried eyes on his mother, but he nodded and followed Bobby. In the silence that followed, Kate stared at her hands, which had begun to tremble. "I don't understand," she finally said, her voice barely audible, still just processing why would he. Sam exchanged a glance with Dean before speaking. "There's a lot we need to explain, Kate. About what happened in Mystic Falls." "Mystic Falls," Kate repeated numbly. "The town where you went to escape Dracula." Her eyes suddenly widened as fragments began connecting. John was hurt. Lucien healed him somehow. "But you never explained." "More happened," John said, settling heavily into the chair across from her. "Much more." Elena and Jeremy had gone to the top of the stairs, running from the voices below. They still hesitated, clearly unsure if they should join or retreat. "You two might as well come down," Bobby called to them as he returned from the kitchen. "Reckon this concerns you too." Elena nodded, taking Jeremy's hand and leading him downstairs. They chose seats slightly apart from the others, a subtle reminder of their status as outsiders in this family crisis. John remained sitting, his usual rigid posture softened by exhaustion. "We should start with what we found today," he said, looking to Trevor. The Belmont hunter nodded, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. "We tracked them to a hotel about 3 hours from here. Or what was left of it." "What do you mean?" Kate asked, her voice hollow. Trevor's expression remained professionally detached, but his eyes betrayed a hint of disquiet. The place was a war zone. Parking lot littered with corpses, vampires, werewolves, wraiths, shapeshifters. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. "All dead?" Bobby asked sharply. "Very," Dean confirmed, his mouth set in a grim line. "Some burned to ash, others torn apart, a few looked like they'd been struck by lightning." "The mark," Sam said quietly, his first word since arriving. "It's drawing monsters to him." Kate looked up, confusion mingling with growing horror. "What mark? What are you talking about?" John exchanged a look with his sons, then sighed heavily. "We should start from the beginning. Mystic Falls. The Founders' Day celebration." For the next hour, they took turns explaining everything, the ritual disguised as a town celebration, the 5 gods who had possessed the town's founding families, Lucien and Elena being pulled into a mirror dimension as sacrifices. "Elena died in that place," Sam said softly, looking toward the girl who sat quietly beside her brother. "Lucien couldn't save her. But somehow, she came back." Elena nodded, her voice steady despite the horror of her words. "I remember the knife. My dad, no, the thing using my dad, stabbed me. Everything went dark, and then, there was light. So much light. What about Lucien? What happened to him? Kate asked, her face growing paler with each revelation. He was restored, John answered. Whatever brought Elena back healed him too. But not the mark, Dean added grimly. That stuck. Branded on his palm, bleeding constantly. It's a beacon, Trevor explained, his expertise evident in his measured tone. Drawing every supernatural creature within miles to him. The curse won't end until either Lucien dies or all 5 gods are destroyed. And Catherine? Bobby asked, his eyes narrowing. How does she fit into all this? John's expression darkened. She showed up when I was dying. Lucien, as you all know, saved me. But we didn't tell you all how. He gave me his life force. At this Bobby's couldn't help but inhale sharply. John continued. She came with some kind of magical essence, claimed it was from Iden's golden apples. Used it to save Lucien. Kate pressed her fingers to her temples, trying to process everything. So Lucien nearly died saving you, and then this vampire saved him. Her voice rose slightly. The same vampire who was stalking him. Who tried to groom him. It's complicated, Dean admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. She made a blood contract with us. Protection for Lucien in exchange for regular contact with him. A contract. Kate's voice cracked. You made a deal with a vampire about my son without even consulting me. There wasn't time, John said quietly. Lucien was dying. Kate stood suddenly, her shock giving way to anger. And now he's out there somewhere, bleeding, being hunted by monsters, with only a vampire for protection. A vampire who's been stalking him for years. She's dying too, Dean said, surprising everyone with the admission. Got bit by Tezcatlipoca, werewolf venom. Fatal to vampires. That's why they left, Trevor concluded. Lucien thinks he can save her. And he doesn't want the monsters following his mark to find all of you. The room fell silent as the full weight of the situation settled over them. Adam, who had returned with Bobby and been listening with increasing distress, finally spoke. Is Lulu going to die? He asked, his small voice cracking. No one answered immediately. Kate pulled him closer, pressing her lips to the top of his head. Not if we find him first, John finally said, his voice firm with determination that didn't quite mask his fear. Bobby stood up, moving to his desk where maps and books were already spread out. Then we better get started. These gods, they got names besides the Aztec one you mentioned. Tezcatlipoca, Sekhmet, Kali, Apophis, and Hecate, Sam listed hollowly. All possessing members of Mystic Falls founding families. Powerful combination, Bobby muttered, pulling a thick tome from his shelf. Ancient deities from different pantheons working together, that ain't natural. All of them are world enders. Kate suddenly stood, Adam still clutched to her side. I need a moment, she said, her voice tight with controlled emotion. She guided Adam toward the kitchen, murmuring something about getting him a snack. As she left, Dean turned to his father. We should have told her right away. And said what? John countered, though without his usual heat. That her son nearly died saving his father. That a vampire forced us into a contract. That her son ran away with a vampire after tying us up. That he's being hunted by every monster in creation because of a curse we can't break. She wasn't going to be able to do anything about it, only would have made her life and Adam's hell. Trevor, who had been examining one of Bobby's maps, looked up. Your boy's smart. The hotel massacre was deliberate, a message. To who? Dean asked. To whatever's hunting him, Trevor replied. He wanted them to know what happens when they find him. But he can't keep killing monsters forever, Bobby pointed out. There's too many, and that mark won't stop bleeding. Sam remained silent, things slowly getting to him. The conversation continued in the main room, strategies and theories being exchanged, while in the kitchen, Kate leaned against the counter, her composure finally cracking. Mom. Adam asked, tugging at her sleeve. Are you okay? Kate shook her head, tears streaming down her face. No, sweetheart. I'm not okay. She sank to her knees, pulling Adam into a fierce hug as sobs racked her body. Your brother, he's in so much danger. But Dad will find him, Adam said with a child's certainty. And Dean and Sam. They'll bring Lulu home. Kate couldn't answer, her grief too overwhelming for words. She simply held Adam tighter, as if he might disappear too if she let go. In Bobby's study, Sam had separated himself from the others. He stood by the window, staring out at the salvage yard while the discussion continued behind him for what felt like hours. His hand reached for the bottle of whiskey on Bobby's desk, pouring a generous measure into a dusty glass. Dean noticed, frowning as he approached his brother. Little early for that, isn't it? Sam didn't answer, downing the amber liquid in one swallow before pouring another. Sam, Dean tried again, his voice lowering. We'll find him. This isn't helping. You don't get it, Sam muttered, still staring out the window. Then explain it to me, Dean countered, reaching for the bottle. Sam pulled it away, his movements suddenly sharp. Don't. You need to focus, Dean insisted. We need your brain working, not swimming in Bobby's cheap whiskey. Something in Sam snapped. He hurled the glass against the wall, the crash silencing all conversation in the house. Amber liquid dripped down the faded wallpaper as Sam rounded on his brother. He left because of us. Sam shouted, his voice carrying through the entire house. He left because he knew we all resented him for bringing this danger into our lives. Dean stepped back, shocked by the outburst. Sam dash. But Sam was beyond stopping. His face flushed with emotion, veins standing out on his neck as unspoken truth poured out of him. He told me, Dean. Days before the ritual. He told me he could feel it, how we all felt about him. By now, everyone had gathered at the study doorway, drawn by Sam's outburst. John stood rigid, his expression unreadable. Kate appeared behind him, her face still wet with tears. He told me how I resent that ever since he created the Force, we've been facing apocalyptic threats, unable to even have a chance at a normal life, Sam continued, uncaring to his growing audience. How Dad feels guilty about him because he feels like he's betraying Mom's memory. How he knows he's at the bottom of Dad's priority list if it came down to choosing, because he brings everyone else constantly in danger just by ... His voice cracked for a moment, existing. At the phrase, created the Force, Trevor's expression shifted noticeably. He straightened, eyes narrowing as he filed away this new information. Sam turned to Kate, his anger finding a new target. And you, I've seen it myself. Ever since we moved to Bobby's, I've watched you grow more distant from Lucien every day he got deeper into hunting. I've seen how you focus more on Adam because he's simpler to parent. How you look at Lucien sometimes like you don't even recognize him anymore. Kate flinched as if struck, her hand flying to her mouth. Sam, that's enough, John warned, stepping forward. No, it's not. Sam shouted, turning on his father. The only one who doesn't resent him even a little bit is Dean. And now Lucien's gone off with Catherine of all people because at least SHE puts him first. How messed up is that? A 500-year-old vampire cares more about him than his own family. The room fell into shocked silence, Sam's words hanging in the air like physical things. Dean looked uncomfortable with being singled out as the good one, shifting his weight and avoiding eye contact. John remained stoic, but his hands had clenched into fists at his sides. Trevor cleared his throat, breaking the tension. Created the Force, he asked carefully. What's that supposed to mean? Sam glanced at him, momentarily thrown by the question. It's complicated. Lucien's abilities aren't like anything we've seen before. Trevor nodded slowly, clearly recognizing the deflection but choosing not to push further. Bobby stepped forward, trying to redirect everyone's focus. Look, we can beat ourselves up all day about what we should have done different. Or we can start figuring out how to find that boy and break this curse. Kate wrapped her arms around herself, Adam pressing against her side. Bobby's right, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. We need to find him. John nodded, turning to Bobby. We should start researching these gods, see if there's a way to kill them without going back to Mystic Falls. I'll check my contacts, Trevor offered. See if anyone's heard anything about unusual monster movements. They'll be drawn to the mark, might give us a trail to follow. As the others began discussing plans, Sam looked around at their faces, some shocked, some guilty, some confused. Without another word, he reached for a fresh bottle of whiskey from Bobby's cabinet, uncapped it, and walked out the front door. No one tried to stop him, they were too stunned by his words and the raw emotion behind them. Through the window, Dean watched his brother disappear into the salvage yard, taking a long drink as he walked. The sight of Sam, always the composed one, the rational one, breaking down had shaken Dean more than he cared to admit. He'll be back, Bobby said quietly, coming to stand beside Dean. Just needs to cool off. Will he? Dean asked, not taking his eyes off the darkness that had swallowed his brother. I'm not so sure anymore. In the living room, John spread maps across the table, his movements precise and controlled despite the emotional storm that had just swept through. We'll start by checking all the locations with known werewolf packs. Catherine will need a cure for that venom. Klaus, Trevor said suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. The original hybrid. If I was the kid, and again, he is smart, I'd try to get to him, because he's the only one who somehow balances werewolf and vampire without the two destroying each other from the inside. You think that's where they're headed? Bobby asked. Trevor nodded grimly. If I were betting on it. Kate sank into a chair, Adam's hand clutched tightly in hers. Then that's where we start, she said, her voice finding new strength despite the tears still drying on her cheeks. "We find this, Klaus, we find my son." Outside in the salvage yard, Sam wandered between the rusted husks of abandoned cars, bottle in hand. The whiskey burned his throat, but did nothing to dull the ache in his chest or the knowledge that somewhere out there, his little brother was bleeding, hunted, and probably convinced his family deep down, wanting him away. "Do tell me how you found it. What did you think of Sam's outburst? I hope you all liked it. I thought it fitting that before everything, we at least see how the Winchesters are, after everything. Well, hope to see you all later. Bye." Chapter 74, Curse. The warehouse lay silent, a hollow shell of rust and shadow. A single bulb swung overhead, casting jagged patterns across the concrete floor. The vampire was gone, no blood, no chains, no evidence anyone had been there at all. Lucien sat alone in the metal folding chair, positioned in the center of the empty space. His eyes fixed on his palm, studying the jaguar mark that bled steadily, crimson droplets falling to form a small puddle between his feet. The silence pressed against his ears, a physical weight in the abandoned building. Drip. 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 He watched the blood pool, mesmerized by its rhythm. Each drop fell with perfect precision, joining the growing stain below. But then, something changed. The blood moved. Not with gravity's pull, but against it. Droplets rose from the puddle, suspended in the air like crimson stars. They hovered before him, trembling slightly before flowing together into a dark, viscous stream. The warehouse lights flickered, plunging the space into darkness before sputtering back to life. In that brief moment of illumination, the blood had transformed. A shadowy jaguar now stood before him, its form shifting between solid and vapor. "Look at you," it purred, circling his chair with fluid, predatory grace. Its voice scraped like metal on stone, the marked one, he who stood against the gods themselves and nearly gifted them death, reduced to hiding in abandoned buildings, making deals with vampires. Lucien remained motionless, still staring at his palm as if the apparition didn't warrant his attention. The temperature plummeted, his breath suddenly visible in the frigid air. The jaguar continued its circuit, paws making no sound on the concrete. "It's all hopeless, you know," it whispered, voice dropping hypnotically. "No matter what clever plans you devise, no matter what strange powers you channel, no matter what allies you gather, there is one single truth that will never change." Lucien finally acknowledged the entity, his voice calm despite the horror before him. "And what might that be?" he asked casually, still not looking up from his bleeding palm. The jaguar stopped behind his chair. The shadow shifted, elongating and transforming. Where the beast had stood moments before, a young woman now materialized, tall, pale, with long dark hair cascading down her naked form. Her beauty was otherworldly but terrible, eyes black as obsidian, skin adorned with subtle jaguar spot patterns that appeared and disappeared as she moved. She slid behind Lucien's chair with unnatural grace. Her hands gripped his shoulders, nails extending into claws that pierced his shirt and dug into his flesh. Blood welled around her fingertips as she leaned close, her lips brushing against his ear. "We own you," she whispered, her breath impossibly cold against his skin. She opened her mouth, revealing teeth that elongated into fangs as she moved to bite his ear. Lucien reacted with explosive speed, twisting in his chair and grabbing her by the throat. In one fluid motion, he hurled her to the ground and followed her down, pinning her with his body weight, his hands tightening around her neck with enough force to crush a normal human's windpipe. The woman beneath him merely chuckled, completely unaffected by his attempt to choke her. Her hair spread across the concrete floor like spilled ink, her black eyes staring up at him with amusement. "Did you think you fooled me?" she asked, voice unimpeded despite his grip on her throat. "Perhaps those mindless beasts outside, perhaps even my father, the great Tezcatlipoca, but not me." Her smile widened unnaturally. "I'm part of you now." "You're a parasite," Lucien interrupted, his voice a controlled hiss of rage. She ignored his comment, continuing as if he hadn't spoken. "Unlike the monsters or even my father, I know what you truly did out there." Her eyes gleamed with knowing. "That spectacle where you slaughtered hundreds dash." Despite Lucien's strength pinning her down, she raised her head until her lips nearly touched his ear again. 10 minutes, she whispered, before her tongue darted out to lick his cheek in a slow, deliberate motion. Lucien reacted with disgust and fury, slamming her head back against the concrete with enough force to crack the floor beneath her. She merely grunted, the sound transforming into a moan that was disturbingly pleasurable rather than pained. 10 minutes, she repeated, chuckling. "That's how long it took you to prepare. Always the paranoid one, weren't you? Setting your trap, that amplifying domain, the moment you arrived, knowing the monsters would come soon enough." Her eyes narrowed with cruel insight. "But will you always have those 10 minutes? Do you think they'll give you that luxury every time? Do you think they'll ever stop coming?" "It doesn't matter if they send 100 or 1,000, Lucien hissed, his face inches from hers. "I'll kill each and every one of them, down to the last of their slaves." At his words, her form dissolved into shadow beneath him. The warehouse around them shifted and melted away, reality transforming into a nightmarish new landscape. Lucien found himself standing atop a mountain of corpses, monsters of every variety piled beneath his feet, stretching as far as the eye could see. At the base of this macabre mountain lay an ocean of blood, crimson waves lapping against shores of broken bones. In the center of this bloody sea, the woman bathed, using the viscous liquid as water to cleanse herself. Her movements were deliberately sensual and provocative as she noticed Lucien watching from atop the corpse mountain. She smiled, beckoning him with a crooked finger. "Join me, struggler," she called, her voice carrying easily across the distance. "The blood feels wonderful, and I'd like a partner." Lucien bit the inside of his cheek hard enough to draw blood, grounding himself in the pain as he descended the mountain. Each step sent bodies shifting beneath him until he reached the blood ocean with a splash. The liquid rose to his knees, thick and warm, bringing back terrible memories of the mirror world where Elena died in his arms. He waded toward the woman, expression hardening with each step. She continued her macabre bathing ritual, unconcerned by his approach, running blood-soaked hands over her body with deliberate slowness. "You are a sacrifice," she said, her voice deceptively gentle. "Everything about you is a sacrifice. Every breath you take, every thought you think, every action you perform, all of it feeds the God hand." She reached for him as he drew near, taking his hand with surprising gentleness and pulling him closer. Her arms wrapped around him in a mockery of an embrace, her lips finding his ear once more. "Your continued existence makes them stronger with each passing moment," she whispered. "Makes me stronger. And I, in turn, make your hunters stronger, those monsters that will never let you know peace." Her fingers traced patterns on his back, nails occasionally scratching deep enough to draw blood. "You have no hope. You are a curse upon this world. Wherever you go, death follows. The evils of the night grow wickeder and stronger in your wake." Her lips brushed against his neck, placing gentle kisses interspersed with small bites that drew pinpricks of blood. "You are death itself, the bane of life and peace. The antithesis of good. The son of evil. Give in," she murmured against his skin. "Surrender to what you are, struggler. Struggle and struggle until the day you die, and make the greatest sacrifice of all, your death." Something inside Lucien snapped. With a roar of primal fury, he shoved her down into the blood ocean, following her down and pinning her beneath the surface. He straddled her, hands around her throat once more as the blood lapped around them. "I don't care how many they send," he snarled, his face contorted with rage and determination. "I will slaughter every last one until I drag your gods down from their thrones. I'll tear their divine flesh from bone and make them bleed upon the earth like common beasts. I'll feed their entrails to the dogs while they watch, still living, as everything they built crumbles to dust." His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. "And you? You'll be there to witness it all before I finally end you too, witch." With that, Lucien lunged forward, teeth bared, and tore into her throat. Blood, darker and thicker than the ocean around them, spurted from the wound. Lucien jolted awake with a violent gasp, nearly falling from the metal folding chair in the warehouse. His heart hammered against his ribs, sweat soaking his shirt despite the cool air. He immediately raised his palm, finding the jaguar mark bleeding more heavily than before, droplets pattering onto the concrete floor. "Lucien." Catherine's voice came from behind him, concern evident in her tone. "Are you okay?" He turned to find her standing a few feet away, watching him with wary eyes. Her condition had deteriorated further, the black veins from the werewolf venom now reaching her jawline, her normally perfect complexion ashen with pain she refused to acknowledge. "Yeah," he managed, his voice rougher than intended. "I'm fine." "Nightmare?" she asked, moving closer. Lucien shook his head dismissively. "Don't worry. It's the usual." Catherine bit the inside of her cheek, frustration and helplessness warring in her expression. This was exactly what Tezcatlipoca promised. Lucien would know no peace, haunted even in his dreams. For all her power, all her centuries of experience, she could do nothing to shield him from this curse. "How long was I out?" he asked, changing the subject. "About an hour," Catherine replied, leaning against a nearby support beam. She tried to appear casual, but Lucien noticed how she used the structure for support. The werewolf venom was weakening her rapidly, his blood proving more and more ineffective as time passed. "Any word from our guest?" "Not yet," Lucien said, rising from his chair and stretching. His muscles ached from the tension of his nightmare. "But he'll come." "Are you sure about this?" Catherine asked, not for the first time. Klaus isn't known for his forgiving nature or his willingness to negotiate. Especially with children. Lucien finished with a wry smile. Catherine's expression remained serious. "With anyone. He doesn't see people, Lucien. He sees tools or obstacles. He'll find loopholes. He always does." "Then I'll just have to be a tool he wants to use rather than an obstacle he needs to remove," Lucien replied, his tone making it clear the discussion was over. Before Catherine could respond, the warehouse was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant flash of lightning, followed immediately by a deafening crack of thunder. Rain began to pound against the metal roof with sudden intensity, as if a dam had broken in the sky. Catherine's body went rigid, her head turning toward the entrance. "He's coming," she whispered, swallowing hard. Lucien didn't move, simply leaning back in his chair and lifting his gaze to the ceiling. The warehouse door slammed open, the metal hinges screaming in protest as the door itself crashed against the interior wall. Silhouetted in the doorway stood a man. Behind him, several figures waited, men and women of various ages and appearances. But it was the man at the forefront who commanded attention. Klaus Mikaelson stepped into the warehouse, rain dripping from his hair and jacket. His movements were casual, almost lazy, but his eyes missed nothing as they scanned the space, taking in Catherine's presence with raised eyebrows before settling on Lucien. A small, amused smile played at the corners of his mouth as he approached. "About time you showed up," Lucien said, his voice carrying a blend of confidence and weariness that would be remarkable in someone 5 times his age. "Do tell me how you found it." "So, finally, Klaus is here." "And?" "Yeah." Lucien's power display was while using that domain ability he did in the mirror world while Vader was buying time. He isn't as strong with it as in the mirror realm, cause there the dark side was more naturally potent, but he makes do. As seen with what he did. Though don't think he's weak. The only time in that fight it was relevant was when he stepped onto that balcony. Before that, anything he did, he can do without the domain. Well, if you have any questions on how or why the domain works, do ask. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 75, Freedom. The warehouse door crashed open, hinges screaming in protest as rain poured from a sky split by lightning. Klaus Mikaelson stepped through the threshold, water dripping from his hair and jacket, each movement casual yet predatory. His eyes, ancient and calculating, swept across the empty space, cataloging every detail before settling on Lucien. Behind him, 5 figures entered, 2 vampires, a male and female witch, and a female werewolf. One of the vampires carried a folding chair, setting it before Lucien with theatrical flourish. "About time you showed up," Lucien said, his voice carrying a blend of confidence and weariness that would be remarkable in someone 5 times his age. Klaus's lips curved into an amused smile as he approached. "Punctuality has never been my strong suit," he replied, his British accent crisp and refined. "A 1,000 years tends to give one a flexible relationship with time." His gaze shifted to Catherine, who stood behind Lucien. Black veins crept up her neck from the werewolf bite, her normally perfect appearance diminished by pain she refused to acknowledge. "Katerina," Klaus greeted, eyes gleaming with malicious pleasure. "You don't look so well, love." Catherine stiffened but remained silent, instinctively stepping closer to Lucien. Klaus settled into the chair with casual elegance, crossing one leg over the other. "I must admit, I find myself intrigued. A child who knows about white oak stakes and soul contracts." His head tilted slightly. "How unexpected." The warehouse fell silent save for the steady drumming of rain against the metal roof. Klaus studied Lucien with the detached curiosity of a scientist examining a particularly fascinating specimen. "I wonder," Klaus continued, "how you came by such knowledge." Lucien's mind flashed back to the previous day, when his boot had pressed against the female vampire's neck, her body a temporary vessel for Klaus's consciousness. Flashback. The female vampire struggled beneath Lucien's foot, eyes wide with terror that shifted to something else entirely when Klaus took possession. Her body went rigid, then relaxed into a different posture altogether, more confident, almost regal. "Well, well," the vampire said, voice carrying a British accent that hadn't been there moments before. "It seems we meet again. I would say it is quite a pleasure, but I still can't see your face, child. I suppose you are finally ready to name your terms." Lucien reached into his pocket, producing a parchment that seemed to glow with subtle power. "A soul contract. I break the curse your mother placed on you, sealing your werewolf side. In exchange, you give us the cure for werewolf venom and sign this contract. The soul contract being possible because this vessel still contained Klaus's blood as it is from his sire line. The cure to werewolf venom, now why would you need that? It is a wonder you even have the knowledge of it being in my possession. Simply an educated guess, or something more." At Lucien's silence, Klaus continued, "What does this contract entail? You will not pursue Catherine Pierce with intent to harm or kill her. Nor will you pursue to harm or kill me or any of our loved ones, so long as we and they don't plot against you. And you will need to be 100% sure we are plotting against you to act, so no educated guesses," Lucien stated. Klaus's borrowed lips curved into a smile. "Catherine Pierce. So that's what this is about. Katerina's found herself a champion." "Those are my terms," Lucien stated firmly. "I have terms of my own," Klaus countered. "I want freedom from not only the binding of the hybrid, but all curses my mother placed on me. Who knows what other surprises dear Esther left for me? Or are you incapable of that, his last question mocking. Lucien hesitated, internally grimacing. Well, there goes, that bargaining chip. Klaus would normally, because of a secondary curse, the requirement of not feeding werewolves only his blood but as well that of a Petrova doppelganger blood as well for the transition to a hybrid to complete. Klaus will no longer need that now. Fine, he agreed. All curses placed by your mother that are to your detriment. One more condition, Klaus added. I want to know who you are and how you know so much about me. You'll learn that when we meet. Take it or leave it. A moment passed before Klaus chuckled. Very well. I accept your terms. Lucien nodded, then after a moment of silence added, after a bit of contemplation, a thought rose in his mind that caused a bit of possessiveness rising in his chest. There's one more clause, he added. He pulled out a small vial containing a single drop of blood. There is a certain someone I want you to in no way try to take from me. Physically, or emotionally. They are mine. He poured the drop onto the parchment. For convenience's sake, we'll call this person K. Klaus's borrowed eyes narrowed with curiosity. How intriguing. You have my word. In the present, Klaus leaned forward slightly, his eyes never leaving Lucien's face. Our contract was quite specific, wasn't it? Let me see if I recall correctly. He recited the terms word for word, his perfect memory spanning centuries. When he finished, his gaze shifted to Catherine. It seems you've been busy, Katerina. Charming little boys now. How unbecoming. His tone carried more amusement than disgust. Catherine flinched visibly, but Lucien's expression remained unchanged. We should get this over with, Lucien said, rising from his chair. Klaus raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the boy's composure. He stood as well, making a mocking bow and extending his hand. By all means. Lead the way, men of the hour. I've only been waiting 1,000 years for this day. Lucien ignored the mockery, moving toward the warehouse door. Klaus followed, a smile playing at his lips. His entourage fell into step behind them, with Catherine trailing reluctantly. Outside, the rain had lessened to a steady drizzle. Puddles reflected the moonlight breaking through scattered clouds, creating silver mirrors across the abandoned lot. How exactly do you plan to break a curse created by one of history's most powerful witches? Klaus asked, his tone casual despite the gravity of the question. Lucien stepped several paces away from the group, turning to face Klaus. Stand there, he instructed, pointing to a spot before him. Klaus complied with amused indulgence. I'm all yours, little warlock. I'm going to target the binding magic directly, Lucien explained, it will be exceptionally painful. Anyone lesser would die from it, but you can take it, can't you big men? The boy's final words turned a touch mocking, a counter to Klaus's own mockery. As Lucien spoke, the air around him had begun to change. The force pulled inward, targeting the already established domain of concentrated power. Reality itself seemed to distort slightly, the raindrops slowing as they entered this field. Klaus noticed the change immediately, his senses far more acute than any human's. Something destructive was forming, power that felt conceptual and raw. For the first time, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his features. Lucien extended his hand, palm upward. Lightning crackled to life above his skin, red lightning. It cast crimson shadows across his face. The energy built rapidly, thunder booming from it so loudly that everyone except Lucien and Klaus covered their ears. Klaus at the sight was speechless, for he sensed it, this was the very essence of destruction. He sweat dropped for a moment, before he soon composed himself, spreading his arms with a smirk. I've never been one to shy from pain. A moment of heavy silence fell between them, staring each other in the eyes, broken only by the sizzle of energy in Lucien's palm. Begin, Klaus commanded. Lucien unleashed the red lightning. It struck Klaus's chest with devastating force, lifting him slightly off the ground. Klaus's back arched in agony, a roar tearing from his throat that echoed across the night sky. A-A-A-A-A-A-H-H-H. The earth trembled beneath their feet. Windows in nearby abandoned buildings shattered, raining glass onto the pavement. The air pressure dropped suddenly, creating a vacuum that pulled at their clothing. Klaus's eyes turned black, his vampire nature responding to the assault. The lightning continued to pour into him, relentless and merciless. Stones began rising from the ground, floating in defiance of gravity. Natural lightning responded in the sky above, striking in concert with Lucien's attack. Trees bent against unnatural winds that whipped around them, reality itself seeming to warp. Lucien maintained perfect concentration, simultaneously channeling the destructive energy and creating a protective force barrier around the observers. Catherine watched with wide eyes, her fear for Lucien evident despite her own pain. A-A-A-A-A-A-H-H-H-H. Klaus's roar grew louder, distorting reality itself. The sound contained 1,000 years of rage and pain, the fury of a monster who had never known true defeat. Then, suddenly without warning, a shadow erupted from Klaus's chest, a serpentine darkness that lunged toward Lucien with immense speed. Lucien's eyes widened as the shadow snake passed through the force shield, as it sank its fangs into Lucien's arm before anyone could react. The original witch's protective curse, the female witch shouted in realization. She created contingencies. Dark veins spread across Lucien's skin from the bite, crawling up his arm toward his neck. Lucien grit his teeth in pain, his left eye clenching shut from it, buckling a bit, the red lightning weakening. Klaus's roars subsided slightly as the shadow snake diverted some of the ritual's power. His eyes focused on Lucien, watching with interest and annoyance as the boy fought Esther's protection spell. For a moment fearing that it was going to fail, that his chance at completeness and freedom would be taken away from him, again, once more at the hands of his own mother's machinations. The thought was infuriating, causing Klaus to roar louder once more, but rather than pain, in rage. Lucien with wide eyes, a hint of fear in them, watched his arm, as he saw the dark veins rising till they reached his neck, but then suddenly, they stopped. After a long moment of speechlessness, Lucien chuckled despite the pain. "Sorry," he suddenly said, voice strained but confident. "This body is already cursed." The jaguar mark on his palm blazed with fire. A bestial howl echoed across the landscape, not wolf, not human, but jaguar. RRHHHUUHHHHUUHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHThe snake hissed in fear and rage as it was being pulled out and devoured. "You're simply too weak to stick," Lucien told the writhing darkness as it was completely consumed by his curse. The red lightning intensified once more, redoubling its assault on Klaus's curse. Klaus's agony increased, his body contorting unnaturally as 1,000 years of magic began to unravel. A final push of power surged through Lucien's hands. Klaus threw his head back, eyes flashing gold as a wolf's howl erupted from his throat, the first manifestation of his unsealed nature. Lucien immediately stopped the lightning, sensing the curses were broken. As he did, immediately the quaking stopped, the winds no longer howled, and the lightning in the heavens disappeared, the clouds slowly slightly beginning to part, letting the moonlight shine down once more. The boy's arms dropped to his sides, body swaying with exhaustion. Klaus himself, who no longer floated, fell back onto his feet, and stumbled, nearly falling face first to the ground. Pride though kept him upright as he caught himself on one knee, breathing heavily. "Our deal is done," Lucien whispered, strength fading rapidly. "The cure, for Katerina." He began to collapse. Catherine moved forward instinctively to catch him, but Klaus was faster. Despite his own exhaustion, he lunged forward, catching Lucien before he hit the ground. As Klaus's arms closed around the boy, something unexpected happened. His newly enhanced vampiric abilities from his werewolf side being free, surged, going haywire, causing Klaus's mental abilities to activate, and for a moment, see. Lucien's memories, the ones not protected, flashed before him, 13 years of life compressed into seconds. A small boy watching his father leave, trying not to cry. Standing between Adam and a schoolyard bully, despite being smaller. Training with John, determined to prove himself ready. Catherine. Elena. The Red Sun Tezcatlipoca. The God Hand. Always feeling second best, the least favored, the family's protector yet never its heart. Klaus's expression softened imperceptibly. He saw himself in this child, the family outcast, the protector whose protection was never fully appreciated. The boy whose family deep down resented him, same as his own resented him. The boy whose own mother couldn't help but fear and blame, same as his own mother feared, blamed, and resented him. Rising to his feet, Klaus held Lucien's unconscious form against his chest. His shirt had been burned away by the lightning, leaving his torso bare. His eyes occasionally flashed gold as his newly freed werewolf nature settled within him. He turned, standing there gazing at Catherine for a long moment, silently as she herself could only have eyes wide in terror, but surprisingly, her focus wasn't fully on him, but also on the boy in his arms. He began walking toward her, who visibly tensed even further as he approached. Klaus stopped before her, towering over her for a long moment, silent, before finally shifting to hold Lucien with one arm. Without a word, he bit his own wrist, blood welling immediately from the wound. "Hold out your hands," he commanded. Catherine complied without hesitation, cupping her palms together. Klaus held his bleeding wrist over her hands, allowing his blood to pool in her palms. "Drink," he ordered. She raised her hands to her lips, drinking the hybrid blood. The effect was instant, the black veins receded from her neck, and the bite wound on her arm closed, leaving unblemished skin. Relief washed over her face, quickly replaced by confusion as Klaus turned away without acknowledgement. He shifted Lucien back into both arms, carrying him toward a distant black SUV. "Come," he called to his entourage. "We're leaving." Catherine stood frozen for a moment before finding her voice. "Where are you taking him?" she demanded, surprising herself with her courage. Klaus paused, turning slightly. Rain continued falling around them, creating a silver curtain between them. The silence stretched, heavy with tension. "This boy is my son now," Klaus declared, his voice carrying easily through the rain. "I am taking Lucien Winchester henceforth as my son." Shock rippled through the assembled group. Catherine's mouth opened but no sound emerged. Klaus turned around and began walking once more, but as he heard no steps, he stopped once more, turning again toward her, with visible annoyance. "Well." He raised an eyebrow. "Start walking. Isn't this boy your god? Aren't you his?" With that, he turned around again and continued toward his vehicle, Lucien still cradled in his arms. Catherine remained motionless in the rain, torn between 5 centuries of terror and her devotion. The distance between her and Lucien grew with each of Klaus's confident strides, water pooling at her feet as if the sky itself wept for her. But finally, she found the courage to take the step, as she finally ran forward towards the one she loved. "So. Yeah, that happened. What the hell, Klaus? But then I remember, Marcel, and I think. Makes sense. So yeah, that's why I wrote it that way. What do you think? How will things go on from now? Are you guys excited? I certainly am. I hope to see you all later. Bye." Chapter 76, I Don't. The room was bathed in amber light from a single antique lamp, casting long shadows across ornate furnishings. Klaus Mikaelson sat beside the 4-poster bed where Lucien lay unconscious, the boy's chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. With uncharacteristic gentleness, Klaus ran his fingers through Lucien's hair, studying the young face that had somehow managed to break a 1,000-year-old curse in mere minutes. Across the room, Catherine Pierce sat rigidly in a wingback chair, her posture betraying her discomfort despite the elegant surroundings. Her eyes never left Lucien, though she maintained a cautious distance from Klaus, the predator she'd fled for 5 centuries who now inexplicably held her god in his care. Unseen by Catherine, Morgana, Klaus's Karine materialized beside him, her form solid and real to him alone. She wore a simple black dress that seemed both modern and timeless, her raven hair cascading over shoulders that had once borne the weight of Avalon's future. She perched on the arm of Klaus's chair, one hand resting on his shoulder. Morgana, image here and in comments. She, the former Queen of Camelot, became Klaus's Karine after they made a deal a long time ago, her becoming his vigilant companion in return for him anchoring her to this reality, as she was fading away. So, she began telepathically, her voice echoing in Klaus's mind with familiar warmth, "Adoption papers already being drawn up, are they? I have to say, fatherhood is an interesting look on you." Klaus's lips curved slightly, though his eyes remained fixed on Lucien. "You find this amusing?" "Immensely," Morgana replied, leaning closer to examine Lucien. The great Klaus Mikaelson, scourge of vampires, terror of werewolves, devourer of stars, suddenly playing daddy to a teenage boy. It's quite the career change. "He broke my curse," Klaus responded simply. "Something witches have failed to do for a millennium." Morgana's expression shifted to something more serious as she studied Lucien's sleeping form. "He didn't just break it, Klaus. He unmade it. There's a difference." She slid from the chair arm to stand beside the bed, her hand hovering over Lucien's chest without quite touching him. "I can feel it, or rather, I can't feel it. Where your mother's magic should leave at least some residual trace, there's nothing. As if it never existed at all." Klaus's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "What are you suggesting? That you've taken in something far more significant than you realize." Morgana circled the bed slowly, her movements fluid and graceful. "This boy is a god like you, my wolf, but if I'm being completely honest, and don't take this the wrong way, he has the potential to be higher in the food chain than you." Klaus's expression darkened. "Higher than the original hybrid. He's a boy god," Morgana continued, returning to Klaus's side and trailing her fingers along his shoulder. "A boy god of destruction, specifically. I've been around long enough to recognize the signs. What he did to your mother's curse. That wasn't just power, it was erasure. Unmaking. Few beings can truly destroy magic itself." Catherine shifted in her chair, drawing Klaus's momentary attention. She appeared to be studying his face, trying to decipher what is causing these mood shifts. "You think I don't know what I've brought into my home?" Klaus challenged, returning his focus to their private exchange. "I felt his power when I carried him. And yet I wonder if you've considered the implications," Morgana replied, her mental tone sharpening. "Death will not be his end, so don't even think about killing him if he becomes inconvenient." She leaned down, her lips close to Klaus's ear though she spoke only in his mind. "Even if you devoured him whole, souls are immortal, they can't be destroyed. The boy would simply grow inside you, gathering power until he ripped you apart from within." She straightened with a wry smile. "So don't do a Kronos, darling." Klaus's face contorted in visible disgust, breaking his careful composure for the first time since entering the room. Catherine noticed immediately, her body tensing in response. I really would have preferred you not put that mental image in my head, Klaus replied with irritation. And since when do I eat children? I've killed them when strategic necessity demanded, but I've never eaten them. Morgana laughed silently, floating beside him to press a kiss to his cheek. Just saying, she replied with a casual shrug. You immortals can get creative when feeling threatened. Better to clarify the boundaries early. Your concern is noted, Klaus responded dryly. Now perhaps something useful. What do you suggest I do with my new son? The last word carried a strange mixture of irony and genuine curiosity. Morgana circled behind him, draping her arms around his shoulders in a possessive embrace. First, you need to understand what motivates him. The vampire girl is obviously devoted to him, look at her, ready to throw herself between you two despite her own trauma. She nodded toward Catherine. But why did he seek you out specifically? Breaking your curse wasn't charity. The werewolf venom cure, Klaus answered. For her. He gestured subtly toward Catherine. That's the immediate need, yes, Morgana agreed. But there's something more. I can sense it. This boy is unmoored. Searching for something. Her expression softened slightly. Something you might understand better than most. Klaus's eyebrows raised in question. Belonging, Morgana explained. Recognition. He carries power that frightens those around him, even those who claim to love him. Sound familiar? A muscle in Klaus's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. You suggest I exploit this similarity? Morgana's fingers traced patterns on his chest, visible only to him. I suggest you recognize it. You've spent 1,000 years wanting to create hybrids, beings like yourself who might truly understand you. Perhaps what you found instead is something rarer still. And what might that be? Klaus asked, genuine curiosity in his mental tone. A reflection, Morgana replied simply. Not in power or nature, but in experience. In isolation. She straightened, her expression thoughtful. Besides, you've always had a soft spot for artistic souls with father issues. This one just happens to be able to unmake reality when he's upset. Klaus couldn't suppress a small smile. You make him sound like a temperamental nuclear weapon. More accurate than you know, Morgana replied, suddenly serious again. The question isn't whether you can control him, you can't, not truly. The question is whether you can guide him. Shape him without breaking him. She leaned down once more, her lips brushing against Klaus's ear in a gesture that would have appeared intimately seductive to anyone who could see her. And perhaps, in the process, find something you've been seeking far longer than the breaking of your curse. And what might that be? Klaus asked, his mental voice uncharacteristically quiet. Legacy, Morgana answered. Not just fear or power or vengeance, but something that outlasts even you. As if sensing the weight of their conversation, Lucien stirred slightly in his sleep, his eyelids fluttering though he didn't wake. Klaus's attention immediately shifted to the boy, his hand instinctively moving to rest on Lucien's forehead. Catherine leaned forward in her chair, alert and watchful. Well, Morgana observed with a hint of amusement, fatherhood certainly comes naturally to you. Who would have thought? Klaus shot her a warning glance that held no real heat. Careful, or I might start getting ideas about acquiring more children. Please don't, Morgana replied with exaggerated horror. One supernatural prodigy is quite enough. Besides, she added with a mischievous smile, I'm not sure the world could survive your particular brand of parenting applied to multiple godlings. Lucien's consciousness returned gradually, his senses awakening one by one. First came touch, soft sheets beneath him, far more luxurious than any motel bed. Then sound, the subtle ticking of an antique clock, rain pattering against windows. Finally, as his eyelids fluttered open, sight, and the face of Klaus Mikaelson hovering directly above him. Recognition hit like lightning. In one fluid motion, Lucien catapulted himself backward off the bed, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the original hybrid. His back hit the wall as he scanned the unfamiliar room, mind racing to assess the situation. That's when he spotted Catherine seated in a corner chair, her expression a mixture of relief and apprehension. Without hesitation, Lucien, after a moment of processing, moved to position himself between Klaus and Catherine, his stance protective despite the established contract protecting them. Okay, what the hell is going on? Lucien demanded, gaze darting between Klaus and Catherine. Where am I? Why am I here? Klaus raised his hands in a casual surrender gesture. Relax. No one's going to hurt you here. Yeah, that's super reassuring coming from you, Lucien shot back, his voice tense but controlled. Catherine stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on Lucien's shoulder. Despite her obvious fear of Klaus, a fear ingrained over 5 centuries, she spoke up. After you broke Klaus's curse, you passed out, she explained. You've been out for almost 18 hours. Lucien's shoulders relaxed slightly. Okay, that part makes sense, he said, eyes still fixed on Klaus. What I don't get is he gestured toward Klaus with an accusatory finger, why I'm waking up to the big bad wolf watching me sleep. Like that's not creepy at all. Klaus's lips curved into an amused smile as he clapped his hands together once. That's simple, really, he replied with unsettling cheerfulness. Because from today on, you're my son. Lucien nearly lost his balance, catching himself against the wall. He was silent for a long moment, just processing. Staring eyes wide. I'm sorry, what? Did you just say that you're my son now? Yes. Klaus confirmed with a single nod, his smile widening. There was something almost playful in his expression, as if he were enjoying Lucien's bewilderment. Lucien turned to Catherine, his eyes wide with disbelief. Pointing with his thumb to Klaus, then raising his index finger to his temple and made a circular motion, then opening his palm in question, gesture if has he gone completely insane? Catherine, clearly as baffled as Lucien, could only offer a nervous smile and a helpless shrug in response. The dining room was a study in old-world elegance, dark wood paneling, crystal chandeliers, and artwork that belonged in museums rather than private residences. Lucien sat rigidly at the massive table, still processing the surreal situation in which he found himself. Catherine sat to his right, her posture similarly tense, while Klaus presided at the head of the table with the relaxed confidence of a king in his castle. Double doors swung open as servants entered carrying silver trays. They moved with the precision of long practice, placing dishes before each person. When Lucien's breakfast was set before him, he couldn't hide his surprise, after sensing it with the force. A perfect 3-egg omelette, seasoned with what appeared to be exactly the right amount of salt. Warm, freshly baked bread steamed beside it. A pot of tea waited to be poured. Most tellingly, not a single piece of bacon was anywhere near his plate, while both Klaus and Catherine had some with their meals. Lucien's eyes narrowed with suspicion. He reached more with the force, scanning the food for any hint of tampering or poison. Finding nothing amiss, his suspicion only deepened. Okay, how exactly did you know I hate bacon? Lucien asked, voice tight with wariness. And the exact tea I like? What are you, psychic now too? Klaus merely smiled enigmatically as he unfolded his napkin with deliberate grace. Better eat before it gets cold, he advised, completely sidestepping the question as he cut into his own breakfast. Lucien glanced at Catherine, who looked equally perplexed by Klaus's apparent knowledge. The hybrid smug expression revealed nothing as he sipped his tea, clearly enjoying Lucien's discomfort. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the soft clink of silverware against fine china. The weight of silence hung over the table as Lucien studied his perfectly prepared breakfast. Steam rose from the omelette in lazy curls, dissipating in the cool air of the dining room. Outside, rain continued to fall, creating a gentle percussion against the tall windows. Lucien finally broke the silence, setting down his fork without having taken a bite. You know, you can't force me to stay here, he said, voice measured and deliberate. The sole contract we made is pretty clear. You can't keep me here against my will, that would constitute harm. Klaus paused mid-sip, lowering his teacup with deliberate care. A smile spread slowly across his face, not reaching his eyes. Normally, Klaus began, you would be correct. He picked up his knife, turning it slowly so the silver caught the light. With the tip, he pointed toward Lucien's left hand, specifically to the palm where the jaguar mark existed. But last I checked, Klaus continued, you're cursed by 5 rather unpleasant gods. That mark of yours draws increasingly powerful monsters to you with each passing day. He set the knife down precisely alongside his plate. You're also, apparently, being hunted by an old nemesis of mine, who is supposed to be dead, something to be corrected later, Dracula. The name hung in the air between them. Now, in such a situation, Klaus resumed after letting the weight of these facts settle, where letting you leave would almost certainly result in your death, how exactly would our contract apply? Either way, I am causing eventual harm. The contract wasn't about direct harm, you made sure of that, in case I sent proxies. He tilted his head slightly. With all that in mind, again, what to do? It hasn't really been specified, has it? Lucien's jaw tightened as he recognized the trap. He remained silent, mind racing through the exact wording of their agreement, searching for any counterargument. The only sound for several long moments was the gentle scrape of Klaus's knife against his plate as he cut his food. In cases where causing harm is inevitable, Klaus finally explained, his tone almost professorial, magical contracts with such a clause default to the option that causes the least harm. Death of course isn't necessarily the peak of harm, there are things people value more than life, that were they to lose it, would be more painful, but it most certainly isn't less than a bit of house arrest. He speared a piece of food with his fork, examining it casually. Elementary magical law, really. Lucien turned to Catherine, his expression asking the question he couldn't bring himself to voice. Catherine met his gaze, her eyes filled with reluctant understanding. After a moment's hesitation, she gave a grim nod of confirmation. The silence that followed was broken only by the soft patter of rain and the distant rumble of thunder. Klaus took a bite of his breakfast, chewing thoughtfully before continuing. This is why, my boy, one shouldn't attempt to craft magical contracts without getting all the facts. He gestured with his fork for emphasis. Especially not with beings as old as I am. Lucien stared at his untouched food, the reality of his situation sinking. But I can forgive your oversight, Klaus added, his tone softening slightly. After your trials and tribulations, the immense spiritual and physical exhaustion you experienced. He glanced meaningfully toward Catherine. And of course, the looming prospect of losing the one person who values you above all others, however surprising it may be that dear Katerina is said person. Catherine's fingers tightened around her napkin, but she remained silent. One wouldn't be in the clearest state of mind under such circumstances, Klaus concluded, his expression almost sympathetic. The rain intensified outside, drumming against the windows with renewed vigor as if nature itself were responding to the tension in the room. Lucien finally picked up his knife, the small action somehow feeling like a concession in their unspoken battle of wills. The clink of silverware against china filled the room as they ate in silence. Rain continued its steady rhythm against the windows, occasionally punctuated by distant thunder. Lucien had finally taken a few bites of his omelette sandwich, having made one from the bread and omelette present, a small concession that seemed to please Klaus, whose smug expression had softened into something almost paternal. After several long moments of contemplation, Lucien set down his fork with deliberate care. His eyes, sharp, met Klaus's across the table. Seeming to have thought of something. There's something else that wasn't specified in the contract, Lucien said, his voice carrying a note of triumph. If permission is granted by both parties, harm isn't prohibited. Klaus paused mid-bite, his interest visibly piqued. So, Lucien continued, gaining confidence, if I give you permission to let me leave, to release you from this supposed obligation to protect me, then the contract wouldn't be violated. He straightened in his chair. And I'm granting that permission right now. The corner of Klaus's mouth twitched upward. He set down his utensils and dabbed at his lips with his napkin, taking his time before responding. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the soft tapping of Klaus's finger against the table. To Catherine this exchange was like two predators circling each other. Finally, Klaus leaned back in his chair, a look of genuine amusement spreading across his features. Yes, he acknowledged with a slight nod, that is indeed true. Lucien's expression brightened momentarily. But, Klaus continued, his voice light yet unyielding, I'm afraid I'm not giving that permission. The simple statement landed with the weight of a final judgment. Klaus picked up his teacup, taking a leisurely sip. Contracts require agreement from all parties involved, Klaus explained unnecessarily, clearly enjoying the moment. And I, as you've so cleverly pointed out, am very much involved, and free to refuse also. Lucien's jaw tightened as his brief hope collapsed. He glanced toward Catherine, whose expression held a mixture of sympathy and resignation. More tea? Klaus offered pleasantly, already reaching for the pot. Lucien set his teacup down with more force than necessary, the porcelain clinking sharply against the saucer. Okay, let's get to what's actually bothering me, Lucien said, frustration finally bleeding into his voice. Where the hell is this whole son thing coming from? Klaus raised an eyebrow but remained silent, allowing Lucien's emotions to surface. Because for your information, Lucien continued, leaning forward, I already have a dad. A very good one that I love very much, and I have absolutely zero desire or need to replace him. Catherine tensed at the sudden shift in tone, her eyes darting between Lucien and Klaus. John Winchester, Klaus said the name thoughtfully, as if testing how it felt on his tongue. Yes, a dedicated hunter. Brave man. Determined. He took another bite of his breakfast before adding, almost casually, rarely present for most of your childhood, though, wasn't he? Lucien's eyes narrowed. That's not Dash. Always putting Sam and Dean first, Klaus continued, his tone conversational despite the cutting words. The sons from his first marriage. The ones who matter most when things get difficult. You don't know what you're talking about, Lucien shot back, though something in his expression wavered. Klaus smiled slightly. Don't I? He set down his fork and folded his hands. Tell me, when was the last time John called you his first priority? When was the last time he in his heart chose you over Sam or Dean? A heavy silence settled over the table. Catherine looked uncomfortable, clearly recognizing the painful truth in Klaus's words. My relationship with my father is none of your business, Lucien finally said, his voice quieter but no less intense. Perhaps not, Klaus conceded with a slight nod. But I do find family dynamics fascinating. Take your mother, for instance. Dash. Leave my mom out of this, Lucien warned. A loving woman, certainly, Klaus continued as if Lucien hadn't spoken. Though she's always favored Adam, hasn't she? The simpler child. The one who didn't have great incomprehensible power or bring constant danger to her doorstep. Lucien's hands clenched into fists beneath the table. How could you possibly dash? And let's not forget Bobby Singer, Klaus pressed on. A surrogate father figure to many, though his special bond has always been with Dean, hasn't it? Each observation landed like a precision strike, targeting vulnerabilities Lucien had only acknowledged fully to himself. The room seemed to grow smaller as Klaus continued, his voice soft but relentless. Even Sam, who you're closest to among your brothers, keeps you at a certain distance. Loves you, certainly, but resents how your unique nature has complicated his life. Lucien stared at Klaus, a dawning realization spreading across his features. You. He began, then paused, putting the pieces together. You read my memories. The accusation hung in the air between them. Klaus neither confirmed nor denied it, merely taking another sip of his tea, his eyes never leaving Lucien's face. When you brought me here, Lucien continued, his voice barely above a whisper. After breaking your curse, you somehow accessed my memories. The rain outside had slowed to a gentle patter, the storm moving past them. What I know, Klaus finally said, setting down his cup, is that you are a remarkable young man who has never been fully appreciated by those who should value you most. His voice carried an unexpected note of sincerity. I know what it is to be the outsider in your own family, Lucien. The one who's different. The one they fear as much as they love. Catherine watched this exchange with growing unease, recognizing the dangerous territory they were entering. You don't know me, Lucien insisted, though with less conviction than before. Don't I? Klaus countered softly. The child who's never quite belonged anywhere. Too powerful for the humans who raised you. Too human and caring for the power you wield. He leaned forward slightly. Always protecting, never truly the protected. Always understanding others, never fully understood. Lucien's silence was more telling than any denial. I'm offering you something different here, Lucien. Something John Winchester, for all his virtues, can never give you. And what's that? Lucien asked, unable to keep the curiosity from his voice. Understanding, Klaus replied simply. I know what it is to walk between worlds, to carry power that others fear. To be both more and less than those around you. The silence that followed felt different from the ones before, heavier. Catherine reached across the table, her fingers lightly touching Lucien's arm in silent support. Her eyes, when they met his, held a complex mixture of concern and understanding. You still haven't answered why, Lucien said finally, his voice steadier. Why you want me as your son? Klaus smiled enigmatically. Perhaps I see something of myself in you, he offered, or perhaps I simply appreciate having someone around who can break thousand-year-old curses before breakfast. The deflection of the full truth was clear, but before Lucien could press further, Klaus rose from his chair. Speaking of which, Klaus said, smoothly changing the subject, you should finish eating. We have much to discuss about your training. Training? Lucien echoed. Of course, Klaus replied with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. If you're to be my son, we need to ensure you can properly defend yourself. Your current abilities, while impressive, are clearly underdeveloped. As Klaus turned to leave, Lucien called after him, Hey, where are you going? This conversation isn't over. Klaus paused in the doorway, glancing back over his shoulder. I would be disappointed if it were, he replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. After all, we have all the time in the world now. With that, he went out the door, but not without Lucien rising angrily from his seat, slapping the table. I'm a hunter, he yelled. I hunt things like you. There is no way in hell I will ever be your son. I don't care. Klaus amusedly yelled back. Lucien at the unexpected response was for a moment baffled, before he grit his teeth. That son of a dash, he began, before Catherine gently grabbed his arm, shaking her head. Lucien looked at her for a long moment, before he clicked his tongue, and sat back down, crossing his arms. Do tell me how you found it. So. Yeah, Klaus seems to have closed all the doors around Lucien getting away anytime soon. What do you think though? Will Lucien himself find a loophole? Or will he just have to struggle through it? Also, what do you think, will Klaus ever convince Lucien to see him as family, and will Klaus's care for Lucien grow more than his uses? I'm interested in your thoughts. I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 77, Invaluable Gift. The afternoon light slanted through tall windows, casting long shadows across the polished wooden floor of the training room. Sweat dripped from Lucien's brow as he circled his opponent, muscles coiled with tension. 2 days of training had taught him caution, if nothing else. Klaus stood opposite him, one hand casually tucked behind his back, his posture relaxed as if attending a garden party rather than a sparring session. Only his eyes betrayed his focus, ancient, calculating, missing nothing. Again, Klaus instructed, raising his right hand with index finger extended. And this time, perhaps try something I haven't seen in the last millennium. Lucien drew a steadying breath, channeling the light side of the force to enhance his reflexes. The energy flowed through him like warm water, heightening his senses and strengthening his muscles without the cold burn of the dark side's power. He launched forward, feinting left before pivoting sharply right. His right leg swept in a low arc aimed at Klaus's ankles while his left palm thrust toward the hybrid's chest, a dual attack designed to force a choice between defenses. Klaus made no choice at all. His single extended finger tapped Lucien's wrist with precision, redirecting the palm strike harmlessly past his shoulder. Simultaneously, he lifted his foot mere centimeters above the sweeping kick. Telegraphing, Klaus commented, his British accent crisp with amusement. Your eyes give away your intentions before your body moves. Unseen by Lucien, Morgana Le Fay materialized beside the windows, her form visible only to Klaus. Her dark hair cascaded over elegant modern attire, eyes sharp with interest as she observed the training. Still no death in his power, she commented mentally to Klaus. 2 days now, and not a trace of the destructive essence he used to break your curse. Klaus maintained his relaxed stance as Lucien regrouped, circling again with measured steps. Perhaps it requires proper motivation, Klaus replied silently, never taking his eyes off Lucien. Lucien attacked again, this time with a flurry of strikes, jabs, crosses, and hooks. His knuckles whistled through the air as he targeted pressure points John Winchester had taught him during countless training sessions. Klaus's finger became a blur, tapping each strike aside with minimal movement. He didn't block so much as redirect, using Lucien's momentum against him. For every ounce of force Lucien generated, Klaus returned it with maddening efficiency. Lucien's frustration mounted as another combination failed to land. He shifted tactics, grabbing a wooden training staff from a nearby rack. The weapon extended his reach, whistling through the air as he spun it in practiced arcs. Improvisation, Klaus noted with approval. Good. The staff became a blur as Lucien channeled the force through his movements. He attacked high, then low, then thrust directly at Klaus's chest, all within the span of a heartbeat. Klaus's finger intercepted each strike with precise taps that sent vibrations through the wood. On the final thrust, he redirected the staff's tip into the floor, splintering the hardwood. Wasted energy, Klaus critiqued, gesturing to the damaged floor. Power without control accomplishes nothing except property damage. Lucien yanked the staff free, breathing heavily. Sweat soaked his t-shirt, while Klaus remained pristine, not a single hair out of place. He's holding back, Morgana noted, circling the pair with ghostly steps. Using only life, as you call it. Where is the destroyer we saw? The power that unmade your mother's curse. Let's find out, Klaus replied mentally. Your father taught you well, Klaus said aloud, his tone conversational. John Winchester, soldier, hunter, absent father. Tell me, did he spend as much time teaching Sam and Dean, or were they simply more important? Lucien's jaw tightened, but he didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he launched into another attack, this time incorporating the environment. He vaulted over a training bench, using the height advantage to bring the staff down toward Klaus's shoulder. Klaus's finger met the descending staff, somehow halting its momentum entirely. The wood creaked under the opposing forces. Nothing, Morgana commented. Not even a flicker of that death energy. Curious. Klaus applied slight pressure with his finger, sending Lucien stumbling backward. The boy recovered quickly, using the force to stabilize his landing. Your control is improving, Klaus acknowledged. Yesterday you would have fallen. Lucien wiped sweat from his brow, studying Klaus for any sign of weakness. There was none. The original hybrid stood as relaxed as ever, fingers still extended, expression mildly interested at best. Changing tactics again, Lucien abandoned the staff and moved to the shadows cast by the afternoon sun. He used the light-dark contrast to mask his movements, darting between patches of shadow while launching quick strikes from changing angles. Clever, Morgana commented. Using the environment. He's adaptable. Klaus merely adjusted his position slightly, his finger finding Lucien's attacks with unerring accuracy despite the visual deception. Each time, he redirected rather than blocked, conserving energy while Lucien expended it. I wonder, Klaus mused silently to Morgana, if he's truly a hybrid like me, a being of dualities. Light and dark, creation and destruction. If so, he'd be the first of his kind I've encountered in 15 centuries, Morgana replied. Even the old gods weren't truly balanced, they always leaned toward one aspect or the other. Klaus decided to test his theory further. Your mother, he remarked casually. With you now gone, absent, having run away, do you think she actually worries for you, or is she actually deep down relieved? Lucien's rhythm faltered briefly, but he maintained his focus, refusing to tap into anger or fear. He launched into a spinning kick that would have impressed most opponents, his leg cut through the air with, fast. Klaus's finger touched Lucien's ankle mid-spin, redirecting his entire body into a controlled fall. Lucien rolled with the momentum, coming up in a defensive stance. Nothing, Morgana confirmed. Not even when you provoke him about his mother. Is it perhaps not dependent on his emotions? Or does he just have that much control over them? Quite fascinating. I cannot wait to understand it. Klaus replied mentally. The training continued for another hour, Lucien attempting increasingly creative combinations while Klaus countered each with minimal effort. Throughout, Klaus continued his subtle provocations, testing for any sign of the destructive power they'd witnessed during the curse breaking. None appeared. Lucien remained firmly anchored in the light side, his power flowing smoothly, without the pure destruction that Klaus had sensed that day. Lucien himself has chosen to do this, because he dislikes using the dark side when it is not a true battle, as well as feeling that he has been relying on it too much these days. Finally, Klaus raised his hand, signaling a pause. Enough for now, he said. You've improved. 10 minutes longer than yesterday before your form began to deteriorate. Servants entered with water, which Lucien accepted gratefully. He sank to the floor, back against the wall, breathing heavily as he drank. Klaus observed him with interest, noting the increased stamina and improved recovery time. The boy was adapting quickly. Catherine appeared briefly in the doorway, her eyes finding Lucien immediately. Her concern was evident, though she tried to mask it with casual indifference. He's fine, Katerina, Klaus said without looking at her. Run along. We're not finished. Catherine hesitated, clearly wanting to check on Lucien, but Klaus's dismissive wave sent her retreating reluctantly down the hallway. She's completely devoted to him, Morgana observed. I've never seen Catherine Pierce care about anyone but herself. People change, Klaus replied mentally. Even after 5 centuries. As Lucien recovered, Klaus maintained his distance, arms crossed as he studied the boy. Something about Lucien's power continued to elude him, a missing piece to the puzzle. Perhaps he truly is something new, Morgana suggested, circling Lucien with curious eyes. Not just a hybrid like you, vampire and werewolf, but something more fundamental. Creation and destruction, life and death, light and darkness. A small smile touched Klaus's lips. How poetic. You must be pleased, Morgana continued, a teasing note entering her mental voice. 2 days ago, we thought the similarity between you and your new son ended with shared experiences. Now it seems you're alike in nature as well, both hybrids of normally opposing forces. Klaus didn't respond, but his expression shifted slightly, thoughtful, calculating. Lucien finished his water, setting the bottle aside as he pushed himself to his feet. His muscles ached, but the force allowed him to push through the fatigue. He'd learned much in 2 days, though mostly about Klaus's fighting style rather than actual techniques. Ready to continue? Klaus asked. Lucien nodded, resuming his stance. This time, Klaus said, your objective is simple. Touch me. Once. Anywhere. He raised his finger again. I'll continue using only this. Lucien knew the challenge was nearly impossible, but he welcomed it. Every attempt taught him something new about Klaus's reflexes and patterns, knowledge he might eventually use to escape. He circled again, this time moving with deliberate slowness. If speed wouldn't work, perhaps patience would. He fainted, watching Klaus's minute reactions, cataloging them for the future. Klaus remained motionless except for his eyes, which tracked Lucien's movements. Lucien struck suddenly, not at Klaus but at a weapons rack behind him. The force pushed the rack over, sending swords and daggers clattering across the floor toward Klaus's back. Without turning, Klaus sidestepped the falling weapons. His finger remained pointed at Lucien, his expression one of mild disappointment. Indirect attacks. Better, but predictable. Lucien didn't waste breath responding. He was already moving, using the momentary distraction to close distance. His palm shot toward Klaus's chest while his foot hooked behind the hybrid's ankle, a combination designed to unbalance him. Klaus's finger touched Lucien's wrist, redirecting the palm strike. He shifted his weight slightly, avoiding the ankle hook without appearing to move at all. Closer, he acknowledged. Your timing is improving. Frustration mounted in Lucien's chest. He'd been at this for 2 days with nothing to show for it except bruises and wounded pride. The dark side called to him, promising power enough to wipe the smug expression from Klaus's face. He rejected it firmly. Using the dark side wouldn't let him improve, and he wanted to improve. He mustn't get unbalanced. He must get out of whatever situation he is in, good or bad, a benefit. Instead, he channeled his frustration into focus, analyzing the training room for advantages. The afternoon sun had shifted, casting different shadows. The fallen weapons provided obstacles Klaus would need to navigate. The damaged floor created uneven terrain. Lucien launched into his most complex attack yet, a series of strikes flowing into kicks, incorporating fallen weapons as obstacles and using the sunlight to obscure his movements. He moved with precision, each movement flowing into the next without wasting motion. For a brief moment, Klaus's expression changed, a flicker of genuine interest replacing his usual boredom. His finger moved slightly faster to counter the improved assault. There, Morgana said suddenly. Did you feel that? A momentary spike in his energy. Klaus had indeed felt it, a brief surge in Lucien's power, not quite the destructive force he'd witnessed during the curse-breaking, but something still more intense than before. The exchange continued, Lucien's attacks growing more sophisticated as he adapted to Klaus's counters. For nearly 10 minutes, they engaged in a deadly dance, Lucien attacking with everything he had, Klaus defending casually, but still precisely. Finally, Lucien attempted his most daring move yet. He feinted left, then right, then launched himself into a spinning attack that incorporated everything he'd learned about Klaus's defensive patterns. Klaus's finger moved to intercept, but Lucien had anticipated this. At the last possible moment, he altered his trajectory using the force, his hand passing mere centimeters from Klaus's shoulder. For the first time in their training, Klaus shifted his weight, a small adjustment, barely perceptible, but a concession nonetheless. His finger still intercepted Lucien's attack, but the boy had forced him to move. Enough, Klaus declared, lowering his hand. His expression revealed nothing, but Morgana's knowing smile suggested she'd caught his momentary adjustment. You're learning, Klaus acknowledged. Not quickly enough to matter, but learning nonetheless. Lucien stood breathing heavily, sweat dripping onto the floor. His muscles trembled with exhaustion, but satisfaction bloomed in his chest. He'd forced Klaus to adjust, a microscopic victory, but a victory nonetheless. We're done for today, Klaus announced. Klaus turned to leave, apparently finished with his son/student for the day. Lucien collapsed to the floor, legs finally giving out as the adrenaline ebbed. He reached for another water bottle, gulping it down as his body began cataloging various aches and pains. As Lucien sat on the training room floor, drinking water and catching his breath, he began thinking about everything, his training, the breakfasts, dinners, how Klaus treated him and the like. That question still eluded him, why does Klaus Mikaelson want him as his son? If he wants to use me, does he really need to go about it in such a roundabout way? Is that even in Klaus's character with how much pride he takes in his family, no matter how much he denies it? While thinking this, Lucien's hand around his water bottle clenched harder, compressing it, as frustration mounted. What the hell is his deal? What does he want? Suddenly, a realization began forming in his mind. Wait. Want. He wants a son. What if Klaus's motivation was simpler than he'd imagined? What if the fearsome original hybrid, for all his power and cruelty, simply wanted what had been denied him for 1,000 years, a son of his own? Vampires couldn't procreate. Klaus came from an era where lineage and legacy were everything. Though he'd most definitely tried convincing himself children didn't matter, perhaps meeting him, seeing the similarities between them, had rekindled that want. Rest well, Klaus said, moving toward the door. Your recovery time is improving, but you'll need sleep to consolidate today's lessons. As Klaus reached the doorway, Lucien called out, wait. Klaus paused, turning slightly. Yes. Lucien kept his head down, sweat-dampened hair obscuring his face. What he needed to say felt too raw. Too emotional to deliver toward someone that was basically a stranger with eye contact. You don't need to do this, you know, he said quietly. Klaus turned fully, confusion evident in his expression. Need to do what? Lucien was silent for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Then he sighed. I think I understand why you took me in like this. Klaus crossed his arms, amusement replacing confusion. Oh. And what would that be? His tone suggested he believed Lucien was attempting another angle to secure his freedom, like he's done countless times since this all began. You want a son, Lucien stated simply, still not looking up. Klaus tilted his head slightly. That's rather obvious, isn't it? Why else would I declare you my son henceforth? Lucien shook his head. No, he said, finally raising his gaze to meet Klaus's directly. You want your own son. One that actually has your blood flowing through their veins. Something shifted in Klaus's expression, a momentary stillness that suggested Lucien's words had struck deeper than intended. Before Klaus could respond, Lucien continued, you can do that now. What? Klaus asked, the single word barely audible. Lucien rose to his feet, approaching until he stood just 2 long steps away from Klaus. He met the hybrid's gaze steadily. The contract, Lucien explained. Our deal was that I would break all curses you find to your detriment. The contract was a good guide, it allowed me to sense what you found detrimental and what you didn't. Klaus remained silent, his expression unreadable. Normally, as a hybrid, Lucien continued, you actually already can have children. I can sense a natural amount of life force inside you, your own, not from feeding. It isn't enough to sustain you without human blood, but it does give you the inherent capability to create a child from a piece of your own life force. Lucien scratched his head awkwardly. Your mother put a secondary curse on you that made you incapable of having children. she didn't make it an inherent part of vampirism, so I broke it. Klaus remained perfectly still, his eyes never leaving Lucien's face. What confused me though, Lucien added, was that the contract didn't categorize the curse preventing you from having children as detrimental to you. Still, I sensed what it was doing and realized that destroying the curse would grant you more capability rather than taking capability away. That's not weakening you, not a detriment, so the contract allowed me to destroy it despite not specifically including it. Lucien suddenly realized he was rambling and stopped abruptly. Anyway, he said, you can have children of your own now, a son of your own. You don't need me. Just let me go. You don't need to protect me. Throughout Lucien's explanation, Klaus had remained utterly silent. Now, without a word, he turned away, his back to Lucien. Go, he ordered. Lucien frowned, confused by the reaction. Don't you understand? You can dash. Klaus's fist clenched suddenly, his hand trembling slightly before tightening. Lucien's eyes went wide as the movement created a wave of air that tore through the training room like a physical force. The weapons rack shattered against the wall. Training dummies toppled like dominoes. The cabinet across the room splintered, glass bottles inside rattling but miraculously remaining intact. Lucien would have been thrown backward if he hadn't instinctively enhanced his stability with the force. Go, Klaus repeated, still not turning around. I won't say it again. Confusion and concern warred in Lucien's mind, but he recognized the danger in how Klaus's was acting, and didn't want to test it out despite the contract. Slowly, he backed toward the door, then turned and walked away. His footsteps faded down the hallway, leaving Klaus alone in the damaged training room. Or seemingly alone. Morgana materialized fully behind Klaus, wrapping her arms around him in a gentle embrace. For a long moment, she said nothing, simply holding him as he stared at the opposite wall. He doesn't understand what he's done, she finally murmured, her voice soft with wonder. What kind of gift he's given you? Selflessly. Without it even being part of your contract. Klaus laughed humorlessly, stepping out of her embrace to retrieve a bottle from the damaged cabinet. He poured himself a generous measure, downing it in one swallow. The brat is of the selfless kind. The ones people call heroes, he observed, refilling his glass. A kind fool, as I call them. He moved to the couch against the wall, sinking onto it with uncharacteristic heaviness. He remained silent for a long moment as he just watched the whiskey swirl inside his glass. He surely knows from Katerina how I value my family. Even if she sees me as nothing but a control freak monster, which I am, I don't deny that, he should know from her how Rebecca and the rest have always wanted children of their own. Rebecca being the most vocal about it, of course. Klaus swirled the amber liquid in his glass. And yet, he didn't even try to use that as a bargaining chip. He didn't offer to grant this ability to my siblings in exchange for his freedom, something I could use to control Becca and the others. He took another drink. And with how selfless he is, I wouldn't be surprised if he's already planning to give that ability to the rest of them anyway. Morgana settled beside him on the couch, leaning her head against his shoulder. The boy has quite the empathy toward us, despite seeing us as monsters, things he's supposed to hunt. Probably because of his ability to sense emotions, no matter whose they are, Klaus agreed. After a long moment of silence, you know, Morgana began thoughtfully, the reason it wasn't part of your contract, that not being able to have children wasn't considered detrimental to you, is probably because you forced yourself not to even think about it for so long. It's not something you actively want deep down, because you don't allow yourself to think about it at all. Klaus didn't respond, neither confirming nor denying, just staring into his glass. Morgana watched him drink, a small smile playing at her lips. The boy didn't understand the invaluable gift he had given, one worth more than mountains of gold. Do tell me how you found it. So yeah, Klaus now knows he can have kids. This time it isn't through accidentally impregnating someone. So, yeah, I hope you all enjoyed the chapter, and I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 78, Need. Lucien trudged down the hallway, muscles aching from the training session. Klaus's dismissal still echoed in his ears, the hybrid's sudden shift from controlled mentor to barely contained fury leaving him bewildered. He reached his bedroom door, hesitating only briefly before turning the ornate handle. The room beyond was bathed in afternoon light filtering through heavy curtains, casting the luxurious space in amber hues. Catherine lay sprawled across the king-sized bed, a leather-bound book held above her face. She didn't look up as he entered, turning a page with deliberate casualness. Finally escaped the big bad wolf's clutches, she asked, her voice light with practiced nonchalance. Lucien didn't answer immediately. Instead, he crossed to the bed and collapsed face first onto the silk comforter with a groan. For a moment, he simply lay there, letting his muscles unclench. Catherine's eyes flicked to him over the edge of her book, a hint of genuine concern briefly visible before her usual mask of detached amusement slid back into place. That good, huh? She quipped. Lucien mumbled something unintelligible into the comforter before turning his head to the side. Training with an immortal hybrid who has 1,000 years of combat experience is exactly as fun as it sounds. With effort, he dragged himself fully onto the bed, crawling up until his head rested against the pillows beside her. The mattress shifted slightly under his weight as he settled in. Klaus still using just his finger? Catherine asked, turning another page. Yes, Lucien sighed. One finger. That's all he needs to completely humiliate me. Catherine's lips curved into a smirk. Well, he has had a millennium to perfect the art of humiliation. You're just giving him a new canvas. Lucien rolled his eyes, but a small smile tugged at his lips. Catherine's sardonic humor was oddly comforting in how familiar it was. He honestly was afraid she would lock herself in out of fear of Klaus. As they fell into comfortable silence, Lucien noticed something that made his brow furrow. Catherine's hands weren't quite steady as she held her book. A subtle tremor ran through her fingers, causing the pages to rustle almost imperceptibly. His eyes traveled up to her face, noticing details he'd missed at first glance. Her skin held an unusual pallor beneath her olive complexion. Her pupils seemed to dilate and contract at irregular intervals. A fine sheen of moisture dotted her hairline, sweat, on a vampire who normally didn't perspire unless extremely tired. What's wrong? He asked, pushing himself up onto his elbows. Catherine's eyes remained fixed on her book. Nothing's wrong. Just enjoying some light reading about. She glanced at the cover, 15th century agricultural practices. Fascinating stuff. Catherine. Lucien's voice carried a note of warning. Lucien, she mimicked his tone perfectly, still not meeting his eyes. He reached out, grasping her wrist gently but firmly. The book lowered, revealing her face fully. Her expression was carefully composed, but Lucien could see the strain around her eyes, the tightness in her jaw. You're trembling, he said quietly. Am I? She raised an eyebrow, the picture of innocence. Perhaps I'm overcome with excitement about crop rotation techniques. Lucien didn't smile. Instead, he tightened his grip slightly on her wrist, feeling the unnatural tremors running through it. Don't, he said, his voice dropping lower. Don't lie to me. You promised. The words hung between them, heavy. Catherine's carefully constructed expression faltered for a moment, something vulnerable flickering across her features before she could suppress it. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. For a long moment, she simply looked at him, an internal battle playing out behind her eyes. Finally, she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Ain't enough. Lucien leaned closer, not sure he'd heard correctly. What? Catherine pulled her wrist from his grasp, sitting up straighter against the headboard. When she spoke again, her voice was louder but tight with controlled frustration. It isn't enough. The blood. No matter how many bags I take from Klaus's stash, it isn't enough. For a moment Lucien didn't understand. Not enough. Why wouldn't the blood be enough? Klaus had the highest quality stuff, he wouldn't accept any less. Wait, highest quality stuff. It dawned on him. For days now, before they arrived here, he'd been allowing Catherine to feed from him regularly, sometimes even multiple times in an hour, to counteract the werewolf venom. His blood, infused with the light side of the Force, was pure life energy. Compared to that, even the richest human blood would be like water after wine, he murmured, completing the thought aloud. Catherine's laugh held no humor. More like water after heroin, her immediately knowing he understood. She set the book aside, no longer pretending to read. Her hands came to rest in her lap, where the trembling was more evident without the book to disguise it. I've been drinking human blood for 5 centuries, she said, staring down at her shaking hands. It's always been enough. More than enough. But now. You're addicted to my blood, Lucien finished for her. Catherine's jaw tightened, clearly hating the word addicted. In 5 centuries of survival, dependency on anyone or anything was a vulnerability she couldn't afford. Your blood contains just so much life, she acknowledged with a sigh of both need and frustration. My body's become accustomed to it. The threshold is too high now for regular blood to satisfy. Lucien studied her face, seeing the struggle she was trying so hard to hide. Without hesitation, he extended his wrist toward her. Here, he offered simply. Catherine's reaction was immediate and visceral. Her eyes darkened, veins appearing beneath them as her vampire features emerged unbidden. Her fangs extended partially before she caught herself, turning away sharply. No, she said, the word clipped and harsh. Catherine, you're in pain. I can help. I said no. She moved to the edge of the bed, putting distance between them. Her back was rigid, hands clenched into fists to control their trembling. Lucien sat up fully, watching her carefully. Why not? Catherine didn't answer immediately. She stood, moving to the window where she pulled the curtain aside slightly, staring out at the manicured grounds of Klaus's estate. I need to break this dependency, she finally said, her voice steadier than her hands. I've survived 5 centuries by relying on no one but myself. Lucien remained silent, sensing there was more she wasn't saying. Through the force, he could feel waves of conflicting emotions radiating from her: frustration, hunger, and something else, fear. That's not the only reason, he observed quietly. Catherine's shoulders tensed. No. Her tone was deliberately light, challenging. You're afraid you'll hurt me. The words landed in the room like physical things. Catherine remained facing the window, but Lucien saw her reflection in the glass, the brief flash of vulnerability before her mask reasserted itself. Don't flatter yourself, she replied, but the barb lacked her usual bite. Lucien slid off the bed, approaching her slowly. You're afraid that if I let you start feeding, make myself so vulnerable to you, I won't be able to protect myself in time. That you won't be able to stop. Catherine turned to face him, arms crossed defensively. I've killed thousands without a second thought, Lucien. What makes you think I'd hesitate with you? But they both knew the answer. Because you love me, Lucien said simply. Catherine didn't deny it. Instead, she looked away, jaw clenched. This addiction. She began, then paused, clearly hating the admission. I've never experienced anything like it. The hunger is different. More intense. Less controlled. You're a god, Lucien, but even gods have fallen because they made themselves vulnerable at the wrong moment. And I don't want to be yours. She paced a few steps, movements tight with restrained energy. If I lose control, You won't, Lucien interrupted. You don't know that. Catherine's voice rose slightly. I've felt the power in your blood. It's not just sustenance, it's like pure power flowing through my veins. I feel like I'm invincible, all my strengths are heightened. The pleasure, the high is. She trailed off, shaking her head. I need to break this before it gets worse. Lucien watched her for a moment, noting how she unconsciously rubbed her arms as if cold, despite vampires always feeling at a perfect comfortable temperature. Let's get out of this room, he suggested suddenly. Sitting here thinking about it won't help. Catherine looked skeptical but nodded after a moment. Fine. A distraction might help. As they moved toward the door, Lucien noticed Catherine deliberately keeping space between them. He reached out, taking her hand in his. She stiffened momentarily, then relaxed, her fingers intertwining with his. I trust you, he said quietly. Catherine didn't respond, but she didn't pull away either. They walked in silence through the mansion's ornate hallways, their footsteps muffled by thick carpets. Gilded frames housed paintings from various centuries, Klaus's collection spanning his long existence. Have you been in this part of the house before? Lucien asked as they turned down a corridor lined with medieval tapestries. Catherine shook her head. No. I've been keeping to our rooms and the dining area. Less chance of running into Klaus. Even with the contract protecting you. A sardonic smile touched her lips. 500 years of running creates habits that are hard to break. They paused before a large painting depicting a battle scene. The brushwork was distinctive, almost modern despite the medieval subject matter. Klaus painted this, Catherine said, studying it with a critical eye. He's always fancied himself an artist. Lucien glanced at her, surprised. How can you tell? The brushwork. The composition. She gestured vaguely. Also, he signed it. Bottom right corner. Lucien squinted, finding the small, elegant KM nearly hidden in the chaos of the battle scene. So he likes painting, huh? Of course, I know he paints. I remember the guy literally painting with someone's blood while talking to Elijah, saying that he finally found the correct shade of red. Just gotta act ignorant though, without outright lying. So long my force visions are heavily blocked, it's best I don't make people have wrong expectations of me. There's a lot you don't know about him, Catherine replied. Her voice took on a distant quality. I spent decades studying everything I could about the originals, their habits, their preferences, their weaknesses. Knowledge was my only weapon against them. They continued walking, coming upon a music room filled with instruments from various eras, a grand piano, violins, even what appeared to be an ancient lute. Catherine approached the lute, her fingers hovering over its strings without touching them. I played one of these. In the 16th century. Really? Lucien asked, genuinely surprised. She nodded, a distant look in her eyes. Music was one of the few constants through the centuries. Styles changed, but the comfort remained the same. Her hand trembled visibly as she reached for the instrument. Lucien noticed her swallow hard, her composure slipping momentarily. Lucien bit the inside of his cheek. He agreed with Catherine. He understood that she was right, that her addiction to his blood isn't probably the best thing for her right now. But Catherine, he said softly, extending his wrist again. Please. Just a little. Her hurting was just painful. He internally realized that it was selfish, that her hurting like this was hurting him, so he wanted her to stop hurting, even if it cost her control over herself to him, but he just couldn't care less about that right now. He almost let out a hysterical chuckle at the thought. Who knew, Catherine Pierce, who I around 3 weeks ago wanted to fry with lightning, would become someone I would instinctively care so much about. If any monster bastard told me before this all happened, I would have slapped their head off for even saying it with how much I hated her. As she looked at his wrist, her eyes filled with need, but she quickly shook her head firmly, stepping away from both him and the loot. No. I need to break this, not feed it. They continued their exploration, finding themselves in a vast gallery. Portraits lined the walls, faces from different centuries, all captured with remarkable skill. Catherine paused before one depicting a young woman in Renaissance clothing, her expression solemn. I remember her, Catherine said quietly. From 1492. One of Klaus's favorites. She didn't survive his attention. When I first saw it, I thought it was a nightmare. He compelled me to forget. But well, once you become a vampire, all compulsions when you're human break, and I remembered. Lucien studied Catherine's emotions and the portrait, noting the fear barely hidden behind the woman's composed expression. You're thinking that you could have been her? Yes. Catherine's voice was distant. When I met Klaus, he didn't let anyone get close to me. Didn't want me to have any relations with anyone, which I later realized was because he didn't want complications when the time came. If I hadn't run. If I hadn't become what I am. I would have ended dead, drained completely of my blood, while he loomed over my empty corpse. Like her. They stood silently for a long moment. Then they once more moved through the gallery. Lucien noticed Catherine's symptoms worsening. The tremors in her hands had intensified. Sweat beaded more visibly on her forehead. Occasionally, she would wince as if in pain. They came upon an alcove with a window seat overlooking the gardens. Catherine sank onto the cushioned bench, clearly needing a moment to compose herself. It's getting worse, Lucien observed, sitting beside her. Catherine didn't deny it. It will pass. Eventually. Or you could just dash. No. The word was firm, final. Lucien studied her face. Why are you putting yourself through this? He asked as he gently put his palm against her face, moving to cup her chin, raising her head to look him in the eyes. Are you that afraid of me using this to have control over you? Catherine just looked up at him, silent for a long moment. She turned her head to stare away out into the gardens, Lucien letting her go. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft. It's not that. As I said, you're my god. You having control over me is a given. The gods are all like that. They can be wrathful, controlling, lustful. When I first found out about you, I made my peace with all of it. No matter how wrathful you were, how controlling, how lustful, so long as you kept me at your side, safety, at peace. I still am okay with it. She fell silent once more for a long moment, thinking, her tongue feeling tied, trying to come up with the words, before finally turning to look at him directly. 5 centuries. For 5 centuries, I've never cared enough about anyone to worry about hurting them. She told him. I've used people, manipulated them, killed them when necessary. It never mattered to me. She reached out with trembling fingers, touching his face lightly. But you. I can't bear the thought of hurting you. And that terrifies me more than Klaus ever could. The admission hung in the air between them, raw and honest in a way Catherine Pierce rarely allowed herself to be. Their moment was interrupted by sudden movement in the hallway. Servants rushed past, their steps hurried. What's happening? Lucien asked, rising from the window seat. Catherine stood as well, her body immediately tensing. Even in her weakened state, centuries of survival instincts kept her alert to potential threats. Klaus appeared at the end of the hallway, his expression unreadable as he took in the sight of them holding hands. If he noticed, he made no comment. We have a guest arriving, he announced, his tone revealing nothing. An important one. Lucien and Catherine exchanged glances. Who? Lucien asked. Klaus merely smiled enigmatically. Come and see. They followed him toward the mansion's entrance, Catherine's grip on Lucien's hand tightening perceptibly. Despite her weakened state, she kept her posture straight, her expression carefully composed as they entered the grand foyer. Servants moved around them, making final adjustments to the already immaculate space. Fresh flowers had appeared in crystal vases. Candles were being lit despite the afternoon sun still streaming through tall windows. Quite the welcome, Lucien observed, glancing at Klaus. Family deserves nothing less, Klaus replied cryptically. Catherine's hand suddenly gripped Lucien's almost painfully. Her entire body had gone rigid, her eyes fixed on the massive front doors as they began to swing open. Lucien sensed a surge of emotions from her, not fear, as he might have expected, but a complex mixture of resentment, contempt, and something like vindication. Sunlight spilled into the foyer as the doors fully opened, silhouetting the figure standing on the threshold. Elijah Mikaelson. He stood perfectly still, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit that seemed at odds with the modern world outside. His expression remained composed as he took in the scene before him, until his gaze fell on Catherine. For the briefest moment, surprise flickered across his features before his mask of control reasserted itself. Klaus stepped forward, arms spread in a welcoming gesture. "Big brother," he said, a smile spreading across his face. "Welcome home. Do tell me how you found it. I hope you guys like Lucien and Catherine focus of this chapter, and more of Lucien's kind of selfishness and more of his possessiveness showing. Do tell me what you thought of it. So, Elijah is here. The noble one. He who is called, honorable. I hope you guys are excited. Hope to see you all later. Bye." Chapter 79, Something You Asked For. Hello everyone. Hope you all are enjoying the FIC. Some time ago, I read a comment about what the hierarchy of the world is. I saw a decent amount of likes on it, so decided to give it. But before that though, I wanted to explain a certain something shortly, hope you guys don't mind. Something I reckon I should have better emphasized. The thing you my dear readers need to know about Catherine is that she is a vampire that has basically been for 5 centuries, always 5 steps ahead of everyone, has for every situation a contingency and the like. Last chapter though something unexpected happened, she became addicted to Lucien's blood. This of course rattles her, because, the problem isn't that she is losing control to Lucien, since she has already decided to submit to him, it is, that it isn't her choice. Catherine chose to take Lucien as her god. She chose to submit to him. She chose to give him full authority over her life, based on his preferences, his desires, no matter what they may be. Be it he is lustful, she's seen through the ages countless powerful men have dozens of women, be they gods or kings, wrathful, controlling, etc. She doesn't care. In exchange for him loving her, being in love with her, giving her absolute peace and safety in a world where gods and demons and monsters roam around. Now, last chapter though, because her situation wasn't her choice, and it rattled her, she for a moment fell back into old habits. Be it deflection, humor, threats, asking Lucien why he thinks she'd hesitate to kill him by drinking him dry, a false threat, as she is in love with him, etc. Hope that explained it. Now, keep in mind this is sheer power, and abilities. No strategy involved. This does not mean the ones above the other ones necessarily in all circumstances win. Just in most common ones they would. Hierarchy. Here goes. 1. Full potential Lucien Winchester. 2. God/Chuck. 3. Amara/the Darkness. 4. Death/Void. 5. Raphael, True Vessel, Lucien Winchester plus Horn of Denial. 6. Michael, True Vessel, Dean plus boosted by Heaven, equals Lucifer, True Vessel, Sam, plus Demon Blood Power Boost plus boosted by Hell. 7. Michael, True Vessel, Dean, equals Lucifer, True Vessel, Sam, plus Demon Blood Power Boost, equals Raphael, Substitute Vessel plus Horn of Denial. 8. Gabriel, True Vessel, Adam. 9. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse, besides death, conquest, war, famine, pestilence. 10. Leviathans, the primordial hunger/princes of Hell/Eve, mother of monsters Eve/Cain. 11. Alphas, first beasts. 12. Other extremely old fuckers, including Silas, the first witches, Ketsia, etc. And somewhere then down here are the originals. Yeah, sorry, I'd be here all day if I listed all of them. Besides, this should be enough to show where everyone is. Well, hope you guys enjoyed reading this, see you all hopefully soon. Bye. Chapter 80, Blood and Brotherhood. Klaus stood at the doorway, arms spread wide in welcome as Elijah entered. His smile was genuine, eyes bright with anticipation at seeing his brother after so long. Elijah. At last you grace us with your presence. Elijah remained rigid, his gaze cold and assessing. He made no move toward Klaus's offered embrace, his posture a stark contrast to his brother's open stance. The servants who had been arranging flowers in crystal vases silently retreated, a practiced routine born of fear. Klaus's arms slowly lowered, though his smile remained fixed. Not one for reunions, I see. Some things never change. I'm not here for games, Klaus. Elijah's voice cut through the tension, formal and clipped. Your letter claimed our siblings aren't lost. After you led me to believe they were at the bottom of the ocean. Klaus sighed dramatically, turning away to walk deeper into the elegantly appointed room. Crystal chandeliers cast dancing shadows across imported rugs and antique furniture, all evidence of Klaus's expensive taste and his need to surround himself with beautiful things. And here I thought we could enjoy a drink first, reminisce about old times. Klaus gestured toward a decanter of amber liquid on a side table. Elijah's patience visibly thinned, his normally composed demeanor showing the first hairline cracks. Where are they, Klaus? Klaus paused, turned back with an enigmatic smile, and simply pointed downward. A moment of confusion crossed Elijah's face, quickly replaced by realization. Without warning, he lifted his fist and punched through the floor with great strength. Wood splintered, plaster fell, and the flooring collapsed into a hidden chamber below. Elijah jumped down without hesitation, landing gracefully despite the violence of his entry. Klaus followed with casual ease, touching down softly in the darkness. Catherine and Lucien looked at one for a moment before Lucien just shrugged and he jumped down, followed by Catherine. I just finished renovating, Klaus remarked dryly, gesturing at the destroyed ceiling above them. Your timing is impeccable as always. Elijah ignored him, focused solely on what lay within the hidden chamber. With a snap of his fingers, he conjured a floating orb of fire that illuminated the darkness, casting an orange glow across 3 coffins arranged in the center of the room. For a brief moment, Elijah's composure faltered, his eyes widened almost imperceptibly, a slight tremor passing through his hand. He approached the first coffin slowly, opening it to reveal Rebecca, perfectly preserved, the dagger still embedded in her chest. His hand hesitantly reached out, gently stroking her face with the back of his finger. The complex emotions crossing his face, relief, sorrow, hope, were visible for just an instant before he schooled his features once more. As Elijah reached for the dagger, Klaus instantly appeared beside him, grabbing his wrist. Perhaps we can awaken our dear little sister after we've had our chat, Klaus suggested, his tone light but his grip firm. We could do without her, noise. Elijah yanked his wrist free, though Klaus had already begun to release him. Their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills for a long moment before Elijah gave a curt nod. Lead the way. Klaus pressed a hidden mechanism in the wall, revealing a staircase to a room different from the one whose hole Elijah had created. With mock gallantry, Klaus bowed slightly and extended his hand. After you, brother. Elijah ascended the stairs, his back straight and shoulders tense, never fully turning away from Klaus. Finally, all 4 were in an elegantly appointed dining room. Klaus and Elijah sat opposite each other at a heavy mahogany table, like chess opponents waiting for the first move. Lucien was seated also, positioned at Klaus's right, something not lost on Elijah, with how much it meant. Catherine though simply stood behind Lucien. The silence stretched between the brothers, heavy with tension. Klaus remained relaxed yet alert, while Elijah sat perfectly still, his gaze never wavering. After what felt like hours, Lucien broke the silence, clearing his throat awkwardly. So, how long are you 2 going to stare at each other? It's kind of getting uncomfortable. Once more for a long moment there was just silence, before Klaus chuckled, surprising Elijah with his genuine amusement. The boy has a point, brother. Perhaps we should get to the matter at hand. Elijah's expression remained impassive, but internally he reassessed the situation. Klaus's familiarity with the boy was unexpected. You called me here, Klaus. You changed the status quo. Elijah's words were measured, precise. The explanation should come from you. Why make me believe our siblings were lost at sea? Why make me stand against you? Why contact me only now? Klaus was silent for a moment before he spoke. What's changed, brother, is this boy right here. Gesturing with his hand to Lucien. His voice softened slightly. It is he who made it all possible, he said as he reached over and affectionately ruffled Lucien's hair. Don't do that, Lucien muttered, though his annoyance seemed performative rather than genuine, not truly caring much about his hair being ruffled, just not wanting to seem like he's giving in to the hybrid. I've told you not to do that. Klaus simply ignored his protest. Made what possible? Elijah asked, curiosity finally breaking through his controlled facade. Everything. Klaus leaned forward, his eyes suddenly changing from their normal blue to a brilliant gold, the veins beneath them darkening. Elijah startled, his composure breaking completely. Is that Dash? Indeed, Klaus interrupted with a triumphant grin. Mother's curse is broken. Elijah quickly regained control, his back straightening. How? Because of Lucien. Klaus' gaze for a moment turned to the boy. He has a rare gift. The ability to erase things from existence. Particularly in this situation, magic. Elijah's face remained carefully neutral, but his mind raced at what this meant. Such an ability was only the stuff of myth and legends, even in their 1,000 years of existence, they had never encountered it, until now that is. More concerning though. This boy could actually potentially kill them. Elijah's eyes grew fractionally colder. Klaus seeing this placed his arm protectively around Lucien's shoulders and tightened his hold, drawing the boy slightly closer. Is he one of your many subjects you've taken in over the years? Elijah asked carefully. No. Klaus's voice was firm, definitive. This boy here is my son. Silence fell over the room, heavy with the weight of Klaus's declaration. Elijah's eyes went wide for a moment. Klaus has never, ever, called another verbally his son. No matter who he took in, not even Marcellus, who he actually treated as a son. As Elijah processed this information, he for the first time decided to truly look at the boy, not as a potential threat or pawn of his brother, but as someone. As simply a person. What he saw surprised him, a bone-deep tiredness in one so young, shoulders bearing the weight of sorrows beyond his years. Yet beneath it all a kindness that Elijah had only seen a few times over his long life. How did this come to be? Elijah finally asked. Klaus shrugged. The boy is close with Katerina, he said, pointing with his thumb at Catherine behind Lucien. She was bitten with werewolf venom while protecting him. So the boy, against all advice, sought me out on his own. Found a way to communicate with me without anyone's help, made a deal, and broke my curse, in exchange for my blood, it being the cure as you know. Lucien crossed his arms over his chest. You forgot the part where you kidnapped me afterward and are using technicalities in our contract to keep me here. His eyes narrowed. A freaking hunter's son. Like, who the hell takes in a kid whose sole job is to hunt what they are? Details, Klaus dismissed with a wave of his hand. You have the finest accommodations, the best tutor, me, and more freedom than most children your age. Hardly a prison, wouldn't you agree? That's not the point and you know it, Lucien muttered, annoyed as he uncrossed his arms, and leaning his head and hands onto the table. Elijah observed this exchange with growing interest. He had never seen Klaus so at ease, so peaceful. In all their centuries together, his brother had always been coiled tight with paranoia and rage, ready to lash out at the slightest provocation. Yet here he sat, calmly bantering with a child who spoke to him with a familiarity and lack of fear that was unprecedented. And it was all because of this boy. Elijah's attention suddenly shifted as an unexpected scent reached him, blood. But not ordinary blood. This was rich, powerful in ways that forced even him to compose himself. His gaze darted to the source, the white tablecloth slowly turning red beneath Lucien's right palm. Klaus's, also seeing it, expression instantly hardened, a flash of anger darkening his features. Lucien simply looked up down at his bleeding palm. Seriously, he sighed, as he put his face back onto the table, murmuring. Not again. Catherine though instantly looked visibly ill, her face becoming paler. She forced her stance to straighten, trying to turn around and run when her eyes changed, veins darkening beneath her skin. She suddenly lost control. Hurrah! With a hungry roar, she launched herself toward Lucien. Lucien himself, always the paranoid one, never letting the force up, at that very instant was already turning around, palm instantly extended in Catherine's direction, ready to push her back with the force, when suddenly at the last possible moment, her eyes widened as she realized what she was doing and diverted her trajectory, slamming herself against the wall with enough force to crack the plaster. Klaus himself, moved with blinding speed, grabbing Catherine by the throat and pinning her face first against the table. What the hell do you think you're doing, he snarled. Let her go. Lucien shouted immediately, jumping to his feet. She tried to attack you. Klaus's grip tightened. Can't you fucking see it? She isn't herself. Lucien countered fiercely. She stopped herself. Let her go, Klaus, the words just shooting out of his mouth. The standoff between them was electric, neither willing to back down. For a long moment there was only the sounds of Catherine's hisses of hunger and pain, as she was pinned onto the table, Klaus at her side, hand on her throat. Finally, he released Catherine with obvious reluctance. Lucien immediately went to her side, helping her into his chair and hovering over her with concern. Are you okay? He asked softly, but Catherine's gaze remained fixed on his bleeding palm. Lucien's expression softened into something sad yet tender. He offered his palm to her. Drink. It's okay. His smile was gentle. I already told you it's okay. Catherine hesitated, shame visible in her eyes. No, she shook her head, grabbing it. She closed her eyes, trying to force her teeth back in, but her vampire face wasn't going away, no matter how much she tried to pull it back. No, 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 she muttered as she dug her fingers into her head, causing it to bleed, shaking her head even more fiercely. Catherine, stop, Lucien softly ordered her. But she wasn't stopping. She was constantly murmuring no's, digging and even beginning to scratch her fingers into her head, shaking it also, causing blood to begin to fly everywhere. She hastily tried to stand up and run, but Lucien immediately caught her with the force and grabbed her wrists. Catherine, look at me, he began again, still trying to be gentle. No, no, and dash. Catherine, Lucien interrupted, this time his tone a bit firmer. But it still didn't work, as she just wouldn't stop. Katerina. Lucien finally yelled, enhancing his voice a bit with the force, using her birth name, causing it to echo inside the entire mansion, immediately freezing her in shock. I said, stop, he gently continued after a moment of silence, finally pulling her hands off her head. He, uncaring for the two originals watching, took her into his chest, hugging her. As her mouth was near his neck, her eyes widened, causing her to try and pull away, but in this frenzied, hungry state, Lucien simply was far more in control over his strength, stronger, and held her still. Shoo, it's okay. It's okay. Drink. Just drink. Catherine, no longer able to resist, a tear, one unseen by both originals, her face eyes hidden against Lucien's shoulder, slid down her eyes in shame at such a loss of control over herself, as she finally raised her head enough to bring her mouth to his neck and bite. Finally, she drank. The whole place was silent, the only sounds, Lucien's gently shoo's rubbing Catherine's back, and her drinking. Finally, when Catherine finished, she looked around, her face burning with embarrassment. Lucien, not wasting any time, quickly took her hand in both of his. We're going to our room, he announced to Klaus, turning to face the original hybrid, his tone brooking no argument. You can't expect me to let you leave with a thirsty vampire alone, do you? Klaus's voice was tight with concern. Especially one who, for some reason, can't control herself. I can take care of myself, Lucien stated firmly. I've faced worse things than a slightly hungry vampire. Especially one who loves me and I love in turn. Klaus's jaw clenched at the mention of worse things, a shadow passing over his features that Elijah found curious. Without another word, Lucien led Catherine from the room, their hands still linked. Silence fell between the brothers after their departure. Elijah studied Klaus, noting the subtle changes in his demeanor, the protectiveness, the genuine concern, the flashes of paternal instinct that seemed so foreign on his brother's face. That boy. Elijah began, then paused, unsure how to continue. Is being reckless, Klaus finished for him. His expression calmed slightly, as he forced composure. Come, brother. Our siblings are waiting. Klaus began walking toward the door without turning around. Elijah hesitated briefly, processing all he had witnessed and learned. His gaze for a moment lingered on the blood stain on the white tablecloth. He rose and approached it, standing over it. He for a moment reached for it, touching it, his finger reddened as it became coated in blood. He sniffed it, the smell was good. Delicious even. Intoxicating in ways he couldn't really describe. He neared his finger near his mouth, opening it slightly, thinking to taste it. Elijah. Klaus's voice echoed from the hallway. Stop your brooding and come along already. My patience is wearing thin, causing Elijah to immediately stop. The elder original picked out his handkerchief in his breast pocket, dug his finger into it, cleansing it of the blood, and pushed it slightly into the pool of blood into the table for it to etch into the cloth, and soon put it back into his pocket, one of his slant ones. He'll think about whether to take a taste or not later. Finally, he began walking towards where Klaus went off. Do tell me how you found it. Yeah, Catherine for a moment, kinda lost control. Lucien handled it though. Do tell me how you found everyone's interactions. Also. What do you think Elijah will do with Lucien's blood? Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 81, Drowning. 1 month since Lucien leaving. The midnight highway stretched endlessly ahead, a ribbon of black cutting through the Nebraska plains. Sam gripped the steering wheel of his newly purchased sedan, knuckles white against the dark leather. The car was reliable but unremarkable, chosen specifically because it wouldn't draw attention. Paid for with Catherine money, from the credit card she left. 1 month. Lucien had been gone for 1 month. Headlights briefly illuminated a faded road sign, Hastings, 15 miles. Another anonymous town, another dead end. Sam's bloodshot eyes burned from too many sleepless nights, his tall frame hunched with exhaustion. At 18, he shouldn't have had the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders, yet here he was. Going off on his own, despite how much his dad and Dean tried to convince him of otherwise. The phone on the passenger seat lit up. Kate's name flashed on the screen, the third call today. Sam's hand hovered over it before he hit the speaker button, unable to bring himself to actually answer. Sam, it's Kate again. Her voice filled the car's interior, strained but steady. Bobby found something in one of his old journals about tracking spells that might help us find Lucien. I've been up all night translating the text. Call me back when you can. A pause, then her voice softened. Elena's having nightmares about what happened in Mystic Falls. I'm worried about her, but I don't want to miss anything that could help us find Lucien. Sam's jaw tightened as Kate's voice trailed off. The unspoken words hung in the air, she was being torn in 2 directions, trying to care for her newly adopted children while desperately searching for her son. The voicemail ended. Sam didn't call back. Instead, he pulled into the gravel parking lot of the Rusty Nail, a dilapidated bar that had seen better decades. The blue sedan looked out of place among the pickup trucks and motorcycles, but Sam didn't care. He needed a drink. He needed to stop thinking, just for a little while. The bar's interior hit him with a wall of sound and smell, classic rock from a jukebox, stale beer, cigarette smoke clinging to every surface despite state laws. Sam ducked his head instinctively as he entered, a habit from growing too tall too fast. At 6'4", he towered over most patrons, drawing unwanted attention despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous. "Whiskey," he told the bartender, a weathered man with arms like tree trunks. "Neat." The man raised an eyebrow at Sam's youthful face but didn't ask for ID. In places like this, questions weren't welcome. "Rough night?" the bartender asked, sliding the glass across the scarred wooden counter. Sam didn't answer, just handed over a 20 and took his drink to a corner booth with line of sight to all exits. Old habits. From his jacket, he pulled out a leather-bound journal similar to his father's but newer. The pages were filled with his meticulous handwriting, notes about Lucien's disappearance, maps marked with red X's where leads had gone cold, newspaper clippings about strange weather patterns that might indicate supernatural activity. He flipped to a page with a crude drawing of a lightning storm and what appeared to be a hotel. Reports had filtered through hunter channels about a lot of destruction found outside a roadside hotel in South Dakota. Trevor and them had gotten there first and been the ones who had cleaned it all up. The official story though was something about a gas leak. The whiskey burned down his throat, a welcome distraction from the memories that wouldn't leave him alone. "I don't blame you one bit that you love Dean and Dad more than me." Lucien's words from their last real conversation haunted Sam more than any ghost ever could. He signaled the bartender for another drink. As the second whiskey arrived, exhaustion began to pull at Sam's consciousness. He hadn't slept more than 3 hours at a stretch in weeks. His eyelids grew heavy, the bar's sounds becoming distant as his head nodded forward. No. Not again. But it was too late. The nightmare had him. A blood-red sun hung suspended in a sickly yellow sky. Below, an ocean of crimson stretched to the horizon, thick and viscous. Sam found himself floating above the scene, an incorporeal observer to the horror below. Lucien floated in the blood ocean, his small form barely keeping afloat. His brother looked so young, so vulnerable, just a 13-year-old boy with a burden no child should bear. Above him hovered a monstrous figure with the head of a jaguar, Tezcatlipoca, the god from Mystic Falls, dangling Elena's limp form from one massive hand. And then Sam heard it. Not with his ears, but directly in his mind. Lucien's thoughts, crystal clear as if they were his own. "I'm tired. So tired. I want to go home." Sam tried to move, to reach his brother, but found himself paralyzed, forced to only witness. Why can't this be someone else's problem? Why is it always on me to save everyone, or bring them all into danger? Why can't I just be a normal kid? Sam wanted to scream, to tell Lucien none of this was his fault, but no sound emerged. Can't I just let this one go? Can't this be someone else's problem? Would death really be so bad? No, Sam thought desperately. No, Lucien, don't think that. Elena will probably go to heaven, me though. I'm probably gonna go to hell, with how much evil should I bring to my family? The raw self-hatred in his brother's thoughts made Sam's soul ache. God probably hates me. I've caused so much harm to my family. Sam, Dean, and Dad constantly nearly die because of me. Mom and Adam can no longer have normal life because of me. Each thought was a knife twisting in Sam's chest. Sam can't get out of this shithole life, because of me. Sam tried again to reach forward, to grab his brother from the blood, but remained frozen in place. Dad can't get peace by focusing on hunting yellow eyes. I just bring so many problems, so why just not give up? Lucien began to sink deeper into the crimson ocean, his small form disappearing beneath the surface. From the depths, monstrous versions of the Winchester family emerged, distorted, horrifying caricatures with elongated limbs and gaping maws. They reached for Lucien, trying to drag him down. Something shifted in Lucien's expression. A realization dawned as he looked at Elena's limp form. Sam could feel his brother's thoughts changing, determination replacing despair as Lucien considered what would happen to Elena's soul if he gave up, that perhaps she would become like these things, rather than get the peace she deserved. With renewed purpose, Lucien burst from the blood ocean, flying upward toward Tezcatlipoca. The god's jaguar face contorted in surprise as Lucien's fist connected with his jaw. In retaliation, the deity's massive jaws clamped down on Lucien's left hand, severing it at the wrist, causing the boy to roar in agony. Hey! Sam jerked awake with a strangled gasp, knocking over his glass. Whiskey spilled across the table, dripping onto his jeans. Several patrons turned to stare, but quickly lost interest when Sam steadied himself. You okay there, buddy? The bartender called. Sam nodded, not trusting his voice. His heart hammered against his ribs, the nightmare's images still vivid behind his eyes. With trembling hands, he signaled for another drink. As the fresh whiskey arrived, Sam became aware of voices from a corner booth. 3 men, speaking low but not low enough to escape his unnaturally sharp hearing. Lightning storm like nothing I've ever seen, one was saying. Hundreds of monster corpses. Some hunters apparently covered it up, but word gets around. And you're saying a kid caused all that? a second voice asked, skeptical. That's what Pamela said. She's got the sight, you know. Said she saw past echoes of time, whatever the hell that means. Sam's attention sharpened, his hunter instincts cutting through the alcohol haze. Cursed by some piece of shit gods, apparently, the first man continued. Draws monsters to him like moths to a flame. Poor kid, the second voice said. Can't imagine being marked like that. Yeah, agreed the first. Damned rough luck. The third man, who had been silent until now, spoke with a harder edge. If you ask me, the kid should just be put down. Sam's blood ran cold. What the hell, Marcus, the second man hissed. We're talking about a kid here. Yeah, a kid who's a monster magnet, Marcus replied. A kid who can apparently summon fucking lightning and kill 100 monsters at once. The kid's a walking bomb. Sam's hand tightened around his glass as he strained to hear every word. A kid shouldn't have that much power, Marcus continued. Psychic or not, and I already am iffy about those freaks, now one wherever he goes just draws monsters. What if some poor bastards get eaten on the way these monsters are drawn from, huh? The monsters were in a fucking frenzy. That's not the kid's fault, the first man argued. The supernatural is at risk of being exposed to the world because of this kid, Marcus insisted. And besides, I'm not the only one thinking this. There's already an agreement between some groups of hunters that if they found the kid, they should just mercy kill him. Sam's vision tunneled, rage building with each word. They were talking about a child. His brother. Lucien. Hell, Marcus continued, taking a swig of beer, if the kid was in front of me right now, I would just point the gun at his face, and shoot. It's better that way for him and every Odash. Sam moved before conscious thought caught up with him. One moment he was seated in his booth, the next he was standing over their table, his fist connecting with Marcus's jaw with a sickening crack. The hunter flew backward, chair splintering as he crashed into the wall. What the foo dash, the second hunter began, but Sam was already moving. The first hunter reached for a weapon, but Sam caught his wrist, twisting until bones ground together. The men howled in pain as Sam drove him face first into the table. The second hunter swung a broken bottle at Sam's head. Sam ducked with surprising speed, the glass whistling harmlessly past his ear. He responded with an uppercut that lifted the men off his feet. Around them, patrons scattered. Tables overturned as the fight spilled across the bar. Sam moved with a fluid grace that surprised even himself, his body responding beyond how he normally is, especially with how bad he's been treating his body lately. Marcus had recovered, blood streaming from his nose as he launched himself at Sam. Sam sidestepped, grabbing the man by his jacket and using his momentum to slam him into the jukebox. Glass shattered as music died mid-chord. That's enough, the bartender bellowed, pumping a shotgun for emphasis. The sound momentarily broke through Sam's rage. He stood in the center of destruction, chest heaving, surrounded by broken furniture and spilled drinks. All of you, out, the bartender ordered, aiming the shotgun at the ceiling. Two burly patrons grabbed Sam by the arms while others collected the dazed hunters. They were unceremoniously shoved through the door into the parking lot. Rain had begun to fall, cold drops hitting Sam's flushed skin. But the forced exit hadn't cooled his fury. The moment the door closed behind them, he was moving again. Marcus had barely regained his footing when Sam's fist caught him in the solar plexus, driving the air from his lungs. The other hunters tried to flank Sam, but he moved with uncanny awareness, as if he could sense their positions without looking. The first hunter charged, but Sam pivoted, using the man's momentum to send him sprawling across the hood of a parked car. The second swung a heavy flashlight that connected with Sam's shoulder. Sam barely registered the impact, responding with a blow that sent the men staggering. Rain slicked the pavement, turning the parking lot treacherous. Sam used it to his advantage, maintaining perfect balance while his opponent struggled for footing. He kicked Marcus's legs out from under him, sending the hunter crashing onto his back. One hunter pulled a knife. Sam caught his wrist mid-strike, twisting until the weapon clattered to the ground. With a move John had never taught him, Sam flipped the man over his shoulder, slamming him into the pavement. The second hunter recognized the technique. Winchester, he gasped, eyes widening with recognition. Sam didn't respond, just drove his knee into the man's sternum, leaving him gasping in a puddle. Marcus had managed to get to his knees, reaching for an ankle holster. Sam moved fast, stomping on the man's wrist. Bones crunched beneath his boot. "You son of a bitch!" Marcus screamed, cradling his broken wrist. Sam grabbed him by the throat, lifting him with one hand until his feet dangled above the ground. The hunter's eyes bulged with fear and confusion at Sam's strength. "That kid," Sam said, his voice deadly quiet, "is my brother." Recognition dawned in Marcus's eyes, followed by terror. Sam dragged all three hunters behind the bar, away from prying eyes. From his pocket, he produced zip ties, standard hunter equipment, and secured them to a chain-link fence. Rain washed blood from Sam's knuckles as he crouched before the bound men. His face was a mask of cold fury, eyes burning with an intensity that made even hardened hunters flinch. The psychic, Sam demanded. Who is she? Where can I find her? Go to hell, Marcus spat, blood mixing with rain on his face. Sam pressed a knife to the man's throat. You were talking about killing my 13-year-old brother. Trust me when I say, you don't want to test me right now. The first hunter, seeing the dangerous edge in Sam's eyes, spoke up. Pamela Barnes. Lives outside of Sedalia, Missouri. What else do you know? Sam pressed, the knife still at Marcus's throat. Who else is looking for him? There's talk, the second hunter admitted. Word spreading through hunter networks about a kid who draws monsters. Some think he's the Antichrist. And these hunter groups planning to kill him. I've heard Gordon Walker's putting together a team, the first hunter said. He specializes in unusual cases. Sam's jaw tightened. Gordon Walker's reputation preceded him, ruthless, efficient, with an especially black and white view of the supernatural. Tell me everything, Sam demanded, rain streaming down his face as thunder rumbled in the distance. Every detail, every rumor, every location. Now. The hunters exchanged glances, recognizing that they were in deep shit. Start talking, Sam said, his voice barely audible above the rain, or I swear to God, I'll show you what a real monster looks like. Do tell me how you found it. I decided to focus on Sam a bit. Well, it seems some hunters are after Lucien. Do tell me, what do you think is going on? Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 82, Revelations. Rain pattered against the windows of Bobby Singer's house. Trevor Belmont sat alone in the cluttered library, surrounded by stacks of ancient books. The room smelled of old leather, dust, and the faint metallic tang of protective sigils painted beneath the floorboards. Trevor rubbed his eyes, gritty from hours of reading texts on Aztec deities and blood curses. The lamp beside him cast a warm circle of light that failed to reach the room's corners, leaving them in shadow. Outside, dusk was settling, transforming the salvage yard into a labyrinth of twisted metal silhouettes. He reached for his beer, cheap, American, and barely cold, taking a swig before returning to a particularly dense passage about Tezcatlipoca's curse marks. The text blurred before his eyes. Useless, he muttered, pushing the book away. The house felt unnaturally quiet with Kate, Dean, Elena, and Jeremy gone for groceries, an excuse, Trevor knew, to get the kids outside for a while. Adam was napping upstairs, leaving only John and Bobby somewhere in the house, likely poring over their own research. Trevor stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the wooden floor. He paced the length of the library, rolling his shoulders to release the tension that had settled there. His fingers traced the spines of books as he passed, grimoires, bestiaries, journals from hunters long dead. So much knowledge, yet nothing that could help them find Lucien. His mind drifted to the night Lucien left, 1 month ago. The memory was still sharp, painful in its clarity. If you're determined to go, at least take me with you, he said. I joined you all to kill Dracula, anyway. I'm not part of the family, kid, you don't need to protect me. Lucien had paused then, looking back at Trevor with eyes that seemed too tired for his young face. You haven't realized it yet, have you? Lucien had asked, his voice soft. Despite how short you've been with us, you've already risked your life, and helped us time and time again, without asking for anything back. You've already become part of this family. The words had struck Trevor. Family. How long had it been since he'd had one of those? Since his father and sister. Trevor shook his head, banishing the thought. He took another swig of beer, grimacing at its warmth. The only contact they'd had with Lucien since that night was a single phone call to Dean, brief and cryptic. Trevor had been there when it happened, had seen Dean's face transform from hope to distress in seconds. I'm safe, Lucien had said, his voice different somehow, more mature, more resolved. I need you to let me go. I can't be with you while this mark is on me. Dean had argued, demanded, finally pleaded, but Lucien remained firm. When the call ended, Dean had hurled the phone across the room, then put his fist through the drywall. John had gone cold and silent, a more frightening reaction than any outburst. Kate had simply wept, quiet tears that seemed endless. Trevor drained his beer and crushed the can in his fist. Standing still wasn't helping. He needed to check on John and Bobby, see if they'd made any progress. As he moved through the house, he noticed the small signs of the family that now lived here, Elena's sketch pad on a side table, Jeremy's jacket hung carelessly over a chair, one of Adam's toy cars abandoned in the hallway. Trevor slowed as he approached the study, hearing the low murmur of voices. John and Bobby were deep in conversation, their tones serious. He paused outside the doorway, his enhanced Belmont hearing allowing him to catch their words clearly. Still don't understand why they targeted him specifically, Bobby was saying. The fates, I mean. What did the kid even do that they'd want him dead? Trevor froze, his breath catching. He changes things, Bobby, John replied, his voice weary. Things that should be fixed. He's outside their plans, altering destinies that were supposed to be set in stone. At least that's what Lucien told me. And that's why they blocked his future sight. Because he was using it to change things. That's my guess. They couldn't control him, so they blinded him instead. Trevor's mind raced, connecting pieces of information he'd gathered about Lucien. The strange power, the jaguar mark, the god's interest, Dracula's pursuit, and now this. The fates themselves had tried to kill the boy. You ever wonder, John continued, his voice dropping lower, if everything that's happened, Mystic Falls, the curse, Catherine, all of it, was their doing? The fates striking back. Trevor had heard enough. He stepped forward deliberately, making his presence known. John and Bobby fell silent immediately, turning toward him with identical expressions of caution. What about the fates? Trevor asked directly, his voice cutting through the sudden tension. John and Bobby exchanged glances, clearly reluctant to share. After a long moment of silence, just standing there, Trevor approached the table where they sat, pulled out a chair, and lowered himself into it. He placed his hands flat on the wooden surface, leaning forward. I've been trying to be understanding, he began, his voice measured. Not pushing, since everyone has their secrets. Hell, I have family secrets of my own. I can respect that. John's expression remained impassive, but Bobby shifted slightly in his chair. But I'm trying to help find the kid, Trevor continued. All of us are. If I don't have all the facts, I can't possibly help. And believe me, I want to help, because believe it or fucking not, I really have grown to care for the kid over the short time with you all. The admission hung in the air between them. Trevor hadn't meant to reveal that much, but there it was. You don't need to tell me everything, he added after a moment. But something like the fucking fates being after the kid, and that he apparently can see the future and alter destiny itself. That's something I just have to know to be able to help. So just tell me at least what I need to know. John studied Trevor's face silently, searching for any sign of deception. The only sounds were the rain against the windows and the distant ticking of a clock somewhere in the house. Finally, John sighed, taking a swig of his beer. Fine, he said. We'll tell you what we can, not everything, since there are things that are still too big to talk about. Trevor nodded, accepting the limitation. I'm listening. John glanced at Bobby, who gave a slight nod of encouragement. John cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable with what he was about to share. When Lucien came into his abilities, John began, choosing his words carefully. Death visited him. Trevor froze. For a moment just, processing. Suddenly, he stood, slamming his hands down on the table. Death? Death, the horseman. John and Bobby tensed, then relaxed when they realized it was just shock, hunter instincts making them immediately ready for an attack. John nodded slowly, taking another drink from his beer. Yeah, he confirmed. Lucien and him had quite the conversation. We couldn't hear or see all of it, but Death said Lucien's quite the important person in apparently the fucking universe, something to do with life itself and that he will be in danger from monsters too. When Trevor took that in, he fell back into his chair, feeling as if all strength had left his body. His mind raced, pieces clicking together with dizzying speed. Outside of fate. The fates hunting him. Future sight. So much light and warmth that he had always felt around the boy, besides when in battle, when there was the cold of darkness. And that deep ache in his heart yearning to protect the kid, that instinct that had confused him from the beginning. The Son of God, Trevor muttered, the words barely audible. John and Bobby exchanged confused glances. What did you say? John asked. Trevor threw his head back and laughed, a sound without humor, tinged with hysteria. He covered his face with his hands, shoulders shaking. I get it, he said through his fingers. I finally fucking get it. Bobby leaned forward, concern and intrigue mingling in his expression. What you gettin', boy? Trevor's laughter gradually subsided into chuckles. He reached for his beer, and with a single long swing, he drained it completely, then slammed it back onto the table. Since you told me a family secret, he said, I'll tell you one of my own. He paused, gathering his thoughts. This was information he'd never shared with outsiders before, no one who hadn't found about it by themselves. My family is, from a long line of chosen warriors by God to protect prophets, Trevor revealed. And I, since I laid eyes on the kid, for the life of me couldn't get why I felt just so protective of him. At first I thought it was just me and my morals, and sure, that is most certainly a great part of it, not wanting an innocent kid mauled down by fucking Dracula and all that. He leaned forward, intensity radiating from him. But now it all makes sense. The kid isn't just a kid, but a prophet of God, and not just any fucking prophet, but a son of God. John and Bobby were visibly surprised by Trevor's revelation about his family, but seemed to file that information away for later consideration, especially since they both, despite not being the most devout believers, did believe in God. Bobby cleared his throat. You're wrong, he said bluntly. We already know what Lucien is. We can't tell you, but the kid ain't no prophet. John shot Bobby a pointed look at that piece of information, not having wanted to reveal to Trevor such a thing, as them having the knowledge. Bobby merely shrugged, taking a swig of his beer. John turned back to Trevor. Bobby's right. We know what he is. Death kind of told us. Lucien isn't a prophet, and he most definitely isn't God's son. His voice hard for a moment before it softened slightly. Lucien is my son. Trevor fell silent for a moment, just sighed as he then, without warning, reached across the table and grabbed John's beer, since his own is empty, and took it. Hey! John protested as his drink was stolen. Trevor didn't put his mouth on the bottle, just tilted his head back and poured the beer from above, drinking it entirely. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, beer having spilled down his chin. Be that as it fucking might be, Trevor said, it doesn't bloody matter. The kid fits the profile. He leaned forward, conviction in every line of his body. I have felt what it's like being around the kid, and he feels like light, warmth and life. And with Death himself talking about life at fucking self, when it comes to the kid, and Death isn't a person for no bloody small talk, anything and everything he says is relevant, important, and to the point about the situation. Clearly life and its components, light, and all are part of Lucien's abilities, it being why Death even came as you said so yourselves. Trevor went silent for a moment, raising his head to look up at the ceiling, before lowering it, and putting his face into one hand. All of this bloody horse shit, added up together, makes me sure that that Lucien is a body capable of being a vessel of God. And with that being the damn case, the universe doesn't bloody care if he is the son of God or not, it will treat him like he is, with its laws and all. It will simply do so because the thing it cares about and reason why it treats that son the way he is treated is because he is capable of housing God himself, doesn't matter if the person isn't the literal son. John and Bobby's eyes widened. If God existed, and after everything they'd seen, it was hard to completely dismiss the idea, making them believers themselves, then Lucien being capable of housing him. It wasn't the most out there thing. With him being cosmic fucking balance and all. Trevor saw the realization dawn on their faces and chuckled, a bit of hysteria creeping back into his voice. You know what the best part about this shit is, he asked. John and Bobby exchanged wary glances, clearly knowing they won't like it, but recognizing they probably needed to know whatever Trevor was referring to. What is it? Bobby finally asked. I'll tell you something about Dracula, Trevor said, seemingly changing the subject. John and Bobby looked confused but remained silent. Dracula was once, long ago, loved so much by God that he was God's chosen warrior to protect his prophets, Trevor explained. But then Dracula fell and became a vampire. The thing is, though Trevor lowered his voice to a whisper, as if sharing a terrible secret. Dracula is unaffected by anything holy. He still has God's protection, one of the most important parts of it being, Dracula always comes fucking back and always stronger than what killed him. Now, I've never seen or heard about Dracula dying and coming back after he became a vampire, but when he was a human, he was bloody unstoppable. The ultimate hunter of the night. Bobby and John remained silent, processing this information, taking it in, filing it away later, to ponder and stress over. That's good to know and all, Trevor, Bobby finally said, but what does that have to do with what we were talking about? Trevor stared at them incredulously. Don't you get it? He spread his arms wide, one hand still holding John's empty beer bottle. Currently, history is repeating itself, he said with a hysterical chuckle. John and Bobby looked confused, prompting Trevor to elaborate. The Son of God, he explained, gesturing wildly, loves a vampire so much, he is willingly feeding her his own blood. As understanding dawned on John and Bobby's faces, Trevor's laughter grew uncontrollable. Bwahaha. He fell backward off his chair, landing on the floor with a thud, but continued laughing, the sound bordering on manic. In trying to kill the monster who I see as the greatest of all, the ever-returning dragon, Trevor gasped between fits of laughter, I have allowed the creation of another right under my bloody fucking nose. John and Bobby could only watch in stunned silence as Trevor convulsed with laughter on the floor, the empty beer bottle rolling away from his hand. 1 month earlier. Lucien closed the door to his bedroom at Klaus's mansion, Catherine's hands in his, still trembling slightly. Lucien took her with him and sat them both on the edge of the bed, watching her carefully. The tension from what happened still hung between them. Are you okay? He asked quietly. Do tell me how you found it. I hope you all liked Trevor and his conversation with John and Bobby. By the way, did you guys find it interesting? I kind of hinted at this, with the misunderstanding of beings, thinking Lucien a prophet, or the son of God, while making clear he actually isn't that, but, the important but, because he fits the profile of being able to house Chuck, he does get treated the same in a sense. Doesn't mean he necessarily will have the same life as Jesus is portrayed in Christianity, but, then what does it mean? I'll leave that bit up to you guys to find out. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 83, Through Her Eyes. Catherine lay with her head in Lucien's lap, her dark curls spilling across his legs like liquid shadow. Morning light filtered through gauzy curtains, casting the opulent bedroom in amber hues that reminded her of autumn in Bulgaria, a memory from another life, another century. Lucien's fingers moved through her hair with gently, occasionally pausing to trace the curve of her ear or brush against her temple. His touch was reverent yet casual, as if this intimacy between them had always existed. Catherine closed her eyes, savoring the sensation. How strange to find herself in this position, she who had always been the one to pamper and seduce, now receiving such tender attention from her boy god. This is new, she murmured, not opening her eyes. What is? Lucien asked, his voice soft in the quiet room. You, taking care of me. Catherine's lips curved into a small smile. Usually I'm the one pampering you. Lucien's fingers continued their gentle exploration of her hair. Is that a complaint? Quite the opposite. She shifted slightly, settling more comfortably against him. I could get used to this. Silence fell between them again, comfortable and undemanding. Catherine found herself marveling at how peaceful these moments could be, she who had spent centuries in constant motion, always planning, always watching for threats. Here, with her head in her god's lap and his fingers in her hair, she felt something dangerously close to contentment, despite literally being under the roof of the monster who had haunted her for 5 centuries. The question that had lingered in her mind for 3 days rose to her lips before she could reconsider. Did you mean it? She asked, her voice softer than she intended. Lucien's fingers paused in her hair. Mean what? Catherine opened her eyes, meeting his gaze directly. What you said to Klaus. That you love me. His expression shifted, surprise giving way to something more thoughtful. His fingers stilled completely as he seemed to consider his answer. Catherine felt a flicker of uncertainty. Had she misread? Misunderstood? After what felt like an eternity, Lucien's expression softened. His fingers resumed their gentle movement through her hair, and he leaned down to place a soft kiss on her temple. Is that answer enough? He asked against her skin. Relief flooded through Catherine's body, a physical sensation so powerful it nearly made her gasp. Yes, she whispered, unable to keep the emotion from her voice. Yes, it is. In that moment of perfection, the world before her eyes suddenly shifted. Colors drained away, leaving everything in gray, except for Lucien. Where her boy god had been sitting, a being of perfect twilight now cradled her head. Neither fully light nor darkness but the exquisite balance between them, his form radiated power beyond her wildest dreams. Catherine's eyes widened, her body tensing involuntarily. The twilight being looked down at her with concern, Lucien's familiar features still visible within the glow. What's wrong? He asked, his voice echoing strangely. As suddenly as it had come, the vision vanished. The world snapped back to normal. Lucien was just Lucien again, looking down at her with worried eyes. Catherine sat up quickly, putting distance between them as she tried to process what she'd seen. Her hand trembled slightly as she brushed hair from her face. Nothing, she said, forcing her voice to remain steady. Nothing's wrong. Lucien's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't believe her, of course he didn't. In 5 centuries, she'd become an expert at deception, but never with him. Never with her god. Katerina, he began, using her true name in that way that always made her heart clench. It's nothing, she repeated more firmly. Just a strange thought. He studied her face for a long moment before nodding, clearly deciding not to press the issue. The restraint in this action, his willingness to give her space even when he knew she was hiding something, made something warm unfurl in her chest. Lucien crawled across the bed toward her. He positioned himself behind her, wrapping his arms around her neck in a gentle embrace, his chin resting on her shoulder. What should we do today? He asked, his voice light with a hint of mischief. Catherine raised an eyebrow. What can we do? You're trapped in this gilded cage, and I'm not going anywhere without you. She felt rather than saw his smile as he leaned closer, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, I've convinced Klaus to let us explore the forest surrounding this place. Get some fresh air, see something besides these walls. A shiver ran down Catherine's spine at the sensation of his breath against her ear. Her boy god was learning her own tricks, it seemed, using proximity and whispered words to create intimacy, to seduce. The student becoming the master in small, delightful ways. Have you now? She replied, keeping her voice steady despite the effect he was having on her. And what did that cost you? Just a promise to be back for a family dinner. His tone made it clear what he thought of Klaus's attempts at creating familial bonds. Apparently, his siblings are waking up today. Lucien stood, taking her hand in his to pull her up from the bed. As their palms pressed together, Catherine felt it, the jaguar mark on his right hand, the brand of sacrifice that bound him to 5 ancient gods. Hatred flared within her at the sensation. That mark represented everything she loathed, a threat to her god, a burden he should never have had to bear. As they walked toward the living room, Catherine became aware of the first subtle signs of withdrawal. Her hands occasionally trembled, and an uncomfortable warmth began spreading through her body, the early symptoms of her craving for Lucien's blood. She carefully kept her discomfort from showing on her face, unwilling to confront it right now. When they reached the living room, they found Klaus and Elijah seated with leather-bound books of poetry. The domestic scene might have been comical if not for who the two were. Lucien ignored them completely, heading straight for the glass doors leading to the grounds. Ahem. Klaus cleared his throat pointedly. Aren't you forgetting something? Lucien stopped, his shoulders tensing slightly. After a moment of loaded silence, he sighed. Good morning, Klaus. A satisfied smile spread across Klaus's face. Good morning, son. Now, was that so hard? Very, Lucien replied flatly, turning back toward the door. As Lucien unlocked the door, Klaus called after him, don't be out too long. Today is when your aunts and uncles awake, and I want them to meet you. Catherine suppressed a smile at the flash of irritation that crossed Lucien's face at the words, aunts and uncles. Despite how much she loathed Klaus, she couldn't deny that her god was cute even when he looked annoyed. As they stepped outside, she caught Elijah's lingering gaze on Lucien, assessing. The sight made her bristle internally. She had always hated Elijah more than Klaus, in some ways. Klaus had never pretended to be anything but a monster, while Elijah's false nobility and empty promises of protection had nearly cost her everything. He acted like he was her friend. He was the one with his false pretenses, disarmed her, made her think that she was safe. That she was finally out of her parents' shadows and her life was going to turn around well for her after having taken the eye of noblemen. Thinking she would be married and have a happy life, not knowing that they had intended her to be a sacrifice on their altar, while making sure they didn't get too close to their lamb, to not compromise themselves, isolating her. He and his damned loopholes. He promised protection, but never specified for how long. The forest surrounding Klaus's mansion was lush and vibrant, a stark contrast to the tension they'd left behind. Morning light filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds called to one another overhead, seemingly unconcerned by the predators walking beneath them. This island is beautiful, Catherine observed, breathing in the scent of pine and earth. I wonder how Klaus acquired it. Probably killed the previous owner, Lucien replied dryly. Or compelled them to sign it over before killing them. Catherine laughed softly. You're learning. They walked in comfortable silence for a while, following a natural path through the trees. Catherine was acutely aware of her body's growing discomfort, the tremors in her hands becoming more frequent, perspiration beginning to gather at her hairline despite the cool morning air. Her gums ached with the need to extend her fangs, a phantom hunger that no amount of regular blood could satisfy. The forest gradually opened to reveal a small meadow bathed in sunlight. At the far end, lounging on a rocky outcropping, lay a magnificent lion. Its tawny mane caught the light, giving it the appearance of wearing a golden crown. Look, Lucien whispered, his eyes lighting up with fascination. Catherine placed a cautionary hand on his arm. Careful. Even I wouldn't approach a wild lion without good reason. Indeed, she'd need a good reason, because she knows she'd kill it with ease when it attacks her. Lucien smiled, a hint of that confidence of his shining through. It'll be fine. He approached the predator slowly but with unwavering purpose. The lion noticed him, rising to its feet. It didn't retreat, its pride preventing any show of fear, but neither did it attack. Something in Lucien's approach gave it pause. Catherine watched, transfixed, as Lucien came to stand directly before the massive cat. He slowly raised his hand, palm hovering inches above the lion's head, not quite touching. Their eyes locked in a silence that was only broken by the lion's ever-increasing growls and roars. The moment stretched, tension vibrating in the air between boy and beast. Catherine could pinpoint the exact instant when instinctual understanding dawned in the lion's eyes, the recognition that this small human could destroy it with a thought but was choosing mercy instead. The great cat went silent first and lowered its gaze, a subtle dip of its massive head before it raised it again to meet Lucien's palm. It accepted to submit. To fall under the protection of this mighty being. Catherine felt an awful lot of empathy towards what was happening before her. Recognizing how similar her own situation has been, approaching Lucien initially as a potential tool for her survival, only to recognize something far greater than she had thought. Like the lion, she had made her choice to yield to someone who could destroy her but chose not to. The difference, she realized, was that while the lion submitted from pure instinct and self-preservation, her submission had evolved into something deeper. She understood Lucien. And he understood her. This made her want to be with him not only out of fear, but relief. Peace. At being finally seen in a way that didn't put her in danger. Still, the irony wasn't lost on her. I think I'll call him Leo, Lucien announced, now scratching behind the lion's ears as if it were an oversized house cat. The beast leaned into his touch, eyes half closed in pleasure. How original, Catherine drawled, though she couldn't help smiling at the sight. Sometimes the classics are best, Lucien replied with a grin. Leo began following them as they continued their exploration, padding silently behind like a massive guardian. Occasionally, the lion would disappear into the underbrush only to reappear minutes later, sometimes with small game it had caught. It would place these offerings before Lucien, who accepted them with courtesy that seemed to satisfy the beast. By midday, they had discovered a small freshwater pool fed by a spring. Lucien knelt to drink, the lion mimicking his actions beside him. "Let's play a game," Lucien suggested, wiping water from his lips. "Hide and seek." Catherine raised an eyebrow. "Really? How old are you again?" "It's been 13 years since I was born, Cat," he answered with a smirk. Unknown to her though, he specified it this way, since he dislikes lying to loved ones, but in no way wants to ever reveal his reincarnation. This way he isn't lying to her, despite being mentally older. Touché. Catherine found herself smiling despite the increasing discomfort of withdrawal. Her hands were shaking more noticeably now, and sweat beaded on her forehead despite the cool air. "But it's hardly fair. You can sense my emotions." Lucien raised a playful eyebrow. "And you can hear my heartbeat and breathing from a mile away. You don't hear me complaining." He had her there. Catherine had memorized the unique rhythm of Lucien's heartbeat so completely that she could identify it among thousands. It was a sound that brought her comfort, a constant reminder of him being just there. Making her feel safe. "Fine," she conceded. "But no psychic tricks. No vampire speed," he countered. Their game continued through the afternoon, Leo watching their antics with curiosity. Catherine's withdrawal symptoms intensified, her hands shook continuously now, sweat soaked through her clothes, and her vision occasionally blurred. Still, she persisted in hiding her condition from Lucien, determined to break her dependence. As the day waned toward evening, they settled in an open field near the ocean. They sat beneath a tree, Leo lounging beside them like a guardian statue. Lucien stroked the lion's mane absently while Catherine leaned against the tree trunk, her withdrawal now reaching a breaking point. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, sweat drenched her clothes, and her vision swam in and out of focus. She could no longer hide her condition. Lucien, who had noticed, giving her space, finally confronted her about it, reaching for her hand with concern etched on his features. "Drink," he said simply, offering his wrist. Catherine shook her head firmly. "No. Katerina." Just her name, spoken once, with such care and understanding that it nearly broke her resolve. "I can't keep doing this," she began, trying to explain why she needed to break this. "I need to dash." Her words cut off as the world shifted again. For the second time that day, everything around her turned gray while Lucien transformed into the being of perfect twilight. This time, however, the vision didn't frighten her, it intensified her hunger, as if seeing his true nature greatened something inside of her. She at first tried to resist it, but the pull was almost compulsory. This felt different from only hunger for his blood. It's like she felt that if she rejected him, she would be rejecting eternity. When her vision returned to normal, Catherine just began following instinct. With a resigned sigh, she took Lucien's offered wrist and bit into it, her fangs sinking into his flesh, for a moment surprising him at her actually giving in so easily compared the past few days. Leo growled, a rumbling sound of protective warning, until Lucien gently shushed the beast. "It's okay," he murmured, stroking the lion's mane reassuringly. "She needs this." As Catherine drank, suddenly her awareness expanded. If her eyes were open right now they would be blown wide. She could see. She could feel so much. So much. And she could hear too. Hear things she's never heard before. Sounds she never knew but somehow understood. She heard the heavens speak, singing praises. Twilight. The Prince of Dusk. She could hear the earth whispering reverence. Son of God. Messiah. And countless other praises, ones she could not even begin to understand the meaning behind their calling. While still drinking, Catherine's body began to suddenly illuminate with pure white light and darkness, the essence of twilight itself. Lucien's eyes widened in wonder as he saw this. For a moment he thought about pulling back his wrist, pushing her away, but for some reason every instinct he had felt that this was right. Meant to be. The light and darkness shifted and flowed around her form, the darkness eventually coalescing into wings, not bat-like vampire wings, but feathered angel wings of deepest black. Her entire body glowed with white light as she continued to drink from his wrist. The only thing that could be heard in this silence was the sound of her drinking and drinking and drinking till she could no longer drink. Lucien could feel himself weaken, yet he still felt that he was safe, just becoming more sleepy. He could feel that he still had so much within that even if she drank for an entire hour more that, there would be more to give, for some reason. With the sound of shattering glass, reality shifted and it was done. The light and darkness faded, returning Catherine to her normal appearance, though something fundamental had changed at the soul level. When she opened her eyes, they briefly flashed with golden light before returning to normal. She pulled away from Lucien's wrist, both of them feeling each other. Knowing where the other is without need for eyes or hearing or touch. Catherine herself felt invincible. She felt stronger than ever before. She, with wonder, feeling the need to test herself, raised her palm toward the sea and made a simple casual gesture. Nothing happened. Then suddenly, the wind picked up, it picked up and picked up till it created a massive cyclone of water that reached toward the sky. Both Lucien and Catherine could only stare with fascination at the beauty of it. When she finally released her control, the water crashed back into waves. That was. She began, unable to find words adequate enough to describe what had just happened. Incredible, Lucien finished, looking slightly pale from blood loss but otherwise awed. You evolved. Catherine turned to him, eyebrow raised. Evolved? Really? What would you call it? Not that, she replied firmly. I'm not a Pokemon, Lucien. As sunset approached, after Catherine fed Lucien some of her blood to heal him, they began their journey back to the mansion. Lucien, tired still, rode on Leo's back while holding Catherine's hand as they walked. The lion seemed perfectly content to serve as Lucien's mount, carrying him with regal dignity. I'm serious, Lucien insisted, continuing their conversation. You definitely evolved. Is that a vampire thing I don't know about, or a you thing? Neither, Catherine replied firmly. Vampires aren't like werewolves, we don't have evolutionary paths. This is. She paused, considering. This is probably a you thing. As she spoke, Catherine realized she felt truly full for the first time since beginning to drink Lucien's blood. Unlike before, when she would drink until her stomach was physically full yet still crave more, she now felt completely satisfied. The compulsive need that had driven her to the edge of control seemed to have vanished, replaced by this feeling of connection between them. A feeling that by the minute just felt more and more peaceful and pleasurable, especially with her touching him as she held his hand. Like he was a bottomless ocean of life, and she could feel it against her, relieving. As they approached the mansion, both Lucien and Catherine sensed three powerful new presences inside. They exchanged knowing glances before proceeding to the glass doors of the living room, not before Lucien though told Leo to stay put outside. Opening the doors, they entered to find Rebecca, Cole, and Finn seated on a couch facing Klaus, with Elijah positioned on a third couch slightly apart from the others. Klaus looked over his shoulder, arms spread across the back of the couch in a display of casual dominance. Ah, finally you're back, he said with his characteristic smirk. Almost thought I'd have to send someone after the two of you. Do tell me how you found it. I hope you all liked it. Before anyone asks though, the reason Catherine didn't fly her and Lucien away, was because Klaus would instantly sense that and appear before them, and put them on house arrest again. No reason to throw away the new freedom they now have. Well, do tell me how you found Catherine's evolution. Despite her hating to call it that. I hope you guys are interested by it. Do you think she'd have the same ever-returning nature Dracula has or nah, and something more uniquely hers? Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 84, Family Dinner. The sun dipped below the horizon as Lucien and Catherine approached the mansion, casting long shadows across the manicured lawn. Leo had reluctantly remained behind at the forest's edge, a massive guardian awaiting his master's return. Lucien slowed his steps as they neared the glass doors leading to the living room. Something had changed within the house, new presences, powerful and ancient. They're awake, he murmured to Catherine. Catherine's fingers tightened around his. All of them. Lucien nodded, his expression growing serious. Ready, he asked. As I'll ever be, she replied, her voice steady despite the centuries of fear these beings represented. They stepped through the glass doors into the living room. The scene before them resembled a macabre Renaissance painting, 5 immortals arranged in careful opposition, the air thick with tension. Klaus and Elijah sat on opposite couches, their posture deceptively relaxed. Between them, on a third couch, sat 3 figures Lucien had seen only in the show before this. Rebecca Mikaelson wore a blood-stained flapper dress from the 1920s, the once elegant beadwork now dull and partially missing. A dark crimson stain spread from the center of her chest where the dagger had pierced her heart. Her blonde hair, styled in Marcel waves popular a century ago, appeared flattened on one side from her long slumber. Beside her sat Cole Mikaelson in early 19th century attire, a disheveled tailcoat with tarnished buttons and a loosened cravat hanging haphazardly around his neck. His clothing bore the most blood of all, his shirt front completely saturated with centuries-old stains. His hands and forearms remained darkened despite obvious attempts to clean them. At the end sat Finn Mikaelson, the eldest brother, dressed in archaic 11th century Norse-influenced clothing that appeared brittle with age. Unlike his siblings who had made small adjustments for comfort, Finn remained exactly as he had been daggered, his posture rigid and formal despite his outdated appearance. A blood stain circled the point where the dagger had entered his heart. All three newly awakened siblings had that distinctive gray pallor around their eyes and lips, the lingering effect of desiccation not yet fully faded despite recent feeding. Lucien, not wanting to be vulnerable in front of these monsters, instantly activated his force domain, an invisible field of concentrated power extending 15 feet in every direction around him, one he had set the situation up for before leaving so that he can activate it instantly whenever he wanted. Catherine felt the shift immediately, a subtle pressure against her skin like standing at high altitude. Since their connection in the forest, she was more attuned to Lucien's power than ever before. Cole's, the wildest of the Michaelsons, eyes locked onto Lucien, sensing something powerful, unfamiliar, and dangerous. The moment stretched for precisely 3 seconds before chaos erupted. In a blur of vampire speed, he launched himself across the room toward Lucien's throat. Klaus and Elijah reacted simultaneously, Klaus moving to protect Lucien, Elijah to restrain Cole. In the space of a heartbeat, Lucien's hand rose instinctively, red force lightning crackling between his fingers. The four froze, Klaus gripping Cole's throat from the side, Elijah holding Cole's shoulder from behind, Cole's hand inches from Lucien's neck, and Lucien's lightning-filled palm aimed directly at Cole's chest. Catherine moved to a defensive position. Silence filled the room, heavy and oppressive. Perhaps, Elijah finally said, his voice calm despite the tension, we might all take a step back and approach this situation with more civility. Cole's lips curved into a bitter smile, eyes never leaving Lucien's face. Interesting pet you've acquired, Nick. It has teeth. Klaus's grip tightened around Cole's throat. Attempt to touch my son again, and you'll find yourself back in that box before you can blink. Son. Cole's eyebrows rose, genuine surprise breaking through his mask of disdain. Lucien, Elijah addressed him directly, I would appreciate if you could disperse that rather alarming electrical display. I assure you, Cole will behave himself. This last part was delivered with a pointed squeeze to Cole's shoulder. Lucien hesitated, glancing briefly at Klaus. The lightning continued to dance between his fingers, casting red shadows across their frozen faces. Lucien, Catherine said softly from behind him. After another moment, Lucien slowly lowered his hand. The lightning dissipated, though the air remained charged with its residual energy. His force domain, however, remained active, an invisible shield against further surprises. Klaus gradually released his grip on Cole's throat. Elijah eased his hold on Cole's shoulder but maintained contact as a precaution. Cole stepped back with theatrical grace, straightening his blood-stained clothing as if he'd merely been interrupted during a pleasant conversation. Well, Rebecca broke the silence, her voice dripping with sarcasm, the family isn't back together 5 minutes and hell's already breaking loose. Some things never change. Finn remained seated throughout the confrontation, just watching. A servant appeared in the doorway, his face carefully blank despite the standoff he'd just witnessed. Dinner is served, sir, he announced to Klaus. Perfect timing, Klaus replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Shall we? The group was silent for a long moment, before they all moved to the formal dining room where an ornate table stretched beneath a crystal chandelier. Klaus took his place at the head, gesturing for Lucien to sit at his right hand, a position of honor not lost on anyone present. Elijah settled at the opposite end, maintaining the balance of power. Rebecca, Cole, and Finn arranged themselves along the sides, each maintaining careful distance from the others. Catherine remained standing behind Lucien's chair, uncertain of her place in this dangerous gathering. Servants began bringing elaborate dishes. The rich aromas of roasted meats and spiced vegetables filled the air, a pretense of normal family dinner maintained through centuries of practice. Lucien noticed Catherine standing behind him and frowned, not liking it. Sit down, he told her, gesturing to the empty chair beside him. Catherine hesitated, aware of her historical status as an enemy of this family. Catherine, Lucien repeated more firmly, sit down. She remained frozen, eyes darting between the original siblings, calculating risks, not only for herself, but Lucien too, since contract or not, she did not trust Klaus, especially since she now had someone she loved, Lucien, who she feared for more than anyone. Klaus watched the interaction with amused interest. Katerina, Klaus finally said, his voice light but carrying unmistakable authority, you may join us if that's what my son wishes. Apparently, he considers you worthy of dining with alongside the family. At the word son, Rebecca's fork paused halfway to her mouth. Finn's expression remained unchanged, though his eyes narrowed slightly. Cole, who had already heard Nick before, and Elijah, who already knew the story, were the only ones who didn't react, as the other two were still recovering their hearing strength when the standoff happened. Catherine slowly pulled out the chair and sat, maintaining dignified posture despite her discomfort. A servant immediately appeared with an additional place setting, treating her with the same deference shown to the originals. Silence fell as food was served, the clink of silver against fine china the only sound for several long moments. The siblings studied Lucien with varying degrees of curiosity and calculation. Rebecca was the one to break the silence. So, Nick, she said, setting down her wine glass, exactly how long have we been boxed up because of your damn stab happiness this time? What century are we in now? Klaus smiled indulgently at his sister. It's 2001, Rebecca. You've been daggered since 1922, a mere blink compared to some. His gaze flickered meaningfully toward Finn. Rebecca's grip on her knife and fork tightened, but she bit the inside of her cheek and said nothing, wondering about Stefan, and how he was now. And me, my memories are kinda fuzzy, like bloody always. Cole asked, pushing food around his plate without eating. You since 1821. A necessity after your little, feeding frenzy nearly brought Michael down upon us. Cole shrugged, unrepentant. I was bored. Cole leaned forward, elbows on the table in deliberate violation of etiquette. What I'm more curious about is the why of this family reunion. His gaze swept the table. Even dullard Finn has been undegarded, and he's been boxed for over 9 centuries. At this, Finn's hands clenched the edge of the table hard enough to crack the wood. A piece splintered off in his grip, falling to the floor with a soft thud. His eyes burned with 9 centuries of repressed rage, his jaw clenched so tightly the tendons stood out like cords. Cole, Elijah interjected smoothly, perhaps a touch more tact would be appropriate. Our brother has been through quite an ordeal. He turned to Finn, his voice softening. Finn, I understand your anger. None of us can truly comprehend what you've endured. Finn remained silent, visibly struggling to maintain composure. The piece of table in his hand crumbled to dust between his fingers. Now that Cole mentions it, Rebecca said, studying Klaus with narrowed eyes, I'm curious too. What are you planning, Nick? You never do anything without an agenda. Klaus set down his wine glass and leaned back in his chair. Without a word, his eyes transformed, the blue irises giving way to a brilliant gold, the veins beneath darkening against his skin. The siblings stared in collective shock. Cole broke the silence with a laugh, not of joy but understanding. So that's the reason. You finally broke the curse. Indeed I did, brother, Klaus confirmed, his eyes returning to normal. After 1,000 years, I am finally whole. How? The single word from Finn startled everyone. It was the first he'd spoken since awakening. Cole turned to him with mock surprise. Well, this is refreshing. I'd almost forgotten your voice, brother. Finn ignored him, gaze fixed on Klaus, waiting for an answer. Elijah set down his utensils. Perhaps I can explain. He gestured toward Lucien. Our brother's curse was broken through rather unconventional means. Lucien here possesses a unique ability. What kind of ability? Rebecca asked, her interest piqued. He can erase things from existence, Elijah explained carefully. Particularly, in this case, magic. He made a deal with our brother, and in exchange for his desire, he removed our mother's spell binding Klaus's werewolf side. And as you have all heard, Klaus has taken the boy in. Though Lucien isn't the most enthusiastic about it. The siblings stared at Lucien, their gazes now intense. He erased mother's magic. Cole demanded, his voice rising. As in, completely removed it from reality. Elijah nodded. That is my understanding, yes. Cole slammed his hand down on the table hard enough to crack the polished surface. You're telling me he can erase magical properties? His eyes burned with desperation. Are you certain? Elijah opened his mouth to respond, but Klaus cut him off. Don't get any ideas, Cole, Klaus warned. Lucien is my son, and like any father, I have authority over how his powers are used. When and where. And I have no interest in helping you with your delusion of regaining magic through his abilities. Shut up, Nick, Cole snapped, his voice cutting through the room like a blade. The table fell silent. Even Rebecca looked surprised at the direct challenge. Playful insults were fine, but challenging Klaus's authority was. Reckless wouldn't even begin to describe it. Cole turned to Lucien, leaning forward with intense focus. Elijah just said Klaus is forcing you to be here, right, kid? I'll help you escape in exchange for something simple, destroy the attribute of vampirism that prevents me from using magic. Lucien's expression revealed nothing. He opened his mouth to respond. You're getting quite bold, brother, Klaus interrupted, his voice dangerously soft. Blatantly attempting to separate me from my son for your own needs, right in front of me. Do you seriously think I won't dagger you again? Cole's smile was razor-sharp. Everyone has something in their life they would do anything to get, especially if they had it and lost it. For me, it's magic. He shrugged. Besides, who says I'm being bold? It's not like I'd be alone. He turned to face Rebecca. Sister dear, think about it. Lucien here could give you back your ability to have children by destroying what prevents it. Rebecca's breath caught, her eyes widening as she looked at Lucien with the same desperate look Cole had adorned the moment Elijah's explanation finished. Cole turned to Finn. And brother, just like me, you yearn for magic. The boy here can give it back to you as well. Hell, maybe he can destroy our need for blood too. We would no longer be the monsters you despise us as. Finn's rigid posture shifted slightly, the first hint of interest breaking through his cold facade. And Elijah, Cole continued, turning to his second oldest brother, Lucien could most likely make it so none of us can be daggered again, by destroying that weakness. No more family separations on Nick's whims. Elijah's expression remained carefully neutral, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of consideration. Klaus sat with his hands folded before him, watching as Cole systematically turned his entire family against him. His face revealed nothing, but the slight tightening of his jaw betrayed his growing anger. Catherine's hand found Lucien's beneath the table, her fingers intertwining with his in silent support. The tension in the room had become almost unbearable, the air heavy with centuries of resentment and new possibilities. Lucien looked around the table, seeing the naked desire in each original's eyes, not for him, but for what he could give them. Freedom from their individual curses. Release from their personal hells. Klaus's gaze met his, and for a brief moment, Lucien glimpsed something unexpected behind the hybrid's mask of control, not just anger at being challenged, but genuine concern that Lucien might be swayed by these offers. Then the hybrid's gaze turned from him and swept the others. I'm going to give you all one chance. One chance to control yourselves. Fail to heed it, and I promise you, even an eternal daggered sleep will seem merciful compared to what I'll do. Do tell me how you found the family reunion. I hope you all liked it. Do tell me what you think will happen. Will Lucien take Cole's offer? If not, why? Well, I'm interested in your thoughts. Hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 85, Principles. I can't. Lucien's voice cut through the silence, drawing every eye to him. His words, though quiet, landed with the weight of a dropped stone. Cole was the first to recover, leaning forward with narrowed eyes. What do you mean, you can't? His fingers drummed against the table, betraying his agitation. Nick being a hybrid again is proof that you can. Lucien folded his hands in front of his face, unconsciously mirroring Klaus's posture from moments before. He stared at the untouched food on his plate, gathering his thoughts. After a measured pause, he lowered his hands to the table. To be specific, I can't right now, he clarified, meeting Cole's increasingly desperate gaze. You all need to understand something. What you're asking of me is fundamental. Rebecca set down her wine glass with deliberate care, her expression guarded but attentive. Finn's rigid posture shifted slightly as he leaned forward, the first genuine interest he'd shown since awakening. The binding spell was magic on top of Klaus's body, Lucien continued, gesturing vaguely with one hand. A second layer, you could say. One that affected the layers beneath and suppressed the wolf side. He paused, gathering his thoughts while the originals watched him with varying degrees of hunger and skepticism. What you're asking me to do is to be so specific and so powerful that I can target the very attributes making up your vampiric nature, and destroy just what I want, on a whim. He shook his head. There are levels to this. Klaus's expression remained carefully neutral, though a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes as Lucien explained the limitations of his power. The giving back magic is probably the easiest, Lucien admitted, glancing briefly at Cole, whose eyes had narrowed in calculation. But it's still impossible for the current me because I don't have enough power and control. His fingers traced invisible patterns on the table as he spoke. The erasing of bloodlust and your weaknesses, though, both would be overpowering nature itself and its laws, crushing them to dust, so that your weaknesses are gone, and you'd be truly immortal. Cole's expression fell, disappointment evident in the slump of his shoulders. You as vampires need blood since you need a source for life force, Lucien explained. To erase the attribute of your nature that requires it is to grant you true immortality. He looked up, meeting each original's gaze in turn. The power that would take. I can't deny that I can most likely do it in the future, but not right now. Not with me being like this. He gestured to his body with a sweep of his hand, referring to his age. Silence descended once more as the originals processed his words. Finn's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Cole's eyes had taken on a calculating gleam despite his disappointment. Elijah remained perfectly still, his expression unreadable. After several long moments, Rebecca spoke, her voice carrying a carefully controlled tremor. What about me? Her fingers curled around her wine glass stem. You haven't said anything about what I want. Lucien fell silent, his gaze dropping to the table. The quiet stretched until it became uncomfortable. Finally, he looked up, meeting her eyes directly. I can do it when it comes to you. His simple statement sent a ripple of surprise through the room. Rebecca's breath caught audibly. The reason being, Lucien continued, glancing at Klaus before returning his attention to Rebecca, I've already done it. Understanding dawned on the originals' faces as they processed the implication. Are you saying, Cole began, leaning forward with renewed interest, that when you broke Nick's curse, you also dash? Your mother apparently didn't make it a complete inherent part of vampiric nature to be infertile, Lucien interrupted, his tone matter of fact. She added a secondary spell. Cole held up a hand, his brow furrowed. Back up a little. Are you saying that our mother could have not made it so that we couldn't have had kids, but just chose to? Lucien nodded. Pretty much. She, for some reason, did it this way, making it possible for me to just erase that second layer of magic that's causing the infertility. He swept his gaze over all of them, genuine curiosity in his expression. How did none of you actually know this? Did none of you check? An uncomfortable silence fell over the table. Elijah cleared his throat, adjusting his cuffs. None of us trusted anyone to look so deep into our nature, he explained, his tone measured. What about those you sired? Lucien pressed, gesturing with his fork. They're still vampires. You could have had someone look into them. The silence deepened. Elijah opened his mouth to respond, but Klaus interrupted with a low chuckle. Just stop, Elijah. Klaus turned to Lucien, a sardonic smile playing at his lips. We didn't think to. We took our mother's words at face value, that it was simply impossible. Rebecca's mind raced as she processed all this. Relief flooded through her at first, the possibility of children, of family, was real, but reality quickly reasserted itself. With Klaus forbidding it, and Lucien having revealed his inability to help the rest of the family. She couldn't bargain with Lucien to give him freedom from Klaus, since she alone couldn't stand against her hybrid brother. Her gaze drifted to Cole, who had fallen silent, arms crossed over his chest. She knew him well enough to recognize that his mind was already racing, creating plans to help Lucien's development go faster, make him stronger faster, and gain enough goodwill through manipulative tactics so that Lucien would grant him what he wanted in the future. Finn remained silent as well, she never knew what went on in his head. As for Elijah wanted to keep the peace. He wouldn't want to divide the family again now that it was whole for the first time in centuries. She was, on her own. When do you want it to happen? Lucien's question cut through her thoughts, startling her back to the present. What? She asked, confusion evident in her voice. The breaking of the infertility curse, Lucien clarified, his expression open. When do you want it to happen? For a moment, Rebecca was speechless, words failing to form in her mouth. She stared at Lucien, trying to understand his angle. I can't give you what you want, she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. I can't go against Nick alone. Lucien furrowed his brows, confusion evident in his expression. I'm not asking you to. Everyone at the table leaned forward slightly, interest piqued by this unexpected turn. What are you asking of me, then? Rebecca questioned, wariness creeping into her tone. Nothing, Lucien replied simply. Nothing. Finn echoed, breaking his silence for only the second time that evening. Lucien's gaze shifted to the eldest original brother, and he nodded slowly. Then, with his thumb, he pointed to Klaus beside him. Breaking that fertility curse wasn't part of our deal, he explained. I did it for him for free. He turned back to Rebecca. I'm willing to dash. No. Klaus's voice cut through the room like a blade, drawing everyone's attention. His gaze, hard and unyielding, focused on Lucien. No, he repeated firmly. You will not do it for her without gaining something from her in return. Lucien's expression hardened as he turned to face Klaus. That isn't for you to decide. But it is, Klaus countered, his voice deceptively soft. I will not let you be taken advantage of. Helping someone in need without anything in return isn't getting taken advantage of, Lucien shot back, frustration evident in his tone. Klaus's lips curled into a dismissive smile. You're naive. His expression shifted, bordering on disgust. This compassion of yours is not going to stand. It will ruin you. Lucien was silent for a long moment, just processing. His face looking like he was hearing the most ridiculous thing in the world. Lucien then turned fully in his chair, extending both hands in an exasperated gesture. She is your fucking sister. And you are my son, Klaus countered firmly, his voice rising slightly. You've known me less than a bloody week. Lucien exclaimed, incredulity coloring his words. You've been with her for over 1,000 years. Watch your tone, Klaus warned, straightening in his chair. Do not raise your voice against me. Lucien pushed back his chair and stood abruptly, slamming his hands down on the table. The impact sent vibrations through the crystal glasses, causing wine to ripple in perfect concentric circles. I will not let you make me go against my morals. His voice echoed through the dining room. Helping Cole or Finn or Elijah get their weaknesses gone or gain power, and putting a price on that is one thing, because they can hurt a lot of people with that. But helping your sister just have the capability to start a family of her own isn't something that's gonna necessarily do that. His chest heaved with emotion. For something like this, putting a price on it is monstrous. Klaus was silent for a moment. And you aren't a monster, are you? He asked, his voice dangerously quiet. Yes. I'm not. Lucien shouted, his face flushed with anger. And I don't ever want to be. Klaus fell dangerously silent, his expression unreadable. Then, with supernatural speed, he grabbed Lucien's right wrist and pulled him forward, looming over the boy. Lucien's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden movement. What has that gotten you? Klaus hissed, turning Lucien's palm upward to reveal the jaguar mark. This very compassion has stolen your very peace. His grip tightened, causing Lucien to wince slightly. Do you think I don't see what is happening to you? The nightmares, the pain, the despair, the bone-deep ache, the tiredness inside your very being. His voice grew more intense with each word. All because of trying to help a stupid little girl who couldn't protect herself. With a sudden motion, Klaus pushed Lucien away, causing him to fall onto the ground on his back. Lucien hastily scrambled to his feet, glaring at Klaus, his teeth gritted in defiance. Klaus stood as well, once more towering over Lucien. This world isn't kind to kind fools, he said, his voice now controlled but no less intense. You don't even blame them, do you? Those two little girls are the very causes of your suffering. If that day you hadn't chosen to try and save them, right now you wouldn't be in this very situation. He took a step closer to Lucien, who held his ground. Every bad thing that has happened to you has been and only been because you have tried to help people, selflessly. Not weighing in the risks, the harm that will befall you, and choosing to back off. His voice rose again. You are a self-sacrificial fool. I would rather be considered a fool than be heartless. Lucien shouted back, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. The dining room fell into absolute silence. Even the subtle sounds of breathing seemed to have ceased. Klaus stared at Lucien, his expression shifting through a kaleidoscope of emotions too quick to identify. Finally, he turned toward Rebecca, his voice cold and controlled once more. You have a day to make a compelling offer to the boy in front of you, he stated. Otherwise, I will not allow him to help you. You can't dash, Lucien began, but Klaus interrupted smoothly. Oh, but I can. He crouched down to Lucien's eye level, don't you see? Our contract isn't causing me pain. It isn't stopping me from this course of action. A cruel smile played at his lips. This is proof that the universe itself considers my actions less harm than letting you continue your path. He rose to his full height, straightening his jacket with practiced elegance. Catherine, take Lucien to your room, he ordered, not even glancing in her direction. Catherine moved immediately to Lucien's side, her hand gently touching his shoulder. Her eyes met his briefly, communicating silent support. Dinner, Klaus announced to the room at large, is over. Without another word, he turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing against the hardwood floor. The remaining originals sat in stunned silence as Catherine guided a still-processing Lucien from the room. The sound of Klaus's footsteps faded down the hall, leaving only the soft ticking of an antique clock to mark the passage of time. Do tell me how you found it. So. Who do you agree with? Be it completely or more. Klaus or Lucien? What do you think Rebecca will offer that Klaus will find acceptable? I'm interested in your thoughts. Well, I hope to see you all later. Bye. Chapter 86, The Honored One. Elena woke up. For a moment, panic seized her chest. Where was she? The room was wrong, the bed too large, the scent. The scent. Recognition washed over her as she inhaled deeply. Lucien's room. She'd fallen asleep in his bed again, curled around his pillow like it was a life preserver in a stormy sea. Morning light filtered through dusty curtains, casting golden rectangles across the faded wallpaper. How many mornings had she woken here now? 7. 10. The days blurred together since he'd left. Elena reached for the sketchbook on the nightstand, her fingers brushing against the well-worn cover. It fell open to yesterday's drawing, Lucien standing against the blood demons, arms outstretched to shield her. The pencil lines were unnaturally precise, capturing details no ordinary memory should hold. A drop of red splashed onto the page. Elena looked up sharply. Blood dripped from the ceiling in slow, viscous drops. 1, 2, 3, forming a growing stain on the sketch. She blinked. The ceiling was clean. The page unmarked. Just another hallucination. From downstairs came the muffled sounds of movement, Bobby preparing breakfast. Elena closed her sketchbook and slid from the bed, her bare feet silent on the wooden floor. Time to pretend she was okay for another day. The kitchen smelled of coffee and bacon. Bobby stood at the stove, his back to her as she entered. Jeremy was already at the table, methodically cleaning a handgun Dean had given him. His fingers moved with practiced precision despite having learned only weeks ago. Morning, Bobby said without turning. Nothing in his tone acknowledged finding her in Lucien's bed again, though she knew he checked on her during the night. Hungry? Elena shrugged, sliding into a chair opposite her brother. Not really. Bobby grunted, placing a plate with toast and eggs before her anyway. Try. Silence fell over the kitchen, broken only by the scrape of Jeremy's cleaning tools against metal. Elena pushed eggs around her plate, forming yellow mountain ranges that she had no intention of eating. Dean's taking me shooting again today, Jeremy said finally, eyes fixed on the disassembled gun. Says I'm getting pretty good. Elena studied her brother's face. At 12, he looked older somehow, the childish softness replaced by something harder. She wondered if she looked different too. That's good, she managed, the words feeling awkward and not enough. Bobby refilled his coffee mug, leaning against the counter. Got some books need organizing if you're looking for something to do today, he offered, his tone carefully casual. Elena recognized the gesture for what it was, an attempt to give her purpose, however small. Sure, she agreed, seeing an opportunity. I can help with that. Jeremy clicked the last piece of the gun back into place, his eyes meeting Elena's briefly. Something unspoken passed between them, acknowledgement of their different ways of dealing with whatever this was. Before he returned the weapon to its case. Bobby's library was a labyrinth of knowledge, shelves overflowing with ancient texts, loose papers covered in scribbled notes, and strange objects serving as bookmarks. Elena sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by books on mythological gods she'd pulled from the lower shelves. Bobby had raised an eyebrow at her selection but hadn't commented. He stood in the doorway now, watching her for a moment. You need anything, holler, he said finally before leaving her to her research. Elena nodded absently, already flipping through a leather-bound volume. Her fingers traced over an illustration of Tezcatlipoca, the smoking mirror. The artist's rendering was nothing like the true horror she had faced, just a man with jaguar features, not the towering monstrosity that had held her by her hair. The memory crashed over her without warning. The blood ocean stretched endlessly below, its surface rippling. Pain seared Elena's scalp as she dangled from the god's massive hand, her tears falling into the crimson depths. Above her, Tezcatlipoca's jaguar face contorted in a mockery of a smile, obsidian mirrors embedded in his form reflecting Lucien's broken body from 1,000 angles. Did you think yourself the honored of the heavens and earth, boy? The god's voice rumbled like distant thunder. Did you think you could take on the gods, because of your psychic gift? How disappointing. Below, Lucien floated defiantly despite his injuries, tried to form lightning between his fingers to prepare another attack. Elena gasped, the book slipping from her hands. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Just a memory, she whispered to the empty room. Just a memory. When her breathing steadied, she retrieved the fallen book and continued her search. An hour later, she found what she was looking for, a passage about ancient titles. The honored one, she read silently, referred to those blessed by both celestial and terrestrial forces. Warriors of divine purpose, mediators between realms, those who could walk between the worlds of gods and men and stand atop both. Elena closed the book slowly, as she thought about it, for a long moment. The jaguar god had meant it as mockery, she remembered that clearly, his scary and cruel voice, that she could never forget, but she had seen Lucien stand against gods. She had been dead in his arms and, returned to life. If anyone deserved to be called that, it was him. She opened her sketchbook to a fresh page and wrote at the top in careful letters, the honored one. Elena lost track of time as she drew in the living room, pencil moving across paper. Each stroke captured Lucien with photographic accuracy, the determined set of his jaw, the way his eyes narrowed when concentrating, the exact curve of his fingers as lightning danced between them. She was so absorbed she didn't notice Kate and Adam return from grocery shopping until Adam's shadow fell across her page. What are you drawing? He asked, peering over her shoulder. Elena instinctively covered the more disturbing images, Lucien with his hand bitten off, blood pouring from the wound, and turned to a simpler sketch of him smiling. Just Lucien, she said, forcing a small smile for Adam's benefit. Adam studied the drawing with curiosity. It looks just like him. Are you gonna be an artist when you grow up? The question struck Elena as absurdly normal. Growing up. Future plans. Things that seemed impossible to consider after what she'd seen. Maybe, she said, because it was easier than explaining. Kate appeared in the doorway, grocery bags still in hand. Her eyes lingered on the sketchbook, concern etched in the lines around her mouth. Elena, why don't you take a break? Help me put these away. Kate's tone was gentle but firm. Elena nodded reluctantly, closing the sketchbook. As Kate and Adam disappeared into the kitchen, she opened it again, turning to a fresh page, having no intention to actually do what Kate said. This time, her pencil traced the outline of Catherine with massive bat wings, carrying both children as a red shattered sun was above them. Bobby found Elena asleep on the couch hours later, her sketchbook open beside her. He moved to cover her with a blanket when the drawing caught his eye. Catherine Pierce with enormous wings spread behind her, wielding a sword of green fire, carrying both children while a red sun shattered into fragments. The detail was extraordinary, almost photographic in its precision. Bobby's brow furrowed. According to John, Elena had been dead when Catherine arrived. So how could she draw this? Was it simply in very strong imagination? Elena, he said softly, touching her shoulder. She stirred, blinking up at him in momentary confusion before her eyes focused. That's quite a picture, Bobby said carefully, gesturing toward the sketchbook. What's happening there? Elena sat up, rubbing sleep from her eyes. That's when Catherine saved us. When she broke through the sun and got us out. Bobby's expression remained neutral, though his mind raced. Catherine had wings. Yeah, Elena nodded matter-of-factly. Big black ones. And she had this sword, it was on fire, but green fire. She used it to stab the jaguar god. I see, Bobby said slowly. And you saw all this? Elena's hand unconsciously went to the pen and tightened her grip around it. Well. I was dead when she first came through the sun. But then I woke up when we were leaving. You were dead, Bobby repeated carefully, but you saw Catherine come through the sun with wings. I didn't say I saw it, Elena frowned slightly, confused by his questioning. I just know how it happened. Just know, huh? Bobby thought. Meaning no one told her. Bobby nodded, not wanting to push further and upset her. It's a real good drawing, he said finally, changing the subject. You got talent, kid. As Elena gathered her sketchbook and headed upstairs, Bobby remained on the couch, deep in thought. He'd need to make some calls about psychic abilities in children like he did with Lucien before. This went beyond trauma-induced imagination. Night fell slowly over the salvage yard, shadows lengthening across rusted metal and broken glass. Elena lay in Lucien's bed, clutching his pillow to her chest, breathing deeply. Something was wrong. She inhaled again, panic beginning to rise. The scent was fading. Lucien's distinctive smell, paper and ink and something uniquely him, was disappearing from the bedding. The constant she had when she felt protected and safe when she was on Lucien's back as he carried her through the fight during the red sun. Elena sat up, heart pounding. She pressed the pillow to her face, desperately seeking the comforting scent that had been her anchor for weeks. It was there, but fainter, like a radio losing signal. No, she whispered, the word muffled against fabric. No, no, no. She scrambled from the bed, searching frantically through his drawers, his closet, holding shirts and books to her face. Everything was losing his scent, becoming just things. Her breathing quickened, approaching hyperventilation. Without his scent, how would she sleep? How would she feel safe? How would she know this was real, that she wasn't still there? That the gods aren't playing with her, feeding off her fear, like they are saying. Elena returned to the bed, clutching the pillow to her chest as tears streamed down her face. Please, she begged, rocking slightly. Please don't go. Don't leave me. Please. The room seemed to shift around her, air pressure changing subtly. For a moment, everything felt suspended, as if reality itself held its breath. Unknown to Elena, her eyes glowed with blue-white light, illuminating the darkness. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the strange sensation passed. Elena inhaled deeply, confusion replacing panic. Lucien's scent filled her senses, stronger than it had been in days, as if he had just been there. She pulled back, staring at the pillow in bewilderment. Had she imagined the scent fading? Was she losing her mind completely now? Too exhausted to question this small mercy, Elena curled around the pillow and closed her eyes, his scent enveloping her like a protective shield against the darkness. Blood. An ocean of it, stretching to the horizon. Elena floated just beneath the surface, lungs burning. When she opened her mouth to scream, thick crimson filled her throat. He left you, Tezcatlipoca's voice echoed through the blood. The brat has failed you, as he has failed to save himself. You are not free, child. She could feel the god's breath against her neck, hear his voice coming from everywhere, rippling against her. You are a meal. And you are being prepared for our feast. Cower more. Fear more. Hate more. The more you do, the more delicious you become. She could hear his chuckles roaring into laughter, as the other gods, even her dad among them. Through the red haze, she saw Lucien sinking deeper, his severed hand trailing blood as he descended into darkness. She tried to reach him, but her limbs wouldn't move. The scene shifted. Her childhood home. Her mother screaming as her father's hand plunged the knife into her chest. Jeremy's voice calling her name. Elena. Elena. She woke with a gasp, sheets tangled around her legs, sweat soaking her clothes. Kate stood in the doorway, concern etched on her face. You were screaming, Kate said softly, approaching the bed. Elena pulled away, pressing herself against the headboard. I'm fine, she insisted, voice raw. Just a dream. Elena. I said I'm fine. The words came out harsher than she intended. Kate hesitated, clearly torn between respecting Elena's boundaries and offering comfort. If you need anything. I don't. After Kate left, Elena sat in the darkness, knees pulled to her chest. The dream clung to her like cobwebs, impossible to brush away completely. Dawn found Elena at Lucien's desk, turning his black research pen over in her hands. The one he'd used to make notes on Samuel Colt's journal. The one she'd been using to draw. The one who was almost empty. The one he'd left behind. She'd made her decision during the long, sleepless hours after her nightmare. She needed something more permanent than fading scents on bedding. Something she could carry always. Moving quietly through the silent house, Elena retrieved wire cutters and pliers from Bobby's workshop. Back in Lucien's room, she carefully disassembled the pen, removing the clip and cap, breaking off a short back end of it. With focus, she threaded a length of cord through the broken-off part of the pen, creating a makeshift necklace. The result was crude but functional, the broken part hanging horizontally across her collarbones. Elena put it on, the weight unfamiliar but comforting. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. The pen carried Lucien's scent, fainter than his pillow but unmistakable. Something she could keep with her always. A floorboard creaked. Elena's eyes snapped open to find Jeremy standing in the doorway, watching her. That's... he began, not really finishing. Having seen it constantly in her hand since they arrived here. Elena's hand instinctively covered the pendant. Yeah. Jeremy studied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Elena waited for judgment, for him to tell her she was being weird or creepy or obsessive. Instead, he just nodded. Dean's waiting for me downstairs. We're going shooting again. Be careful, Elena said automatically. Always am. Jeremy lingered in the doorway, seemingly wanting to say more but finding no words. Finally, he turned and left, his footsteps receding down the hallway. The kitchen was empty when Elena entered that evening, save for Sam Winchester hunched over a cup of coffee. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, his hair disheveled from running his hands through it too many times. He looked up as she approached, offering a tired attempt at a smile. Hey. Any luck? Elena asked, sliding into the chair across from him. Sam shook his head, pushing a map covered in red X's away from him. Nothing. It's like he disappeared off the face of the earth. Elena's fingers found the pen necklace. I want to help, she said without preamble. Elena dash. I remember things, she interrupted. Things about Lucien. Things he said, things he did. I might notice something you guys missed. Sam sighed, rubbing his eyes. It's not that simple. After what you've been through dash. I'm not asking to go with you, Elena clarified. Just, let me help with research. Here. I can look through books, maps, whatever you need. Dean told me about the call, Sam said quietly. Lucien doesn't want to be found, Elena. He thinks he's protecting us by staying away. He's wrong. The certainty in her voice made Sam look up. He thinks he failed because I died. But he didn't. He fought for me until the end. And Catherine wouldn't have found us if he hadn't kept fighting. Before Sam could respond, the front door slammed open. Dean stormed into the kitchen, tossing his jacket onto a chair with more force than necessary. Another dead end, he announced, voice tight with frustration. Warehouse in Nebraska was empty. Trails cold. Maybe if we dash, Sam began. I'm sick of maybes, Dean cut him off, grabbing a beer from the fridge. He noticed Elena and his expression softened slightly. Sorry, kid. Elena stood straighter. I was just telling Sam I want to help. With research. Dean took a long pull from his beer, exchanging a look with Sam. I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? Elena challenged. I've been drawing him every day. I remember everything. I might see something you don't. She has a point, came Trevor's voice from the doorway. The last Belmont leaned against the frame, arms crossed over his chest. The girl's seen more than most hunters twice her age. Dean frowned. This isn't about experience. It's about dash. Protection. Trevor finished, raising an eyebrow. Bit late for that, isn't it? After what she's already been through. An uncomfortable silence fell over the kitchen. Elena held her breath, watching Dean's internal struggle play across his face. Research only, he finally said, pointing a finger at her. From here. You don't leave this house. Yes, Elena said quickly before he could change his mind. And if we find him, Dean continued, you stay here. We bring him back here. Understand? Elena nodded, relief washing over her. Finally, something more than only drawing and remembering. Better than nothing, Trevor commented, sliding a book toward Elena. Start with this. Anything about blood marks or sacrifice brands. Mark the pages with these. He handed her a stack of colored tabs. That night, Elena arranged her research materials on Lucien's desk, books Trevor had given her, maps showing the last known locations where Lucien had been spotted, weeks old, her own drawings that might contain clues she hadn't recognized. For the first time in 2 weeks, something besides dread filled her chest. Something that felt almost like hope. She touched the pen necklace, the plastic warm from her constant handling. The honored one, she whispered to the empty room. As Elena curled up in Lucien's bed, her mind raced. She would find him. She would help bring him home. And she would show him he was wrong, that he hadn't failed her, that he and Catherine didn't need to be alone. Sleep came easier than it had in weeks, her dreams for once not of blood oceans and gods, but of Lucien returning, of everyone together. As she drifted deeper into sleep, her eyes briefly glowed with blue-white light again, illuminating the darkness for a moment before fading away. Her hand remained curled around the pen necklace, a small smile on her lips, the first since the night Lucien left. Do tell me how you found it. I found the idea of scent interesting, because it's stated to be very closely associated with memory and the like, especially with what Elena is. Her senses not being really normal. People attach themselves to what makes them feel safe, and Elena through her worst experience, the oasis of safety was Lucien. Keep in mind, she is 13, this, obsession is not romantic. If that happens, that is still for a while later, when they're both older. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the chapter. See you all later. Bye.